You are welcomed by the incredible expanse of the open game world. Boundless latitudes of space with incredible views of nature and cities. Romantic sitting by the fire after a hard competition with strong opponents. In this world, you can have a great time and relax with your friends. Uncharted territories are open to your attention, where you can become an explorer and travel at your own pleasure. Battles and competitions, improving your skills and just having a good time. All this can be obtained in an incredible other reality online game. A guy dressed in strong armor without any regret raised his index finger, sending another player away. This gesture immediately stung to understand his attitude towards the weaker level player. The cute girl with a cap on her head tried to politely apologize. After all, they don't take amateurs in their team. She was embarrassed to refuse, but she tried to do it gently. The man standing behind her only threw his scornful glance menacingly. Even some little kid was on the team, and picking his nose dared to point out to the player that his clothes were bad. The guy stood alone in the middle of the square, and absolutely no one was willing to take him into their team. His hands dropped down and people just dispersed in different directions, forgetting about him and going about their business. The guy's lips tightened. He was very bitter to realize the fact that in this game, he was considered a scum, not worthy of any attention. Ji-woo was blazing with anger. He had failed for the umpteenth time to make the team and get any result in this game. It was a beautiful and sunny day. The sun was shining brightly over the city, warming the streets with its warm rays. The city was full of players going about their business. Except the guy wasn't at all interested in such a beautiful day. He opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs about how much this game pissed him off. In Ji-woo's hands was a sword. It was a standard one without any improvements. The guy looked at it with tears in his eyes and didn't understand why he was so unlucky. While he was reveling in his anger and frustration, the other players turned around in his direction. They stared at this strange guy in surprise, not even wanting to know what he was so sad about. Ji-woo swung his sword. He was sad that everyone thought he was stupid and not worthy of their attention. This misery was being watched closely by one girl. While the guy kept yelling to the entire street, the girl just stared at him. Her pink and plump lips were ajar, for this behavior of the guy was strange. At some point, the girl decided to turn to him. She didn't succeed the first time. She was too shy. But then the girl repeated her appeal to him. She clutched her staff as if the guy might attack her and pressed it against her chest. The girl was like a pretty flower that could break from any rough impact. She looked at the guy with big eyes and waited for him to turn his attention to her. Ji-woo suddenly realized that such a cutie was addressing him. He twitched and stared at the girl in surprise. The guy's cheeks immediately turned pink, for he wasn't used to socializing with such beauties. The girl's pretty face shone with a warm and kind smile. She invited Ji-woo to join her team. Confusion and doubts arose in the guy as he heard such cherished words in his address. After a second, the confusion completely evaporated, and the guy glowed with excitement. He was invited to the team, and it was done by such a gorgeous girl. After a little while, the guys left the city and entered a picturesque and mysterious forest. The sun rays broke through the thick crowns of trees, lighting their way. All along the way, the young girl kept her gaze on Ji-woo. She was constantly admiring him, and the guy was basking in the glory without blushing. He was proud of himself that he had the opportunity to feel like a real hero. Biting a leaf between his teeth, he dramatically put his hand to his head and bragged that his parents had given him some money, which he had invested in gaming gold. The girl oohed with delight. Her eyes lit up and she was curious to know as much as she could about the guy. Since Ji-woo was the center of attention, he continued to act narcissistic. He slightly hesitated and made his face more mysterious when the girl inquired how much time he had already spent pumping. His face became more serious and even more nonchalant. Since he had an excellent plan to quickly be able to pump in this game and all this, the player was happy to share with his companion. The girl stood back and watched as the guy drew his sword. Ji-woo's eyes shone as he spoke admiringly about his new acquisition. She couldn't contain her fascination for the guy and continued to praise him. A gentle smile touched her plump lips. The girl's compliment was so piercing that Ji-woo's heart could barely hold in his chest. It was as if the guy was electrocuted when such a cutie recognized him as a true knight. From that very second, he started fantasizing about their odd couple. Guys accidentally met and after a while could not live without each other. Soon, a real and unbridled love happened between them. These two no longer saw the point of hiding their true feelings, and their lips intertwined in a sweet kiss. After some more time, Ji-woo imagined making this beautiful girl an offer to marry him that she couldn't refuse. They would have a wonderful wedding with many guests and a lavish celebration. after which they would go on a honeymoon. And after a few more years, their young and wonderful family would have a sweet baby girl. They would love each other with all their hearts and live happily ever after. All this in 1 second flashed through the boy's mind. He had already unconsciously started picking out names for the unborn child. The girl slowed down slightly. Her movements were too quiet and imperceptible. She smiled widely and loudly announced that they had come to the place where they could pump their abilities by completing the task. The guys stopped in a small clearing. Ji-woo began to look around while holding his sword in his hand. He didn't see anything suspicious. The girl was standing quite close to him. The guy was still swiveling his head the same way and couldn't see anything that could remind him of the mission or the monsters that needed to be mopped up. Quite suddenly, the guy's body was pierced by a weapon. The one who did it was the girl who had gone with him and wanted to form a team to complete the mission. Ji-woo bulged his eyes from total shock. He still didn't fully understand exactly what had happened to him, and his vitals were rapidly descending to a dangerous value. With a wave of her hand, the girl swept her staff through the air. Her weapon exited the guy's body, and he crumbled to the ground. He lay on the ground and still didn't understand how it was that it was the girl who had decided to launch an attack on him. The horror of the situation and his shattered dreams pierced his mind. A scarlet stain began to spread out from under his body in different directions. He wanted to understand why the girl had treated him so cruelly. She stood over his defeated body and looked at the guy without the smile that had recently lit up her face. Afterward, a completely different curve appeared on her lips. The girl found his assumption that she wished to take his weapon amusing. Although the girl returned her face to its former angelic appearance, her words were like poison. She spoke out with disdain about his weapon, as it was of no interest to her at all. The surprise on GWU's face expressed all of his feelings. He was lost in conjecture, for now the reason why the girl had treated him so cruelly was unknown. Then the girl did not hide her true intention. Standing over the defeated player, she honestly admitted that she was going to kill him, and she lured him into the thicket of the forest for that purpose alone. The guy suddenly raised his body, holding the wounded spot with his hand. He still didn't understand why she needed to kill him. Ji-woo was, after all, hoping that the girl would invite him to join her team. The girl's ringing voice echoed around. She genuinely laughed at how the guy thought that she was actually interested in him. The girl naturally didn't even want to think about taking him on her team. After that, her mouth opened and words poured out of it, about how a lowly loser like him was completely uninterested in her. It was a blow that hit the guy hard on his ego. He had trusted this girl, and she had betrayed him so cruelly and set him up, and reminded him of what a loser Ji-woo was. She continued to humiliate this player without even considering him as a normal person. After all, if he was insignificant in the game, he wasn't much of a person in real life either. The girl was having fun doing this, for she now felt a sense of superiority over him. He couldn't afford a more expensive set for the game, which was why he couldn't break into the teams of other players. Ji-woo silently listened to all her insults, and the girl's words had already turned personal and even hurt his parents, who couldn't give him more money to play. It hurt him to hear every word said by this scum. The boy pressed his lips together, harboring a deep resentment in his heart. Even though his wound was serious and he had lost most of his vitals, Ji-woo was able to lift himself up and lean on his knee. He had already realized what kind of vile girl he was dealing with. Although she looked beautiful, except that her soul was black and vile. Thinking that this girl was out of line, the boy rose to his feet. His face was distorted with anger, and he was ready to do anything to get back at her and punish her. One sharp movement from the girl and Ji-woo's body flew apart. She was able to chop it into 2 pieces with incredible ease. With such a swift movement, she immediately showed him her strength. She didn't like it at all that he dared to insult her. After all, beggars like him couldn't even squint in her direction. Ji-woo flew in the air. He realized that something very bad had happened, but he couldn't think straight. A new stream of blood flew out of his mouth. He was like a broken puppet toy collapsed on the ground. Some of his body parts flew off in different directions. As soon as the girl made the kill, she was informed that she had fulfilled the terms of the assignment, and the process of transitioning into the hidden class was initiated. The transformation began in that instant. The wind flirted with her hair, and it began to take on a different hue. She continued to clutch her staff to her chest, and a magical glow appeared around her that covered her entire body, continuing to transform the girl's appearance. After a while, the bright light disappeared, and lush wings emerged from the young beauty's back. Even her jewelry had changed its appearance. She could feel her gut had changed so much. Hidden Class Goddess of Life. This was the girl's new title. She had completely changed, from the color of her hair to the small details of her decoration. Feeling herself in her new status, she smiled slightly. The power the girl had gotten was perfect. It was what she had strived for. In order to achieve such success, she had had to commit 1,000 kills. She looked at the body of the guy who had fatefully become her latest victim. The beauty felt no shame at all for what she had done. As Ji-woo lay scattered across the clearing, the girl turned around and took a good stretch as if she had been sitting up too long. Her wings fluttered behind her. Being in her new guise, she felt a strong energy within her. The girl was able to become something perfect, something she had been rapidly moving towards for a long time. Her attitude towards the other players was careless and indifferent. Even though the girl had just killed a guy, her boldness allowed her to walk over his body as if he was just trash under her feet. There was one more quest ahead for the beauty that would complete her complete transformation. She had already stopped thinking about the guy she had just killed. Ji-woo was still lying in the grass. The guy's eyes had darkened, and blood was gushing out of his mouth. He couldn't feel anything anymore, and the thoughts in his head were no longer there. Closing his eyes, his body completely stopped functioning. His character had died. The weather was beautiful over the city. Players were scurrying around the streets, doing important things. Some were negotiating, some were bargaining for valuable items. Everything went on as it should. Somewhere in an alleyway of this beautiful city, a player's rebirth occurred. Ji-woo appeared in a safe place. Due to the in-game death, the guy had lost most of his experience. Although he didn't truly die and was able to revive, Ji-woo's mood was disgusting. His ego was hurt, as well as he felt humiliated and cheated. The disgusting face of the girl who pretended to be a kind beauty, but in reality turned out to be a murderer, flashed before his eyes. The way she laughed at him, the boy would never be able to forget. His lips curled with the anger that was boiling in his soul. And in his head there was only one thought, a thirst for revenge. Despite the fact that the one responsible for his death was a girl, he could not forget those people who constantly mocked him. They all looked at the guy with disdain, and even without knowing him as a person, these players were biased towards him. Ji-woo lowered his head. He couldn't bear the thought of being treated like this. It made him very unhappy. At some point, he could no longer hold back his frustrating emotions, and he just started screaming and crying loudly because of how hopeless he was. After his emotions subsided a bit, still with tears in his eyes, Ji-woo resolutely reached into his bag. The guy wanted to find a certain item in there. After a second, he was already tightly clutching a small wooden hammer. This equipment was meant for crafting. With this hammer, one could improve the gear by 1 unit. The first thing that needed to be improved, in his opinion, was the sword. It appeared in front of him in the air. Ji-woo was determined to make his set much better so that no one else could kill and humiliate him so easily. The hammer, cleaving the air, headed towards the sword. As soon as the hammer and sword made contact, a wave of energy formed around them. A pillar of light rose into the air. Ji-woo held his breath. He clenched his teeth so tightly that he could hear them grinding. The guy wanted to become stronger very badly. And the fastest way to achieve that was to improve his stuff. When the magical light dissipated, the consequences of his actions were revealed before the guy's eyes. The sword he was so eager to improve had broken into 2 pieces. The weapon had broken. Shock and frustration washed over him in a wave. With his eyes wide open, he stared at how he had just destroyed his sword. But this failure didn't stop his determination to test himself. The boy pulled out another piece of ammunition from his inventory. These were iron wristbands. The boy didn't hold back any longer. He swung the hammer again and struck the item, wanting to make it 1 unit better. The energy exploded in different directions. After a second, he looked at the wristbands that lay on the ground and stunned. After all, this item, as well as the previous one, had been destroyed. After a while, all the items that the guy was so eager to improve were lying on the ground beside Ji-woo. Every single one of these items was broken, and not one of them had never been able to become 1 unit better. A slight smirk appeared on GW's lips. He looked at what he had just done and could no longer hold back his emotions. Sitting in the alleyway, the player was holding his tinker's hammer. A mountain of destroyed items lay around him, and he was wearing only his underwear. Utter failure. Tears and snot streamed down his face. It was horrible. The game was completely preventing him from getting a little stronger. Suddenly, a small club fell near the guy. He raised his head and looked at it in bewilderment. It was a beginner's weapon, a wooden baton. It was practically useless. Ji-woo raised his tired eyes to the person in front of him. He still didn't understand what was going on. A boy was standing in front of him, waving his hand in greeting. He looked like a child, but his face expressed good intentions. The boy did not understand what this child wanted from him, as he just stood in front of him and waved his hand. At some point, he started jumping in front of Ji Woo, attracting his attention even more. The kid became uncomfortable with such activity from the kid. The baton was still lying between them. A strange thought crept into the player's head, as if this kid had decided to give him this baton. He glanced in its direction in disbelief. The baton was still lying beside him. The boy had no intention of taking it away. After a hunch came to him, the child cheerfully winked at Ji Woo and raised his thumb upwards. It was as if he was confirming the fact that this baton was a gift. Ji Woo was left sitting in a depressed mood. He had just destroyed items that were many times better than this baton. The kid didn't see the point of staying anymore, so he waved him goodbye. Ji Woo was left alone with this object. He still held the tinker's hammer in his hand. After a while, the guy shifted his gaze to the unfortunate baton that was still lying beside him, and a certain thought had already crept into his mind. Realizing that he had nothing more to lose, Ji Woo simply banged on this baton with his artisan hammer. A bright magical light illuminated the item, and after he put his hammer away, the baton surprisingly did not shatter but instead improved by 1 unit. The bright glow only confirmed this, after which Ji Woo decided not to stop, and made another strike of the same kind. Once again, a bright glow appeared as soon as the hammer touched the object. Putting away his artisan hammer, the baton also lit up with a glow, which meant an improvement of 1 more unit. The guy had already taken 2 hits and the item was still intact. He looked at the item with sadness and utter disappointment. Ji Woo knew that it wasn't fair after all. The pumping had been successful on a completely useless item. The player saw no point in holding himself back, so he decided that he could improve this baton until it broke. He started hitting it with his tinker's hammer. All 4 blows were successful, and the baton once again glowed with the familiar glow that told him that this item had been improved. Despite the fact that the baton had been improved, the boy decided to keep punching it. He knew it would break soon after all. The higher the level, the less chance he had. Sitting in a deserted alley in just his underpants, the guy kept hitting the baton with the hammer. He expected that after another blow it would be destroyed. Not a little time passed. The sun was approaching the horizon, coloring the city scarlet. Evening was approaching. Ji Woo's arm was visibly tired after so many perfect blows. He raised his artisan hammer into the air. The first blows were completely indifferent to him, but now he was sweating and his entire body was tense. Each blow caused him to have doubts in his mind. Despite this, Ji Woo decided to take a risk and make one last strike. He knew that the baton might treacherously collapse after it, and yet the hammer came down on the object. The bright light blinded his eyes. The player stared in surprise at the item he had managed to improve for the last time. After all, he had made the maximum improvement to the baton. An incredible feeling flooded his soul. In front of him was still the same baton, but its value had completely changed. It was now a 99th level baton. Without uttering a word, the player took this baton in his hands. He still didn't understand how he had managed to improve it to such an incredible level. Although Ji Woo held this item in his hand, he still didn't understand how such a thing was possible. He had never been able to improve items by even 1 unit before, but with the baton, it had reached the maximum. He continued to stare at the item, while calculations were going on in his head. After all, after the 10th improvement, the success rate was going to drop very rapidly. He wanted to lower his hand and put that baton on the ground, but it suddenly slipped out of his fingers. Ji Woo was so nervous and afraid that it might break if it hit the ground that he started trying to clumsily catch it. His hand grasped the baton tightly, but it managed to touch the ground with its tip, and at that very moment, something unimaginable happened. Ji Woo raised his head sharply, for he had never experienced or seen such a strong energy before. An unstoppable energy burst out from the baton he had just pumped. A bright golden light broke through into this world and pierced through everything in its path with its power. The energy that erupted from the baton was so almighty that the wave of impact swept across almost the entire game planet. When the energy ran out, the guy sat and looked at what had happened in utter shock and bewilderment. He couldn't believe that all of this was actually happening. In horror, his mouth opened and a piercing scream escaped from his throat. He looked in front of him and couldn't believe it. The people of the town frantically and frightenedly started running from side to side, trying to figure out what had just happened. There were wounded everywhere, and no one could tell where such a terrible and crushing force had come from. Everyone ran to the place where the impact had come from. Ji Woo continued to sit back, his mouth still open from the shock he had just experienced. The players who had first arrived at the place continued to shout at the top of their voices, and then, As the dust began to settle, they saw the true extent of the destruction. The boy's face stretched out in shock. The impact was incommensurate with anything. A multi-kilometer strip had split the world in two. None of the players had never seen such a powerful blow before, and no one could understand who had done it. A lot of things changed that day. Jiwoo continued to sit on the ground, holding his crushing baton in his hands. At the same moment, he started receiving notifications that he had committed a murder and that his reputation had been enhanced. His eyes went wide as thousands of boxes began to pop up in front of him, notifying him that he had killed a player. Just like that, with each kill, the guy's reputation increased. After this incident, the player was able to feel his unimaginable power over the game. After all, with just one casual touch of the baton, he unleashed an unrealistic power. The face of the girl who had mercilessly taunted him and his parents immediately appeared in front of him. A thirst for revenge took hold of his soul. A wild smile appeared on the guy's face, because now he was incredibly strong and would be able to make the beauty here beg for mercy. Jiwoo would never forget how ruthlessly the girl chopped up his body and committed murder. This image would haunt him like this until he crushed his baton on this beauty's head. He remembered over and over again all those people who had turned him down and humiliated him because the guy was not their level. Even those who tried to do it as politely as possible would be punished, since in their hearts they were still mocking him. Even a kid like this dared to humiliate him and point out his insignificance. Now that the guy had such a powerful force in his hands, he would be able to change the attitude of these people and take revenge on them for all the insults. His hand gripped the baton tighter. He now had a weapon of unheard of strength that no one would be able to resist. GW's eyes lit up with fierce hatred. He would do anything to teach those players the ultimate lesson. In real life outside of the game, Jiwoo was a nobody, just an ordinary guy from an average family. The guy wasn't distinguished by any striking appearance, nor was he strong in studies or in any sport. He was the most ordinary and unremarkable person. With bare feet, Jiwoo walked around the square of the game city. The guy found himself a cloak and covered his naked body. He was still wearing white underpants. From his hands, the player did not let go of his marvelous baton. Now he was completely indifferent to what the other players thought of him. After all, despite his appearance, he possessed incredible strength. Walking across the square, Jiwoo bumped into some other player with his shoulder. The man was several times larger than the guy and taller by an entire head. The player, with a face distorted with anger, looked at the guy who was tangling under his feet. Pulsing veins protruded on his bald head. The stranger quickly and tenaciously grabbed the clumsy player by his robe and pulled him up. Seeing that he had a completely unremarkable character in front of him, the man decided that he could teach him some manners. The girl standing behind him started giggling and tried to calm her friend down. Jiwoo was in no hurry to react. He was completely calm, as he knew that incredible power lurked in his hand. And now such thugs were not scary to him. Gaining courage, the guy opened his mouth, and out of it came out completely unflattering words that rudely insulted the bald man. The big man's eyes grew in size. He was shocked that this beggar was so bold. Just as the bald man's muscles tensed up and he was about to hit him, Jiwoo lightly cracked the aggressive player on the head with his baton. The man didn't immediately realize what had happened. He slanted his eyes towards the baton he had just been hit in the face with. The realization that the small player had hit him with his baton made him even more furious. His face contorted, his veins getting even bigger. He was ready to destroy this guy. And at that very moment, the force of the blow from the baton triggered its effects. A bright golden light flooded all around. The thug's face immediately flattened from the powerful wave of impact. Teeth began to fly out of his mouth. And a second later, the bald man flew off to some unknown place. Golden light flooded the entire area due to such a powerful impact. Even though Jiwoo had only lightly touched the bald man, the power of the impact was enormous. The entire city was flooded with a bright glow, as if there was a very strong explosion in that place. The girl who was standing behind the bald man's back was stunned by the shock. She looked up but could not see where her friend had flown. Then she lowered her eyes to the same guy who was able to make such a strong blow with just a light touch of the baton. Jiwoo felt his power, and it was all thanks to such a ridiculous weapon. The guy smirked, reveling in the glow of his power. He knew that now in this game, he would not have an equal opponent in terms of strength. Jiwoo couldn't stop feeling that pleasant feeling of omnipotence. He would now become the protagonist in this game. While he was smugly standing still and reveling in his power, the game informed him of a warning. His baton, as it turned out, had its own strength, and at this very moment, Jiwoo found out that the baton could be struck 3 more times before it would break. The guy's face was distorted with surprise and fear. Realizing that the matter was too bad, he once again hid in a secluded place in a dark alley so that no one could interfere with his thoughts. Placing the baton before him, he sat down over it and stared at it intently. Many thoughts swirled in his mind, but the fact remained, it would break after 3 blows. Since it was a beginner's weapon, it had low durability, even though he had managed to upgrade it. He continued to sit on top of his creation and hypnotized her, not knowing how he should proceed. After a while, Jiwoo fell on his back exhaustedly. The guy had absolutely no good ideas on how he could get out of this situation. Lying on the ground, he spread his arms and legs apart, realizing that his moment of glory was too short. He hadn't expected such a failure, so he was completely disappointed, especially after being able to taste a sip of intoxicating power. Memories flashed before his eyes once again of the very people who had humiliated him. Even that very beautiful face of the young girl he would never forget. Therefore, he decided that he should at least avenge his humiliation on them. The sadness on his face never disappeared. Even these thoughts didn't give him the energy that could move him to action. So many thoughts were swirling around in his head that Jiwoo could no longer contain himself. He roared shrilly with frustration and anger. The guy rose to his feet and picked up his powerful but very fragile baton. He realized that he only had 3 strikes left, and therefore Jiwoo decided to use them as fruitfully as possible. In the Valley of the Dead, darkness reigned. The entire area of this place was covered in an ominous aura, and there wasn't a single area on the ground that didn't have human skulls on it. GW's barefoot foot stepped into the territory of this place. He felt the bones of the dead under his feet. The bones crunched ominously under his weight. He wasn't afraid. He continued to advance swiftly through the territory littered with skulls. He kept moving forward, step by step, confidently approaching his goal. Even then, standing in the alley, he made a decision for himself to go to this terrible place. A terrible rumbling sound was heard, and a magical glow began to burst out from beneath the skulls. The earth shook from the power that lurked there. Jiwoo watched what was happening around him with interest. The guy could feel the power that was coming towards him with every passing second. But this was exactly what he had come here for. So he wasn't surprised at what was starting to happen here. Somewhere in the distance, a thunderous sound was heard. A column of dust and fog obscured what was about to appear in front of the player. The wind rippled across the guy's body, making his robe move relentlessly on his shoulders. A huge muzzle appeared out of the mist. 2 bright violet eyes opened. Growls and crackles and many other sounds flooded the Valley of the Dead. A huge 2-headed monster appeared in front of Jiwoo. It let out a thunderous roar. The monster's wings spread out in different directions. It was a very large and strong monster. After waking up from its long sleep, the monster continued to make terrifying sounds that made the earth shake. He was angry that someone had come to his Valley of the Dead and disturbed his peace. Even though the monster was very scary and strong, Jiwoo was not scared at all. He continued to stand there and waited for him to be able to accomplish what he had planned. A huge clawed paw rose into the air. The beast spoke to the player. Its voice rasped with every sound it made. It was the strongest boss in the Chrono Life game universe. The 2-headed dragon Urus looked with his piercing gaze at the guy who dared to disturb him and set foot in the territory of the Valley of the Dead. The second head was an order of magnitude smaller than the main head, but just as intimidating. Jiwoo still stood there waiting for Urus to finish his speech. He had no fear of dying at his hands at all. The dragon was so huge that it was hard to imagine its actual size. The player seemed like a mere speck of dust compared to him in this place. As soon as Urus started saying that the guy who came here was a fool and death awaited him, a bright golden glow pierced the monster's body. And when the glow disappeared, only a bloody stump was left where Urus's second head had been. Urus looked at the side where he felt the pain in utter bewilderment. When his eyes saw what had happened, he became numb from the shock and power of the player who was able to blow his head off so easily. Jiwoo continued to stand still, only his hand frozen in mid-air after swinging his baton. It didn't take much effort for him to make such a brutal attack. Since he didn't have many strikes left, he decided that it would be wise to come to this place and take down the strongest boss in this game. Dragon Urus was dumbfounded by such strength. He didn't know how he should react, but the fact that his head had been chopped off so easily was obvious. This player was too strong for him. Jiwoo took another swing with his baton. The guy only had 2 strikes left, so he shouldn't have missed. He himself couldn't believe what he was doing just now. He had come to the Valley of the Dead completely naked, holding a club in his hands, and was about to destroy the strongest boss. Urus immediately realized that this was no joke. This man was strong and wasn't playing around with him. He wouldn't be able to defeat him, as one swing of the baton could decide his fate. The huge monster's voice immediately changed. Suddenly, it spoke in a completely different manner and started asking the guy to stop. Jiwoo froze on the spot in surprise. The player didn't want to hear anything. He only wanted to destroy this monster, take all the trophies, and at least become famous for this kill. The dragon looked desperate, because right now, this player could destroy him with a single blow. He had something he wanted to tell him. That's why he asked for the attack to stop. Urus tried to explain to the guy that he didn't mean to call him a fool and that such words were just a program he should have spoken. He wanted more than anything to know who this player was. The guy saw no further point in this conversation, so he swung his baton even harder. He had come here with only one purpose, and that was to destroy the main boss. The swing was strong enough. Jiwoo concentrated so as not to miss any details. A golden wave traveled from where the player stood, increasing in size, passing through the entire Valley of the Dead. Urus immediately felt this unimaginable power on his body that he had never seen before in his life. His entire body was flooded with a golden light that was mercilessly destroying him. When the all-consuming light disappeared, the monster collapsed to the ground. The impact of such a heavy carcass made the ground shudder once again. The dragon was seriously injured. It was trembling all over from the pain and fear of the death that was inevitable for it. Blood was gushing out from under his body, painting the white skull scarlet. Jiwoo leisurely approached the dragon. The guy tisked due to the fact that he had failed to destroy the dragon with this strike and would have to spend one more strike to complete his task. He gripped his stick tighter, for now this strike would be the last one for her. Its strength was already at 1, and after this, the stick would break. Jiwoo sighed heavily. He felt very frustrated because he couldn't do anything about the strength of this baton. Since it bothered him too much, the guy didn't even notice that he had said it out loud. The dragon that was still alive but very badly injured was able to hear the guy's words. His eyes immediately lit up. Perhaps this was the key to saving him. Realizing that the player desired durability for his weapon, Urus immediately started talking about what could help him in this endeavor. After all, he knew how to make his baton with strength to spare. Jiwoo was already swinging to make his final strike. He didn't even pay attention to the fact that the dragon kept talking to him at first. But suddenly the guy raised his head as the dragon's words reached his ears. But because he didn't pay attention to him, he didn't realize what he had just said. Suddenly, an informative window appeared in front of him. It said that a pact had been made between him and Urus. The dragon wished to give him his soul. Still not understanding what was going on, Jiwoo didn't even know if he should accept this assignment or what it even meant to him. Then the dragon almost tearfully asked him a question about the ego sword and if the guy knew anything about it. Jiwoo knew nothing about such swords and had never even heard the name. He was curious to know what it meant. Then Urus quickly and succinctly told the guy that he would become a spirit that would be able to inhabit his weapon. In this way, the weapon would gain a soul, and from then on it would be an ego sword. But the biggest bonus was that such a weapon would have infinite durability. As soon as Jiwoo heard about the infinite durability, he felt like he was electrocuted. After all, it was exactly what he wanted. A weapon that wouldn't break from a couple of blows. The dragon continued to assure the player that it was a great option, as such a weapon would be the strongest. But the player hadn't listened to him for a long time now. He was completely absorbed in the thought of the weapon becoming durable. Wild laughter erupted from the small man. He stood and laughed, unable to stop, realizing how lucky he was. The dragon looked at the player in surprise, not realizing what decision he had made. The guy's reaction was too inexplicable, so Urus didn't know how to react himself. The laughter was contagious that even the monster began to giggle at his beat. Still, at his own risk, Urus wanted to know what decision he would make. The guy kept laughing, not giving him a chance to realize the situation. Going to this place, Jiwoo had said goodbye to the thought that he would be able to fulfill his revenge. But now, things had changed too abruptly. Now in front of him was a truly all-consuming power with which he would be able to take revenge on everyone who even looked at him obliquely. The dragon was shocked at such an incomprehensible reaction from the guy. He still didn't know if he would become a spirit in the weapon or be killed today. The player was so happy that the dragon had told him about such a nuance of the game that he pressed the button on accepting this quest without any thought. A bright magical circle erupted beneath the boy's feet. Its energy was palpable and powerful. The player's cloak developed a strong flow of wind. Urus placed his head in this circle, maximizing his proximity to the player. Bright sparks began flashing across the beast's body, letting him know that the transformation had begun to take effect. The spread wings of the dragon also shimmered with a bright and beautiful glow until they began to disappear, scattering small, shiny crumbs. The dragon's huge head also began to develop in the wind, turning into thousands of small sparks. The dragon's physical body disappeared, and a second later, beams of energy began to penetrate the baton the player was holding. The guy looked at it as if something indescribable was happening. The baton shimmered with a pleasant purple glow that made it immediately clear that it was no ordinary object. Not only was it now of the 99th level, but it also had infinite strength. GW's lips curved up. He was simply overwhelmed with unthinkable joy for making everything he had planned work out. He abruptly turned around when he heard strange sounds in the distance. It sounded like voices, but he couldn't yet make out whose voices they were or what they were saying. A moment later, a multitude of monsters flowed towards him as they continued to say something greedily and ominously. All of them were heading in his direction. The monsters were too different and scary, and they all craved only one thing: revenge. There were too many of them, and they were all rapidly approaching the guy. These monsters kept screaming for a place. They roared and howled and were getting closer and closer, faster to the person who had taken their master's soul. Jiwoo wasn't worried at all about the whole army of monsters advancing towards him. He heard their every word and understood well the reason why they wished to destroy him. There was an entire army of Urus, thousands of monsters about to crush down on his head. Jiwoo smiled wickedly, for now he could use his baton as he thought of it. The young beauty's face was still in front of his eyes, giving him the strength to move on and one day come after her. Swinging his improved baton, the boy screamed at the top of his voice, shouting over all the monsters that were around him. He was just as hungry for revenge as they were. After that, there was an explosion. It was so strong that the pillar of force was visible even from space. Something was happening in the city. A crowd of players gathered at the booth where GW's picture was. Everyone was actively discussing the latest news and were glancing towards the booth. People still didn't understand what was going on and had gathered to hear the latest news and why this guy was wanted. The warrior who stood at the booth began to read out an announcement. It concerned a wanted villain. There was a large cash reward on his head. The warrior continued to rant on, talking about the grave crime this player had committed. The others were shocked when they heard how many players had died in just one day at his hand. Identical posters were plastered all over the walls of the city. Everyone in the city had to know this villain. The warrior continued to loudly inform the players of all the nuances of this capture. Every kingdom on all 3 continents would be looking for this guy. The players couldn't believe that they were willing to give such a huge reward for this guy. They couldn't even imagine how many bags of gold it would turn out to be. A loud stomping of rows could be heard from all corners of the city. They were soldiers in full uniform. They carried flags, their armor spilling out from the clear sun. The players stared at the ranks. They immediately guessed from the crest and armor that it was the Royal Guard. It was rare to see such a thing. Ahead of them was a girl. She was dressed in the same armor with a golden cloak behind her. The murmurings behind the backs of the guardsmen grew stronger and stronger. The girl was the leader of the Holly Guild, and her name was Signtree. She was beautiful and strong. Her confident gait, as well as her determination, made everyone immediately realize that she was no ordinary player. The common players turned around abruptly when a loud stomping sound was heard behind them again. On the other side of the street, warriors in different clothes were striding out. Red cloaks developed in the wind as they walked proudly down the street. The leader of the 10 elite knights from the White Cross Guild was Suho. This man had a long scar that gave him masculinity and determination in his gaze. On the other side, mages also entered the square in the same way. They were led by the strongest mage of the royal family from the Holy Land Guild, and her name was Abracadabra. Abracadabra was a very attractive girl, part of her purple hair hiding half of her face, and it was hard to tell how much of her beauty was perfect. Hong also entered the square. The man was the leader of the Robin Hood Noble Robbery Guild. His true face was hidden behind a smiling mask. One of the warriors adjusted his helmet. He watched the one who passed him. Another knight took hold of the flag holder and tapped it firmly on the ground. The soldiers lined up in 2 rows, creating a living corridor for the man who stood in the center. This man was the king from Arden Palace. He was also the leader of the Falcon Eye Justice Guild. The ordinary residents and players were in suspense, since never before in the history of the game had they seen such a powerful gathering of such majestic guilds. All of these guilds met in the center of the square. Their leaders stepped forward a bit so that everyone could see the person in charge. The 5 strongest guilds had gathered here today for only one purpose. The King of Arden had been chosen to lead the World Alliance. He stepped forward so that everyone and anyone could see his face and hear his voice. All the warriors held their breath as their leader proclaimed that total war had been declared. It was too tense a moment, but no one had any doubts about the rightness of this decision. Thousands of trained warriors were gathered to catch the mass murderer of players. Every one of them wished to catch the villain and share the reward. Jiwoo returned to the city. The guy couldn't get enough of his baton, dreading the thought that it might have disappeared from his inventory. But no matter how many times he looked, the baton was in his hands, and its stats hadn't changed in the slightest. Realizing it was real, an acerbic smirk pulled at his lips. He was still overwhelmed with emotion. The guy smirked constantly and chuckled wickedly to himself. He was anticipating the moment when he could get revenge on the players for bullying him. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the baton and greeted the guy. Jiwoo was startled and almost dropped his precious baton. He looked at his baton and didn't understand why someone's head was sticking out of his baton. He tried to pull that head farther away from him, but he continued to clutch his baton tightly. The former 2-headed dragon appeared in a completely new guise. Urus was surprised that his new master was so frightened and didn't even recognize him. Jiwoo continued to stare at the strange club head and couldn't believe that it was the same Urus he had almost defeated in the Valley of the Dead. He immediately remembered the evil and terrifying monster he had seen in the Valley of the Dead, and the one who now appeared before him was nothing like him. But the head from the club once again confirmed the fact that he was indeed that Urus. The boy was shocked at such an obvious transformation. Urus flew out of the baton on his little wings and hovered in the air. Before becoming a spirit in his master's weapon, he had told him that this would happen. Jiwoo didn't believe it was happening to him until the last. He even poked Urus on the cheek, testing his strength. The guy realized everything, and even that Urus would only be able to see him and no one else. Suddenly, he took another look at the dragon and was curious where his other head had gone. Urus looked at his master and couldn't understand what it was about. The little guy hovered in the air while Jiwoo continued to watch him. After which, Urus suddenly remembered that he had indeed had a second head before turning into a spirit. He was puzzled as he didn't know where his second head had gone. The player also shrugged his shoulders, as he didn't know the answer to this question. Suddenly a leaf flew between them. They looked up at it in surprise and watched with interest as it descended lower and lower, falling to the ground. Jiwoo realized that it was a flyer with some news. The boy stooped down and picked up the paper, wondering what the news was that had fallen on their heads. Turning it to face him, he suddenly met his reflection. Just like that, the flyer had written in large print that he was a wanted man, and there was a colossal bounty on his head. Such news was not what he had expected to see. GDWW's face twisted with shock. He had never imagined that he might be a wanted man. A few moments later, thousands of such pamphlets sprinkled from somewhere in the sky toward the city. On each one was his face and the amount of the reward. Only now did Jiwoo notice the walls of the city. Almost every empty section of wall had a leaflet with his portrait pasted on it. There were too many of them for every city dweller, traveler, and even children to know the enemy by sight. Urus was shocked at how many flyers were posted all over the city. He realized that this was too dangerous a situation for his master. But after the shock, Urus couldn't help but praise his master for how he was able to kill so many people in one fell swoop. While the dragon was relentlessly praising the guy, he bought himself a ham and ate it greedily. The dragon couldn't take away his surprise at the bounty on the boy's head. He continued to chew his ham in silence. They moved together through the crowded streets of the city. Jiwoo took another bite of meat and wondered what the NPS could possibly know about money and all that only the real world had to offer. Urus only exhaled in frustration. He was already only a spirit, and his words had no meaning. The boy shrugged his shoulders as he continued to savor the flavor of the ham. The dragon looked very excited and wanted to know what this guy's plans were. After all the players would start hunting for his head. Suddenly, Urus showed his true nature and suggested that the players should do away with humanity right now. The guy only smirked at such a good offer. Suddenly, he remembered how he had been able to split the earth with just one light touch of a club. The dragon's idea seemed to him to be a good one, and one that he could do. As he walked further down the street, his gaze returned to the flyers that were scattered all over the square. The people had done a good job printing such a large number of them. Jiwoo continued to eat his ham. His head was filled with all sorts of thoughts about everything that had happened to him in this game in such a short period of time. Putting his hand to his mouth, the guy laughed snidely. He felt like the very real celebrity everyone was discussing. Urus looked at his master's strange behavior with bewilderment. The player took another tasty bite of meat, and with a mouthful of food made a decision to behave according to one principle. Urus couldn't understand what principle his master was talking about, so he curiously questioned him about it. Jiwoo slanted his gaze towards the spirit and decided to elaborate on the plan he was going to stick to. He wanted to pretend to be a loser hiding his true strength. Such an explanation did not please Urus at all. He didn't understand why his master was willing to tolerate a contemptuous attitude even though he could continue to inspire fear and awe. Such disappointment did not affect the player's mood at all. The fellow continued walking and eating, fully confident of his perfect scheme. He continued to praise his idea, as he found it quite intriguing and amusing. But Urus did not share such enthusiasm at all. As the guy talked about how he was going to enjoy his life, as quite suddenly an arrow hit him in the back. It traveled so fast and managed to pierce through his body. Urus looked at his master's wound with horror. The dragon's face twisted with horror, for his master had been pierced by the arrow and its tip had come out. A bright pain swept through GW's body as scarlet blood spurted from his mouth. His eyes were wide open as he didn't expect the attack. The guy's body collapsed on the ground. Urus flew around his master and could do absolutely nothing. He tried to call out to him, the anxiety in the little soul growing with every second. The player did not respond to his cry. The one who had fired the arrow was standing tall on the roof of the building. The man had been tracking his victim for a long time and was looking for a convenient opportunity to make a perfect shot. Behind him were the warrior guards. The piercing gaze of the Falcon Eye Guild representative looked towards the guy who was crushed by his arrow. He had done the right thing. The villain had been defeated. At the same instant, a loud noise of stomping feet resounded from all directions. Jiwoo continued to lie on the ground like this and didn't even move. It was hard to tell what state this guy was in right now. A few moments later, the ordinary people disappeared from the square and trained warriors arrived in their place. All of them pointed their weapons towards the guy lying on the ground. There were so many of them that some of them had to stand on the roof. The king's voice from the Arden Palace resounded throughout the area. His order was clear and had no margin for error. The guy who lay unconscious on the road was ordered to be captured and imprisoned for the atrocity he had committed when he had killed so many people. Soldiers, warriors, guards, and mages all responded to the king's call at once and prepared to carry out the order. Urus chaotically continued to fly over his master's body and call out to him, trying to bring him back to consciousness. But the boy still lay silently on the cold ground. The dragon knew that all these people were weak by his standards of assessing strength. But here, when there were so many of them, they could provide a serious threat. Suddenly, Jiwoo began to rise to his feet despite the arrow sticking out of his body. He coughed up another clot of blood. It was hard to get up. This injury was quite serious and also dangerous to his life. But despite all this, the player managed to get to his feet. His body was wobbly. He was in bad shape. The warriors tensed up and pointed their weapons in his direction. They were amazed that after such a wound, this guy was able to get to his feet. The warriors shouted amongst themselves. The representative of the Falcon Eye Guild, the leader of the Five Guild Alliance, once again shouted a command and gave the order to not spare the culprit. Warriors with spears in their hands headed towards Jiwoo. They slowly but steadily began to approach the guy, encircling him in a ring. All the spears were pointed in his direction. The boy did not even raise his head. He already understood what was going on around him. Urus, on the other hand, still couldn't calm his frantic anxiety. This turn of events too much changed the player's mind. Anger and hatred began to boil in his chest. He no longer thought about pretending to be an ordinary player. With a sharp movement of his hand, Jiwoo ripped the arrow out of his body. Blood spilled out because of this movement, causing him pain. The player simply tossed this arrow aside. His body leveled up, and in his other hand, he clutched his precious weapon tightly. The warriors around him tensed up, feeling anxious. The guy clenched his baton even tighter, ready to show this world his all-consuming power. He stood alone against 1,000 soldiers, and it didn't scare him at all. After all, the player realized that the power of his weapon could outshine these people. The warriors rushed towards him, wanting to stop the villain. Jiwoo's face was distorted from his overflowing madness and lust for power. The boy would not hold himself back any longer, for they were all guilty of trying to attack him. A second later, there was an explosion of unimaginable proportions in the city where the incident had occurred. A bright golden light covered a huge part of the area, and rose high, hitting the sky. The warriors were bathed in a wave of unknown and very bright golden light. They froze with their mouths open, feeling this incredible power that grew larger and larger with each passing moment. The explosion that occurred covered the entire city and even more. It could be seen from faraway lands, and the wave fanned almost every corner of the world. After such a colossal explosion, the warriors were lying on the ground. They were unconscious. Weapons were lying around their owners. Such an explosion stunned the entire city. Guild leader Falcon Eye came to his senses. His whole body was covered in abrasions. He coughed loudly and was stunned by what was happening. The guy opened his eyes and couldn't believe that just one blow was able to create such a calamity around him. This force was very frightening to him. The place where the square in the city used to be was gone. After such an explosion, all that was left was a charred field and many victims. The king raised his head and looked at what had become of the city. His face stretched out in horror, for he could not imagine that the power of one man could be so great. The capital of the First Kingdom had been wiped out. Somewhere in the distance, mountains and forests could be seen, but those houses and streets no longer existed. Only the scattered bodies of warriors covered the ground. Jiwoo took a loud step and approached the leader of the Falcon Eye Guild. The latter immediately heard this fellow, and all shuddered in fear in front of such strength. He was very frightened that this guy was unharmed after such a blow, and now he was also heading in his direction. Jiwoo stood there in all his glory. The guy was still dressed in just his underwear and a dark cape. He slung the baton on his shoulder and glared at the king in a pathetic manner. The guy couldn't allow such a humiliating loss. So he immediately reached into his breast pocket in search of an object that could help him. He pulled out a small blue orb that shimmered inside. It was a summoning crystal, with which he had the power to summon as many players as he wished. It could only be used once and was very expensive. Seeing no other way out, the king clenched his fist tightly and shattered the crystal. This was his only chance to win. The power of the crystal immediately began to take effect. A magic circle lit up beneath the king. Magic poured into the place, while he waited for all the companions to arrive at the former capital. Jiwoo still stood watching his enemy the same way. After a few seconds, the magic summoning continued. Many of the same magic circles began to appear on the field. The entire area was illuminated with a gentle blue light. The king from Arden Palace shouted at the top of his voice, summoning all the members of the combined forces. He hoped that such a large number of players would be enough to destroy just one. The power of the crystal continued inexorably. A mass teleportation began throughout the entire area. The light spilled out brighter and stronger around the king. From every magic circle that appeared on the ground, warriors began to appear. They had all come here with only one purpose, to destroy Jiwoo. With every passing second, the warriors became more and more numerous. They were ready to rush into battle and defeat the unknown villain who had committed so many crimes. Jiwoo was slightly shocked at what was happening around him. He realized that right now, the entire game world was aiming their weapons at his chest. Head-to-toe armor-clad soldiers were appearing on the field where the city used to be. Once again, Jiwoo found himself surrounded by mighty warriors. Only this time, there were several times more of them. And each time, there were even more of them. These warriors had arrived at the call. They were ready for what they had to fight, an unimaginable enemy. Players from all over the gaming world came to this place to destroy the villain and end his power. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers arrived in the former capital. The king from Arden Palace pointed his finger towards the enemy. Now that he had so much support around him, he was no longer afraid to face the fiend. His shrill and thunderous voice burst from his throat. He addressed his army, urging them to get ready for the coming onslaught on the enemy. With his finger, he kept pointing towards the villain, who still stood surrounded by millions of soldiers. And all as one rushed towards their enemy. A battle cry was heard from all sides. The warriors began to close in and tighten the ring around Jiwoo. Despite having such a colossal number of warriors around him, the player's resolve absolutely did not waver. All these warriors did not inspire fear to him in the slightest. He only let out a heavy sigh. After which, his hand lifted into the air, raising the precious baton. His gaze was filled with enthusiasm to show all these ignorant people his true strength. A crushing streak of magical golden light burst out from the center of the event. It knocked down all the players that met in its path. The warriors were simply thrown into the air as if they had absolutely no strength at all. They were like ordinary puppets and nothing more. And it didn't matter if you were the weakest or the strongest player. Little Urus watched this picture with his mouth open. He was amazed that his master had such a majestic power. and madly happy that he had managed to convince Ji-woo not to kill him. It was only one swing of the baton. Ji-woo swung in a new swing to unleash a new wave of energy on these people. The guy wasn't going to spare these people. After all, they had all rebelled against him. With a decisive swing of the baton, his hand swept like the wind, and a new streak of colossal energy burst from his weapon and swept across the field, knocking down all who met in its path. Urus continued to stare at his master, and for some reason he didn't even believe it was real. At that moment in the square, he realized that it would be hard for them to cope with so many players. So it was a big revelation to him now that his master was scattering all those warriors so easily. Urus also realized that even in the body of a dragon, he wouldn't be able to stand up to an opponent in the form of a united guild. After all, there were only elite troops, and altogether he alone could not defeat them. He also realized that with so many players, the dragon would only be able to defeat him by summoning his own army of evil. And now Urus was simply in a state of shock at the fact that just one man had confronted such an army. The White Cross Guild pointed their spears towards the boy. They were cautiously advancing towards him while the villains scattered warriors on the other side. Their leader Suho was ready to strike a decisive blow and stop the villain's rampage. He drew his gleaming sword from its sheath and headed towards the lad. Choosing the best moment to attack, he and his knights rushed forward. Ji-woo turned in their direction just in time to see several players flying towards him. He didn't even flinch in fear or uncertainty of what might happen now. The warriors were quite close now, and their weapons gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Getting excited, the boy swung his club again, aiming this blow towards those who dared to attack him from behind. A second later, the White Cross Guild soared into the air from the force of the blow and the magical energy that crushed them. A new streak of magical energy swept through the field full of warriors. Everyone who was hit by its impact soared into the air and crushed from the force. Abracadabra was one of the strongest mages. She closed her eyes and recited the spell she was going to use to destroy the enemy. The staff in her hands glowed, awakening the energy of her magic. The mages who were in her guild stood around the girl and repeated all her movements, thus amplifying her power several times. The boy glanced in their direction, realizing that a new attack was being prepared. The light glow above his head was already starting to catch his attention. Lifting his head up, he saw a large magic circle above him. A slight alarm went through the player's body. Urus also raised his head himself and was just as excited. The mage kept shouting a spell. She was going to crush him with a long-range attack so that he wouldn't be able to use his power. The magic circle came into action and began to emit energy. A strange glow appeared in its center. The guy's eyes widened. He had to quickly decide what to do otherwise. This power could easily destroy him. From the scattered magic circle, a powerful energy burst out and swiftly headed towards the guy and Urus. Everything around them turned a bluish hue. Instead of doing anything about it, the guy stared at the beautiful power and couldn't look away. He really liked the way this magic worked. As he lowered his baton, he definitely decided that he too should have used some such spells instead of just waving his weapon. Ji-woo swung his baton, choosing the right words in his mind that could characterize his intentions well. A spell of annihilation burst from GW's lips. It was enough for the power that burst out from his weapon to pierce the ground with its might. When everything settled down, the magic circle that hovered over the guy got a hole, and a moment later it shattered altogether. Abracadabra stared in shock in the direction of her shattered spell. She couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. After all, this spell was very ancient and very powerful. Despite this unfortunate incident, she gathered her strength and gave a new order to her mages. All of them obediently put their staffs in front of them. All of them glowed. The guy standing in front of them raised his hand with his weapon again. The girl froze because he was pointing the blow in their direction, which meant that it would be very hard for them to resist such an attack. Now, before each swing of his baton, Ji-woo began to add some word. He was now ready to reproduce the strike, and the force obeyed him and set out to subdue all who were in its path. The mages soared into the air, the bright light blinding their eyes. They all screamed in fear and terror at such power. After a while, a united guild of several million people was completely defeated by just one man. The battlefield was strewn with players who were no longer able to offer any resistance. The king from Arden Palace sat around his fallen comrades. He didn't raise his head and didn't understand how it was possible for such a huge army to know loss. The lad was breathing heavily, trying to regain his breath. His whole body trembled from the injustice and fatigue that had come upon him. All he could do was repeat one phrase over and over again that this couldn't be happening. Jiwoo walked closer to his enemy, who continued to sit on the ground like this. The guy slung his baton on his shoulder and looked at the king's dejected face. He wanted to tell him that it was because of the king that he had snapped, and everything that had happened around him was his fault. He also had no intention of killing him. The guild leader Falcon Eye raised his head towards the player in horror mixed with surprise. He didn't understand why he had made such a decision, while the king kneeled down and didn't understand what was going on. The player sighed mockingly. He had yet to explain why things happened like this, except that suddenly, GWBU's face changed drastically and his voice became low to the point of being unrecognizable. He reminded the king of how he had pierced him with an arrow just a short while ago. The king of Arden Palace tearfully realized that that incident was a huge mistake. Until that moment, he was confident that the combined forces would be able to deal with him. The baton immediately split the air and slammed into his face with all his might. The blow was no less powerful than the previous ones. Such a powerful attack could be seen from space. This day was memorable, and everyone was discussing this battle. The swords sticking out in the ground were a good reminder of how many players only one person could destroy. This day was discussed for a long time, not only by Chrono Life players, but also by other players from other games, as well as people who didn't play at all. Jiwoo stood and looked at what he had created around him with his crushing power. The guy took another look at his baton, trying to really realize that it belonged to him. And with its power, he had just been able to destroy an entire army. Suddenly, Urus jumped out of the baton's body and started praising his master enthusiastically. Guy was surprised to see him in the baton, as he hadn't noticed when the dragon came back out. The light as a feather step made a barely audible sound in the silence that reigned on the defeated battlefield. Jiwoo heard this sound and turned around in surprise, as he was sure that he was able to destroy all the players with his strength. A certain girl was still approaching him, her skirt developing in the wind. She was walking towards the guy. Jiwoo turned around even more and was shocked that there was still someone alive after being hit like that. This sowed excitement in his soul. Anger boiled in his chest, as this was an embarrassing omission. He continued to look in the direction of the approaching individual, but he still couldn't get a good look at her. The girl came closer and closer, and the boy's eyes imprinted a trace of her silhouette. Among the many slain players on the battlefield, two people met. A guy who could easily destroy an entire army, and a girl who for some reason was still alive. A beautiful picture opened up to his eyes. The girl who stood in front of him was very familiar to him, still just as beautiful, but with slight changes. He was shocked to see exactly her and exactly now. Their last encounter had been too horrible. Anger began to boil up in him as the realization came to him that this was the very girl who had humiliated him. The stranger smiled at the guy as if they were good friends and hadn't seen each other in a long time. She didn't have the same feelings for him that he had for her at all. Jiwoo's head was lowered. He was trying to deal with the thoughts that were now mercilessly tearing his mind apart. Who would have thought that he would meet her in a place like this? The memories of what this beauty had done to him would never leave the guy's memory. He would never again be able to forget the face with which she had mocked his parents. His hand gripped the baton even tighter, and a slight shiver traveled through his body. His mouth grinned and angry veins protruded on his neck. There was utter chaos and unknown feelings in his soul. And then a completely unexpected laugh came out of his mouth. It was so unpredictable that he could no longer contain himself. They stood a few meters away from each other. The field was still strewn with corpses. The guy looked at the girl and she kept looking at him. Suddenly, the cute girl decided to find out how Jiwoo was doing. She acted as if she had never killed him or hurt his feelings. The girl was clearly distraught and honestly admitted that she didn't expect to meet him under such circumstances. She giggled constantly and glanced nervously in the guy's direction. A slight smirk touched the player's lips. He was already well aware that she was looking for him with a new intent to kill. As if he had read her thoughts, the girl's lips curved into a slight smirk. She didn't try to hide her true colors, for the boy already knew what she was capable of. And yet she wanted to play the role of that innocent and vulnerable sweetheart who dared not even think badly of her. The guy looked at this really attractive face and realized that she could fool anyone, but he would not succumb to such tricks. The guy could barely contain himself, as he wanted to crack the girl's skull right now. But he held himself back because he wanted to talk to her. The question the guy asked her was quite unexpected. She was a little surprised, as she certainly didn't think he would be interested in knowing what happened to her hair. The pretty beauty laughed softly into her fist. She didn't think anyone would even pay attention to such a small thing. The pretty girl raised her head and reminded him that the day she killed him, she had sacrificed him. Thus, the girl completed the hidden class task and became a goddess of life. It took her 1,000 kills for the task to be completed, and she received her reward. The moment the task was completed, she completely changed in appearance. As well as her weapons and the clothing set itself had also changed. While telling this, she pointed to her hair, which had changed color, just like her clothes. The girl was still pleasantly surprised that the guy was paying attention. Ji-woo silently watched the girl. From his face, it was very hard to tell what thoughts were troubling him right now. After which the guy exhaled heavily. He had gotten an answer to his question. Pulling his baton forward, he asked her another question. The guy still couldn't understand why the girl who sacrificed thousands of players was called the goddess of life and not the goddess of death. The goddess of life smiled and lightly moved her hand, running her fingers over her cheek. She didn't answer anything to that question. After a second's hesitation, the cutie smiled. Now that the guy brought up the topic, she herself had thought about the question and she found it very amusing. But Ji-woo was not at all satisfied with such an answer. He really didn't like that the girl was too superficial about it and didn't feel any guilt for what she had done. The guy had no more questions and saw no point in talking. His baton came down sharply on the ground, and as soon as it made contact with the ground, a bright and violent energy burst out of it. The girl managed to bounce off and hovered in the air. The conversation was over, and the only desire left in the guy was to destroy this insolent girl. The girl hovered in the air and was truly surprised that Ji-woo had attacked her so abruptly and quickly, without any warning at all. A powerful explosion resounded once again on the playing ground, which could be seen and heard even in the farthest corners of the kingdom. As soon as the blast wave disappeared, Ji-woo appeared from the layer of dust that had risen in time with the explosion. The guy was satisfied that the attack had gone as flawlessly as all his previous attacks. The girl's unexpected voice was heard in the cloud of raised dust. She turned to the player with regret. Ji-woo bulged his eyes as he realized that the girl's voice continued to speak and was quite cheerful. She was standing at his back, and she was sorry that they hadn't talked longer. Ji-woo couldn't allow such a setback, so he decided that a second punch would be enough to say goodbye to the girl forever. The guy abruptly lowered his baton to the ground, and a pillar of unimaginable energy rose again. The silhouette of the girl who had fallen under the power of this force was clearly visible. Urus was elated as his master took a direct hit on the girl, which meant that Ji-woo had destroyed her. While there was thick smoke from the impact and dust rose up, they couldn't get a good look at the unfortunate girl's body. The dragon flew around the guy and kept praising his talent. The lad slung the baton to his shoulder and was pleased with how well everything had worked out. Now his revenge was complete, and he could continue to live his life with peace of mind. Ji-woo fell silent the moment he could see a woman's silhouette in the cloud of dust. This alarmed him to no end. The guy's eyes bulged as he had used a lot of force to make that strike. The player could not understand how it happened that the girl remained untouched by his attack. When the cloud of smoke and dust dissipated, there was a corridor between them from his attack. The girl didn't even move, managing to survive his perfect attack. She bowed her head and noted with a cute smile on her face the fact that the guy had become many times stronger in such a short time. And yet there wasn't a single scratch on her body. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. She understood the guy's feelings, but there was a small detail. He wouldn't be able to wound her with this weapon. Urus was so excited by the fact that this girl was still standing firmly on her feet that he climbed on top of GWU's head. The dragon tried to get his master's attention, as if he couldn't see that the girl was still alive. While the guy was trying to calm down his agitated dragon, the girl was humbly standing against him, waiting. In addition, she was also watching with curiosity at what was happening. Her eyes followed their actions as if she could see what was happening there, yet she didn't say anything about it. Urus looked at the standing girl in surprise. He froze agitatedly and tried to understand something. The dragon tensed even more when he realized the fact that the girl could see him, which was impossible. After all, he had turned into a spirit weapon, and only his master could see Urus. Likewise, Ji-woo was also able to realize this fact. He began to pull the pesky dragon away from him with one hand. The guy's eyes remained fixed on the girl who was still silently watching them. For a while, they continued to stare at each other in silence. Ji-woo kept trying to figure out how come his attack didn't affect the girl at all. He was sure that he had hit her. The cute girl smiled at him. The answer to his question was too simple. She had already informed him more than once that she was now a goddess of life. Her eyes narrowed slightly when she decided to belittle the guy even at a moment like this, saying that he was an ordinary mortal who wouldn't be able to kill a goddess. Ji-woo was slightly shocked by such a statement. His face stretched out in surprise, and his lips stretched out in a silly grin. Although the player had a smile on his face, he was actually completely furious. He didn't like the fact that the one person he hated with a fierce hatred he couldn't kill. The boy raised his baton above his head, taking a swing, and a moment later, he gathered his strength and sprinted at speed toward the girl. It was an unimaginable dash in which he was ready to put all his fury into. Ji-woo was filled with determination. He wasn't going to give up so easily and retreat from his revenge. His entire body was blazing with how much he wanted the girl to die. Despite the fact that the guy was rapidly approaching this goddess of life, she didn't even move. Just like that, she continued to stand still, holding her staff in her hand. A slight smile played on her lips. The girl just continued to stand there waiting for the collision that was sure to happen between them. A second later, there was an explosion at the very spot where she was. GWU's strength was released from the baton and undoubtedly hit the target on the smug girl. Since he knew that he wouldn't be able to crush her with such a blow, the player decided to continue his attack. So without even a second's hesitation, he swung his weapon again. Another explosion sounded, and it looked bigger than the previous one. A pillar of bright light illuminated the scene. The height of the explosion was bigger than the mountains on this game planet. And even after such an attack, the guy wasn't going to stop. He wanted to finish off the girl for sure, so he continued to swing his baton with more and more attacks. With such a powerful attack, the entire ground shook. The shockwave traveled across the entire planet. It was an unprecedented force. Urus was shocked by such an effective attack. The little one hovered in the air and watched with bulging eyes as his master surpassed himself. Even such a fierce and at one time powerful monster experienced fear from his master's attacks. Urus shuddered with excitement for the entire game planet. But the impossible had happened. Such massive and all-consuming attacks could not catch the girl. She still stood in front of the player as if nothing had happened. White golden wings appeared behind the girl's back. She spread them out, and the smoke and dust around her immediately dissipated. She continued to stare at the guy who had just almost destroyed the planet, but still couldn't leave a trace of the attack on it. Soaring into the air, she rose a few meters above the ground. This girl was truly a goddess of life, and her entire appearance screamed that she was invulnerable. In utter confusion, Urus opened his mouth wide and his eyes became like two large saucers. He had yet to see so many invulnerable players. Jiwoo's lips folded into a thin line. He was tense and irritated because all his attempts were in vain. He really disliked that this girl continued to mock him, even after he had gained so much omnipotent power. The wings behind her disappeared, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a trail of white feathers that fluttered around. She began to slowly descend downward. Her thin feet in white shoes touched the ground. The girl returned to where she was. The goddess of life ran her hand through her hair and also smiled. She was very curious what the guy would do now that she already knew that all of his attacks were safe from her. She slowly began to approach Jiwoo. With each step, the girl ranted about how the guy should accept the fact that he wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Walking up to him absent-mindedly, the girl raised her head and looked into his eyes. He would never be able to hurt her since their characters were on completely different levels. Jiwoo stared into her eyes for a while, then closed his own, trying to think over everything he had learned and decide how he should proceed. At some point, he raised his head, the guy's shoulders slumped, and a heavy exhalation came out of him. It was as if the player had come to terms with the fact that he was helpless in front of this girl, after which the guy silently turned around and walked in the opposite direction. In the silence that surrounded the guys, his footsteps were too rumbling. The girl remained standing still. The goddess of life looked at him in surprise. She couldn't believe that the player who was blazing with vengeance no longer wanted to fight her. She immediately decided that the guy had decided to give up on this venture and surrender. Except that Jiwoo stopped, pulled up his cloak so that it wouldn't get in his way, and started kneading his hand that held the baton. If from the beginning it might seem like he was about to leave and surrender, that was not the case. Turning his head slightly towards the girl, he warned her that he was about to try it on with force. As the guy continued to knead his shoulder and arm, the girl couldn't hold back her chuckle. After all, she had proven to him more than once that he didn't have the strength to do anything to her. Jiwoo stopped. He had already realized something, that he couldn't hurt her. Therefore, he had a completely different plan. He wished to destroy this planet because now that was the only way he could kill her. A smile fell from the lips of the goddess of life. This guy's statement was too impressive and terrifying at the same time. She stared at his back, still trying to figure out if this player was joking. After all, throwing such a statement was too reckless. Jiwoo turned his head towards the girl, and with a slightly crazed look, he once again repeated her same words to her. He continued to massage her shoulder and was truly intent on destroying the planet, only for it to die. Realizing that the guy had enough power to do that, the goddess's face looked angry. She didn't like this way of thinking of the guy at all. She didn't know for sure if the player would be able to make such a strong attack, so she decided to ask him that question. He froze in place, not knowing if he could destroy the game ground. After a moment, Ji-woo continued to diligently knead his hand once again to calculate the strength of the attack to destroy the land. He decided to remind the goddess of life that he had already hit the earth several times today with his attack. And those weren't his most powerful strikes. Even the moment he attacked the girl, it wasn't his strongest attack. Even though he had put no small amount of diligence into it, the guy was confident that he could make an even more powerful strike. The goddess of life's face darkened. She looked at the player with a serious look, realizing that he wasn't going to joke around with such things. The girl decided to change tactics and ask him if he himself was also afraid of dying from destroying this world. Ji-woo stopped and looked at the flustered girl. He lowered his head when the question regarding whether or not he was willing to die just for revenge was voiced. At the same moment, the memory of how ruthlessly this girl had mercilessly chopped his body into several pieces flashed before his eyes. A sinister smirk appeared on his lips and a chuckle escaped from his mouth. He wouldn't be able to forget all those players who had treated him so badly. They had sent him away and prevented him from enjoying the gameplay, for which they had long since paid for. The guy burst into wild laughter. His shoulders began to shudder at how much he was laughing now. The law of the jungle was at work in this game. Everyone who was even the slightest bit stronger towered over and acted arrogant with those who were weaker. Ji-woo continued to have fun. He was ready to give his answer to the girl's question. Calling out to her, the guy still continued to laugh and she tried to understand his feelings. That fire that had ignited in his chest when he realized the full power of his weapon was still blazing brightly within him. The goddess of life tensed even more. After all, she really couldn't understand this guy's feelings. She could feel the tension in her body. The player raised his hand, clutching his baton. He was ready to fulfill his revenge even though he might commit suicide. From what the guy was about to commit, his face contorted with madness. He had nothing to lose, so he was willing to destroy everything to fulfill his revenge. The goddess of life tightened her lips. She clearly realized that this madman was not going to play games or bluff. She had never met anyone like him before, and he was clearly ready to carry out his plan. Tension rose to the point where she was already terrified of what was about to happen. The girl stretched her hand forward and excitedly asked him to stop, but it was already too late. Ji-woo had made his move, and now no one would be able to stop his attack. The swing was incredibly powerful. He really put all the energy he had into it. The baton flickered with a red cast. When the baton touched the ground, everything froze for 1 second. It even felt like this attack just didn't work. Then shock rings went around the guys. The ground beneath their feet trembled. Incredibly powerful energy began to spread in different directions, covering more and more surface. The girl realized that she could no longer stop the guy. His attack was growing in power with every second. It wasn't like his previous blows. It was much more serious. Even Urus, who had seen no small amount of destruction, had never faced such an all-encompassing strike. He looked on fearfully as bright energy engulfed the space. Ji-woo, on the other hand, was delighted at how strong and powerful a strike he had managed to create. His eyes were filled with joy, as he was sure that he would be able to realize what he had planned. The force of his strike spread out from the center and went in different directions. The entire earth trembled from the energy that was spreading further and further. After a while, this powerful attack was able to squeeze the entire game planet into the tethers of its might. The bright and unbridled power encased the earth and carried swiftly towards its destruction. It came to a point where, because of the bright flash, the earth could no longer be seen. It was as if it had become a new sun. The entire universe was illuminated by such a bright phenomenon. It was the biggest explosion imaginable. After that, there was an inexorable silence. Only the game code and green digits swept across the void. There was complete silence in the game capsule room. Behind the counter, the receptionist sat and boredly went about his business. Since this job was extremely quiet and not difficult, the admin could afford to take a little nap. Hearing a sudden motherfucking word, the guy opened his eyes sharply and looked in the direction from where the disgruntled conversation sounded. The capsules with the disgruntled players started to open. The guys were out of their minds with anger, for they had been thrown out of the game quite suddenly. They continued their outrage by taking off their virtual glasses. Not only these two were thrown out of the game, other capsules also began to open abruptly, and outrage and discontent could be heard throughout the room. The players demanded an answer as to what had happened. Two guys immediately approached the administrator. Their faces were full of anger because they thought that he had shut down their servers. The admins sat in total confusion and did not understand what could have happened. Players with disgruntled faces crowded around the counter. The admin was excited about what had happened and tried to calm down all the players because he himself did not understand what the problem could be. Everyone was very confused and started to make assumptions about what could have happened. One of the guys took out his phone and found a new notification on the main page of the game. Everyone looked at this guy worriedly. Players started pulling out their phones and went to the main page of the game to see this announcement with their own eyes. They were upset because it was announcing a critical malfunction that had caused the game to be suspended. And despite everything that had happened, only one stall still hadn't opened. And one player was still in the game's system. Ji-woo was standing in a place unknown to him. He was still wearing his cloak, and there was no longer a game world around him. There were only ones and zeros floating in the air. He tried to find anything that could help him make sense of this situation, but no matter how much he looked around, the landscape did not change. The guy still couldn't figure out where he was. All the space around him was strange and unknown to him. He scratched his head in puzzlement. After all, just now he was in a completely different place. And after his attack, he found himself in an incomprehensible room. A sudden voice caused Ji-woo to freeze. His eyes widened. He didn't recognize the person who addressed him. ST-389 was the name of the planet that Ji-woo had destroyed. The player turned around to the voice that continued to talk about this planet. He and another unknown person were standing in an unknown space. It was too large an area that the guy couldn't see the edge of it. The unknown man opened his mouth, talking about how the planet that was destroyed was one of his mom's favorites. Ji-woo frowned at the man. He still didn't understand who he was or what he wanted or why the two of them were stuck in this place. The guy decided to still approach the stranger and find out who he was. The man standing against him raised his head. He had long blonde hair and was dressed in normal clothes, not gaming clothes. His face was completely expressionless, his mouth opened to make a single sound, and then his lips curved into a very sinister smile that did not bode well. After that, his face changed, as if he had stepped out of some horror movie. The man's mouth opened too wide, revealing rows of teeth. He was the creator of this game. There was a strange sensation of being lost in space. It was as if everything around him was changing. Just a moment ago, the stranger who called himself the creator was near, and a moment later he was far away. Even though the creator's face was too intimidating, Ji-woo was not frightened at all. He only snorted and smiled. The player didn't care at all about the fact that the creator himself was standing in front of him. Ji-woo began to twist his head around and look for something. Then he decided to see if the stranger had seen a girl with dark hair. The creator couldn't understand who he was talking about, but he noticed that they were alone in this space. Ji-woo looked at his interlocutor in surprise. A window that showed the number of players in the game at the moment immediately popped up in front of his eyes. His eyes widened when he saw one. The creator still couldn't understand whether he was a fool or just pretending to be one. After all, just a short while ago, he had destroyed everyone with his power. As soon as these words reached the guy's ears, he froze in a daze. A chain of recent events immediately flashed through his mind. While the guy was thinking about what he had done to the game planet, the voice of the creator continued to speak to him. The explosion was so massive that no one could survive it. The creator continued to talk about how there was nothing left at all because of the guy. But Ji-woo wasn't listening to him anymore. A smile stretched across his face, for he had done what he wanted so badly. Such an unusual reaction puzzled the man. He had yet to encounter such oddball people. Ji-woo didn't continue to stare at the sign that said he was the only one currently on the game server and began to laugh uncontrollably. An unimaginable joy took hold of the player. He screamed and squeaked as he managed to accomplish his terrible revenge. He was able to do it, and therefore he was happy. This reaction puzzled the creator even more. The man stood and looked at the boy's incomprehensible mirth. He didn't even know what to say to this player. Ji-woo raised his baton and addressed the dragon spirit. He wanted Urus to come out of the weapon and share this pleasant feeling of joy with him. Since the baton didn't answer him, the player started banging on it, trying to call out to Urus. But all he got in response was silence. Noticing this confusion, the creator spoke again, reminding the boy that it was just the two of them in this place. Now it began to dawn on Ji-woo that he could have killed not only the players he wanted revenge on, but also his ally Urus. The guy couldn't even think that a dragon could be hurt because of his actions. Oh continued to stare at his baton. He poked his baton in the direction of the creator and wanted all the answers. He wondered who the man was, since the window showed that there was only one player on the server. The guy also speculated that the man could have been an NPS, or maybe he was a developer. He didn't seem to be listening to the creator at all. The man smiled and started to explain who he really was. But at the same moment, something happened to his voice. Instead of words, there was a strange crackling sound, and the space around him began to distort slightly. He continued to speak, but only a crackling sound was heard. Something or someone was drowning out his words. And when he finished, a slight smirk appeared on his face. The creator scratched the back of his head awkwardly, as he only now noticed the interference. The guy was still standing there, watching the strange man. On the floor between the two men, something began to happen. A strange and mysterious light was penetrating and growing in size. Ji-woo looked at his feet in surprise and couldn't understand what had just started to happen. This light grew brighter and brighter and filled more and more space. The man wasn't scared at all by what was happening. He was annoyed that they had been given so little time to talk. Before anything could happen, the creator waved his two hands, bidding farewell to the only player. He also asked him to say hello to a certain furry. Ji-woo didn't understand at all what was going on. Such a sudden farewell caused him to panic. He wanted to stop the man, but no more words could be heard. The light between them grew brighter and brighter. This light became so bright that it completely covered the entire space around with an impenetrable whiteness. The room with the game pods was too quiet. All the pods were open and empty. The players had already left this room, as there was no point in staying here while the game wasn't working. No one even paid attention to the fact that one single capsule was still closed and a player was still in the system. At some point, there was a depressurization and the capsule door started to lift. There was still one player in the capsule. The guy was sitting on a comfortable chair. He was dressed in a tracksuit and slippers. Back in the real world, the guy touched his virtual glasses with his hands and started to take them off. He remembered well what had just happened in the game. His face was twisted with anger. Ji-woo was too angry about not being able to learn more and talk longer with the creator. The guy didn't understand why he had even appeared in front of him back then, when he hadn't told him anything sensible. Turning his head, he was still indignant, not even noticing the unknown people who were watching him intently. Two men stood at his sides and didn't move, hiding their hands behind their backs. And one, in distinguished clothes, sat on a chair and looked at Ji-woo. The man's hair was styled and he wore glasses on his face, covering a long scar that went across his eyebrow and eye. He lifted a cigar to his mouth and inhaled the smoke. Now that the guy was back in reality, the man could talk to him. He lowered his arms and started to rise from the seat of the virtual capsule. Ji-woo was still sitting in his capsule, looking at this stranger who was rapidly starting to approach him. The guards were still just as expectantly standing in their seats and vigilantly watching the situation and their boss. The man came too close and looked intimidating. He called out all the details about Ji-woo and mentioned how long the guy had been playing the game and talked about his favorite weapon. The guy was stunned at such awareness about him. Ji-woo kept his virtual goggles on, trying to hide his anxiety. When the goggles were removed from the man's face, the guy was revealed an overly menacing look. The stranger made it clear that he had come for the guy's baton. Lee Ji-woo was a very ordinary guy of the age of 21. He was a college student as well as an ardent fan of the game. Despite all his love for the game, the guy had difficulty in it every time. For some reason, he failed to get better at it. In the past 3 months of actively playing the game, he was unable to rise to the level of an amateur. Because of this, he had a hard time finding groups that would accept him into their teams. But one day he was lucky enough to be able to level up to level 99 with his newbie weapon, the baton, and take revenge on everyone he didn't like. Even that beautiful and at the same time nasty girl, he was still able to take revenge for her cruel betrayal. Due to the fact that the guy's powers did not work on her character, Ji-woo had to make such a powerful blow because of which the game planet was destroyed. After the planet was destroyed, something happened to the game. Ji-woo found himself in an unknown place where he met a stranger who called himself the Creator. But he never managed to find out anything from this creator as he disappeared too quickly. Now Ji-woo and some unknown man went to a cafe for their further conversation. Judging from how many guards he had, the man was too powerful. Ji-woo sat at the same table as the man in a suit. Their food had already been served, but the guy didn't even touch the cutlery. The man, on the other hand, calmly started eating. The scarred man looked up at the guy and noticed that he didn't even touch his food. He noted that the owner of the place was an old acquaintance of his and her food was excellent. Ji-woo was puzzled, and he was also too scared for his own life. The guy took a spoon, scooped up some food, and brought it to his mouth with a trembling hand. The guards were still standing around their boss, which made the guy even more tense. The man paid no attention to these guys and started talking about the past. He took a full spoonful and put it in his mouth. The bright taste spilled over his taste buds, and it was like he was back in the days when he had just started his company. The game at that time was still in the development stage. Ji-woo looked up in surprise at the man sitting in front of him. He still didn't understand what was going on, and now he was even more curious to find out what was going on. A dubious guess crept into the guy's head. He looked at the man once more and words started popping out of his mouth chaotically. The man smirked. He confirmed that he was the president of Chrono Life and his name was Choi Dok-bae. The guy's voice echoed throughout the cafe. He was sure that the scary mobster sitting in front of him was not the president of the game. He wondered who all these men in suits who were standing meekly by his side were. Ji-woo was skewered when he found out that these men were all employees of his company. But what bothered him the most was why such an important person was looking for him. Dok-bae stared at him in surprise with a spoon in his mouth. He had already told him the reason why he was looking for him, hadn't he? The man was concerned about the baton that the player was able to pump to the maximum level. As soon as he repeated those words again, there was a moment of silence between them. It was as if the whole world had stopped. They continued to stare at each other. Ji-woo was too surprised that someone cared about his weapon, especially since the president of the company himself had approached him personally. Dok-bae covered his eyes. He didn't want to say it, but he had to take away the item that the game bug had revealed. The guy couldn't help but jump to his feet. He didn't understand what kind of bug he was talking about when he had pumped the baton with his own hands. Dok-bae decided to explain to the guy some of the intricacies of the game. His mouth opened and only 2 words came out. He named the percentage with the probability that he could do it. The thing was, after the 10th improvement, the percentage would drop to 3, and after that, it would decrease with each improvement. His sharp eyes looked absent-mindedly at Ji-woo. The man wanted the guy himself to understand what this meant. The player himself realized that it was too unlikely to do so. It would be easier to say that the game was made so that players would never be able to pump their weapons to their maximum values. Tension rose between the two of them. Ji-woo thought about his words and in his mind began to calculate the probability with which he would be able to pump this baton if it wasn't a bug in the game. Since the guy didn't answer anything, the president of the company realized that Ji-woo had realized that it was impossible to do so and concluded that the baton would be confiscated. The weather was beautiful in the game world. The sun once again illuminated the front city district with its warm rays. Standing in the clearing was the fierce beast Gortys. This monster's eyes glowed red and glared at its prey. Its jaws opened and a cloud of smoke came out. The players got into position. They clutched their weapons tightly and were ready for Gortys to attack them now. The monster was hurtling towards them at a breakneck speed. It was very large and intimidating. A bright fire shimmered inside the crystal. Hot flames swirled around the staff. The weapon responded to the call of its master's magic. The girl made a few movements and also shouted a summoning word. Flames continued to flow out of her staff, making several circles in the air. She swung her weapon and a clumped fireball flew out of it and headed towards its target. The fireball hit the monster directly. The entire clearing lit up with red flames. The other players waited expectantly as they had a chance to take their next actions. Gortys was in the embrace of the fire. Searing flames caressed his rough skin. The monster raised its head and a terrifying roar erupted from its mouth, drowning out everything around it. The teammate noted that this attack had done some damage to the monster. He was satisfied and therefore ordered the girl to make another attack of the same kind. Suddenly, another girl appeared behind his back. She clenched her fists, crouched down slightly, and began to growl. The power surged around her. A golden glow surrounded the girl's body. She was concentrated and tense. After which, the girl snapped out of her seat and ran straight at the monster that was still blazing in flames. The rest of the team didn't even have time to react. The player looked at the girl's actions with bulging eyes. He was shocked that she had snapped out of her seat and ran towards the monster completely out of command. The girl rushed at the monster with her bare hands. Gortys met her with a frontal attack and ripped the girl off the ground with his head. Since the girl was too light for him, the monster managed to toss her into the air. The beast's head darted upwards, and the girl flew a few meters higher. The girl with the staff stood in wait. She continued to hold her staff until she was once again ordered to attack the beast. At the same time, the one that was tossed into the air flew towards her. And at the moment when nothing more could be done, she realized that the second girl was flying straight at her. And that's what happened. The girl who was tossed by the monster fell right on top of the one holding the staff in her hands. The rest of their teammates looked on in shock at what had happened. The beast was still as invincible as ever. The rest of the team huddled on the battlefield. Two of their warriors were not in the best position to continue the fight. Watching this whole scene from a height was Ji-woo. Ji-woo continued to sit on the edge of the slope and watched what was happening below. Angry and frightened shouts could be heard before the guy. Some sadness flickered in his eyes, but he wasn't going to interfere in this situation because it didn't concern him at all. There were a few more frightened screams and a fierce roar from the beast. Ji-woo sighed heavily. As he watched the other players play, his thoughts kept returning to his recent conversation with the company president. He felt devastated that they wanted to take away his weapon. A savory slurping sound was heard behind the boy's back. Urus was biting off a juicy piece of meat with his small and cute mouth. The dragon continued to eat appetizingly, but he was still curious as to what his master's next move would be. Ji-woo was in no hurry to answer, as he himself didn't know what he should do. He was still sad, and the guy had absolutely no mood at all. He reached for the baton that was lying beside him. He picked it up and held it up to his face and looked at it sadly. Its data immediately popped up in front of him, showing its level, material, and strength. The player went back to the day Doc Bay had brought him to the cafe for a conversation. The man was going to take the weapon away from him, as he thought it was a bug of the game. It was too much of a blow for the guy. He even jumped up from his seat when he heard those words. To take away such a strong weapon when he had just tasted that wonderful feeling of invincibility was too cruel. Suddenly, the president's words changed, so drastically that Ji-woo raised his head and stared at the man with complete surprise. After all, he had said that this was exactly how he had been instructed to speak to Ji-woo. Doc Bay then leaned toward him slightly and honestly admitted that he himself felt that such a decision was very unfair to the lad. A spark of hope flashed in Ji-woo's eyes. He felt sick at how much the guy didn't want to give up that weapon. Doc Bay put aside his spoon. He lowered his eyes, and with nobility in his voice, he told him that he had done his investigation on the matter. The conclusion was that he didn't think that the baton rolling was due to a bug in the game. GW's entire body tensed up. He was completely immersed in his interlocutor's words. The director was even aware of the fact that the player had completed the killing of the strongest monster. It was true that on that day they had completed the monster spirit transmigration task and bound it with a baton. Also, that player had destroyed 3 million players with his weapon. And even after that, the guy didn't stop and decided to make a final strike on the game planet and destroy it. The president believed that the young man was a user of this game, and the chalk had every right to act freely. While the lad stood and stared at him absent-mindedly, awaiting the verdict, Doc Bay picked up a small saucer from the table. Without any words, he held out this saucer toward the guy, offering it for him to take. Ji-woo sat back down on his chair and looked at him with a bewildered expression. With a smile on his face, the man offered to add this dish to the guy's dish. Since these ingredients were not compatible, it was a clear indication that the young man could commit as he pleased and not think about other people's opinions. Ji-woo looked at the kadugi for a while and tried to figure out what this had to do with their conversation. After which, Ji-woo stretched out his hand and accepted this dish from the director of the game company. The guy got up from his seat while holding the bowl with both hands. It was as if something extraordinary had happened between them, some kind of enlightenment. They looked at each other so earnestly that they didn't even notice when the hostess flew up to the table and slapped Doc Bay's neck with all her might. The man's eyes widened at the sudden blow. The hostess scolded him because he was going to add this dish to the other one. The guy thoughtfully set the bowl aside. After that, the woman abruptly turned around and walked away from their table. She was furious that he was going to ruin the fancy meat broth. Doc Bay felt very embarrassed about getting his neck slapped, as if he was 15 years old and had made a gross blunder. The boy set the bowl aside without further ado. He continued to sit on the slope and stare at his perfect weapon. Now he was faced with the choice of how to continue playing next. He gazed so intensely at his club and kept thinking about the impossible combination of soup and kikaduga. The harsh words that came from where the team was trying to kill the boss brought Ji-woo out of his own musings. He looked in the direction where the players were gathered. The players were clustered against the Kentucky girl who had caused the failure of their mission. The guy was pointing his finger at her and couldn't understand why she had failed so badly. The player continued to speak rudely to Kentucky as she completely played out of line. The girl that Kentuka was lashing out at grabbed the player's arm and told him to calm down, but he didn't care for her words. Their hunt would now have to be postponed, and that angered him too much. Ji-woo continued to listen to the squabble in the team. The player kept cursing loudly and blaming the girl, and also spouted words that they had gotten her on the team for nothing. In front of Ji-woo's eyes, the conversation with the president once again surfaced. The man, bowing his head in a quiet and calm voice, only wanted to ask the player one thing. According to him, the game was very good, and with all sorts of offshoots, and such a fantasy world was unrivaled. Raising a gambling gaze at Ji-woo, the president of the company himself asked him not to destroy this game anymore, as he had done earlier. The guy only needed to enjoy this game and have a good time in it, except he was still sitting on the slope and still looking at what was happening below. He could have stepped in and shown these guys some real power, but he resolutely didn't. The player, who still couldn't calm his anger, took a mouthful of saliva and spat with all his might in Kentucky's direction. The drool hit the girl's clothes, who had been silently listening to the insults all this time as she realized that she had really messed up. A deep shadow fell on her face. In the end, the player showed the girl the most unseemly gesture in the form of a middle finger, sent her away, and threatened that she would never again become a member of his team. All the group turned around and followed their leader. Even as they moved away from the girl, they continued to heap indignation on her. Kentucky remained standing there, unable to do anything. A notification window popped up in front of Kentucky that she had been removed from the team. It was the most unpleasant feeling in this game. Ji-woo, witnessing such unfair treatment of the girl, exhaled heavily. He was not pleased to see how others dared to allow themselves to insult players. Opening his eyes, the guy swore in his voice. This game was losing all its good meaning because of such players. And the president's words were too embellished when he said that this game was beautiful, when Ji-woo had other people humiliated in front of his eyes. Ji-woo no longer dared to tolerate such boorish behavior towards other players. The guy raised his baton. Rage and anger built up in him. Jumping up from his seat, he headed towards the departing players who had humiliated the girl and thrown her off the team. Bright energy surged in his hands. He directed all his anger towards those not good players, while the players continued their movement and didn't even realize that something terrible was rushing towards them. But the sudden shout that sounded stopped Ji-woo that the guy only swung his baton, but did not use his force. The dragon stared at him in surprise, not understanding why he had slowed down so abruptly. The player turned his head in the direction where the scream came from. He didn't expect to hear something from the girl who had been kicked off the team. She was standing alone in the clearing, yet she was shouting at the players who threw her out, as well as the entire game. She was swearing and completely unable to choose her words. The girl's cheeks turned red from anger. She continued to scream and the words just streamed out of her mouth. She stood and looked at her hands, which were wearing brass knuckles. The girl was very sad that the team never realized what kind of weapon she had, and that it should be used the way she did. Such a misunderstanding brought tears to Kentucky's eyes. After all, she had spent so much money on this weapon. Ji-woo froze in place. It was as if he recognized something very close to him in this girl. The wind that blew ruffled his hair, and also the robe fluttered on his shoulders. He remembered himself at that moment when he held his sword and thought it was the finest weapon he could afford. At that same moment, he looked at the girl again. Something in him responded, and the sense of similarity between them increased. Ji-woo had just recently stood in the middle of a crowded square in the city and stared at his sword with round eyes, shouting about how awesome it was, when the others were glaring at him with disgruntled faces. He looked at the girl even more intently. Something in his heart trembled. He saw a similarity to himself in her. Kentucky continued to scream, her voice rumbling across the clearing. She was just furious that she had been treated so unfairly. And now she didn't need their crew and everything that came with it. Having made the decision to go on raids alone, the girl clenched her fists and walked menacingly across the clearing, still in an angry state. Over all of this, Ji-woo continued to watch from above. For some reason, he was attracted to this belligerent girl. Kentucky stopped, a ferocious growl reaching her left. Her eyes widened with fear as she realized what she was in for. The very monster they had failed to destroy as a team suddenly appeared in front of her. It loomed menacingly over her, opening its maw. But the bigger surprise was that this monster was not alone. A whole herd had come to the clearing, and all of them were hostile against the girl. Her heart pounded frantically in her chest. She had never faced a situation like this before, and the monsters were much stronger than her. They roared menacingly and fiercely. Bright red sparks of madness sprinkled from their eyes. All of them were eager to destroy the girl. An incredible number of monsters were closing in on her, and each one wanted to take a piece of her. Their eyes burned with rage, and only their terrifying roars rang in her ears. She stood alone, and no one could help her. This herd broke loose and sped toward her at full speed. Realizing that Kentucky could do nothing, she only covered her face with her hands, waiting for her sad fate. While the girl was standing there, waiting for me to be trampled by the herd of monsters and then torn apart, Ji-woo suddenly appeared on the field. The guy jumped down from the cliff, his cloak pulled up, revealing his snow-white underwear. There wasn't much time left before the clash. Ji-woo raised his baton, calculating that a blow from below would be suitable for the attack. As the monsters mobbed towards him, he took a single swing. These beasts roared and roared, eager to catch their prey. After swinging the baton, there was an explosion. Such a force that it was once again visible from the space of the game universe. GW's hand was still raised. The girl was standing at his back and still covering her face with her hands. White smoke swirled around them. Kentucky was holding her head, her eyes washed tightly shut. She didn't yet understand what had happened, but there was something strange. She still didn't feel the pain that should have caught up with her long ago. Despite all the fear raging in her body, the girl decided to open her eye and see what was going on and why she still hadn't been trampled. She immediately saw that there weren't any monsters in front of her, but instead, there was a strange guy standing in front of them. He was wearing a robe, and on his shoulder was a wooden club. Ji-woo looked at the girl he had just saved. He couldn't understand why he had acted so impulsively and wanted to protect her. She continued to stare at the stranger and didn't know what she felt in those seconds. Her mouth dropped open in genuine surprise. Ji-woo quite suddenly smiled a bright and cheeky smile. He did it for fun, not because he felt sorry for the girl or because she made him feel sympathetic. Kentucky was still unable to comprehend what had happened here. She looked at this guy and was completely confused. A warm breeze blew between them, picking up the leaves that had fallen from the trees. The guys continued to stare at each other in silence, and no one dared to speak first. Ji-woo was the first to gather courage, and with a kind face, looked at the girl and greeted her kindly. It was as if sparks were sparkling around him. Kentucky's face slightly flushed pink. She seemed to forget the words and just looked at this stranger who had a strange look, while the girl didn't answer him anything. Ji-woo decided to take advantage of the situation and offered this girl to form a team with him. Only, he didn't expect the girl's response and reaction to be so categorical. She raised her hand and put her middle finger right in his face. Kentucky grimaced and immediately made it clear that she would not deal with such a newcomer. No further words followed. The girl abruptly turned around and headed in the other direction with a menacing gait. Ji-woo continued to stand still. He was shocked by the girl's unusual reaction. After all, he had just saved her, and instead of thanking her, he received an obscene gesture. In the real world where people weren't players, they continued to closely follow the news of the game. Anyone who had anything to do with the world of Chrono Life followed the news closely. While on the subway, everyone considered it their duty to go to the news feed and check the latest events. Even when people were resting, they did not let their phones out of their hands to stay connected to the game as long as possible. Such excitement was caused by one incident that shook up the gaming community. The day 3 million players were killed, and the gaming planet was nicknamed Doomsday. Gamers could not stop their desire to discuss the incident. Fingers raced fluently across the keyboard keys, typing a text message. Everyone was still wondering who was the mysterious player who was capable of such all-consuming destruction. When this player was dubbed the strongest player, it stirred up some people even more. The man sitting at the computer almost choked on such a statement. He didn't like the fact that some obscure player had been called the strongest. He continued to be outraged, believing that this player had a bug in the form of a character, or he was brazenly using illegal cheat codes. Others were of a similar opinion, as no one could think that there could be a character that stood up to 3 million players. The wave of discontent quickly gained momentum, and people began to write that this character should have been blocked in the game. As soon as the game's server was up and running, a message was displayed in their news feed. There was an appeal to all players about the incident that had occurred. The man with a smirk on his face was already anticipating to see that the player would be removed from the game. But when he opened that message and read the contents, the man's face immediately drooped, as the game administration recognized that there was no violation of the rules. Astonishment swept through all the people who read the message. No one could not even think that that player did not violate the rules of the game, and everything happened within the rules. The game world was also discussing this latest news without ceasing. The guy immediately decided to share it with his acquaintance, who was not aware of it. Girls also discussed this incident, and did not understand how the player managed to take out the whole server of the game. All over the city, groups of people were gathering and discussing this news. Such an incident caused a lot of commotion between the regular players. Everyone was very curious to know what this hero looked like. The wanted notice was still hanging on the walls, but the picture was too dark, and the player had his hood up, making it hard to see his face. At the same time, Jiwoo put his hands behind his head and walked at a leisurely pace. The guy was satisfied with his game and was now completely satisfied with everything. Even though the girl had made it clear to him that she wasn't going to join his team, he continued to follow her. Kentucky could hear his footsteps and knew that this annoying newcomer was going behind her back and keeping up. It was starting to make her angry. At one point, the girl couldn't stand it and turned sharply in his direction. She wanted to understand why this guy kept following her. He wasn't at all tense or angry at her such a violent reaction. The guy hinted to her that they should have gone on a joint raid a long time ago. That statement pissed Kentucky off even more. She didn't understand why he thought she cared about such a beggar and exhibitionist. Her gaze traveled over the guy from head to toe. Ji-woo was surprised when she called him that and even interrogated her. The girl jabbed a finger in his direction and reminded him of the fact that he was walking around in just his underwear under his cloak. Ji-woo didn't even think that anyone would pay attention to his appearance or that the players would even notice the fact that he was wearing only underpants. Out of shame, he covered himself with his hands as the girl poked her finger at him. She reiterated to him once again that she wasn't going to waste her precious time on some newbie. The girl turned around and walked away. Ji-woo was shocked at this reaction of hers. He stood in a stupor for a while, not understanding why she was being so harsh with him. After all, he had just recently saved her life from a herd of monsters. Eurus looked at his master and shared his observation. At that moment when the guy was destroying the monsters, the girl closed her eyes out of fear and saw nothing. It was at this most epic moment that the girl saw nothing, as she was too scared to face the herd of monsters. She clutched her head tightly and her eyes were firmly closed, so it was no wonder she didn't know who saved her life. Ji-woo thought about the fact that because of this, the girl couldn't realize how strong the guy was. This kind of information seemed amusing to him. He stared at her back as Kentucky continued to walk with a furious gait. Her day was not going well today. And then what he thought was the perfect idea popped into Ji-woo's head. He remembered his recent desire to hide his powers, and this was the perfect chance to try it out. He briskly rushed after the girl, calling her big sister. She kept walking, trying not to pay attention to him. And then the guy stopped and with the most naive face asked the girl to teach him. She turned to him with a disgruntled expression, thinking that she had overheard him. Ji-woo continued in the same vein. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and in a cheerful voice asked the girl to start training him and be his sensei, since he was new to the game. She was shocked to hear him say that. Kentucky froze in place and tried to process all the things he had just said to her. Suddenly, she remembered how she had been treated by her former team not too long ago. That guy had been too rude and had even spit at her. And now a complete stranger had called her his sensei. It was like a flash of joyful emotion. The girl immediately brightened up, her eyes lighting up with delight. Eurus was completely bewildered by what was going on here. The dragon couldn't understand why Ji-woo was making a complete novice out of himself. But the guy was not going to ruin this picture, so he continued to smile stupidly and waited for her answer. And then it came to Eurus that his master wanted to pretend to be weak when he was actually super strong. This was the very strategy they had discussed before Doomsday. The girl reacted so loudly to the guy wanting her to be his sensei that he and Eurus flew back slightly. Ji-woo had to cover his ears because of her squealing. Kantika honestly admitted that she was embarrassed and hadn't expected such an offer. Running her hand through her hair, she was ready to accept such an offer and start training this newcomer. Ji-woo raised his head, his fingers still in his ears. He saw the notification in front of him that Love was inviting him to join her team. The girl was still playing with her hair. She was beyond happy to be so exalted. Her game nickname was Lav, and she was level 24 and was also a melee master. After a little while, Lav and Ji-woo reached the cave that was located in front of Front City. Love swung her fist and was ready to bring it down on the enemy they had managed to meet in this cave. With all her might, she slammed into the huge hair that had first gotten in her way. It broke off the ground and folded up. Blood spurted from the hare's mouth. It let out a long cry of defeat. Such a monster was at the 4th level. This blow was enough to crush the first monster and make it flail its paws and fall on its back. But there were still enough enemies around. At the same time, the next monster was already approaching behind the girl's back. Its eyes were filled with rage, and they flickered with red lights. His paws were raised up. He was about to unleash his attack on the girl. Sensing the approaching danger, Love deftly bounced away from that spot to the side. The hare could not reach his goal because his paws simply crashed into the ground. The girl exhaled with relief as the danger was too close. While she was in the air, she quickly assessed the situation. And in the air, the girl twisted her body, deftly grouped herself, and did a somersault. The monsters below were waiting for the girl, growling ominously. As the girl approached, one of the monsters stared fearfully at the girl. It opened its huge maw and made a strange sound. At that very moment, Love had already stretched out one of her legs, and with all her might, she ran straight at the monster. She was going to attack it with a leg kick. It was a fairy attack, the kick of a swooping dragon. The magical power manifested as a Chinese dragon that descended on the monster's head. The one was immediately pinned to the ground from the violent impact. The two monsters were shocked at what was happening. They continued to roar, and it even hurt them to see how this girl had brutally dealt with their kin. They decided to all descend upon her in unison. One of them rose up on his hind paws, raising his front paws. A thunderous roar echoed through the cave. This did not frighten Love at all. The girl got into a fighting stance and clenched her knuckled fists. While the girl continued to actively fight the monsters, Jiwoo and Urus sat aside under the cave wall. They watched with interest as the girl fought. He liked watching how Love deftly dealt with the monsters. She was showing very good fighting skills. Urus also noticed this and praised the girl. While the guys sat and watched Lav, the girl continued to drag this fight. She fought diligently, swinging her arms and legs, destroying enemy after enemy. Urus turned to his master and decided to notice that Lav had some pretty good equipment. Jiwoo looked at his companion in surprise. The dragon emphasized his attention on the girl's weapon. It was worth a lot, and when the guy heard the price, he marveled at how much money the girl had spent on the gear. Love continued to pile on the monsters while Urus and Jiwoo discussed her equipment. The guy honestly thought that the girl was a nub, but as it turned out, she had good equipment and was quite confident in battle. Urus sighed as the answer was obvious. If you want to win, you have to pay. Realizing this, Jiwoo immediately realized that the girl was clearly not from a poor family and had paid for all this equipment for herself. He remembered the words the girl had shouted to the departing team that had abandoned her. She had talked about how they were stupid and didn't understand anything about guns. She was really hurt when those players didn't even realize what a cool weapon she had. Then Love looked at her precious knuckles, and she'd spent a lot of gold on it back then. It all added up in his head now. The guy was a little pale because he didn't expect to meet a player here who would spend so much money in the game. Love's sudden shout brought Jiwoo out of deep thought. He was so immersed in these thoughts that he didn't even notice the girl walk up to him and started shouting above his ear. She was angry because the guy had come to this cave to study, and meanwhile was just sitting against the wall and chilling. Love ordered him to pick up his baton and start working the monsters with it. He looked puzzled and raised it as if he had other clubs he could fight with. The girl folded her arms across her chest and continued to command him. From the fact that the guy does not fight monsters, his level will not increase. So she wanted him to get to work and start developing, otherwise he will be scraping the bottom. While she was talking to him, she didn't even notice the next monster appearing from behind her. He had gotten too close and was ready to rip the girl's head off. Jiwoo spotted it just in time. While Love continued to instruct her student, the guy raised his baton and touched the monster's nose. It was hard to even call it a blow, just a light touch. But this touch was enough for the energy to burst out of the baton and burn the monster to the ground. The bright golden power illuminated the entire cave, and the girl kept talking, not noticing what was going on behind her back. When the bright light faded, and only a cloud of smoke and dust remained in the air, Love raised her head and looked around. She glanced around thoughtfully, but she still didn't understand what had happened. Frowning her eyebrows, she tried to figure out where in the cave such a wind could have come from. Jiwoo was already thinking that he had given himself away, and the girl would find out that he was not a beginner. At the same moment, her notification window appeared in front of Love's face. The girl was immediately distracted by it and started reading the contents of the message, forgetting altogether about what had just happened. Someone informed her that something would start in 10 minutes, and she needed to leave the game immediately. She squinted her eyes at the anger that was building up in that minute. She turned to Jiwoo and warned her that she needed to leave the game for not too long. He looked at the girl in surprise. After promising that Love would be back soon, she glowed brightly and began to disappear from the cave. Ji-woo was left alone, still not realizing what had caused Love to leave him so soon. He and Urus were still just as surprised that the girl had so abruptly decided to disappear from the game. It was too sudden for him. At the same time, he wondered who this girl was in real life that she could afford to spend so much money on the game. Love was lying in her bed with virtual reality goggles on her eyes. She was still out of the game space. Now that she had left the game, the girl could exhale and return to her real life, except she was so reluctant to do so. Taking her glasses off her head, she got out of bed. She needed some time to come to her senses and realize that she was no longer in the game. The girl had other glasses over her eyes that helped her see better. There was still no way she could put away her virtual glasses, which were very precious to her. She suddenly remembered the moment when this strange newcomer had followed her and the face with which he had asked to become his sensei. A slight smile touched her lips as she lived all those moments and liked this guy who had elevated her so much. Suddenly, the door to her room swung open, and the woman who entered started yelling loudly at the girl. She thought she was a complete fool. The woman couldn't stop and quiet her anger. They had too little time left, and the girl was still busy with her virtual game. From her words, Love could lose her job if she continued to be so negligent. A quarrel ensued between them. The girl defended her boundaries, but her manager was still out of her mind with anger. They exchanged angry words with each other. The woman reminded the girl that they had less than 10 minutes left. She held out her hand and pointed her finger toward the table for her to sit at it. The girl stood up and grudgingly did as she was asked. The manager still couldn't get quiet. She kept shouting loudly at the girl, pointing out her blunders. Love put her hands over her ears as she couldn't stand the shrieking any longer. It made Love uncomfortable that the woman was demanding that she take off her glasses when she used the virtual goggles. Even though they left marks, Love felt better with them on, and without them she could have panic attacks. Besides the marks from the glasses, the manager could hide them under a layer of makeup which she was about to apply to the girl. The woman exhaled heavily. It was a lot of trouble for her to keep an eye on this girl. But since they really didn't have much time left, she calmed down and urged her to get to work. Even though the manager had calmed down, she still gave off an ominous aura. The woman took out her briefcase and prepared to use it. On the table immediately appeared various supplies to create the perfect makeup. There were blushes and powders, as well as various pencils, eyeshadows, and more. The manager began her work. She reached out her hands to the girl's face and gently removed her glasses. The girl did not resist. After a couple of moments, the woman began applying the girl's makeup. She put a special pad on her fingers and gently beat the blush into her cheeks. After that, she dialed some gloss on the brush and transferred it to the girl's lips. Every movement was precise and concentrated. Despite her fiery temper, the manager did her job perfectly. The next stage was the girl's hair, which she gathered in a high bundle for convenience. She reached for them herself and began to pull off the rubber band. One deft movement and the rubber band unraveled Love's long and thick hair. They scattered down her shoulders and back. The concert hall was completely filled with spectators. The host announced the closing of the festival and that the winner of the #1 spot on the charts for 13 weeks, the popular solo idol and owner of the best voice in the world, Han Sarang, would close the festival. Upon hearing this, the audience exploded with excitement and happiness that they would be able to hear the girl's voice live as well as see this popular singer. The whole auditorium made a jubilant noise. Han Sarang took the stage. The song with which she would now perform was announced. The girl folded her hands in such a way that she managed to make a small heart for her fans. She looked stunning. A cute smile, stylish clothes, shiny hair. Everything about this girl was perfect. Over her shoulder, she had an electric guitar hanging. The girl was the center of attention. People were cheering, and she was expressing her love to the audience. And none of her fans knew about her hobby, online games. At this time, Ji-woo was in the same cave with the same monsters. They grouped together and were bearing towards the guy. He put a hand on his shoulder, starting to knead it. The guy wanted some practice while the girl was away from the game. Urus looked thoughtfully at his master and still couldn't figure out what Ji-woo was up to. The monsters were already quite close. He smiled a sinister grin. Now that he was alone with the monsters, he had a chance to practice to start hiding his power. The bear hounds were now quite close, and they radiated nothing but anger and rage. Their salivating mouths opened to reveal a row of sharp teeth. The boy was going to learn how to strike without killing the monster. It was the only way he could hide his true ability. But his first strike was so mind-blowing that it didn't fit his story of being a rookie guy at all. GWU's power once again burst out with a pillar of light that it could be seen from the game universe. The creator was watching all of this. The man smiled and hummed meaningfully. He had been watching Ji-woo spend his time in the game, and he found his practice very entertaining. The creator wouldn't mind trying such a technique himself. Behind his back was the brightest sun. After the concert was over, Love was invited for an interview. The girl was engaged in music since childhood, but success for a long time bypassed her. But to date, the girl has become famous. Her song was played on all the stations, and they also took the first place in the charts for the 14th week in a row. The host of the program brought the microphone to his mouth and congratulated the girl on her success. He couldn't believe that a song could stay at the top for so long. Han Sarang thanked him politely. The girl was not only a singer, but also a writer of her own songs. He liked one of the girl's songs and wanted to know in more detail how she managed to write such touching lines. Han Sarang smiled sweetly and didn't keep the host waiting with her answer. She confessed that being at home, the girl spends a lot of time reading poetry and sometimes likes to read fairy tales. The presenter immediately latched on to the fact that the girl likes to read fairy tales. Han Sarang fearfully covered her mouth with her hand because her manager had asked her not to mention this little hobby. And then she started giggling because of how embarrassed she felt. Reading children's stories was a childhood hobby, and she confessed it to the whole country. The words of the girl so much touched the presenter that he could not resist looking at her with loving eyes. She was so cute that his cheeks immediately blushed. Everyone in the hall froze and looked only at Han Sarang. To everyone, she was a true idol, the epitome of kindness and innocence. The manager was drinking her coffee and watching the program on TV. The presenter immediately convinced the girl that her hobby was wonderful, and she laughed happily. But the manager was not laughing at all. She knew the girl's true nature and was embarrassed that Han Sarang was deceiving the whole country. She continued to watch the program and continued to be indignant in her ears. The poetry and fairy tales were utter nonsense, but the virtual glasses that lay on the girl's bed were quite real. The woman looked at the game attribute. This is what her ward was truly passionate about, except that no one in the community knew about it. The host continued interviewing the girl, noting that she was not only a singer, but also starred in a drama. The girl lowered her head and smirked slightly. She happened to play a high school girl who was constantly cursing. Han Sarang nodded her head, admitting that it was a very difficult role for her. The host, with eyes full of confidence, continued to listen to the girl. Han Sarang smiled. The role was difficult as she normally never swears, and it was very hard for her to overcome herself. Her angelic face glowed with innocence and simplicity. Love returned to the game, and first of all, the girl swore at her student in her underwear, poked him in the face with her middle finger, and grimaced as if he was going to die from her hands. And the girl kicked the guy's ass with all her might. He jumped and shrieked in surprise, all because he didn't properly greet his sensei. Ji-woo was shocked to see such a comeback. He never imagined that the girl would step into the role of boss so much. But the girl didn't care about the guy's surprised eyes. She wished he would bow down to her here and now, just because she came. She ended up starting to beat him up, and Ji-woo was shocked to say the least. He didn't respond to the girl, but only covered himself and tried to pull away from her. Urus was shocked that his master tolerated such rude behavior from the girl. He could have easily punished her, but for some unknown reason he didn't. Still, Ji-woo decided to completely stick to his strategy and would pretend to be weak until the very end to hide his true strength. After the girl had kicked his ass, she also decided that it was worth teaching this ignoramus some of the subtleties of greeting. Ji-woo stood at attention and loudly repeated everything she told him. Watching all of this sadly was Urus, who the girl couldn't see. Urus was just stone-faced as he listened to the girl mocking him, and it was as if his master was happy to repeat it all. When she let out all her fervor, the girl returned to her normal mood. He exhaled in relief as the torture came to an end. Ji-woo took his eyes aside and admitted to himself that he needed more patience for this. Urus kept escalating the situation, thinking the guy's chosen tactics were very bad. He can't show his true strength, and now he would have to fight and not kill the monsters, but only lower their vitals. They continued walking through the cave looking for more monsters. The girl was already eager to see the results and couldn't wait for it. Love turned to Ji-woo and with a smile on her face only now realized that she still didn't know his game nickname. Ji-woo was surprised by this, as he thought he had told her his nickname back when they met. And just as he was about to say it, just as suddenly Love interrupted him without letting him finish. She confidently stated that she didn't need to know his nickname since she would now be calling his panties. The guy wasn't thrilled with such a nickname, but he didn't resist. He even thought that she must be seeing his face in the form of white panties. Love was pleased that she had come up with such a nickname. The boys continued to walk further down the cave, talking and laughing. They didn't even realize that someone was following them. A man was hiding behind a ledge and staring intently at the boys as they advanced through the cave. His eyes glowed with a red cast, and behind him were men in black robes and hoods pulled over their backs. His eyes widened and his pupils seemed to narrow as the stranger announced in a caustic voice that he had finally found the girl. He continued to keep surveillance on them, and the boys were still unaware that they were being followed. The girl put her hands behind her head and walked in a swagger while Ji-woo tried to find out why she wanted to know his nickname when she had come up with that bad nickname for him a long time ago. The men with hoods over their heads moved closer to their mane. They wanted to know what they were supposed to do next. The man kept his scarlet eyes on the girl. He gave the order, gather all the members of their guild in this cave. He had waited too long to be able to do his justice. The monster squealed furiously when he saw his enemies in front of him. Its mouth opened, white and sharp teeth immediately showing themselves. The girl immediately saw this monster in front of her. Its vitals were at their maximum. She pointed her finger at this beast and ordered Ji-woo to take on the monster. The guy immediately obediently started to follow the girl's command as if he was her little dog. He got close enough to the beast, and his mind was pulsing with the thought of not killing it. The hair was already quite close. The girl standing behind and watching their fight closely. Ji-woo shouted furiously, giving himself courage and vigor. Hare also let out his beastly battle cry. His rage was bursting out like this. And at the moment, when they were about to collide with each other, the guy changed his face, because he could not hit even a gram harder, or it would be a big bang. And as much as possible, he pretended as if he was approaching him very fiercely. But in fact it looked ridiculous that even the animal stared at him in bewilderment. The hare's muzzle stretched as the fellow raised his club. He was trying so hard to pretend to be very fierce in battle, and at the same time he was afraid to make an unnecessary movement that would reveal his true strength. He tilted his club toward the beast, and from the side it might have looked like he didn't even touch it. But looking closer, it was clear that the baton had barely touched a single hair of the beast. This light as a feather touch was enough to hit the beast in such a way that the beast's head craned and blood spurted out of every orifice. Ji-woo froze in place, hoping he hadn't overdone his punch. The beast fell to the ground bleeding, completely defeated. The monster lay on the ground and let out its pitiful moans. Its life force value had dropped very low, but it hadn't disappeared completely. This meant that Ji-woo didn't kill it with a single blow. Ji-woo still held his baton above his head and looked at the defeated beast with bulging eyes. He couldn't believe that he was still able to make sure that no one died from his blow. The boy smiled broadly and happily. He was able to achieve incredible precision in his strike, so that he didn't destroy his target, but only wounded him enough. Urus looked at the unfortunate beast that was begging for death like that. Love jumped with delight, for the boy had managed to put the monster down with a single blow. The girl marveled at how strong he had become. Ji-woo was proud of himself and turned his nose up. A deafening whistle cut through the space. A sharp dagger swiftly flew towards them. Love immediately sensed the danger, and her face changed dramatically and became serious. Her gaze swept around the cave and she saw the weapon flying towards them. She immediately grabbed the guy's collar and pulled him towards her. Ji-woo looked at her in surprise as he didn't understand what was even happening. The girl made one deft movement with her foot and was able to repel the attack with her dagger. The knife flew backwards to its sender. She also managed to throw Ji-woo behind her back so that the guy wouldn't get hurt by the sudden attack. The same unknown man who had been following them quickly grabbed his dagger. He smirked as he knew that the girl would be able to fight him off like that. A very thin scratch appeared on his cheek from which a trickle of blood ran down. He continued to smile. The man returned his dagger back to its sheath. He was amazed at the girl's dexterity and did not hide his admiration, except that he doubted it was entirely the girl's merit and assumed her agility was due to her equipment. Love shouted menacingly at the stranger, demanding that he tell her who he was. As she did so, the girl continued to hold her apprentice by the collar that the boy nearly strangled himself. The man stepped out of the shadows and folded his arms across his chest. He was followed by his men. They all had stern faces and stared intently at the girl. He was surprised that she couldn't recognize his voice. This was Master Kim, who was the head of the Vulcan Halasun Guild. The others were members of his guild, and all as one were looking with sinister smirks at the girl. Love stared at all these people in horror. She exclaimed the name of this guild, and a note of fear flashed in her voice. Master Kim smiled even harder. He was glad that now the girl understood who she would be dealing with. A command was given, and all of Master Kim's men rushed towards the girl. She was shocked that such a crowd rushed straight at her. As the whole crowd of warriors rushed towards them, Love ordered Ji-woo to find somewhere to hide and hide. He looked at the girl in surprise. The girl became very serious in an instant. She adopted a fighting stance, ready to face anyone who dared to attack her and her student. The players from the enemy guild took out their weapons and ran towards the girl. They were enraged and wanted her dead. Lav immediately intercepted them with her gaze. Her mind immediately started miscalculating actions. She was focused and thought only of her enemies. The first one who approached her was immediately kicked in the jaw. The girl had a good stretch, so this blow was not difficult for her. The player felt a lot of pain in his face, and he also lost a few teeth from that blow. Thinking that this blow would be enough for him, Love jumped on his head, making the player her springboard and turned her attention to the next enemy. A strong push, and Love soared into the air. She did a somersault. All the enemies raised their heads in surprise at the girl, who was at that moment under the ceiling of the cave. Turning back to the enemies, Love opened her eyes and screamed at the top of her voice, thus adding vigor and strength to herself for a new attack. The girl's energy burst out of her body and she launched a diving dragon attack. Her power dispersed in different directions, attacking several targets that were nearby at once. All this time, Ji-woo and Urus were sitting aside by the cave wall. They were quietly watching as Love dealt with the crowd of enemies. Excited and annoyed exclamations echoed around the cave. The enemies didn't understand how just one girl could deal with them. Urus and Ji-woo also didn't understand what was going on here and why these players had attacked Love. From the side, they had a great view of how Love was deftly and clearly defending herself and not giving offense. The girl continued to be attacked from different directions, but she was just as active in dealing with it. Ji-woo assumed that the Halasan guildmates had decided to get even with Love. Master Kim was standing off to the side and there was a girl near him. She as well as him did not interfere in this fight. These guys were no longer a threat after Love had knocked them out. They were level 20 and the girl had handled them all just fine. Still, for now, the fight wasn't over. The sounds of blows and cries of despair continued to reach Master Kim and the girl. At one point, he turned to the unknown girl. Smiling broadly, the man assured her that everything was going according to plan. And while Love was distracted by the guys attacking her, the girl could begin to take action. A second after his words, the girl disappeared from sight, leaving behind a small cloud of dust. He folded his arms across his chest, and with a smirk continued to wait for the execution of his plan. Love immediately sensed the approach of danger behind her back. At the same moment, the same unknown girl who had been given the order to act appeared there. She stood beside Love and extended her arm in her direction. The girl was wearing a black glove adorned with long and sharp claws. Love immediately turned in her direction, realizing that the real opponent here was this girl. She entered the battlefield unarmed, which told Love that she was from the fighter class. The girl with a wide smile on her face said only one word: steal. That word had no small impact. It was magical because after the girl said it, the entire cave was flooded with golden and bright light. Sparks flashed between the girls and a strong wind blew. Love pulled away from such a bright glow. She didn't yet realize what was happening, but no attacking blow followed. A strong uneasiness stirred in her soul. The girl looked in front of her with her eyes wide open, as what had just happened was not an attack, but the very real theft. Love raised her hands and they were bare. Her expensive brass knuckles had disappeared somewhere and now the girl was left without her weapons. While Love looked at her hands in shock and didn't understand how this could have happened, the stranger spoke. She admired Love's weapons as she held them in her hands. The brass knuckles had been brazenly stolen and were now in enemy hands. The stranger smirked as she knew their value. Ji-woo stunnedly looked in the direction of what was happening. This was the first time the guy had seen such a skill in action. Urus frowned, for he knew that a girl from the thief class was now standing in front of them. After a moment, the dragon opened his mouth thoughtfully. It seemed too strange to him, for this was not supposed to happen like this. While the dragon was thinking about what confused him, Ji-woo relaxed and put his hands behind his head and made himself comfortable. After all, the guy didn't have anything to steal. All he had was his cloak and underwear. He relaxed so much that he didn't even think about the fact that he still had one very valuable item in his possession. And then, as if something told him, and the guy turned his head toward his baton. He still had that very relaxed smile on his face, but there was a wild fear brewing in his soul. Urus was still trying to figure out what he didn't like about it all. Ji-woo jumped up from his seat so abruptly that he drew the girl's attention to his person. They immediately turned their heads in his direction and didn't understand why he jumped up so abruptly. Realizing the danger of the situation, the guy, hugging tightly his baton, began to run away from the cave. The girl stared at him in bewilderment. Master Kim burst out laughing. He saw Ji-woo as just a rookie who had nothing to take from. The thief continued to hold Love's knuckles in her hands, but she couldn't take her gaze away from the fleeing player. Ji-woo, with a shiver in his body, continued to run away. He was in a panic because here was such an enemy who could so easily take away his precious weapon with a single word. Such a swift and cowardly escape of the guy made the girl even more interested in him. She looked at him longingly and anticipated his fear when she attacked him. Knuckles suddenly flew into Master Kim's hands. The man caught them in surprise. He hadn't expected the thief to switch her attention to other prey so quickly. Turning to him, the thief let the master know that he still wouldn't understand her. Ji-woo was still running away from the cave the same way, and the girl's eyes shone, because stealing from a beggar was even more interesting than doing it from someone who spends a lot of money on the game. The thief appeared so sharply and suddenly in front of Ji-woo that he jumped on the spot from fright. The guy's face twisted at this suddenness. He clenched his baton even tighter in his hands. The girl stood in front of him in all her armor. She blocked his escape route and spoke sweetly to him. She was very curious to know where he was going to go. The girl's hands reached out spontaneously in his direction, her eyes burning and anticipating the moment when she would take away his weapon. The thief's hand reached towards the player. Ji-woo tensed his entire body, realizing that the irreparable could happen now. He never thought that he could even get into this situation. Ji-woo clenched his baton and realized that now was not the time to hide his strength. After all, this thief could easily take away his treasure. He swung his weapon with a shout. A bright flash flashed between them. At this moment, the guy's heart was ready to jump out of his chest. A strong wind blew in different directions, raising dust in the guy's cloak. His back and snow-white underpants were bare. Love stared in his direction. She was very worried about her student. But now, in her unarmed state, there was little she could do. Master Kim watched with his arms folded across his chest. Behind his back, the underlings who were still able to fight were gathered. Urus watched what happened with his mouth ajar. Due to the raised dust around them, it was hard for everyone to see what had happened there. Only GWU's silhouette was visible, and no more. His hand was hanging down, and the most valuable item in this game was missing. The baton was gone. He stood still, his arm down, the wind still lifting his cloak. It was as if in that instant, time stopped for the entire game world. The thief and Ji-woo continued to stand opposite each other. The girl was still on her feet, which meant that the guy didn't have time to make his attack. The girl smiled evilly, showing a row of snow-white teeth. She fondly embraced the player's baton and stroked it as if it were her lover. After all, she was able to take away the wooden baton, and it was now hers. Ji-woo skewered. He was really sweating from excitement and the realization of what had just happened. He didn't want to believe it. Without his baton, the guy was nothing in this game. Holding the guy's baton in her hand, which no longer belonged to him, the girl laughed at him and threatened that her next theft would be his cloak. She wished to leave the player with only his underpants. Suddenly, her laughter stopped. The thief turned her head as if she had someone standing behind her. The girl tensed up, from not understanding what was happening now and why she felt so abruptly scared and cold. Behind her, she felt an unimaginable, oppressive, and terrifying energy. The true form of Urus rose before her in its most terrifying form. The thief stared at him in horror, and her whole body trembled. The dragon immediately spoke to her in his terrifying voice. It was as if it came from the underworld itself. Ferocious eyes looked at the girl. She had touched something that did not belong to her and would be punished for it. An all-consuming fear descended upon the thief. She stared at the horror before her. Her eyes were wide open, and her whole body trembled with unprecedented fear. Her fright was so intense that she fell to the ground screaming, throwing the terrifying weapon away from her. Ji-woo stood nearby and watched what was happening. The baton fell right at his feet. He stood silently looking at his treasure that the girl had just thrown away from herself. Ji-woo, silently, without any further movement, leaned over to her and took it in his hand. When the guy raised the baton in front of him, he was immediately notified that Urus' soul refused to surrender to the enemy, and he was now the owner of this weapon. Urus immediately flew out of the baton in his reduced form. He was very indignant over the fact that this thief had allowed himself to do such a thing. The dragon only recognized Ji-woo as its master. The dragon was very angry, as the girl had overestimated herself. Urus would not let some wench take possession of him. A bottomless dark shadow fell over Ji-woo's eyes. The guy's hand came down on the dragon's head, causing it to fall silent and surprised at such an unexpected touch. Although Jiwoo didn't show any emotion on his face, such a gentle gesture like stroking the dragon made Urus realize that the boy was very grateful to him. The thief was still struggling to breathe and was ready to sob from the fear she had just plunged into. She couldn't understand what it was and why she was experiencing all this. The girl lay on the ground and shuddered with her whole body. She wanted to know what it was, but even the very thought of it made her shudder and shiver again. She grimaced in frustration at not being able to do as she wanted. She had even suggested that it might have been a ghost, but she dismissed it as too realistic. Master Kim couldn't stand it and decided to remind the girl that she had come here not to do silly things, but to do a specific job. His voice echoed throughout the cave, causing the girl to quickly twist her head in his direction. She immediately sprang to her feet and got into a fighting stance, pushing aside all the fear that had just consumed her. She was a professional and working for good money, therefore she would accomplish her task. And at that very moment, Love flew up to the girl and kicked her in the head with her foot. For stealing her brass knuckles, Love was ready to destroy her. The girl was furious that she had been robbed and demanded her weapon from the thief. Without raising her head, the thief hummed cheerfully. Love had attacked her so suddenly, she hadn't expected such an attack. Just as Love was about to strike her again, and her fist was about to smash into her enemy's face, the thief whipped her head toward Master Kim. After all, the girl's knuckles were already in other hands and it was not her to attack. Master Kim continued to hold the expensive knuckles in his possession and smiled sinisterly. He arched his eyebrow, glaring at Love. The girl turned sharply in his direction and glared at Mr. Kim with anger. Suddenly something erupted behind her, causing her words to dissolve into thin air. A palpable pain traveled through her head. She realized that something was wrong, for now everything in front of her eyes swam and began to darken. The baton was very close to the girl. The lightest touch was enough for Love to be cut off. The girl fell to the ground and passed out. The thief stared at this in surprise. She had completely lost track of what was happening and couldn't understand why the guy had disarmed his ally. Ji-woo raised his baton and uttered the name of the attack he had just performed. It was a skill to fight without killing. The thief rested her hands to her sides and asked him in bewilderment why he did that. After all, they were both, in her opinion, on the same team. Behind the girl's back, the rest of the enemies crowded around. Ji-woo raised his gaze to the girl and honestly admitted that he did it because he was hiding his strength. He didn't want Love to see what was about to happen here. The thief still didn't understand what he was talking about. It seemed to her that he was crazy and completely misunderstood the point of this game. As a sudden wild golden energy rushed out from this guy's side, it fell on all the enemies who stood behind her with a powerful stream. The girl herself was unaffected by this power. Her hair rose up from the powerful flow of wind. After the force disappeared, the enemies were scattered all over the cave. Some of them were stuck in the ceiling, and she still stood motionless, unsure how to even react to what happened behind her back. Fearfully, the thief turned her head to where the crowd of her allies had just been. She felt sickened by what she saw. In just one strike, this guy was able to crush so many opponents. Everyone was lying on the ground motionless, and the knuckles were lying next to Master Kim. She turned back to Ji-woo. The girl hadn't seen anyone else in this cave, and only one person could do such a thing. But even knowing that, she still couldn't believe it. Ji-woo hit the thief's head with his baton. This blow was enough for the girl to dive nose first into the ground. The player was very angry for attacking them, and also for her trying to take his treasure away from him. The girl's vitals dropped to a dangerous level, but the guy didn't let her die. She felt intense pain and also spit out a clot of blood from her mouth. The guy once again applied his skill of fighting without killing. The girl fell to the ground and was no longer a danger to him. Ji-woo had been through a lot of shit in the entire game and was much stronger psychologically than anyone else. The thief barely lifted her head. Ji-woo raised his stick once again. His face was twisted with anger as the fact that the girl had taken his weapon had almost given him a heart attack, and that was something he wasn't going to forgive her for. The baton flew again at the thief's head. She prepared to take the blow with a shiver in her body, realizing that she would not be able to avoid it. There was an explosion. A bright flash erupted from the cave they were in and could see from far away. The warm sun caressed the sleeping girl's body. Love was lying on the green lawn. She began to regain consciousness and opened her eyes slightly. The girl tried to remember the last events that had happened to her. And when her memory came back to her, Love jumped to her feet with a sharp movement and prepared for a new battle. She looked around sharply, realizing that she was in the wrong place and that there were no enemies anywhere around. Only Pansy was sitting by a tree, eating a ham. Love looked at him in surprise, not realizing how they had gotten here and what had happened. Where did all the enemies go, and why weren't they in the cave? Jiwoo continued to eat the meat as if nothing had happened. He didn't even look towards the girl, but he knew that she had already woken up. She demanded an explanation of what had happened. Jiwoo briefly explained that they were in a field not far from the cave, and the enemies had left. This raised even more questions from Love, as she didn't understand why the enemies had left. Jiwoo didn't really want to answer such questions, especially about the reason why the girl fainted. Therefore, continued to eat and not look at her. Suddenly, her knuckles appeared in front of the girl. She immediately turned her attention to them and was even more surprised when she saw her weapons. Her eyes widened as she didn't think these weapons would come back to her anymore. Questions piled up even more in her mind. While she stood there and couldn't believe her eyes, Jiwoo rose to his feet and approached the girl. He wanted to know what kind of guild this was. He looked at the girl with a serious face, and he also wanted to know what that guild did. The boy was counting on Love to tell him everything. The girl looked at him, and it was as if she saw a completely different person. Her face flushed as Jiwoo looked very manly right now. But it was only a second phenomenon. She immediately remembered that she was just an ordinary beginner who didn't know anything about this game. Love grabbed his cheek and gave it a good tug, reminding him that he had no right to act like a badass. He exhaled a twist and went, while being ready to tell Jiwoo everything he knew about these people and the guild as a whole, since the guy had gotten into this trouble because of her. Putting her knuckles on her hands, the girl looked back towards the guy and asked Jiwoo if he knew who P2W were. Jiwoo hadn't heard of it before, so he couldn't even repeat the acronym right away. Then he asked her to explain. At the same moment, Urus appeared beside Jiwoo, who was quickly ready to reveal the meaning of this abbreviation. P2W stood for Pay to Win. The guy tensed slightly at the fact that the NPS had such knowledge that was in fact beyond his reach. Urus shrugged his small shoulders. He had read about it. And he had also learned that P2W players were very wealthy and brought the main earnings of the game with their investments. They invested a lot of money into the game every month, and some of them had grown to billions of won. Love turned to the guy and briefly told him that these were the people who were spending billions of won in this game to become competitive and the strongest. Jiwoo immediately realized that the Halasan Guild was the same guild that the P2W players were in. The girl placed her hand on his thigh and confirmed his hunch. The girl corrected her knuckles on her hands and continued her story. A few months ago, she accidentally bought them at an auction, and after that, the guys from that guild started chasing her to take them away. After remembering these guild people, the girl noted that they were old rogues with bad skills, giving her the ability to defeat them every time and walk away with a victory. When she finished her story, she looked at Jiwoo again. She still wanted to know how the guy managed to get her weapons back. Love even speculated that he was able to steal them. The guy hesitated slightly and didn't know how to answer her. He told her a completely implausible story about how they accidentally forgot them and left. The girl exhaled heavily. She realized that if they didn't get what they wanted, they would definitely come back. Jiwoo put his hand to his chin and pondered. He couldn't understand what could have attracted these people to the girl's weapon. It seemed very strange to him that they were hunting for it so fiercely. Love raised her hand, showing off her knuckles. To her, the answer was obvious. These weapons were worth 10 million won. That was the reason why they coveted them so fiercely. And even such an argument didn't allow Jiwoo to stop his suspicion. He tensed up even more as he couldn't understand that a person who was pouring billions into the game wanted a weapon for only 10 million. As soon as Love heard those words, she stared at the guy, because in fact, the girl hadn't even thought about it. They were standing in a clearing. The guy kept thinking, but he was unequivocally certain that this was not the true reason. In the shelter of the Halasan Guild, the lights were on. It was already late and the stars were twinkling in the sky. Master Kim groaned at the pain that pierced through him. A jet of blood spurted from his body. The man had been badly injured by someone. Collapsing to the floor, another man stood over him. He looked at the one who had failed to complete the task and was unhinged with anger. Master Kim raised his head and pitifully began to apologize. He begged to be given another chance. His master's anger was too harsh. In front of him stood a man dressed all in golden armor. A scarlet cloak hung from his shoulders as if he was the king of the entire world. His voice was like thunder hitting Master Kim. The man was very angry and thought everyone in this building were useless idiots. Master Kim raised his head when his master spoke again. He wasn't going to take it anymore, as they didn't have much time left. The man would hand over this mission to the 4 divine kings. Master Kim took his eyes aside with fear on his face as he heard someone's footsteps behind his back. He already knew who they belonged to. Those who entered the hall mocked Master Kim for his failures. They didn't understand why the guild leader gave him assignments. After all, he had them for that. Those who were excellent at their tasks. The three players stood in front of the guild leader. They were dressed in the most precious clothes that this game had. From different parts of their robes, gold or gemstones glinted off. The second Divine King grinned, for he didn't know how Master Kim could be in the same league as them when he only had a capital of 100 million won, when he had a capital of 7 billion won. The third Divine King with 4 billion won in capital intervened. He put his hand to his lips and laughed. They had wanted to banish Master Kim for a long time, but the head was too kind to him. The first Divine King with a capital of 1 billion won only folded his arms on his chest and didn't say anything. He disdainfully looked at Master Kim lying on the floor and begged for mercy. The second Divine King crouched down next to Master Kim. The man fearfully raised his head to him, afraid that he would do something unkind. The player smiled so wide that everyone could see his golden tooth. He mocked Master Kim's stupid strategy. He had hired a mercenary because of which the mission had failed. Master Kim remembered that girl who was really distracted from her mission, and things immediately went awry. He felt sick at the thought. Suddenly, the first Divine King, who had refrained from saying anything unnecessary until then, intervened in the conversation. Everyone turned their heads towards him, and he affirmatively stated that he would complete this task on his own. He raised his hand, on which each finger was adorned with a golden ring. The player ruffled his hair and assured everyone that he would pick up the knuckles in just half a day. Upon hearing this statement, the guild leader folded his arms across his chest and started laughing. Everyone's attention shifted to his direction. A moment later, he started laughing so hard and unrestrained that it seemed like it would never stop. After calming down, Master King, with a capital of 12 billion won, looked at his allies and smiled a satisfied grin. He knew that he had excellent people who could accomplish the mission quickly and efficiently. He was satisfied with that and ordered the first Divine King to go and show the enemies the true terror of the Halasan Guild. The third Divine King licked his lips, anticipating the fun to come. He was reveling in the sweet taste of the power he had. The second Divine King was also smiling with a full mouth, for he knew that if they were the ones to take over, no one else could resist them. And there was another person among them that they didn't know and hadn't invited. Jiwoo was listening to all this, while standing to the side and picking his nose. Hearing a strange sound, all the players turned their heads to look at that madman who had entered the Halasan Guild's hideout without asking. They looked at him, he looked at them. There was an oppressive silence and complete incomprehension as to how an uninvited guest could appear in this place. Jiwoo couldn't contain himself any longer and just started laughing out loud. He continued picking his nose with his finger and continued to mock everything he had just heard. While the guy was making fun of these very rich players, Master King couldn't figure out who it was at all. The guy looked too poor, and there was no way he could be a member of their guild. The guild leader's eyes flashed in the darkness. With a menacing voice, the man demanded an explanation and the reasons why this player was here. Jiwoo wasn't going to tell the reasons that made him come here. He calmly asked the guild leader to guess why he had come here. Taking out his finger from his nose, the guy carelessly flicked his finger, and his booger flew to the side. Thus, he once again confirmed his disrespect and fearlessness in front of these people. Wiping his snotty finger on Urus's head, who was clearly not happy about it, the guy continued. Because of these people, it wasn't easy for him to pretend to be weak in front of Boss Love. Because of that, he came here to deal with them, so that such a problem wouldn't arise again. Jiwoo smiled his wide and sinister smile. He wasn't going to stretch out the time any longer, so he was ready to finish them off here and now. The guy's eyes gleamed excitedly in the darkness as a sign of confirmation. Master King had been listening to the boy silently all this time. Apparently, this was not the first time the man had seen such a thing in this game, for he exhaled heavily. He opened his eyes and looked at him. The man didn't like such insolence at all, so he called the guy an impertinence and gave the order to destroy him. His three Divine Kings immediately jumped towards the insolent Jiwoo. Their eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. They were anticipating how they would punish this madman who had decided to challenge them in one fell swoop. They looked at him with appetite, as they crazily enjoyed destroying the likes of Jiwoo. These guys spent billions on their training and equipment to show that they belonged to the upper class and to establish themselves at the expense of the weak. The speed of their approach was incredible. Three huge forces were rushing towards one Jiwoo. The guy stood still, not taking any action yet. And as soon as the three Divine Kings were close enough, GWU's baton abruptly swung upwards. This swing was enough for an unstoppable force to burst out from the player's weapon and cast its bright golden light on his enemies. The three divine kings faded in that glow. It was such a powerful attack that despite all the rich equipment these players had, they lacked defense against this attack. They screamed and covered themselves with their arms, but nothing could save them. At the same time, a girl approached the Halasan Guild's hideout. She slowly walked on the path that led her to the right place. The girl continued walking towards the house while humming a melody. The first divine king, in a rage, rushed towards the guy. His mouth was open, exposing sharp fangs, and his fingernails turned into long claws. The girl, wearing a short skirt and long stockings, continued to approach the house. She kept repeating the same tune over and over again. Ji-woo met the first divine king with a blow of his baton under his breath. Right now, the guy could not hide his true strength, so he didn't worry about the consequences. The energy of the baton once again burst out, illuminating the dark room with a bright light. From the impact that struck the first divine king, he vomited a clot of blood. The veins immediately swelled on his neck and face from the tension and pain that had overtaken him from the blow. Ji-woo smiled. He knew that no matter how strong they were still a long way from his strength. The guy enjoyed punishing these smug and self-loving scumbags. At that very moment, the explosive force could no longer contain itself and burst out, destroying the Halasan Guild's hideout. A bright light spilled over the area, as if it was daylight for a moment. The girl, who didn't have that far to go to reach her destination, stopped. She raised her head and looked at the power bursting out of the house. With her mouth ajar, she watched this beautiful yet terrifying sight. After that, she smiled with excitement in her heart, as this energy seemed familiar to her. She was certain that she knew whose hands it was. Master King was furious at what had just happened. His best warriors had been destroyed in a couple of blows. The man's mouth opened incredibly wide. He summoned all the members of his guild. The players surrounded Ji-woo from different sides. They were all well-dressed, wearing identical cloaks. Each of them now had one target, and that was the unknown player who had illegally entered their territory and caused mayhem. Ji-woo was anticipating the upcoming fight. If the guy could defeat divine kings with their best equipment, this rabble would be even easier to defeat. He hummed with a smirk on his face. Ji-woo remembered that moment when he alone was attacked by 5 guilds at the same time. In total, there were about 3 million people. Right now, compared to last time, it was a laughable travesty. The guy hinted to them that if they wished to defeat him, they needed to gather at least 3 million warriors. Ji-woo swung his baton once again. He knew that he would deal with these enemies quickly. All it took was a swing of his superior weapon. The first person who approached him was hit. The player's cheek immediately curled up and teeth flew out of his mouth. The man was shocked from such a sudden, powerful blow. It didn't take long for the blast wave to hit him. A bright flash swiftly raced towards the sky, and the enemy was crushed by this incredible force. Ji-woo was in a playful mood. He liked to feel so strong that no enemy would be able to fight back. His eyes glittered, and he moved quickly and assertively. With another swing, fierce energy rippled out from the baton and traveled in a wide swath toward the remaining guild warriors. The force rained down on the players, throwing them all into the air. They couldn't resist this blow. Even those with expensive equipment fell from such a force. The men screamed and moaned. Their bodies flew into the air, and the force was crushingly destroying them. The brightness of the light made them squeeze their eyes shut, causing them to not realize what was happening to them at all. Master King was watching all this calamity on the sidelines. His gaze was in the shadows, and it was hard to tell his mood right now. But he was clearly in a bad mood from what he saw before him. The man could not fathom how one man, a ragamuffin, could destroy his warriors. Cries of fear and pain came to him. The man opened his mouth in surprise and the realization that the appearance of his enemy was too deceiving. They had fallen upon someone too powerful to comprehend. As Master King stared in horror at what was happening, Master Kim spoke behind his back. He called out to his master, still lying on the ground, unable to get up. On his face was indescribable worry for his master. The man wanted him to drop everything and get away from this place. Otherwise, that guy would get to him as well. Master King only grimaced as he didn't like that idea. He couldn't even think that there would be someone who could take him down. It was too degrading. The man stood and surveyed the area. Everyone around him was lying on the ground, unable to continue the fight any longer. He didn't understand how this could happen after all. In his guild, except for Master Kim, everyone in his guild had invested in their development and equipment. The man continued to look at his defeated warriors and thought about the fact that even newcomers spend millions to dress their characters in the best gear. Even the 5 guilds don't have the right to look down on them. He grinned, the tension in his head increasing, and he continued to frantically think about who this player was who dared to do such a thing. The guy kept swinging his baton, releasing unimaginable streams of energy. The warriors were flying in different directions, and after such attacks, they could no longer get back on their feet. And at that very moment, Master King was struck by a flash of light. It was as if an electric shock went through his body as a terrible thought crept into his head. He remembered the recent incident, the rumors that had been going around about a certain player. A wanted ad that had been posted in all the cities popped up in front of the guild leader's eyes. The man shifted his gaze to the guy who was wearing only shorts and a cloak. He was holding a strange, powerful weapon in the form of a baton. Could it be that all these rumors were about him? Now that he remembered that guy, Master King was able to put this puzzle together. Terror flooded his soul even more. The guy in front of him was wearing underpants and holding a baton. All the likenesses were in front of him. In one room stood a computer. It was old, but at that time it was a powerful machine with which to play the first games. The man had started playing games since 2nd grade. Back then, games were much simpler than they are now. Pixel characters, angular frames, but back then it was much harder to pump up your character. Despite these shortcomings, 9-year-old Master King was very happy to spend his free time playing these games and pumping up his character. As time went on, Master King had many adult responsibilities. At times, he didn't even have time to reminisce. He became the president of the company King and did not have a minute of free time. And the man came to his senses when he was already in his 40s. Sitting in his office, he felt incredible longing and loneliness, remembering the past and fun time. One day, Master Kim burst into his office, and in his hands lay the same old and forgotten by time computer. He joyfully called out to his boss. Demonstrating the monitor, the man smiled with a full mouth as he was able to fulfill his boss's orders. He hoped he could lift his mood. For so many years of hard work, the man wanted to give himself a special gift. It was the memories and feelings he had once had. The computer was set up on his desk. The men sat down at the table, placing the computers Kim had found in front of them. The man turned his head to his boss and was surprised that he wanted to play at such an old artifact. But Master King didn't even want to hear anything. He had to immerse himself in that very atmosphere. As soon as his hand laid down on that very mouse, the man's heart hammered with a flutter in his chest. It was as if he had traveled back to that former time, when as a child he had discovered a game, a beautiful world full of adventure and dangerous battles. Master King had enjoyed that time. He passed the levels of the game with awe and joy, as a small schoolboy once did. The man could not hold his joy. The energy flowed to him again, and the world sparkled with bright colors, as if before it was only in gray tones. But there was one thing. This feeling didn't last long. At some point, the smile fell from his lips, and something changed. Not only had he changed under the oppression of time, but everything around him had changed as well. No longer did he feel the same thrill of play that could once drive him crazy with joy. GW's baton crashed into another face of a warrior who had gotten the courage to try and attack him. This blow was enough to cause the player to crash into the ground, leaving behind a dent. The energy was like a blade striking the enemy's body. The guy, on the other hand, continued to experience mind-blowing pleasure. Master King silently continued to stand still and watch as just one player smashed his guild's entire roster. He was now flooded by a terrible feeling of dread and the futility of having spent exorbitant amounts of money to pump up his character all this time. Standing on 2 legs, there were no more enemies left. Ji-woo raised his head and looked towards Master King, who glanced at the guy in return. The player slung his precious baton on his shoulder and counted how many he still had left to slaughter to finish off this guild. The remaining 2 were horrified at the fact that of all the warriors, they were the only ones left. Master Kim was in no condition to fight, which left only Master King. The man took his gaze to the side and didn't engage in conversation with Ji-woo. Whatever he would say now wouldn't make any difference. Ji-woo, with his stick slung on his shoulder, began to walk towards the remaining players and members of the Halasan Guild. The guy couldn't resist ridiculing the famous P2W players and also wanted to know why they were stealing equipment. He looked at the guild head with a menacing gaze. Ji-woo was ready to take a real beating to teach this guild a lesson once and for all. P2W players. The entire guild had fallen at the hands of just one guy. The man didn't raise his head. He couldn't say anything back since the guy was right. If he dealt with all the guild members with such ease, then he wouldn't have any trouble dealing with Master King either. Master King had a plan. Since he was no longer the boy who slowly and steadily pumped up his character, he decided to play differently. After spending a payment of 12 billion won into the game he was going to play, the man stared at the screen monitor with some thoughtfulness. After a while, Master King rose from his chair. He walked through his office, heading towards the couch that stood in the center of the room and the coffee table. On the coffee table was a virtual mask. It was a different level compared to the childhood games he used to play. He no longer needed the effort to become the strongest. Holding the virtual mask in his hands, the man thought about the fact that with just a couple clicks, he was able to pump up his character to an unprecedented level. He spent a lot of time in the game world, investing money to always win. Without knowing how, Master King wanted to find something long forgotten, but very important to him. Master King managed to put together a guild and found like-minded people who, just like him, wanted to invest in the game and get stronger and stronger. He found support also in his friend, who did not have enough money, but still went with him into the game. Now his life was completely different. In this game world, the man had a different power, strength, authority. And despite all these accomplishments, he still couldn't find what he had been looking for so long. Folding his hands in front of him in a lock, he kept thinking about it. Master King was brought out of his painful thoughts by the blow of a baton on his head. Ji-woo grimaced as he wanted to strike and not kill this enemy. With a stretched, intense face, the guy said the name of the technique, fighting without killing, in his ear. He hoped that the force he used on the guild leader wouldn't be too much. The man immediately spat out a lot of blood, because even though the baton barely touched him, it was enough to cause a lot of damage. And even such a light touch produced up to a very strong strike. Master King collapsed to the ground, his vitals immediately descending to a very dangerous level. He was clad in the finest armor, but even that couldn't ease his plight. Master Kim anxiously called out to his boss. He was very much agitated, but for now the guild leader was in no condition to answer questions. His body was trembling, and everything in front of his eyes was darkened from the blow he had received. Ji-woo raised his baton and looked at the guild leader. The guy had done his best. He made it clear to them so that these guys wouldn't cling to boss love anymore. With the hope that they understood and that the player would never encounter them again, Ji-woo turned around and walked towards the guild's exit. He no longer had an excuse to linger in this place. Master King was furious at what had happened. The man couldn't lift his body, and only his clenched and trembling fists showed all his despair. But after a few seconds, the guild leader gathered all of his remaining strength and began to rise to his feet. Master King realized that the guy in front of him was the one everyone had been talking about lately. Ji-woo stopped when he heard the question. Lifting his head up, Master King looked towards Ji-woo with his shining eyes. There wasn't a shred of doubt in him that this player was the same guy who had destroyed 5 guilds and wiped out 3 million people. Ji-woo silently turned around to look at him. The guy looked relaxed. He knew that the Halasan Guild wouldn't be able to resist his strength. The guild head, on the other hand, was interested in another matter. Looking at this player, he wanted to know how much money had been spent to achieve such strength. A breeze blew between them. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. With a wide smile, Master King continued to speak. The man knew that one had to invest too much money into this game to gain such power. Ji-woo was in no hurry to say anything. He continued to listen to the guild head, who was certain that one truth would one day come to him. This made the guy even more interested, and he looked at the old man with curiosity. Remembering himself as a little kid, when emotions weren't the same as they were now. The guild leader realized that the money and effort he had spent had been in vain. He had never been able to find what he wanted. It seemed like it simply didn't exist. While this conversation was taking place and Master King was sharing his sincere feelings, Master Kim raised his head and looked at his boss with different eyes. His heart snapped painfully. It seemed to him that this was exactly what Master King desired. But this time, it was as if he opened his eyes and truly saw his old friend, who couldn't know the happiness they had sought together. Ji-woo didn't understand what the man was talking about, perhaps due to his youth or inexperience. They had different ways of looking at this world, but it was all complete nonsense to the guy. Also, turning away, the player assured the guild leader that he had spent a lot of money in the game. The man immediately tensed up when he heard the phrase about the guy spending too much money. He knew that his status and power had cost him 12 billion won. He looked at the guy fearfully, trying to guess the fabulous amount of money he had invested here. Master King was afraid of missing the smallest details, the guy would say. The man even speculated that he might have invested more than 100 billion won in the game. At that time, Ji-woo proudly turned to the man and revealed this secret. During the entire period, he had spent 55,000 won on initial equipment. He did this with a look as if he had truly invested over 100 billion. Such an amount of money was dust to Master King. He stared at Ji-woo with wide-open eyes and simply couldn't believe his ears. At this point, their conversation was over. Ji-woo no longer saw the point of lingering here, so he continued on his way. Master King still couldn't get out of his stupor at the realization that this little guy had spent so little money. A dark shadow fell over the man's eyes. He tried to realize what he had done wrong in this life. The kid had spent only 55,000 won and had gained incredible strength. All the memories of spending fun time as a child, diligently pumping up his character without investing any money, flashed before his eyes. Raising his head, he began to laugh. As time went on, his laughter grew louder and more infectious. He continued laughing, unable to stop himself. Master Kim looked up at his old friend in surprise. He was trying to figure out what could have caused him to laugh so contagiously. The man turned to Master Kim with a question, after which he began counting on his fingers what games they had played. The approximate number came out to be 8 games. The guild leader smiled with a full mouth. A thought popped into his head that could give him no small amount of pleasure. As the man continued to laugh, he realized that this game could be very interesting. Now that his eyes had opened, and he could look at it from a different angle. The mere encounter with this unknown guy in his underpants had changed his thinking a lot. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind Master King. She confirmed the words he had recently said with a smile on her face. The Chrono Life game was divine. The guild head, hearing her voice, immediately tensed up and jerked towards her with an unkind face. The girl raised her hand and said hello to everyone who could still hear her with a friendly message. She walked around the guild and looked around. It had been so long since the girl had stopped by to visit them, she felt like the guild should have been in better condition. And she said all of this with a certain sneer in her voice. Turning sharply towards Master King, the girl wanted to know how the preparations for something very important were going. That was the question that concerned her the most. Then the guild leader informed her that the preparations were not going badly. The girl twitched in his direction, not understanding why he was speaking in the past tense. Then Master King informed her in a gruff voice that he was leaving and that their cooperation agreement had been broken. The girl's sweet and friendly face darkened. The corners of her lips drooped and she glanced at the old man, trying to see if he was joking with her now. But then when she realized that he wasn't joking at all and was really going to do it, the corners of the girl's lips immediately lifted. She smiled gently, but there was nothing kind about that smile. She was unwilling to tolerate such disrespectful treatment of herself. In one sharp and precise movement, the girl swung her staff, and the released power slashed at the guild leader standing next to her. In this situation, Master Kim could do nothing. He only stared at his old friend, with his eyes bulging. A large amount of blood splattered in different directions. A moment later, Master King's body, cut in two, collapsed onto the cold floor of the Halasan Guild's shelter. Master Kim began to call out for his guild leader. Awe and excitement flooded his mind. Master King's body was chopped into 2 halves. He was like a toy that a harmful child decided to break just because he could do so. The girl pressed her lips together, and with sadness on her face, she wondered what she should do next. She stood like that for a while, holding her staff in her hand, listening to Master Kim's cries as he tried to call out to the head of the guild. She laughed, for first she needed to know the reason why Master King had made such a decision. But he had spoiled her mood so much that she had forgotten about it. Therefore, her further actions were caused because of that very spoiled mood. The girl walked up to the last survivor and thrust her staff into him with force. Master Kim screamed from the pain he suddenly experienced. Scarlet blood scattered in different directions and even got on the girl's cheek. But she didn't care about that. Right now, she was enjoying the moment, hurting those who chose to betray her. Master Kim continued to grunt in pain, tears escaping from his eyes. It was as if the girl was trying to make this old man feel all her anger, killing him slowly. The girl savored this moment, not giving the players a chance to stay alive. She didn't care at all about their lost experience, as these people had chosen to abandon and betray her without completing the job she had hoped for. She remembered the guy's words that she had managed to overhear. The girl clearly heard the name of the one Ji-woo had come to protect. At some point, the color of her hair began to magically change. From a light pink, they changed to a darker color. A moment later, the very same goddess of life was standing on the ruins of the Halasan Guild. She rested her hand at her side, and with a smirk on her face, she looked around once more. Still with a trace of blood on her cheek, the girl looked up. She had learned enough information to make further decisions for herself. Humming a little song, the girl was already thinking about how she should proceed. While Ji-woo was walking away from the guild he had just recently destroyed, a notification from the game appeared in front of him. The guy looked up puzzled. It said that he had destroyed a guild, and now the game was calculating his points. He didn't pay much attention to it, so he just continued on his way. But the pop-up windows kept appearing in front of him again and again. Because of the annoying sound, he looked up again and wanted to find out what had happened to keep him busy. The plaque had a message saying that the guy had reached the maximum level in the game. Urus watched curiously to see what his master was doing. Ji-woo summoned the control window and started rapidly clicking something with his finger. He still didn't understand what happened, so he wanted to find out by looking at his status. A plaque with a guy's picture appeared in front of his eyes, and the level he was currently at was written on the side. This number reached the maximum mark. He also had unallocated skill points stored. He, along with Urus, stretched out their faces. Such numbers in his status were something very unrealistic. The guy had never heard of anyone reaching such an incredible level in this game. On the program dedicated to the game, Chrono Life invited a famous player to interview. The host sat opposite, and they actively discussed the subtleties of pumping the character. Lee Sang-yok smiled when the host asked him a question. The guy took the microphone and honestly admitted that he would not be able to reach the maximum level in this game. Although players could play this game all day and night, forgetting about the real world, no one had ever been lucky enough to reach the maximum level in this game. He found this question very interesting, as he had never even thought about reaching the maximum level before. Sang-yok wondered how long it would take for him and the other players to do so. Ji-woo was sweating while looking at his status screen. His finger froze in the air as he tried to figure out if his eyes were lying to him. He was well aware that it would have taken him decades to reach this level. Urus immediately jumped in the air. He was so happy for his master. After all, he was the first in this game to reach the maximum level. The dragon continued to wind joyful circles around Ji-woo and proudly exclaimed that his master was the best. Ji-woo himself couldn't fully believe what had happened. The player stared dumbly at the number 999. Beads of sweat rolled down his tense and surprised face. Just recently, he had only level 7, and he was just overjoyed when the apprentice sword fell to him. He stood still, staring at his monitor and trying to put everything in chronological order to understand how he had gotten so much experience. On the very first day when Ji-woo had gotten hold of the baton, he had accidentally demolished 800,000 players. Various monsters and dungeons were also hit. He was also able to gain experience from the strongest boss, Urus. He certainly did not kill him, but possessed his soul, which moved into his baton and made its strength infinite. After that, the guy was attacked by Urus's army, which he was able to handle just as easily. Those monsters were of higher levels, so the experience for them was tremendous. Ji-woo, of course, realized that the 3 million people he had destroyed on the Doomsday had also gained experience. And lastly, after that, the guy had mindlessly destroyed the entire game planet, which probably also gave him a significant amount of experience. Now he stood in front of his status window and realized that in this world, there was the first player in Chrono Life who was able to reach the maximum level. At the same moment, everything around him shimmered and glowed with a golden light. He looked around him fearfully, but nothing bad was happening. His words, the game itself, had singled him out among the millions of other players and bestowed its blessing and congratulated him for reaching the maximum level. Ji-woo received a new notification saying that since he had reached the maximum level, he would be transported to the transcendent space by the game. After which the bright golden light became even more intense and the moment of teleportation occurred. At the same time, Love was lying on a hill. The girl spread her arms and legs looking at the boundless starry sky, except she didn't see any beauty in it and she wasn't enjoying this moment. The girl was clearly bored. She jumped up sharply with a face twisted with anger. Love was just furious that Pansy still hadn't returned. She had absolutely no idea where he could be or why he was gone for so long. The last time Love had seen him, the guy had promised to be back soon. All he said was that he had to go somewhere for a while. After saying goodbye, Ji-woo left, and now she was sitting there like a fool waiting for him until late at night. This fact made her even angrier, as she had never waited for anyone like this before. He had somehow, unknown to her, returned her knuckles. He also asked strange questions about the Halasan Guild. For some reason, he was curious about the guild and asked the girl to tell him everything she knew about them. This surprised her a lot, and even her cheeks warmed at that moment. She felt something strange in herself. And now she was suffering herself. Sighing heavily, she fell back down on the grass, trailing her feet. The girl decided that she could wait for the insolent guy for another hour. She made herself comfortable on the grass and closed her eyes, hoping that the time would pass unnoticed. In the transcendental space hovered the island. It was floating in the air, and it felt like this island was somewhere in the distant space. Ji-woo realized that he had been transported to this place by teleportation. The boy stood looking around among the ruined pillars. Urus had gotten to this place with him. The player was transported so quickly that he didn't even realize where he was. The place wasn't clear at all, and Urus couldn't give a clear answer either. All the ruins gave them no hint of where they were. There was silence all around, and there was no NPS or player that could tell him what to do next. Ji-woo was a little freaked out by the fact that he was constantly being pulled somewhere without his consent. Urus, on the contrary, was trying to keep things positive by praising his boss for being quite popular. Somewhere in space, a voice sounded, which made everything inside GW's body vibrate. He immediately shifted his attention, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. The voice continued to come from everywhere. It praised the player for being able to come to him so soon and reach such a high level. This voice grew bigger and louder and seemed to encompass the entire world. A second later, a beautiful figure of incredible height appeared in front of Ji-woo. It was the guide of the best, the god of excellence. He had many hands, and in each one he held a special weapon. The god of excellence continued to praise Ji-woo for his bravery and that he was able to reach such heights. The guide's face was calm, and his eyes were closed. He was only talking to the player. The god of excellence continued to speak while Ji-woo stood still and listened to him intently. Urus was confused as he didn't know that his master had taken up a profession at the beginning of the game. The guy turned his head to him and confirmed it. He was a rookie and had chosen a profession, novice investigator. New notification windows popped up in front of GW's eyes, stating that all the conditions had been met and that he could begin the transition to the hidden class. A pillar of bright golden light surrounded the player once again. The wind that had picked up around him pulled up the guy's cloak, revealing a view of his snow-white underpants. Urus looked under himself in surprise. It seemed to him that this light was shining through him. Small pebbles appeared around the guy. They were flying around him. Ji-woo looked at them carefully, but he didn't understand what it all meant yet. One of the pebbles appeared in front of his eyes. There was an additional flickering energy around it, and inside the stone itself, there was a sword in the center. This pebble very suddenly flew towards the guy and penetrated right into his body. From such a surprise, the guy jumped on the spot slightly bent. It was like a real blow. Another notification window appeared, informing him that the soul sword had penetrated his body. More of the same pebbles followed, and each one had a different item drawn on it. A shield, an archery bow, a staff. All of them shimmered with energy and headed towards the guy. Now he was already expecting them and wasn't frightened the way the sword soul was. The guy's body took in many souls of objects and powers. These were both weapons and various skills. Ji-woo stood firmly in place. And when the infiltration of souls into his body was completed, Ji-woo smiled as he was now incredibly strong, and with new skills as well. The change of profession was complete. He soared, the shimmer still enveloping the guy's body. A new notification came that Ji-woo had obtained the hidden class Novice Master. His skill points reset to 0, even though the guy hadn't even tried to pump them before. Also, his skill points had tripled, and now he had almost 15,000 points in his account, which he could distribute as he pleased. When Urus saw this, his eyes widened to an unbelievable size, and his mouth opened in wild astonishment. He had never seen so many glasses before. The boy also stood there, unable to believe this was all happening to him. The dragon was in complete shock. This was an incredible amount of points, and if used correctly, it was possible to create an incredible character. Ji-woo turned his head to the dragon and was surprised to see such a violent reaction from him. Since it was less surprising to the guy, something that he had gotten a hidden class, but there was no way Urus was going to relent. Since something went wrong in this game, the guy got 15 points instead of 3 points for every level he raised. The dragon realized that if another character of the same level appeared in the game world, Ji-woo would still be the strongest. Ji-woo pondered over everything Urus had just informed him. The guy continued to study his status window and was already thinking about what he should do next. Urus couldn't help but think that it was some kind of global error in the game, because it couldn't have happened. Urus remarked that this would be the greatest achievement in the world community. These words caused GW's eyes to widen. He was really enjoying this. Ji Do-yu's smile stretched wide on his face as the guy thought of exactly how he would distribute the skill points. The guy reached for the plus sign with his finger and made the first click. The panel immediately answered him with a ringing zing. He increased his characteristic by 1 point. And then he just started clicking on the plus sign with a crazy smile on his face. Ura's feet dropped as he looked at the speed at which Ji-woo was poking at the panel. The dragon raised his head at his master and anxiously wanted to know what he was up to. Urus couldn't understand anything yet. Ji-woo stepped into the excitement. He simply jammed his finger on the plushie and things went much faster. The guy was rapidly distributing his characterization points. Urus watched as the guy continued to distribute points and couldn't understand his master's logic in it. The dragon advised him to do it more deliberately. After all, if he blundered, everyone would think he was an idiot. Urus then took another look towards the information panel, and his jaw just dropped from the horror he had just experienced. The dragon was horrified that his master was chasing all available points into just one single characteristic. He didn't understand why the guy was doing that. Oh, and the characterization itself didn't inspire confidence in Urus. But Ji-woo didn't care about anyone's opinion. He would not stop. When he distributed all his available points, he immediately changed in his face. His eyes blinked with a dangerous light. Ji-woo had done what he wanted so badly and poured all the available points into just one characteristic. Urus looked at his master with a face that only expressed dissatisfaction. The spirit was certain that Ji-woo had completely failed with this matter. A staff member burst into the office of the president of the Chrono Life game without knocking. He was very excited, and the first thing he said was that they had a problem. Doc Bay raised his head, tearing himself away from his bowl of soup. He was not happy about being distracted from such an important matter and wanted to know what could have happened. The man couldn't describe the full extent of the problem, so he thought it would be better for the president to see for himself. Doc Bay's eyes widened when the staff member told him it was about the same user. He immediately realized that it was a matter of urgency. In the dark office, there were many monitors that tracked what was happening in the game. There were also statistics and various charts that related to the gameplay. A man was sitting behind this monitor and typing something very quickly on the keyboard. The director and the employee who reported the problem entered the office. The guy at the monitor jumped on the spot from the surprise and tension of the moment. When Doc Bay came closer, the employee immediately pointed him to the monitor where something was happening. He saw it as a big problem, which was why he had called the director. Doc Bay didn't react the way the employee expected. The man put a cigar to his mouth and whistled as he watched what was happening on the monitor. A character was displayed on the screen, along with all of his data. It also showed his current level, and it had now reached the maximum game value. But even that wasn't such a problem, because of which the director himself had been summoned. The man pointed his finger at the monitor and asked to see what Pansy was doing. Doc Bay bent slightly towards the monitor to get a better understanding of what was happening. The sound was on, so those in the room could hear Ji-woo pumping all his points into just one characteristic. Doc Bay folded his arms on his chest and arched his eyebrow. He still didn't understand what the employee saw as the problem. The man adjusted his glasses on his nose. He pointed his finger at the monitor where a characterization was visible, which Ji-woo decided to pour all of his spare characterization points into. The president's eyes became quadrants, as no reasonable player would pump himself into this characteristic by giving up all his points. But instead of worrying, Doc Bay just started laughing at the entire office. He really liked Ji-woo's train of thought. He thought that this guy was enjoying the game as much as he wanted to. The employee was surprised at this reaction. The employee turned his head to the president and honestly expressed his opinion about it. The player was making his character a third-rate piece of junk without the possibility of any growth. The man was too excited because Ji-woo might realize his mistake and do something seriously stupid in a fit of anger. The president didn't even want to hear anything and advised the employee to ignore it. With a smile on his face, the man took a drag on his cigar. He had one very important principle. The company had no right to interfere in the course of the game of their players. And what this guy was doing was too entertaining for Doc Bay. The employee was still not backing down and wanted to take action because of this. But the president didn't see the point of this conversation anymore and wasn't going to interfere. The man turned around and walked with a relaxed gait towards the exit of the office. The employee was still trying to get through to the president, but he didn't even want to hear anything more. He was almost to the exit. Clamping his cigar between his teeth, the man couldn't stop smiling. In his mind, he couldn't even imagine such a turn of events, and that Ji-woo had decided to make such a move. But one thing Doc Bay was completely sure of was that in the virtual game world, the worst, strongest character would appear. Jiwoo did exactly as he wanted. He allocated all his points to just one characteristic and thought that he had made a simply unthinkable and unbelievable move. When the guy was done with his point allocation, he was once again approached by the God of Supremacy. The guide hadn't finished his ritual yet and was ready to continue. The Guide of Excellence raised his head, his hands moving smoothly around. He was ready to proceed with the last step in guiding. When Jiwoo raised his head at him, the God of Excellence informed him that he would only be given one chance and the guy would not have to fail. All the hands behind the god's back stretched out, and he informed that he was giving the guy the right to choose. In other words, Jiwoo had to choose one weapon that the God of Supremacy would give him. Jiwoo's eyes lit up as soon as he heard that the Guide of Excellence would be able to give him one of his weapons for free. Urus was still surprised at such generosity from the game even now. Jiwoo's eyes immediately traveled over the hands of the God of Excellence. In each of them lay a weapon. Each weapon was unique in its own way, with its own power and advantage in different areas. The choice was too difficult. Jiwoo folded his arms on his chest, lowering his head. The guy thought deeply. All of these weapons looked beautiful. He didn't know which one he should choose. After a while, he abruptly raised his head, his face radiating joy and confidence. Jiwoo was able to decide which weapon he chose. Extending his hand towards the God of Excellence, with shining eyes, Jiwoo decided that the Guide of the Best could give him all of his weapons. The God of Excellence didn't think long and immediately replied that he wouldn't be able to fulfill his request. The guy should think better and choose only one weapon. The God of Excellence also warned the player that greed could lead to a lot of anger, and he should choose wisely. Except Jiwoo was of a different opinion. Entering into the excitement, he called out the God of Excellence as if he was an ordinary player. The guy with the most innocuous face warned the God of Excellence that he would give him the weapon now and that was it. Or the guy would beat him up from the beginning and the weapon would still be his. The God of Excellence was silent. Although his face did not emit any emotion, the vibration in the air made it clear that his mood was deteriorating and the tension between them was building up. Urus was simply horrified that Jiwoo had the nerve to say such a thing to the very Guide of the Best. He also felt the danger that came from the deity. The staff member monitoring the situation with Jiwoo was just as shocked as Urus was. The man was simply shocked at such audacity from the player. Even Doc Bay heard those words the moment he was about to leave the office and froze in place. He was just as shocked as the others. The president abruptly turned his head towards the monitors, and from his mouth open with surprise, a cigar fell out. The God of Supremacy was silent. He did not make another sound and was in his calm state, but then came the notification. The Guide of Excellence became enraged. The face of the God of Excellence immediately changed. It became twisted, with veins bulging everywhere. His eyes opened, and the light of mad anger burned in them. Another window arrived, informing him that his relationship with the Supremacy God had deteriorated to hostile. The deity became in a belligerent stance, all of its arms upraised and each of them tightly clenched the weapon it was holding. This did not frighten Jiwoo at all. The guy realized that the deity would not just give up, and a fight would still happen between them. He was prepared for such a turn of events. The God of Supremacy's fierce shout rang out, and it seemed like the entire game universe heard it. Sparks flew from the deity's eyes, and the sky around them was flooded with scarlet color. He carried a formidable and crushing attack towards Jiwoo. The axe of one of his weapons swiftly descended on GW's head. A dark shadow fell on the guy, and the weapon was getting closer and closer. The player clutched his precious baton tighter, ready to attack with it at any moment. The God of Supremacy unleashed his attack on the island. A bright pillar of light immediately rose from the ground somewhere far upwards. The guide unleashed his attack, which was simply overwhelming. The weapon stuck in the ground, right where the player was. There was a moment of overwhelming silence. Urus was shocked at what had happened. He looked at the spot where his master had just been and couldn't believe that he had been killed by that weapon. The god was still full of anger. He gritted his teeth in anger and couldn't even imagine that he would be in a situation where he would have to kill the world's first superior with his own hands. But then, quite unexpectedly, a fiery energy burst out from beneath the weapon of the God of Supremacy, and an immensely powerful punch slammed into his body. The attack was so strong that he cried out from the pain and surprise that descended upon him. When the attack stopped working and the energy disappeared, the aftermath was revealed. Half of the best guide's face was shattered. He stood still with his mouth open in pain and terror in his remaining eye. When the smoke and dust cleared, Urus could see his master standing in front of him with his baton raised upwards. The boy honestly admitted that the blow from the god was painful for him. But despite that, he was still alive after such a divine attack. A slight smirk curved his lips. The player kept his gaze fixed on the god of supremacy. Even though the attack was from the god of supremacy himself, the guy's vitals had only decreased a little. And right now, it was obvious which characteristic the guy had pumped all his points into. It was health and physical condition. The guy smiled as he looked at how little life he had expended after such a blow. Urus, on the other hand, was in complete shock and didn't even know how to comment on it. The dragon had just recently nearly lost his mind as he watched Jiwoo give all of his spare points to just this characteristic. The guy, on the other hand, it was as if he knew what could happen and therefore promoted just that. His finger simply pressed the plus sign near life and physical stamina, and the points increased there without stopping. Still, Urus had to inform his master that he had made a fatal mistake that caused his character to become real trash. Jiwoo looked at the spirit and didn't understand what he was getting at. Urus then reminded Jiwoo that every piece of equipment in this game had its own qualities. And in order to wear an item, a guy had to have certain characteristics pumped up. Now that he had rolled everything into one quality, the guy would no longer be able to have any other equipment besides this wooden club. Jiwoo was surprised to be so flustered by the dragon's state of mind. After all, he thought that this weapon was quite enough for him. Suddenly, another notification window popped up in front of his eyes. He began to read the text in front of him. Urus, when he saw it, he had another heart attack. They began to read what it said. The guy was able to fulfill the conditions for a hidden skill to be revealed to him. This skill was called the healing factor. As soon as he got it, the vitals on the information panel immediately returned to their original position. Now, after any damage, he would receive immediate healing. As soon as this happened, Jiwoo blurted out a smile. He didn't think his character was trash at all. Urus was shocked by everything that was just happening, and was at a loss for words. By this time, the god of supremacy was recovering from the wooden club attack. He held onto his shattered face and groaned in pain. His rage was mind-boggling. The guide of the best opened his eyes with a loud shriek, and a laser seemed to burst out of them and flew towards Jiwoo. The thin laser passed through GWU's body. It was completely unexpected, and the guy didn't even have time to react and fend off the attack in any way. His body lifted off the ground and his mouth opened in a mute scream. Urus stared at his master's body and didn't know what to do. When the attack was completed, Jiwoo collapsed to the ground with a huge hole in his body, from which blood began to gush out. The dragon flew around his master and continuously called out to him. The spirit's eyes were like two ovals, its mouth wide open. It was very worried about Jiwoo and didn't want him to die. Except there was something strange. Jiwoo smiled and then started laughing. His laughter was resonant and light-hearted. Urus didn't understand what was going on at all, as he had just seen his master being pierced through with his own eyes. Jiwoo felt his pain so sharp and sudden just as quickly began to fade away. He couldn't stop admiring the beautiful game. After all, the wound that was in his chest immediately began to heal, as if wriggling tentacles were mending the wound. Urus watched with fear and disgust as the hole in his master's body healed. He'd never seen such a thing before, so the sight made the spirit shiver. Since this attack failed to crush Jiwoo, the god of supremacy swooped down on the guy with a new attack. He couldn't let such an insolent and impudent player live. Jiwoo began to rise to his feet. At this very time, his wound had completely healed, flashing with a bright light. The guy was anticipating their fight, and he was having more and more fun each time. After all, his vitals had once again recovered completely. The god of supremacy was furious. He had absorbed all of his power and wished to exterminate this nasty player from this game. The guide could no longer allow this horrible person to get his weapon. He attacked the guy again. Each successive attack that the god of supremacy inflicted on him, Jiwoo met it with a smile on his face. His body completely defied the onslaught and returned to its primal state at the same moment. When the attack stopped, the guy raised his head. He was completely unharmed as his body immediately replenished the expended vitals. The god of supremacy was extremely angry. He kept all his weapons at the ready and grinned at the madman who boldly decided to challenge him. Jiwoo decided that it was time to call it a day. In a cocky voice, the guy offered to give the deity all of his weapons once more. He had already extracted all the output from their encounter and was even able to test himself against such a strong enemy. The guide of the best grimaced even more, and at the same time he realized that he wouldn't be able to do anything to this guy since all his attacks before had failed. The god decided to talk to the guy again. He wanted to warn him one last time about the greed that Ji-woo was feeling. After all, someday he would remember these words and regret his actions. Except Ji-woo didn't even want to hear anything. The guy turned around and got into an attacking stance, preparing his weapon for another attack. For this guy, there were no barriers. He decided for himself that he would have a great time in this game, so he had no doubts about his actions and saw no reason to stop. There was nothing else stopping him, and Ji-woo took the last step to achieve his goal. The guy swung his baton, leaving behind a tail of light. The vertical strike was of all-consuming proportions. The energy went beyond the transcendent space, and the god of supremacy ceased to exist. A crack appeared in space. Like thin glass, everything around them began to shatter. A terrifying cracking sound could be heard. A wave of bluish energy gathered around Ji-woo. It quickly shrunk the ring around him. The guy immediately received a notification that the transcendent space was collapsing and that he was about to be transported to the normal game world. He was brought back to the normal world with the accompaniment of a violent explosion. Ji-woo appeared in the game world, thick smoke spreading around him. He had just managed to destroy the god of supremacy with his own hands and destroyed the transcendent space. And just a few seconds later, in the same place where he appeared, the weapons that used to belong to the guide of excellence sprinkled on the ground. Each weapon had the prefix, superior. Ji-woo smiled as he received the notification that he was the owner of all the superior weapons. After another minute, all the weapons that were lying around the guy lit up with a bright glow and began to disappear. He had been transported into subspace, and now the weapons could appear any time the guy needed them. The player glowed with a wide smile. His mood was high as he was able to obtain such a good weapon, became the highest leveled player, and also gained a skill that returned his vitals to normal. Boss Love's face exuded anger, and anyone who saw her now in that state would be very frightened, assuming that she was a monster. The girl was too angry at Pansy for making her wait so long. A sinister aura emanated from her. Love was pissed off and ready to destroy the guy if he showed his face to her. As she stood there thinking angrily about what she would do to him, the bushes rustled behind her. Someone was approaching Love from behind. The one who came out of the bushes was Ji-woo. The guy in a great mood put 2 fingers to his forehead, saluting the girl. His eyes and cheeks were burning with joy and good cheer, except that the greeting from the girl wasn't as cordial as Ji-woo's. Boss Love immediately punched Ji-woo with her fist right in the face. After that, she started kicking him with her foot and resenting him for making the guy wait for him until late at night. Ji-woo didn't resist her blows. He just shrank back and covered his head with his hands. Through the beatings, the guy raised his head and pitifully started to make excuses that he was delayed by some business. He apologized to the girl for not being able to come earlier. GW's nose was even bleeding from the strong fist hitting his face. The girl grimaced and growled in annoyance. She was also unhappy with herself for waiting so long for him. Eventually, letting out all the fervor on Ji-woo, the girl turned around and walked away. She had no intention of staying in this game any longer. The guy drooped his head dejectedly, but there was nothing he could do. Ji-woo turned around abruptly. Love was still standing with her back to him. He wanted to know where she was going, but the girl briefly replied that she was leaving the game. She stopped when the guy gave her an understanding goodbye. For some reason, this made her very nervous. Before leaving the game, without turning back to him, she set up a meeting in this game for a certain time. Before that, she would need to finish things with work, and then they would meet again in the game. Boss Love turned her head to him and in a menacing voice warned him immediately that she would kill him if the guy dared to be late again. These words sounded like a set point. Without waiting for GW's reply, the girl left the game. Her character vanished into thin air, leaving behind a bluish flicker. Ji-woo and Uru stared in surprise at the place where Love had just stood. The guy exhaled with annoyance. This girl evoked unexplainable emotions in him, but one thing he knew for sure, she was doing whatever she could think of. Ji-woo sighed once more and began to rise to his feet. The guy also didn't see the point of staying in the game any longer and was going to leave it. Urus looked at him sadly. They said goodbye, and the guy called up a window where he clicked on the quit button and then confirmed the request. Ji-woo walked out of the virtual capsule hall and yawned full mouth. He was tired during this time and didn't mind going back home to get a good rest. Tucking his hands into the pockets of his gym pants, Ji-woo walked down the street towards his home. He had some time to think about the past game day. For a moment, he wondered if he could sell the superior weapons he had gotten. The guy also assumed that they must be worth a lot of money, and the thought made him laugh. He was already anticipating how he would spend the money. After that thought, another thought immediately came to him. The guy didn't know if he even had a chance to sell this weapon, as it might just not be transferable to other players. His thoughts quickly shifted when on the other side of the street, the guy spotted a cafe. It was the same establishment that Doc Bay had brought him to. He was really hungry, so Ji-woo pulled out his wallet to check how much money was left. But what he saw did not please him at all. He lowered his head and walked on. The guy was poor, and it made him very sad, because he was not available even such small desires as just to go to a cafe and eat soup. It wasn't a light thought that came over him. Ji-woo sighed heavily, for even the game's pay was constantly increasing, and he would most likely have to take extra shifts at his part-time job. He kept walking, and thoughts chaotically began to swirl around in his head. At some point, Ji-woo just froze in place without even finishing taking a step. The guy suddenly remembered Boss Love's brass knuckles. According to Urus, they were too expensive. Ji-woo was then shocked at the price he heard from the dragon. They then looked at Love together and discussed how much her equipment cost in total. Urus then roughly estimated that the girl had spent about 100 million, won on everything. And at that same moment, it was as if Ji-woo had an epiphany. He could sell the game items and exchange them for real money. At this thought, his eyes lit up with a lively glint. Thinking no more, his legs started to turn around faster than he thought, and a second later, he was already rushing with all his legs towards the center of the virtual pods. The guy's heart was pounding frantically in his chest from the anticipation of what he was about to do. In the game Chrono Life, there was one location that the players had labeled, the Forbidden Place. On the border of life and death, the grave of all mortals. It was a place that was afraid of anyone to go in, and not a single player has not yet cleaned it. In the same location dwelt the most terrible and strongest monster. The two-headed boss was the Urus dragon. Ji-woo came to the valley, in which not so long ago he was able to destroy the main and strongest boss. He returned to the Valley of the Dead. Urus was excited to visit the places he had resided in previously. After changing into his ceremonial costume, he politely welcomed his master into his home. Unfortunately for the dragon, the guy didn't really pay much attention to his efforts. He was pursuing his goal and was completely focused on it. A sinister smile stretched GW's lips. He was very pleased that the idea of returning to this place and accomplishing what he had planned had come to him. The guy was radiating greed along with excitement like this. He was already eager to accomplish what he had come here to do. Urus lowered his head in frustration, unable to contradict his master. He'd been so blinded by revenge when he had first come here that he had not even thought of collecting all the weapons that had fallen from the monsters. Urus put his hands to his mouth, and tears started to come from his eyes. He was in a lot of pain thinking about what was about to happen. As soon as the guy entered the monster's territory, they immediately started appearing in front of him. Menacing growls could be heard in the fog, as well as eyes glowing with blood and flesh lust. The guy was immediately greeted by all sorts of monsters that were only there. Each and every one of them radiated rage and the desire to tear apart the impudent person who had disturbed their peace. Ji-woo only smiled. He wasn't worried at all about how he would deal with them, as he had already been able to destroy an army of Euros monsters once before, and it couldn't be a problem for him now. An entire army of elite monsters was approaching him. He, with just a cloak and white underpants, was meeting them, and in his hands, the guy clutched his precious weapon tightly. He looked at all the monsters and clearly realized that this day would be the end of his worthless life. GWU's eyes were burning with joy and unbridled happiness. He was met by several monsters that were considered to be among the strongest of the Urus army. Ji-woo's strike immediately engulfed the monsters with his incredible radiance that destroyed everything in its path. Ji-woo kept his baton raised after a good attack. A complete annihilation took place. The monster army disappeared from his path just as quickly as it appeared in front of him. Only smoke developed a breeze, walking through the empty space. It only took the guy 2 strikes for the monsters in the Valley of the Dead to be killed. He stood on the turtles and realized that he was now invincible. Near his foot, the first weapon that had fallen out after the destruction of Urus's army appeared. It was a sword with a purple handle that matched the color of the monsters. A second later, the entire Valley of the Dead was strewn with all kinds of armor and weapons imaginable. They were continuously falling from the sky as if it was raining. Urus looked at all the abundance of valuable items and was glad that his master had handled the matter very quickly. The player only stood with an enigmatic smirk on his face. And when the dragon decided to see if the guy had finished the matter, GW's face changed. He was consumed by an incredible lust for riches. The guy smiled and replied that he had just started the case. Urus immediately felt uncomfortable with this reaction from his master. He couldn't even think that he would be so consumed with lust. After a while of waiting, the air in the Valley of the Dead stirred once again. Formidable growls as well as terrifying howling sounds began to emanate from the mist. Jiwoo raised his head. He looked at the monsters that had reappeared in the valley. This was the best thing he could see, because now the player would be able to obtain enough weapons to earn money. Since this was a game, the revival of monsters was cyclical. After being destroyed, they would reappear in the same place after a while, and were once again full of energy and overflowing with the desire to destroy the enemy. Special creatures like Urus's two-headed dragon could no longer be resurrected. Urus looked at his army and felt very sorry for the monsters. With tears in his eyes, the dragon begged them to run away. Jiwoo raised his wooden club upwards. The monsters were already too close to him. Only they didn't know that their demise would be very quick. The guy swung his baton. Bright energy burst out from the weapon. As he destroyed the monsters, he thought about the fact that it wouldn't be a bad idea to collect a lot of ammunition for every occasion. His work in destruction was visible even from the game space. The guy worked hard to build up his weapons as quickly as possible. Harvard University once held an interesting lecture. One professor displayed a picture of the famous Bill Gates on the projector. The man was the richest man in the world. The professor told a story about how Bill Gates saw a $100 bill on the ground on his way to work. Only Bill Gates did not want to take the money and walked past it, leaving the money lying on the ground. The professor got his students interested and wondered if they had any guesses as to the reason why Bill decided not to pick up the money and walk by. The man showed the students a wad of $1 bills. As he did so, he went on to talk about how if Bill Gates had picked up the money, he would have suffered a loss because of it. If Bill had sat down and picked up that bill, it would have taken him about 3 seconds to do that action, when he and his company were making about $150 in 1 second. The man chuckled as he speculated what the loss would have been for those lost 3 seconds out of a millionaire's life. It was a great lecture spiced with an amusing joke. Jiwoo finished dispatching the monsters and looked at the pile of weapons that had accumulated during his uninterrupted work. He couldn't admire the work he had done. There were so many weapons and ammunition Jiwoo had never seen before. It all made him laugh wildly. In just 1 hour, the guy was able to extract a fortune with his strength. Jiwoo couldn't believe that this was actually happening. He continued to stand beside the pile of looted precious items and enjoyed his stellar moment. In the end, the value of all the looted items amounted to about 15 billion gold. The translation to real money was 1-to-1. Based on the previously mentioned lecture, it can be calculated that Bill Gates earns 500 million won per hour. And a simple Korean guy, a part-time worker at a convenience store, was able to earn more than the richest man in the world in 1 hour. Jiwoo spread out his arms and couldn't contain his fortune. Laughter mixed with joy rushed out of him. As soon as he received his real money, Jiwoo immediately decided to change his image. The guy went to expensive stores and bought himself some branded clothes. He has never spent so much money on himself because he generously allowed himself to take the most expensive. Of course, the shopping did not stop at clothes. Jiwoo also bought a brand new car with a convertible top. In the interior of the car were various expensive bags as well as other purchases. Everyone who met him on his way stopped to stare at him. Some gawked with obvious envy, some with surprise, and there were those who could not tear their gaze away because of admiration. People just stared at him. The overly posh car was attracting a lot of attention. He felt that he was the center of attention, and the guy loved to feel the gloss and beauty around him. The expensive items gave him more confidence. Jiwoo drove around in an expensive and luxurious car, enjoying every moment of his other life. It seemed like only now, Jiwoo could feel how beautiful this life was when he could afford everything he wanted. Suddenly, a loud whistle was heard. The spike of his car braked sharply and sparks flew. A moment later, Jiwoo's car slammed into a pole. The guy hit his head on the steering wheel. He couldn't handle the steering, which caused the car to skid on the road. With horror on his face, he looked at what had happened. Jiwoo's heart felt as if it had stopped when he realized that he had crashed such an expensive car. It was an inexpressible feeling. All euphoria immediately disappeared. He looked at the pillar and the hood of the car and was horrified at what had happened. Ji-woo got out of the car and grabbed his head when he saw the whole picture of what was happening. There were people crowded around him, and they were just as shocked. Even though it wasn't their car, the guys were all sorry. But not even a couple hours later, Ji-woo changed his car for a new one. He remembered that he had too much money to be upset about such a small thing. Just like that, without thinking for long, the guy was already driving the new car. Now Ji-woo could afford it and not worry about anything. Doc Bae was in the main office of the game Chrono Life. The man took out a cigar and started lighting it. And a second later, Doc Bae grabbed his head, completely upset. The president of the company sighed heavily. He asked his staff member to continue making a report on the situation. He didn't like what he was hearing at all. The employee nodded and continued speaking, pointing his hand at the graphs. Everyone was concerned that Ji-woo was able to finish so many excellent items and sell them all in such a short period of time. This was bad for the company's assets. An employee realized that things were bad and even considered quitting. The president leaned closer to the guy and was even able to read his thoughts, which made the guy a little uncomfortable. They looked at Ji-woo's picture and tried to think of ways to stop this player from selling more items. But the staff member with a sad voice informed them that such a thing would not be possible right now. This news gave the president an unbearable headache. He once again put his hand to his forehead and exhaled heavily. At the same moment, his phone began to ring. Doc Bae picked up the phone without even looking at who was calling him. He kept his eyes closed, and all his thoughts were immersed in the problem that had arisen because of Ji-woo's actions. The one who called the president was Ji-woo himself. The guy said hello to him in a satisfied tone and wanted to know how the president was doing. Ji-woo was boasting about his wealth, therefore he didn't hide the fact that he was going to spend money. He even offered to make some kind of gift for the president. Hearing this, the man was angry. Pulsing veins immediately appeared on his face, and a deep dark shadow fell on his eyes. Ji-woo only heard curses on the phone, and they were so strong that the guy pulled away from the phone. After Doc Bae told him everything he thought about him, he immediately dropped the call. Ji-woo was very surprised and didn't understand why the president was so furious. He didn't care to find out why the president was in a bad mood. Ji-woo put his hands behind his head and thought about what else he could buy. The guy started listing all the purchases he had made. He spent some time doing this. The items he had already bought for himself were too many, but Ji-woo felt that there was something that he had completely forgotten about. The moment it hit him, Ji-woo sat up straight and took the wheel, heading to the place where he could buy this important item. His eyes lit up at the mere thought of what he was about to accomplish. After all, it would be one of the most important purchases for him. When the guy made this purchase, he couldn't contain his emotions at all. It was something he had dreamed of so fiercely, and now he could enjoy this life to the fullest. After all, Ji-woo would now have his own apartment with the best furnishings and renovations at his disposal. This was something he couldn't even dream of once. He stood in the middle of his new apartment and threw his hands up in the air, shouting with joy. Ji-woo was in his own home, and this was the best purchase he had ever made. When the guy came to his senses a little, he foamed that there were some things that needed to be done when moving in. After a while, his finger was already pressing the doorbell to the other apartment that was next door to his. A ringing melody echoed around. Ji-woo held a plate of cake in his hand and continued to press the doorbell. A woman's voice sounded from the intercom. She wanted to know who had come to see her. Ji-woo was not confused and told her in a friendly manner that he had just moved into the house today and would like to treat his neighbors to a rice cake. This was the custom in Korea, as a token of friendship and good luck. There was a response from the intercom, a woman's voice asking him to wait a while. After a while, the door to the neighbor's apartment quietly opened. Ji-woo was gracious and sincere. The guy lifted a plate of rice cake and greeted his neighbor in a friendly voice. His eyes widened as he looked at the girl who came out of the apartment. From behind the door, a girl looked at him. It was the same Han Saran. The girl looked at the guy with embarrassment. She was also playing a game like him and had the game nickname Love. She walked out into the common corridor and looked at the guy. The guys stood silent for a while. No one could utter a word. These two were just as able to stand in the game and look at each other. There was something between them that couldn't be explained with mere words. Ji-woo continued to look at the girl and only saw her cute face. He immediately took a liking to her big blue eyes as well as her plump lips. Han Saran was surprised to see such an attractive and suave guy under her door. Who else in their time could bring a rice cake for a greeting? The Valley of the Dead was peaceful. This place was different from others, as only the strongest could set foot in these lands and try their luck at killing at least one monster. There was someone walking on the ground strewn with skulls. His gait was confident, as if he was not afraid of meeting his worst enemies here. He came as close as possible so that Urus's army would appear from the thick fog. The monsters immediately activated, smelling the fresh blood. The unknown man raised his hand. It was a strange dark shade with sharp nails, and there was also a purple-colored energy coming from the skin. With a twist of his hand, the unknown man was able to crush the first monster that met his path in one motion. It was an incredible power, and definitely couldn't belong to an ordinary player. The one who had just reproduced his power looked very strange. He was neither human nor a monster. The intruder had long blonde hair, dark skin color, a long tail was behind his back, and a long sinuous horn was mouthed from his forehead. The monsters roared excitedly. They were enraged that someone had come to them and disturbed their peace. The bodies of the monsters wriggled and lunged towards the one who had come. The three strongest monsters of Urus immediately pounced towards the unknown person. They reached for him with tentacles, teeth, paws, and claws. The unknown man opened his mouth. He was angry at the monsters for being so stupid that they couldn't recognize their master. 3 tentacles burst out from the unknown man's back. He continued to stand still as these limbs circled above him. Suddenly they stretched in length and were able to reach, each to their victim. The monsters at the same moment howled a thunderous roar. The tentacle that got into the monster's body immediately sucked on it, and something terrible began to happen. There was a pulsation in the channel, as if something was being pumped out of the monster. The monsters screamed, as it happened on all the monsters to which these tentacles were attached. There was nothing they could do about it. After a short time, the monsters began to shrivel up. The strange tentacles were simply draining the life force and energy from the monsters' bodies. It was a special power that allowed John Doe to replenish his strength with the monster's energy. Also, the 3 strongest of Urus's army had lost their resurrection ability. As soon as the eating of the monsters was completed, the tentacle immediately returned to its master. Unknown immediately flashed notification windows, and from them he learned that he had absorbed the target's level, as well as absorbed the target's characteristics. The monsters that John Doe had absorbed had been completely removed from the game. Unknown looked into the distance and saw the 2-headed dragon Urus there. His memories were too fresh. There he and his brother were about to kill the player when suddenly one of the heads abruptly disappeared. It happened very quickly. Only a stump was left of the head. Remembering this, the unknown man grinned. It was painful for him to be in this place because so many good and bad memories surrounded him. He also remembered how Urus had been surprised that his other head was gone when he turned into a spirit. But no one could give him an answer, and the dragon had resigned himself to the fact that he would be alone, and the second head was lost forever. And now, in the Valley of the Dead, stood an unknown man. He was the lost head of the 2-headed dragon Urus. There was a fierce hatred for the player who had cut off its head so suddenly and brutally. The lost head remembered the face of the enemy forever. Urakan was the lost head of Urus. He was born to exterminate all humans and all living things. Ji-woo still couldn't take his eyes off the beautiful girl who happened to be his neighbor. Han-saran saw the guy as someone beautiful, completely unlike anyone she had ever met in her life. This was her first meeting with Boss Love, a girl who was completely different in demeanor and facial expression from the one who was now standing in the common hallway. Han-sorang accepted the guy's kind gesture and took a bowl of rice cake. She smiled happily and promised to gobble it up. Ji-woo stood in a stupor for a while as there was a girl of indescribable beauty in front of him. But after a moment he smiled as he could recognize Han-saran herself in this beautiful girl, a young singer who was very famous. Unfortunately, in their first meeting, the guy couldn't realize that it was the same Boss Love standing in front of him. After all, in the game and in life, these girls were very different. After accepting the rice cake, Han-saran returned to her apartment. There, the manager met her and looked at Han-saran with curiosity. The woman came closer and asked the girl with interest where she got the cake from. Han-saran was still reeling from the sudden encounter, so she simply shrugged her shoulders and told the truth. She had a strange feeling that she couldn't explain to herself. She felt like she had met this guy before, but she couldn't remember where and when. In Han-saran's game, she almost didn't notice Ji-woo's face, as he constantly attracted her attention with his snow-white underwear, which every time flashed from under his cape. For some reason, she associated this new neighbor specifically with panties, but it was strange since they were completely unlike each other. Pushing that thought aside, Han-saran handed the bowl of cake to her manager, offering it for her to nibble on. The woman gladly took the plate. Han-saran still didn't recognize Ji-woo and didn't even realize that Pansy himself had just rang her doorbell. As the girl stepped aside, a new instruction from the manager immediately came to her back. She was hurrying the girl to hurry up and get changed, as they had more things to do. Hansarin turned to the woman and was indignant that the manager was not giving her any time to rest. But since the girl herself had set the appointment time for Ji-woo, she had no choice but to do today's chores faster so that there would be more time to play. Hansarin didn't bother to bicker anymore. She knew she was at fault herself. Therefore, she simply turned around and walked towards her room, waving her arms wide. The manager broke off a piece of cake and watched her ward curiously. After all, earlier, the girl would have made a real scandal. Taking a bite of the rice cake, the woman assumed that Hansaran had found someone special in the game because the girl had changed a lot in her behavior. Ji-woo returned to the game, and the first thing the guy did was visit the Valley of the Dead. As soon as he entered the location, his face immediately twisted with indignation. After looking around in all directions, the guy still couldn't find Urus's army. These monsters had disappeared from the game for some reason unknown to him. Ji-woo immediately turned his head to Urus and demanded an answer. He was even assumed that the monsters were scared and scattered, but the dragon was no less puzzled. The dragon immediately revealed that the army's movement was restricted by the software, and there was no way they would be able to leave the area. Urus's eyes widened as he suggested that it could have been some kind of bug in the game. They stood still for a while longer and looked out over the vastness of the Valley of the Dead, which from this point onwards was a normal location that didn't have a single monster. Ji-woo was angry because this place was a great treasure trove for mining superior weapons, for which he could get the most money. The guy scratched the back of his head in frustration. There was nothing else to do but to find another location with less powerful monsters and continue destroying them while collecting valuable items. Urus suddenly remembered that he was supposed to meet Lav today. The guy agreed with him, so he turned around and walked in the opposite direction. His hunt was not going well today. As the guy walked in the opposite direction, his indignation was all that could be heard. Urus, on the other hand, stayed where he was. He was very much concerned about something. Looking at the vast and empty valley, the dragon felt something very strange. This feeling was familiar to him and at the same time frighteningly ominous. Elaros, the giant snow snake, met its enemy with its mouth wide open. It let out a hissing and vein-chilling hiss. A moment later, a tentacle was already embedded in it, which began to drain the boss of its life force, stats, and levels. Uraken's mouth was drooling. He enjoyed every boss he devoured on his way. All of these monsters were like a delicacy to him. After devouring the snow serpent, Uraken absorbed his tentacle. The dragon realized that this was not enough for him and that he needed more food. As soon as he thought of wanting more food, copious rivulets of drool flowed from his mouth again. The dragon's eyes lit up with a bright light. He kept thinking of the very guy who had once taken his life by chopping him in the neck. Uraken's head flew off his neck, and everyone forgot about him because of him. The dragon's thoughts were interrupted as someone appeared in front of him. This someone had wings and hovered in front of him in the air. Uraken raised his head and looked at the arrival. A girl with the hidden class of life goddess approached him on wings. She looked at Uraken with admiration. The girl had not expected her creation to make it this far. A bright smile shone across her entire face. She didn't doubt her favorite child one bit, except that Uraken wasn't as excited about the encounter as the girl was. He released his tentacle into her, and the goddess of life froze in place, unable to do anything. She began to feel the life force being sucked out of her body. Frightened, the girl looked down to where Uraken was. She could see his hungry eyes looking at her with appetite. The monster was sucking the life force out of the girl and kept repeating relentlessly about how it wasn't enough. It needed more food. Uraken couldn't take his eyes off the girl, for to him she looked strong, which meant she had a lot of life energy and was a tidbit. His tentacle came into action and started sucking all her life force, characterization, and levels out of the girl. She was terrified. Asking him to stop, a panicked expression appeared on the girl's face. But in just a moment, instead of a beautiful, full-of-life girl, a dried-up mummy appeared. Her skin tightened around her bones, and her eyes rolled up somewhere. Having had enough of the girl, Uraken released his grip and his tentacles began to return to their master. The goddess of life was no longer able to stay in the air, so she began to fall to the ground. The monster continued to watch her. The girl fell to the snow, hitting her body hard. She no longer gave any sign of life. Uraken immediately received game notifications from which he was slightly surprised. It was the first time he had received a notification that the takeover had failed. A moment later, the goddess of life appeared in her beautiful guise behind the dragon's back. The girl placed her hands at her sides and resented such bad behavior. The girl sighed heavily and continued to berate her son. She didn't like this behavior at all, for even for her it was too unexpected. Uriken looked at the girl and was completely perplexed. He had even been under the assumption that it was some sort of illusion, but the fact that he had stroked her felt like something real. The goddess of life was once again outraged, for it was not so important now. The dragon continued to study the girl, making the assumption that she was simply not edible. He wondered who the goddess of life really was. When word came through that the girl smelled as much himself as he did, the goddess of life smirked slightly. She did not comment on it. The girl silently raised her hand and pointed her finger in the direction. Uriken glanced at her. He wondered what this strange girl wanted to show him. Beyond the mountains was a small town. Its golden roofs stood out brightly against the dark mountains. The goddess of life assured Uriken that there was plenty of food where her finger was pointing. It was just what the dragon needed. Her face smiled as she gave him permission to go there and eat as much as he could eat. The words made Uriken's eyes sparkle with the desire to go to the city and eat as much as he could. The girl stood waiting and watched the monster. At Uriken's feet, drool was dripping. She knew it would be a good decision, for Uriken would do anything to destroy the entire city and take all the players' life forces. Uriken was already anticipating how he would now dainty with the players' life force. His mouth was open and drool continued to flow down his chin. Unable to wait any longer, the dragon released its webbed wings. They flapped wide in different directions, ready to lift their owner off the ground and carry him to a place full of food. At that moment, the inside of Uriken revealed his true colors. He was a dragon born to slay all living things and all men. Incredible power engulfed the monster in bright beams and flashes. He prepared to head for his prey. In a second, Uriken had already soared into the sky and moved through space in one swift leap. A strong wind blew, causing the girl's hair and outfit to shake. The crazed face of hunger was already rushing at full speed towards the direction where there were a lot of people. Everything was happening so fast that Uriken had already approached and could see the outline of the city. In a second, the whole town knew about his landing, as the impact was too strong and the blast wave blew away many houses in the vicinity. The people in the town became frightened and screams began to erupt from all sides. A general panic began to set in. No one realized what was happening yet. One of the players was joined by a tentacle and immediately started draining life force from him. The player's eyes opened wide, but there was nothing he could do. In a second, the guy was already standing completely dried up. The girl looked at him, and there was genuine horror in her eyes. She had never seen such power before. Tears gathered in her eyes. She didn't know what to do, where to run, and where to look for help. The guy who had been standing beside her for just a few seconds simply disappeared as if he had never existed. Everyone around her was shocked by what was happening and completely confused. Everyone who was standing near the place immediately received a tentacle. It hit all sorts of places on the players. It could be the face, leg, back, head, arm. Any point on the body could give all the life energy to the dragon. There were too many of these tentacles. Every person in the immediate circle was subjected to this terrifying attack. There was simply nothing the players could do, and it was impossible to resist in any way. A silhouette stood in the distance, a huge monster with many tentacles feeding and enjoying its prey, while peaceful players died. Uriken was drooling. He was gaining so many vitals, stats, and levels from the players he ate. He received dozens of notifications every second that he had devoured a player. All players became food for Uriken. When this became known, the players immediately gathered a raid and swiftly began to defend themselves. Without knowing fear, they tried to destroy the enemy who was attacking people in such cold blood. The battle was fought by the pros, as well as ordinary players who didn't have much strength. All of these players huddled in a ring around the enemy and rushed at the same time to make one global attack and destroy the enemy. However, the monster's strength had already surpassed the player's strength. This was no longer a problem for Uriken. With every life sucked out, the monster grew stronger and stronger. Uriken's mouth opened in a wide smile, revealing sharp teeth. Saliva continued to drip copiously from it. The dragon wasn't done yet. He needed more power, and the characters it was devouring had been removed from the game. In the office of the director of the Chrono Life game, an employee burst into the office without knocking. The situation was an emergency, and the guy lowered the standards of behavior. Doc Bay lowered his head. He was already aware of what began to happen in the expanses of the game. This information was spreading all over the news channels, blogs, and there were too many complaints. The game's support team was in chaos. Thousands of players called the hotline and tried to find out what happened to their character because they can no longer enter the game. Managers tried to reassure customers and promised to solve the problem as soon as possible, but no one really knew how to sort it out. People on the forum wrote angry posts, not understanding how it was that their character was deleted after being killed. There were outrages about the lack of competence of the game administration. The man kept an eye on the situation. Tired of reading the angry messages, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled heavily. His arms folded across his chest. He needed to think of something urgently, but for a moment his mouth smiled slightly, for he knew that Uraken had to get out, except he didn't think it would be so soon. The manager looked at Doc Bay in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The man came back to reality and started giving instructions to the manager. He wanted the Uraken and one other player to start watching from now on. The city stood in flames. It seemed that the most real apocalypse had begun in the Chrono Life game. The insatiable Uraken stood in a city that was engulfed in flames. All the people who were in it fell at his hands. A girl approached him from behind, smiling and pleased that her little boy had eaten well. She couldn't stop admiring his strength, and despite the fact that Uraken had devoured an entire village, his drool continued to drip copiously onto the ground. The dragon turned his head to the girl, his eyes glistening with ravenous hunger. He turned to the girl as he wished to know where he could find more food. The goddess of life put a finger to her mouth in thought. She wondered where she could bring Uraken to get a good meal. Her lips curved into a smile as she thought of a great idea. The girl was willing to share with Uraken, as she knew of one place where he could have a good meal. The monster listened to her attentively. With each passing second, the thought gave her more and more pleasure, for she knew what delicacy she could provide him. Boss Love looked at the time and her body shuddered with anger as she had been waiting for Ji-woo for 4 minutes. He had decided to be late again. She remembered how she had set the exact time and even warned him that it would be very bad for him if he dared to be late again. At that moment, she thought she had told him that convincingly enough and terrified the guy. And now she stood staring at the time, furious that the boy had decided to dare to disobey her. She heard a noise behind her and immediately thought it was Pansy showing up at her door. The girl's eyes bulged with anger, and the veins on her face immediately swelled. Boss Love immediately turned around and started shouting loudly as she was sure that Ji-woo had come to see her. She didn't choose her words and expressions at all, except instead of Ji-woo, an unknown monster appeared in front of the girl. He was very scary, with incomprehensible tentacles hovering around him. Love immediately tensed up and recoiled. The girl had never seen such monsters in this game. She clenched her fists and still realized that the one who stood in front of her was much stronger. The girl froze in place, not knowing what to do next or where to look for help. The monster's eyes shone menacingly, drool flowing profusely from its mouth. It looked at the girl as if she was a tidbit that it was about to devour. By this time, Uraken had reached level 999. Falcon Eye, the supreme commander of the 5-Guild Alliance, was walking through the city. The guy had his head down, his clothes were tattered, and he was completely out of spirits. The other players walked past him and didn't even pay attention. The player was depressed by his unfortunate fate. He no longer looked like he once did. Falcon Eye used to be a respected player, a king from the Arden Palace. His opinion was listened to and he was respected everywhere. The guy once led the troops of 5 guilds. He was one of the best players and led an entire army, only to catch a single criminal who killed many people in one day. He was unrivaled, however. After Doomsday, the World Guild Alliance was disbanded. This defeat left a big mark. Supreme Commander Falcon Eye had fallen to rock bottom after taking all the blame and responsibility. Walking down the street of the city, the boy repeated to himself time after time who he was. Those words came out of his mouth like a mantra, only he looked like a stray dog. The guy would never forget that not so long ago, all the guilds were at his feet. He was a true authority, a respected player, and the best of the best. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the street he was walking down. Flames rose into the air, covering the nearest players with debris. The people around him immediately started running chaotically from side to side. From the words of the people running past, Falcon Eye was able to learn that a monster had appeared in the central square. But the scariest part was that there was supposed to be a safe zone in the village. Falcon Eye didn't understand what was going on. It was very strange for him to hear about such a thing, as the guy was sure that it was not possible. On this day, Falcon Eye witnessed a scene that caused many players to be removed from the game. There was a monster standing in the center of the square with tentacles coming out of it, using it to drain the life energy from the players. Falcon Eye saw with his own eyes how the monster was doing atrocities on the players. The guy hid around the corner of one of the houses and activated the game panel. He was horrified as he looked at the monster. His eyes went wide. Despite all his gaming experience, this was the first time the guy had seen such a creature. He went to the game forum to find out the latest news. There, he learned that everyone who had been absorbed had been removed. It was no secret to the goddess of life that they were being watched from around the corner of the building. She noticed it almost immediately, but didn't pretend to know about it. The girl only smirked, because in her head she had a plan for further action, and the player who stood behind the wall didn't bother her. She pretended not to see him, so she turned her attention to Urakan. The girl couldn't stop admiring him. Urakan saw her and informed her that he wanted more food. He still couldn't get enough. He couldn't get enough. Then she suggested that he go to a place where he could eat a delicious delicacy. Urakan and the goddess of life opened their wings and headed through the blazing village in the direction the girl had indicated. They picked up speed to fulfill the monster's wish as soon as possible and give it a chance to satiate itself even more. Falcon Eye continued to stand behind the wall as it did so. He could clearly hear their conversation. A deep shadow fell over his eyes as the boy thought of something. The idea seemed so brilliant to him that he couldn't contain his mad laughter. This was a big chance for him. Thus the goddess of life and Urakan found themselves in front of Boss Love. The girl eyed the monster warily. She was on the edge of a cliff and her escape route was blocked. Love was confused. She didn't know who this monster was, but the ominous aura that emanated from him was too dark. The Urakan's eyes were burning as he looked at his victim, already anticipating to taste her life force. Just the thought of it made him drool with renewed vigor. Suddenly, the goddess of life spoke. The girl spoke to Lav in a friendly manner as they were not yet acquainted. Lav didn't know this girl. Lav exhaled with relief as she immediately realized that this girl knew Pansy. After all, he was the only one who called her Boss Love, and this girl said the same name. She was hopeful that the monster standing in front of her was not a monster at all. Love honestly admitted that she was frightened by such a scary character and mistook him for a monster and was ready to attack him. The goddess of life only watched Love with a smirk. She loved seeing her relaxed face and the way the girl exhaled in relief. The goddess of life wanted to know how close Love was to Pansy. The girl was surprised at the question and didn't answer right away. After all, she didn't know what she could say about it. Keeping her hands at her sides, Love shared that she had just recently started playing with this guy together. The goddess of life answered nothing, a deep shadow falling over her eyes. There was no longer the initial friendliness emanating from the girl. Even without a slight smile on her face, the girl looked no less sinister than the monster she brought with her. There was a reason she had come to Boss Love. She remembered the moment when she had destroyed Master King with just one swing of her staff. At that time, she had forgotten to find out the reason why he refused to cooperate with her. She had also killed his assistant, Master Kim. She was too angry that night because her plans had been ruined. But that night she found out that Ji-woo was protecting Boss Love. That was what provoked the girl to find her. The mouth of the goddess of life opened, and not at all good-natured words came out. Though the voice was sweet, she decided that Love should have known that she was annoying her too much. Love looked up in surprise. This was the first time she'd seen this girl, and she had no idea when she'd managed to ruin her mood somewhere, or interfere with the game in any way. She didn't have a chance to find out the details, as the tentacle immediately dug into her stomach. The girl was lifted into the air. She took a deep breath, pain shooting through her entire body. Love coughed up blood fearfully. She didn't realize what was happening or how she could have hurt someone, that she had come to take such a brutal revenge. Urakan began to suck her life force out of Love. And the goddess of life watched in silence as the girl she hated so much was destroyed. The goddess of life blushed and with all her kindness wished Love a speedy death. She wished with all her heart that their girl would pass away soon and disappear from this game once and for all. What happened was what happened. All that was left of Love was a small scrap of cloth that fell to the ground. The goddess of life noticed this. Urakan, after absorbing Love, burst into flames with unstoppable energy. A powerful force rose up around him. The monster honestly admitted that it was the first time he had eaten something that was truly delicious. His drool was still flowing profusely from his mouth, but he was very satisfied. The girl nodded in agreement and even stammered about how the flavor was so nice because Love was a piece of God. Urakan turned his head to the girl in surprise, interested in what she said, but she pretended not to hear and started walking towards the ribbon from Love's costume. She blurted out a smile and still avoided answering. She didn't want to talk about it and have Urakan clutter her head with unnecessary information. She moved closer to the ribbon from Love's suit and placed her foot on it. The girl turned to the monster, suggesting that he walk around some more so that he would have a chance to taste more delicacies. And at that very moment, Ji-woo appeared. He asked the girl a question in a devastated voice. The guy appeared behind them. The girl and Urakan immediately looked around, realizing that there was someone near them. Jiwoo looked at them with a murderous stare. He realized that something bad had just happened, and they had done this to his boss, Love. The goddess of life, as soon as she heard the guy's voice, immediately looked at him. Her cheeks flushed scarlet and a smile shone on her lips. The girl immediately changed her voice to a very sweet voice and became the most beautiful girl in the world. But these charms no longer worked on Jiwoo. The guy ordered her to shut her mouth with one word. Jiwoo was furious that they had done something to Love. He also didn't like it at all that the goddess of life was stomping on the girl's things. The girl lowered her gaze and as if only now noticed that her foot was standing on the ribbon of Lav's clothes. She didn't remove her foot for a while, for her every action was done for a reason and not by accident. After a second, tucking her hands behind her back and with embarrassment, she still removed her foot from the tape on the ground. Jiwoo closely watched the actions of the goddess of life. The girl's ribbon continued to lie on the grass, and because the goddess of life had walked over it, it was crumpled and dirty. GW's eyes expressed fury. He was incredibly angry. The guy turned his head to Urakan, turning to face him. The monster immediately turned his attention to the stranger. Jiwoo wasn't going to figure out what the big deal was here. He would simply punish anyone who dared to raise a hand against his teacher. The guy swung his wooden club. It seemed like the whole world turned scarlet at this moment. An incredible force swept across the area towards the monster who had done something to Boss Love. The bright light was approaching Urakan too quickly. He watched as the force began to engulf him in its embrace. The guy's power burst out of the game planet and traveled somewhere far away in an unknown direction of the universe. After such a strong impact, Jiwoo was surrounded by thick smoke. The guy stood still, waiting for the view to open up to him. He glanced with a sharp gaze towards the goddess of life, suggesting for her to get out of this place as soon as possible. He also nicknamed her Cockroach, probably because the girl was extremely resilient. The goddess of life had no reaction to the guy's words. She continued to stand and silently watched him. After a second, she just laughed. No one had ever called her that before, as the girl was quite beautiful, and knowing that, she used it all the time. When she reminded the guy once again that he didn't have that much strength to destroy her, Jiwoo's eyes narrowed harder. She smiled at the guy, reminding him that he wasn't done with his work yet, for the enemy was in front of him. Just behind the goddess of life's back, the smoke began to dissipate, and Jiwoo could see the tunnel that his power had made, and in its center was indeed someone. There was a Urakan rapidly approaching in their direction. It was traveling at an incredible speed, and in just a couple of seconds it would be right next to them. The monster had its claws out. It was traveling at full speed and was eager to destroy the guy. The fire of hatred and anger burned in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the monster unleashed its power towards Jiwoo. There was a violent jolt, causing the air and the surroundings to shake. The girl stood back and watched as her creation engaged in battle with Jiwoo. Urus was shocked that someone had that much strength to knock his master off his feet. But after a few seconds, in the captivity of the raised smoke, the silhouette of Jiwoo was visible. Urus breathed out in relief when he heard a familiar voice. Jiwoo emerged from the fog. On his stomach were 3 deep cuts from the monster's claws. The guy honestly admitted that he was surprised. The monster was able to survive his strike and he found it entertaining. Urus immediately flew up to his master. The dragon looked at the guy's terrible wounds and was very concerned about his well-being. Jiwoo assured his spirit that he was fine. In just a few more seconds, the wounds on the boy's stomach began to heal on their own, and his life force was restored. Urakan spread his wings and soared into the air. It was no surprise to him that he had survived the blow, as the monster had simply dodged the blow. Jiwoo raised his head and looked at the monster that hovered above his head with annoyance. As if mocking Urakan, informed the guy that the attack he made didn't reach his body. Because of that, he felt very good. Jiwoo didn't say anything. He realized that the monster in front of him wasn't a mindless monster, but an agile and strong opponent. Realizing that the monster had just dodged, Jiwoo was able to draw a conclusion and decided that next time he would just take a stronger swing to reach the monster for sure. These words caused a slight alarm in Urakan's eyes. The monster immediately tensed up and scrutinized the guy's every move. He then lowered his head, covering his eyes. It seemed to him that Jiwoo was just bluffing, and this punch that the guy had just made was at his full strength. Jiwoo immediately interjected. Such a conclusion seemed ridiculous to the guy. All in all, the punches he had reproduced earlier were quite powerful. They were obliterating everything in their path. With his wooden club, he was able to perform a wide variety of strikes, destroying troops as well as the game planet itself. And despite such consequences, these blows were commonplace for the guy. Now he would play differently. A pillar of incredible golden energy immediately exploded around Ji-woo. The monster opened his eyes in surprise. He had never seen such power that could only come from one person. Ji-woo, on the other hand, was intent on showing what kind of power he had been hiding all this time actually was. A glowing sphere appeared near the guy's abdomen. It exuded an equally strong and powerful energy. A rock lit up beside the guy. The activation of a special skill, Swordsman's Spirit, had begun. Ji-woo had never used this skill until now, so he didn't know what kind of destructive power it could be. This swordsman's skill could only be used once. It was informed to him by the game system. Ji-woo realized that he only had one chance to accurately hit his target. The guy raised his head and addressed Uraken, calling him Cockroach Jr. It made sense in his opinion since the girl called the monster her child. The monster hovered in the air as it watched its enemy. Ji-woo was determined. He even recommended his opponent to try to dodge his attack, or else he would be seriously injured. Uraken could feel this power all around him. The monster realized that GW's attack now would indeed be very dangerous and serious. The dragon's face visibly tensed up from the upcoming attack. Around the player, the power surged even more strongly. Thin beams of energy penetrated from the ground surrounding Ji-woo. He was ready to unleash all of his hatred on Uraken's head. Ji-woo looked towards the enemy once more. He was ready. The guy actually felt an unprecedented strength in his body that he couldn't even dream of before. The attack was called Continuous Slash. The force was so incredible and powerful that it left the boundaries of the game planet and swept across the universe in 1 second. It still didn't stop and was rapidly approaching another planet that was in the space of the universe. The moment Ji-woo made that unrivaled strike, he only thought of Boss Love, the way they talked for the last time, and the way they looked at each other. The other planet was too far away, and yet GW's terrifying strength was approaching it at an unbelievable speed. The guy remembered all the funny moments that had happened between them. The girl was at times formidable and overbearing, and sometimes her kind words caressed the guy's ears. There was just a little more to come, and Ji-woo's power would collapse on another planet from the game universe. The player gave himself even more energy when he thought of Boss Love. All of his despair, pain, and anger were given to this attack. He was incredibly hurt because the last time the girl was resentful of the guy because of the fact that he didn't get back to her for a very long time. She had made an appointment, and because of his tardiness, something had been done to her. It was hard for Uraken to resist such a powerful attack. Light covered his body, and even all the life energy he had absorbed all this time couldn't protect the monster. GW's punch was unbelievable. In the end, it dispersed so much that it was able to pierce another planet that was too far away in the game universe. When the energy lost its power, it was as if the planet was still intact, and there wasn't even a trace of the attack on it. But after a moment, light rays burst out from inside the planet, which were like swords piercing it with their bright light. The planet could not withstand such a powerful attack that hit it. Therefore, after a while, it simply exploded and ceased to exist in this universe. Falcon Eye thought of nothing better than to turn on the live feed from the game. He used to do this on a regular basis before his reputation was ruined. As soon as the live stream connected, he immediately started broadcasting, reminding the viewers of who he was and what rank he used to hold. The viewers were getting bigger by the second, and everyone who saw Falcon Eyes wasn't too lazy to write their mockery or insult. The guy had long since lost his former glory, so he was not surprised by such statements. Such a broadcast could be used by any player, but only on Judgment Day. No one used it to avoid distractions and successfully complete the raid. That was why the identity of the wanted man to this day had not yet been revealed, as no one had seen him. Seeing all the insults and taunts, the guy decided for himself to ignore it, although it was difficult for him to do so. Still, he wanted to regain his former glory. Still, Falcon Eye decided to cut to the chase. The guy started talking about an incredibly strong player who was able to single-handedly destroy 3 million players. It had been in his head for a while now that it was impossible. People in the chat started writing about the game administration, making things clear about this. Falcon Eye kept going and saying that it was all nonsense. He suddenly screamed about the game administration making idiots out of them that they can feed any information to and wipe their feet on the players. People in the chat room freaked out at the guy's so sudden reaction. He pointed to the message board for everyone to see what was going on in the game right now. Someone was killing players and their characters were being removed from the server. It was outrageous. Taking advantage of the moment, he encouraged all the players to join his broadcast. After all, the guy was determined to hunt down this monster. He switched to running and continued broadcasting. Just today, this player was determined to expose the gaming company and incriminate on a huge lie. Suddenly, Falcon Eye stopped abruptly. The guy abruptly turned towards his audience. His face immediately brightened with a smile. The guy showed 2 thumbs up and encouraged his viewers to give him likes and subscribe to his channel. People in the chat room continued to mock him, but the viewers were getting more and more. A swirl of smoke and dust was fluttering around Ji-woo. He was still standing in position, the wind making his cloak rise up, revealing a view of his snow-white underpants. The player looked up and exhaled sharply. The guy had expected something like this to happen, but he still hoped to deal with this problem quickly. The monster was still hovering in the sky above his head, opening its webbed wings. Ji-woo honestly recognized the fact that this monster was astonishing, for it was able to withstand such a strong attack. It was time to ask questions. After all, Ji-woo now realized that he was facing a really strong opponent who was able to dodge all of his attacks. The guy wanted to know who he was. Of course, for Uraken, the last attack was dangerous. He even suffered from it, with livid wounds spreading across his body and a more agitated look. The monster opened his mouth and introduced himself, giving his name. And after that, he added that his goal was to destroy humanity. Uraken's last words about being the strongest boss and being the lost head of the 2-headed dragon, Urus, reached the ears of Ji-woo and Urus. Urus suddenly spoke up. The dragon assumed that those feelings he had experienced in the Valley of the Dead were not coincidental. The boy looked at his spirit. Dragon even lingered for a while as he looked at the empty lands of the Valley of the Dead. Even then, he had felt a very familiar feeling, but he couldn't connect those facts together. Urus lowered his head and warned his master to be careful. After all, this was the monster that could be behind the disappearance of Urus's army in the Valley of the Dead. Sorrow and sadness appeared on the dragon's face when he suggested that Uraken might have been behind Boss Love's death. Ji-woo felt as if he had been pierced. The gravity of what Uraken could have done and the power he possessed began to dawn on him. Urus continued to tell his master something, and Uraken waited calmly while the boy hovered in one place. The monster roared, his face grinning, and he shouted about destroying the guy. Now Uraken had only one goal: to destroy this man and take all of his life force levels and skills. He snapped out of his seat and rushed towards his opponent. It was as if Ji-woo didn't notice what was happening right now. The guy was still standing still and chained to Urusu's words. He didn't even raise his head to look at the monster. Uraken was approaching the guy at a rapid speed, but Ji-woo still didn't raise his gaze at him. It had only now reached him that because Uraken had attacked Love's character, she had been removed from the game. Ji-woo's voice was faded, and he still didn't want to believe it. As soon as Uraken got close enough to reach his claws towards Ji-woo, the guy swung his wooden club, and at the same moment, there was a violent explosion. This blow was straight and hit the target accurately. Ji-woo raised his head and reprimanded the attack he had just made. This strike was designed to ensure that the opponent would not die after the attack. The guy's baton crashed into the monster's face so that its cheek wrapped up. The monster opened its mouth and a clot of blood flew out. Falcon Eye approached the place where the fight was taking place. He froze in place when he saw the incredible flash from the attack. The guy was immediately glad that he could find the place where something very interesting was happening. People in the chat room began to write to him to go there as they wanted to see what was going on and who the monster was that was removing players from the game. In the meantime, Ji-woo continued to give his enemy punches that were not fatal. The guy wanted his enemy to suffer as long as possible before he destroyed him completely. The attacks were strong, painful, and hurt Uraken, but as Ji-woo wished, they didn't kill him. Dust from the wave of blows rose into the air. It seemed like there was a real war going on all around. Uraken screamed in pain and kept losing blood. He was shocked that a guy could oppose him so easily and also harm him. Recovering from another attack, the monster roared at the top of his voice and rushed towards Ji-woo to strike him the same way. He wasn't going to be someone who only got hit. Faith's claws were quite close to Ji-woo's body. The guy ducked down and prepared to strike again. This was a special fight for Ji-woo, as he was avenging the girl killed by the monster. He also roared and prepared to attack the beast with his new attack. It was also a non-lethal strike, but the version of it was a continuous slash. A multitude of slashing streaks flew towards the enemy. Each one of them was like a vine, cutting through space. All of these continuous attacks rained down on Uraken's body. The guy continued to relentlessly launch attacks, piercing through the enemy's body time after time. Uraken was shocked at the pain he felt and couldn't resist such formidable attacks. The monster couldn't dodge and his body took all the blows. Its mouth opened and a new stream of blood spurted out of it. Falcon Eye got close enough to see what was happening on the battlefield. He could definitely see two silhouettes that were confronting each other. Even though the player was at a decent enough distance, the echoes of the battle reached him. He couldn't get any closer. The people in the chat room exploded with emotion. Everyone was curious to know who was confronting the monster. Falcon Eye stared at the person who was fighting alongside the monster. He recognized this character as the same nemesis. The people in the chat room continued to post. Some were sure that they had already met that guy somewhere. Falcon Eye immediately thought of the guy he had announced a hunt for. And now he saw him in front of him, once again. It was the same player who had once destroyed an entire army of warriors and ruined Falcon Eye's reputation. The player grinned, for this player was the reason the world had ended. The players in the chat room were just going crazy at the realization of who was now fighting against the terrifying monster. Falcon Eye would never forget his face, for he was the only one that day who saw him and even talked to him, except that meeting was the last between them. Despite the guy begging for mercy, the terrifyingly powerful player knocked him out with his baton and destroyed the game planet. From that very moment, Falcon Eye's reputation was lost, and no one wanted to do business with him anymore. Falcon Eye would never forget the shame and humiliation he'd suffered because of that player. The guy grinned as he felt an unimaginable hatred for him. He couldn't believe that his nemesis was in this place. The guy stretched out his arm, and his weapon immediately appeared to be called upon. Experiencing incredible hatred, Falcon Eye raised his weapon and wanted only one thing: to destroy the scum because of whom he no longer had that popularity and power. The guy's arrow was aimed at Ji-woo. At the same time, the player slashed at the monster's body, and because of this attack, the incredible energy rose up again and scattered in different directions. Urakin lost control of his body. This attack was fatal to him, and even his horn on his head began to crumble from the power of the blows. Falcon Eye froze in place. He didn't realize what he was seeing with his own eyes. He didn't dare to fire an arrow at the guy. The people in the chat room were freaking out about what was happening. As soon as it happened, notifications started coming in that the previously killed characters started to resurrect. The players' eyes widened with surprise. The chat room was just relentlessly receiving notifications that their characters had started resurrecting. Falcon Eye couldn't believe it. He wanted so badly to get back at the guy who ruined his reputation, but now that he was the savior who caused players to start resurrecting, he simply couldn't make such a mistake. Urakin was breathing heavily. Notifications from the game in front of him started coming in that the souls he had previously captured were starting to return, as well as his level starting to drop. He could barely stay on his feet. His arm was injured, and the horn on his head was shattered, and yet still, a good portion of it was still intact. Ji-woo looked at his opponent and didn't understand what was wrong, because up until now, Urakin had been dodging his attacks well, but now he was clearly slowing down. Urus immediately noticed that the energy absorbed by the monster immediately returned to its owners. The dragon himself was shocked that such a thing could happen. The main office was just as happy that it had happened. It had come to the attention of one of the employees that the players had not been removed, but only sealed in the horn of Urakin. And now that the guy was able to destroy it, some of the players were able to break free and get back into the game. Doc Bay was shocked that the head of the developers didn't know such details, but the guy surprised the boss even more when he revealed that he was only the head of the designers. Ji-woo smiled at this information. After all, he now realized that if he destroyed this monster completely, his boss Love would be able to return to the game. This gave him more energy to act, but such a realization that came did not make the monster happy at all. Until now, his horn had been his trump card, and now that it had been destroyed, the monster was rapidly losing its accumulated strength. Urakin grinned in anger and frustration. The monster was not going to give up so easily. Therefore, he immediately broke away and flew towards Ji-woo. The guy didn't even move. He was incredibly happy that by killing this monster, he would be able to bring the girl back to the game. Ji-woo was alert and determined. The guy crouched down and prepared to face the enemy, wanting to unleash his attacks on it. A new strike rained down on the monster, and everything around it glowed with an incredible and all-consuming energy. With every attack of the guy, the monster was rapidly losing the souls of the players it killed. He constantly popped up notification boxes that the absorbed souls were returned to the players. And also along with this, Urakin was losing his levels. There were over 30,000 people on the air. Falcon Eye, along with the rest of the players, watched as a true miracle took place. The people in the chat room were divided into two sides. Some were shouting that that person was a murderer who had arranged the doomsday, but those players whose characters were able to return to the game after death were actively defending him. Valkyrie stood still and could do nothing. The guy clutched his bow tightly. His revenge would not be destined to happen, as this Ji-woo had become a true hero to many players. On the screen of her phone, the girl was watching the live feed from the scene that was happening in the game right now. Han-Saren couldn't take her gaze away from what was happening there right now. Someone very strong was confronting a monster that was mercilessly destroying her. The fight continued. A guy in a single cloak and white underpants kept beating the monster with his wooden club. The guy's face was shown very close to the audience, and everyone watching this broadcast was able to get a glimpse of the hero that made their characters recover in this game. Han-Saren couldn't believe her eyes because the very guy she thought was a complete novice was now calmly facing such a scary and strong monster. She immediately remembered the day they met and how the guy had followed the girl. He had acted like a total loser, but for some reason she had liked him at that moment. He looked completely stupid at the time. The guy really wanted Love to be his mentor, and then a proud Love had agreed to mentor him. Now the girl looked at what was happening in the game through the live stream and could not even assume that the one she considered a complete loser opposed to such a terrible monster. Uraken collapsed to his knees. He was no longer able to stand on his feet. The monster had completely stopped reacting. Its head was down, and thick saliva mixed with blood was flowing out of its mouth. After so many blows from the guy, the dragon was very badly hurt. The monster raised its head. After receiving so many attacks, its level went down to the 180 mark. The Uraken weakened a lot and became uncompetitive for Ji-woo in terms of strength. The player stood up against the monster. He glared angrily at it but didn't say anything. Urus also hovered around his master and silently watched his distraught brother. Urus noted the fact that all the energy had gone out of this monster's body and returned to his master's. It was now not as much of a threat as it had originally been. Ji-woo was satisfied with the work he had done. Even with such a strong opponent, he had easily dealt with it. Ji-woo stood against his enemy, who was not yet completely defeated. The guy no longer saw the point of restraining himself, so he decided to finish off this monster once and for all. Despite his dire situation, Uraken was not going to give up. He quietly but clearly said his name, reminding the world of who he was. His tentacle burst out of him and immediately slammed into Ji-woo, who lost his guard for a moment. He didn't have time to dodge or resist it in any way. The guy took a deep breath, but there was nothing he could do. His body felt paralyzed. The tentacle greedily sucked on his body and began to siphon all the energy out of him. The director and staff member immediately tensed up as they anxiously stared at the screen monitor. For such a turn of events was too unexpected. Even Falcon Eye began to involuntarily worry about his worst enemy, Ji-woo. Realizing that if even this player couldn't handle the monster, then no one would be able to resist Uraken. Han-Saren trembled when she saw what had happened on her phone. The girl was very worried about her friend and was afraid that something would happen to him. Urus was terrified. He realized the consequences that could happen if Uraken sucked out all the life force from Ji-woo and also took away all his levels and abilities. It was a terrifying power that was very frightening. Uraken was ecstatic as he started sucking the guy's power into himself. His body immediately began to recover. The monster opened its mouth and its eyes burned with excitement. Ji-woo couldn't move. His head hung down and a tentacle was sticking out of his chest, actively sucking his strength. Urus couldn't stand it and screamed. He couldn't believe that now his master would just remove himself from the game, and he would never see each other again. The boy's body shivered, the tentacle detaching as the full absorption was complete. Uraken stood still, feeling an incredible surge of power in his body. He opened his mouth and breathed loudly. The power he had just absorbed was unbelievable. The monster was savoring this moment. GW's wooden baton slipped out of his hands and fell to the ground. The guy could no longer hold it in his hands as he disappeared from this game. The horn on Uraken's head immediately began to recover. From just one player, he was able to absorb so much power that he had completely regained his strength. Uraken exploded with unrestrained laughter. This was something he had never experienced before. It was an incredible feeling when on the brink of his death, with a single action, he was able to defeat his enemy and regain his lost level. As he arched his back in pleasure, the only phrase he kept repeating was that it was delicious. His drool continued to flow out of his mouth and poured copiously onto the grass. This was the first time Uraken had eaten something delicious. His eyes were shining. He had fully recovered, and now had level 999. Except that wasn't enough for him. He wished for more. This monster would never be able to get enough. The wooden club rolled back to Urus's small paws. There was no way the spirit could resist his brother. He bowed his head near the baton, for only with the help of GWU's hands could anything be done. Despair flooded Urus's soul. The little dragon shed tears for his fallen master. Over the course of their play, Urus had grown very attached to him and mourned for him as if Ji-woo was his own person. After a moment, something unimaginable began to happen. Uraken's stomach swelled to unimaginable proportions. The monster froze in horror and didn't realize what was beginning to happen to him. It swelled to such a size that it covered the monster's face. Uraken froze and was even afraid to start breathing. But after a second, he screamed with all his might. Unbearable pain racked his body. The monster seemed to be torn from the inside. He was terrified of what was beginning to happen to him. Something began to form from its bloated belly, taking the shape of a human head. It grew larger and better shaped with each passing second. The long neck that the human head was on stretched upward. A long howl began to come from the head. Uraken was shocked and could do nothing about it. He was paralyzed and stared in horror at the monster inside him. The head took on even more of a human shape. It shuddered slightly and slowly began to turn. And then it turned towards Uraken. Opening its mouth, something laughed. It was a horrible sight, and the laughter came as if from the underworld. Even the terrifying monster Uraken was frightened by such a sight in front of him. But what worried him the most was that this monster was coming out of its belly. Tears of pain and horror appeared in the monster's eyes. It was such a horrible sight that even the director of the company himself was shocked by what was happening. The man absolutely did not expect that the game was capable of creating such perversions. He looked at the monitor with his mouth open in amazement. Urus forgot that he had just mourned his dead master and stared at what was happening. The spirit was completely unable to comprehend what it was. With a face full of disgust, there was Falcon Eye, and along with him the rest of the viewers of his live broadcast. The players did not hesitate to express themselves. The goddess of life was watching all of this from high above. She did not dare to approach and help her creation. This was too unexpected an incident for the girl. Even though it all looked too disgusting, she continued to observe with bated breath and amusement. The head continued to laugh uncontrollably, for what was happening to him was an unbelievable adventure. Ji-woo himself didn't expect that his game character could pull off such tricks. The boy admitted that he felt like a real worm. Urus approached the head, and with a squint in his eyes, he decided to ask Ji-woo if it was Ji-woo. The head turned to him, and the guy confirmed with a maddening smile that it was indeed him. Uraken remained standing still, his body still torn from the unbearable pain he couldn't deal with in any way. What was happening to him now was beyond his strength. Finally, maddened beyond belief, Uraken roared and screamed at the top of his voice. He was the one who was destroying humanity, and no one could resist him, except that Ji-woo thought differently. With a curve, the guy's head moved towards Uraken's head. He kept laughing in the monster's face, and also started sucking out all the things that Uraken had taken from Ji-woo. A while later, all that was left of Uraken was a desiccated shell. Its skin was tight against its bones. The monster's mouth was still open, its eyes sunken in. There was a healing factor, an enhanced recovery. Ji-woo transformed into his normal form, but there was almost nothing left of Uraken. His body was being absorbed by the guy. They were chained to each other, and Ji-woo's strength was clearly winning this fight. Eventually, Ji-woo was able to completely absorb Uraken. Everything was happening very fast, the monster's body shrinking with every second. The absorbed cells returned to their original owner. However, most of them had fused with Uraken's cells, because of which the monster was absorbed. After Ji-woo completely absorbed the monster, it unapologetically belched out. A purple cloud came out of its mouth. This was the last reminder that Uraken had once existed in this universe. Ji-woo had also obtained a hidden skill from the monster, gluttony. The goddess of life, who was still hovering over them, was surprised at how quickly Ji-woo managed to finish off her favorite. The guy immediately reacted to the girl's voice. The girl cheered. Of course, she didn't expect it to turn out like this. But even though her plan failed, the goddess of life wasn't discouraged. After the guy reminded her again of her nickname, and also that she was the mother of this monster, the girl exhaled bitterly. It frustrated her that Ji-woo constantly called her a cockroach. And Uraken wasn't her real son, since she hadn't given birth to him. Then for some reason, she informed Jiwoo that they were the same age. This information surprised the guy and somehow made him wary. As soon as he wanted to inquire about how she could know his age, the goddess of life waved her hand. She didn't answer immediately. A staff immediately appeared in her hand, which the girl intended to use. Small feathers fluttered around her once again, reminding her of her status in this game. As soon as the staff came into action in the sky where it was pointing, a long slit appeared in the sky, leading into the unknown. From that crack, a clawed paw appeared with terrifying sounds. It was too large, and it seemed like this unknown monster could easily tear through the sky. Jiwoo stared wide-eyed at what was happening. This was the first time the guy had seen such a terrifying phenomenon that he couldn't even describe it in words. The goddess of life, completely without fear, jumped into the palm of this monster's hand. She turned her head towards Jiwoo and said goodbye to him, promising that they would definitely meet again. The mysteriousness of this girl was too great. She looked at the guy and smiled at him as if they were very close friends. When the situation was resolved and the tension had subsided, Doc Bay no longer saw the point of following the game. The man ordered the staff to come up with consolation prizes, as well as some sort of event for the players. Before leaving the office, he stopped. A dark shadow fell across his eyes as the man reminded the staff to keep watching the players he had spoken of not too long ago. Not so long ago, once Urakin had shown himself in the game, the man leaned back in his chair, not expecting him to show his face so soon. That same day, he spoke to one of the staff and gave orders to keep an eye on two characters in the game. The first was Urakin, but the second character was the player Luna, the girl who had attracted the special attention of the company director. The players in the city were overjoyed to have their characters back in the game. As well, everyone received a consolation prize, and a fun event awaited them. But the moment they cheered the most was when Jiwoo stepped on the city's doorstep. The guy stood in the archway, and the players couldn't stop cheering him. The frontline villagers and travelers welcomed their hero. Music played in honor of the occasion. It was a real celebration. Jiwoo walked into the village and stopped. The guy was covered by his cloak. He didn't expect to be called a hero from now on. Jiwoo, who was drowning in the glory, wasn't confused at all. The guy only tragically thought that his secret had been revealed, and he would no longer be able to pretend to be a weak player. As Falcon Eye was broadcasting, more than 200,000 spectators were eventually recorded. Suddenly, a single person ran out from the crowd of cheering players. He jabbed his index finger towards Jiwoo and was furious that this horrible man was being called the hero of the game. The man couldn't hold back his anger as he remembered well the fact that Jiwoo was a mass murderer. He had actually wiped out over 3 million players in a single day not too long ago. While the man was shouting at the top of his voice that Jiwoo was a horrible person and all these honors were an insult to those who had died at his hands, someone approached them and called out to the infuriated player. It was none other than Falcon Eye himself. The guy didn't even want to hear about Jiwoo being bad. After all, he had just killed the players, but in no way removed them from the game like the monster had done. And it was only because of him that everyone got their characters back. Falcon Eye immediately walked over to Jiwoo and started shaking his hand. He was very happy to meet the player in person. After the live broadcast, Falcon Eye had gained popularity again, and from everything that had happened, he had gotten the most out of it. There was no way that the player was going to get away with it. He was so obsessed with Jiwoo that he even found out that the guy was playing without a guild. Falcon Eye wasn't going to waste any time and immediately made an offer for the guy to join his guild justice. As soon as the other players heard that their hero wasn't in a guild, they immediately started offering him their options. Jiwoo pulled out his hand and was startled by the attention that was only focused on him. It was as if the players had gone crazy. Everyone in the square wanted Jiwoo's attention. They looked at him with adoration, and they also wanted him to join their guild, because this player would immediately take them to the next level of the game. Jiwoo could no longer tolerate this kind of pressure. It was too insistent for him. The guy wasn't used to the attention and didn't even know how it would affect his game now. He couldn't think of anything else but to just run away from these players. Snapping out of his month, Jiwoo ran in a different direction, just as long as it was farther away where it would be at least a little calmer. The crowd of players rushed after him. Urus, meanwhile, was bantering with his master, which did not help Jiwoo get out of this situation at all. At some point, he was distracted by Urus, but he didn't notice the wall in front of him and crashed his head into it at full speed. Oohing in pain, Jiwoo recoiled. He held onto his face, which continued to writhing in pain, and stepped back a bit. Ji-woo couldn't remember there being any wall in the square in the middle of this village. Lifting his head up, he was able to see more. What he called a wall wasn't quite like that. Ji-woo was looking at a huge statue molded out of gold. And what amazed him even more, this statue was a huge replica of him. Ji-woo and Urus were simply speechless. The two of them looked at the huge statue and were simply shocked by the speed of its creation and size. The guy didn't even immediately guess that it was him, but the special attributes of his equipment immediately revealed the similarities with him. The statue was full height and was wearing the same underwear as Ji-woo. Urus immediately confirmed that it was a copy of the guy. As Ji-woo stunnedly looked at the statue, someone behind him chuckled loudly. A man's voice cheered, recognizing whether or not the guy liked the statue. The person who asked this question was Master King. He and his divine kings were standing in capes and wearing the same white underpants as Ji-woo. The man was smiling through his teeth and defiantly put his hands on his sides, revealing a view of his underpants. This statue was set up by Master King after spending all his savings. Ji-woo and Urus stared at him in surprise, while the man continued to loudly marvel at the guy. He was confident that Ji-woo could defeat Urakan and didn't doubt his strength one bit. The guy immediately remembered the day he had come to punish the Halasan Guild for harassing Boss Love. That was when he met Master King after crushing all of his men. Master King was very impressed with Ji-woo, hence he decided without a doubt to erect such a majestic statue in his honor. Ji-woo was still in shock. He didn't understand such a violent reaction, and also why all these guys were only in their underwear. They had enough money to buy themselves the best gear. Master King smiled a wide smile and proudly declared that all of their items had been sold in order to build this statue. The other divine kings were equally excited and smiled just as genuinely. While this conversation was going on, a crowd of townspeople were already approaching. There were so many of them that their running caused the streets of the village to fill with dust. Shouts began to come out that they had found a hero. Ji-woo shuddered at these cries. At this time, Han-saran was sitting in her room. The girl didn't turn on the light, remaining in total darkness. She tucked her legs up against herself and wrapped her arms around them. She was in no mood at all. Something very serious was tormenting her heart. Han-saran replayed in her head all the events that had happened to her since she had met Ji-woo. She remembered the monsters that had suddenly surrounded her and mysteriously disappeared. Even back then, she should have thought about it. The girl squeezed her eyes tightly shut at that moment. But nothing ever happened to her. Monsters were around, but for some inexplicable reason, no one harmed her. Ji-woo had appeared as suddenly as the monsters had suddenly disappeared. She berated herself for not immediately realizing that he was the one who was able to destroy them all. Even when they were in the cave, the guy was easily able to put down the monster hair with just one blow. She, on the other hand, needed several blows to destroy one such hair. Then she remembered that the people from the Halasan Guild had appeared in the cave that day. They had sneakily stolen her weapons, the knuckles. The girl then suddenly blacked out, and when she came to her senses, she was no longer in the cave, but Ji-woo had returned her weapons to her. That was something worth paying attention to. But she didn't want to go into the details of what had happened. The only thing Han-saran couldn't understand was the reasons why the guy was pretending to be weak and deceiving her. These questions swirled around in her head and caused too much pain. All these recent events had affected the girl so much that terrible memories crept into her mind. She was just a child. A grown man towered over her. The toy lying between them was torn. In the dark room, under the man's gaze, the little girl cried and shuddered in fear. Ji-woo had tricked her. It was a terrible crime that brought back terrible memories from her childhood for the girl. She immediately reached with her hand for the glasses that lay beside her. With trembling hands, Han-saran put her glasses on her eyes. It was the only thing that could calm her down in any way. She continued to sit in the dark room, shuddering with her whole body. Girl, something terrible had happened to her as a child, and Ji-woo's lies had triggered old feelings and ripped open healing wounds. Ji-woo was tired. He had always wanted to be the center of attention, but until now he hadn't even realized how exhausting it could be. Since people had already calmed down and stopped harassing him so fiercely, the guy could exhale with relief. He and Urus walked down the street of the village together. Ji-woo couldn't let go of the strange feeling that he had forgotten something. As if the universe had read his mind, something he couldn't remember appeared in front of him. The player's eyes widened. Boss Love was standing in front of him. He stopped and was very happy to see the girl in the game, because not long ago, she had been devoured by a terrible monster. Overjoyed, Ji-woo immediately walked over to his girlfriend. He had a fun conversation with her. The girl had been resurrected, and this pleased him very much. After all, it was without her that he began to feel a strange emptiness in this game. While the guy was waiting for some reaction from Love, the people around them started discussing. Everyone was curious about what kind of girl was near their hero and why he called her boss. Love didn't answer. Her head was slightly lowered and her bangs hid her eyes. Loud whispers continued around. Someone even talked about how the girl looked too familiar, but there were no guesses about who she was yet. Ji-woo still didn't notice the girl's strange mood. He was so happy to see her that he was completely oblivious to it. The guy slipped his hand into his cloak, remembering that he had something for her. In just a second, he pulled out the ribbon that was left on the ground after she disappeared. Ji-woo very carefully wrapped it around the girl's neck. Love was still silent and didn't react in any way to his actions. The guy had started out by saying that he had gotten the ribbon after Ureken's death. But then, with an awkward chuckle, he changed his words and lied that he had accidentally found it on the road. He was still hoping that she didn't know about his power. Except that lie was another terrible mistake. Love's eyes opened wide and her irises flickered ominously in the shadows. She was very angry that even now the guy was shamelessly lying to her. Keeping her emotions in check, the girl clenched her hands into fists. An insatiable shiver ran through her body. Love finally spoke up. Her body trembled and her voice was low and quiet. She knew he was lying, and even now he continued to do so. Lav was even angrier and wanted to know why the guy was doing this to her. Ji-woo looked at her in surprise as he didn't understand this reaction at all. Even now that the truth was revealed, there was still no way he could quiet his lies. The guy laughed embarrassedly, put his hand to the back of his head, and scratched his head awkwardly. The people around them were getting even more crowded. The girl still didn't raise her head or look at the guy. But there was one question that really bothered her, and she wanted to know the answer. Love asked him if he had given her a rice cake. The guy didn't immediately realize what she was talking about. He couldn't understand which rice cake she was talking about. And then he remembered how he had moved into a new apartment and first went to his neighbors to give them rice cake. Then a very cute girl opened the door for him, and she was also a celebrity, Han Saran. He was shocked and couldn't take his eyes off her. At that time, he couldn't recognize her as Boss Love. And now, after replaying all these memories in his head, the player stared at the girl in surprise. It was so unexpected that for a moment the guy was speechless. He couldn't believe that Han Saran and Boss Love were the same person. The tension between them had grown so much that the people around them felt it. All their eyes were fixed on them. Those who were passing by stopped, forgetting their business. Everyone around them realized that something special was about to happen, for the tension was incredible. They stood opposite each other, and a whole ring of gawkers had already gathered around them. The girl confirmed that she was the one who had accepted the rice cake from Ji-woo that day. She raised her head, her blue eyes sparkling. And at the same moment, the girl announced that her real name was Han Saran. Han Saran's manager was furious. The woman stood and yelled at the girl that she was crazy for revealing her identity in front of a whole crowd of players. The woman could not relent as Han Saran became the most popular topic of discussion on the internet. Dozens of journalists want to interview her, and ridiculous rumors have already started. The girl didn't answer anything, silently listening to the manager's shouting. There was a character transformation in the game, except that according to government policy, in virtual reality games, the character's appearance had to match the player's appearance. The manager was shocked that the girl hadn't even thought to change her hair, and the fact that she wasn't recognized in the game until today was a real miracle. Han Saran didn't see anything wrong with being recognized in the game. The girl admitted that initially she didn't even plan to hide her hobby. This statement puzzled her manager. The woman arched an eyebrow in surprise. Han Saran didn't see anything wrong in being found out about her. She hadn't committed any sin, and the fact that she played games wasn't something shameful. The manager held her head and exhaled heavily. She was worried that Han Saran's perfect image of Han Saran would be ruined because she was pretending. Those words caused Han Saran to roar with anger bubbling up in her soul. She could barely restrain herself from expressing rudeness to the manager. Still, the girl snapped into a shout. Pretending to be a different person was the manager's suggestion. She didn't want to do that, as she didn't like lying to her fans more than anything else in this world. She finally said what she had been hiding in herself for so long. After that, the girl abruptly left the manager and loudly slammed the door, hiding in her room. The woman did not have time to say a word to her, being completely shocked. She exhaled heavily once again, thinking Han Saran was a stubborn girl. After all, everything the woman did was only for her benefit. The girl immediately grabbed the virtual reality goggles as soon as she entered her room. All her movements were abrupt. Han Saran angrily put them on her face and lay down on the bed. She was angry at the whole world. Therefore, the only way to escape from it was to immerse herself in the game. Her hands trembled as she activated the game and a retina scan took place. And when the user activation finished and the connection to the Chrono Life game started, the girl was able to relax and no longer shake with anger. Han Saran had always been drawn to singing. Even being in kindergarten, she aspired to perform. The girl sang cheerful songs and the audience was her peers. Her voice, even then, was beautiful. She skillfully sang a children's song, and other children listened to her singing with admiration. She was only 5 years old then. Little Han Saran enjoyed her singing. She loved performing and pleasing the others. She had a lot of fun, and it was something she wanted to do. Her perfect debut happened at the age of 5. The little girl performed on the big stage. Even then, she was called a talent, a genius, a singer from heaven. Adult audiences, no less than children, liked the way the girl performed songs and performed in front of them. Everyone was in complete delight. Fans were singing along, shouting about how much they admired her and did not want to miss her concerts. However, tragedy seemed to be waiting for the right moment. A beautiful little soul was trampled by adults. One day the girl sat in her room and could not stop her tears. There were 2 people standing against her. They were the people closest to her, her mom and dad. The girl looked at them and could not understand why they were doing this to her. It would seem that the people closest to her should have supported and protected their child. But they had their own plans for the girl. Money was the cause of all this misfortune. Little Han Saran was loaded with work by her insatiable parents. Han Saran was taken to various talk shows, music programs, various broadcasts. There were still many different shoots and commercials. She was too young for so much work. Despite such a busy schedule that even an adult could not handle, Han Saran continued to work hard. The girl was exhausted, but her parents wouldn't let her relax. When she returned to her room, tears welled up in her eyes, and parents sat down near her and asked her to try harder and do more. All this was said with affection in their voices, but the message was very scary. There was a fire of greed in their eyes. Her parents never stopped talking about how much they loved her, but their love was too scary. One day after another conversation with her parents, the girl sat tiredly on the chair. Her head was down. She didn't feel any more strength in herself. Yet for their sake, she would lift her head and keep smiling, pretending that she had strength, that she was full of energy and a happy child who was ready to conquer the world with her singing and other talents. One day, her little body couldn't take it. So much grueling work was too much affecting her, and she reached her limit. Holding the microphone in her hands, Han Saran felt herself getting very sick. Being on stage, the girl simply threw up on the floor. The pressure piled on her fragile shoulders affected her well-being. Then everyone was shocked by her condition. The camera crew froze in utter incomprehension. Their cameras were pointed at the girl and they caught it all. A dark shadow fell on the faces of the girl's parents. Her antics displeased them very much. After all, it was not what they expected from her. Han Saran raised her head, hoping to see help and her caring parents who was able to protect her from such an embarrassment. Her face was all in tears, snot, and vomit. The girl focused her gaze on the 2 people who were the closest in her life, and what she saw broke her little heart. Her mother stood back, and her father covered his eyes with his hand, not wanting to see this shame. They were enraged. Their twisted faces of discontent were scarier than monsters. Those who were supposed to support and care for young Han Saran felt hatred and shame for her. Realizing that there would be no help, the girl felt completely devastated and alone in the world. She could no longer contain herself and broke down into loud and unrestrained crying. Love was in the game. She had folded her hands in her lap and was sitting on a small slope of the game space. The girl had a sad face, as her thoughts were not cheerful at all. She was thinking about Pansy, who for some unknown reason lied to her and at the same time took care of her ribbon and returned it to the girl's neck. Love reached out and touched her fingers to that ribbon. The guy had returned that accessory for some reason. Different feelings were bubbling in her soul. Ji-woo exhaled with relief when he saw the girl in front of him. It had taken him no small amount of time to find her. Love jerked in surprise, as she didn't think anyone would be looking for her. He looked at the girl with a face full of anxiety. He didn't understand why Love had run away then. and honestly admitted that it scared him. Ji-woo did indeed look very worried about what was happening to Love, except that the girl wasn't in the right mood to talk to him. The one short word she threw at him made that clear. Ji-woo continued to stand behind him, puzzled. She, on the other hand, turned away and lowered her head onto her hands. Because Ji-woo couldn't understand the situation at all, he turned to Urus for help, hoping that he would have more insight into the matter. The spirit only shrugged his shoulders and assumed that Boss Love was angry with him, and that caused the lad to be even more misunderstood. Urus turned his head towards his master and sighed heavily. In his opinion, Ji-woo did not understand a woman's heart at all, and because of that, he did not notice that the girl was obviously angry at him for hiding his true strength from her. Urus then advised the guy to ask for forgiveness. Ji-woo was embarrassed because he had never done it before. Gaining courage, the boy coughed and spoke. His voice sounded timid. He took his gaze to the side, unable to look at the girl, and still apologized. Only even after saying that, Boss Love didn't react in any way. She continued to sit silently without raising her head. He did not want to deceive the girl, and did not understand why he did so. The guy hoped that in the future, he would be able to confess it to her. The girl started to rise to her feet. Her voice sounded detached. Love didn't think that just one apology would be enough. The girl straightened up, her fists clenched. She was disgusted that he had apologized so easily, as if it was all something insignificant. Ji-woo laughed awkwardly. He didn't really like it all that much himself. The guy scratched the back of his head and smiled stupidly. He was afraid to say anything unnecessary. But a second later, something scary happened. His eyes widened at what he saw. His heart thundered in his chest. Right in front of his eyes, some winged monster grabbed the girl. It happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Being trapped in the clawed paw, the girl shrieked. She could absolutely never do with what happened to her. Ji-woo screamed at the top of his voice. Such a sudden attack knocked the thoughts out of him. He watched as his boss Love was kidnapped. The griffon rose high in the sky. He continued to hold the girl in his paw, his huge wings flapping, lifting them even higher. Ji-woo looked on in horror at what was happening. On the griffin's back was a rider, his long braid developing in the wind. The guy laughed. He couldn't even think that grabbing the girl so abruptly would cause her to pass out. Love hung lifelessly in the monster's paw. She had indeed passed out and was powerless to defend herself. Looking at the girl below, the rider was surprised that she had passed out. After all, according to his plan, that shouldn't have happened. The guy himself was a bit strange. His body was covered in scars, as if his skin had been sewn together. Urus looked at the griffin and the rider with excitement. He was clearly able to realize who was in front of them, and because of that, his excitement increased several times over. Ji-woo couldn't take to the sky, so he threateningly started shouting at the rider to come down. The guy wanted to understand who the kidnapper was and what he was going to do with Boss Love. The rider laughed. He knew who Ji-woo was since he called him Mr. Hero. He wasn't going to go down and clear things up with him, promising that he had only kidnapped the girl for a while. From what he said, it was clear that someone wanted to meet her. To Ji-woo, these were not valid arguments. He was furious that his girlfriend had been so brazenly kidnapped. He immediately grabbed his wooden club, ready to use it. Urus immediately intervened. He wanted to warn his master not to use his power so recklessly, and as soon as he wanted to explain why, it was too late. Ji-woo's strength was already rushing towards the unfamiliar enemy. The energy released from the player's baton was rapidly approaching the griffin's back. The guy immediately turned his head to assess the situation. Watching the powerful energy flying at him, the rider smirked and sighed. He knew that Ji-woo would do something like this, but he hoped that he had the brains not to do something stupid. The kidnapper immediately used his magic power, activating a skill. 8 panoramas, 8 mirrors. Immediately, a strange circle that looked like a mirror appeared. The guy's power crashed into it, and immediately, like a ray of sunlight, reflected and flew in the opposite direction. With the same incredible speed, GW's released power was flying back to its master. Since this was something he had never seen before, he stared in surprise as his own power flew backwards, right at him. A moment later, the crushing blow left a deep scar in the ground. Even the mountains that met in the path of the almighty energy couldn't withstand the onslaught. The energy didn't hit Ji-woo directly but swept near him. But even that was enough to deprive the guy of his arm. While Ji-woo stood in a complete stupor, trying to realize what was happening, Urus flew over to him with eyes full of terror. The spirit was very concerned about what had happened. Since a critical wound had been received and a hidden skill, the healing factor, had been activated, the guy's arm immediately began to regrow. And after a few seconds, a completely unharmed arm simply appeared out of thin air. This was enough for Ji-woo to realize that he was not an ordinary player, but a real enemy with strong abilities that could resist his blows. Ji-woo watched silently as his friend became more and more distant from him. Urus moved closer to him. He knew that their opponent was not a simple player. The guy realized that right now he couldn't stop the enemy from taking the girl, but he knew one truth, that he would definitely solve this case and save love. Urus told Ji-woo the guy's name. His name was Habak, and he was not a player but a creature of the same species as Urus himself. Habak, enjoying this moment as if what was happening was nothing out of the ordinary, waved goodbye to Ji-woo. Ji-woo turned to Urus and mockingly decided to find out the reason why Habak wasn't a wimp like Urus if they were beings of the same species. The spirit immediately pouted his lips, but remained silent. Habak suddenly heard a strange and frightening sound that he had only heard once before today. The boy lowered his eyes and saw that his 8 panoramic mirror had cracked. He laughed merrily, thinking Ji-woo was amazing. After all, only one person in his entire existence had managed to make a crack like that. This excited him even more. The girl was still unconscious. She didn't even know the reason why she might have been kidnapped. Western Forest Hidden Tower. It was a place where many secrets lurked. Arriving at this place, the girl had already regained consciousness. She immediately jumped to her feet and quickly jumped away from her enemy. Grayfon and Habak stood in place. Love had a lot of questions. She immediately got into a fighting stance and wanted to find out for what purpose she'd been kidnapped, what this place was and why she was here. Habak lifted his hands, trying to calm the girl down. The guy had a smile on his face, saying that he didn't want to hurt her and had brought her to this place because Han Saran had someone who wanted to meet her. At the same moment, 2 people entered the room. The guy sensed their presence and turned his head. The girl became even more wary. Those she saw in front of her evoked many emotions in her soul, but the most vivid and deepest was fear. Her eyes widened and her heart could have jumped out of her chest. She had not expected to see those who now stood before her. Those 2 turned out to be her own mom and dad. They stood in front of her with slight smiles on their faces and looked at their own daughter. She was immediately reminded of a situation that happened many years ago, when the girl, as a young girl, had failed to cope with the fatigue and the expectations placed on her. That day, her parents had shown their true, horrible faces. She would never forget how much anger had skewered them, and the way young Han Saran had sobbed sitting beside her puddle of vomit. How much she cried because she could no longer bear the load of work that had been placed on her. After that incident, Han Saran decided to end her singing career. But only her parents could not put up with such a statement of the girl. Her own mother immediately showed her her attitude towards this statement. She slapped her daughter with all her might. The father stood aside and silently, with his hands folded on his chest, watched the mother bring up his daughter. He was completely on his wife's side. Han Saran flew a few meters away from the blow and fell painfully to the floor. The girl's parents looked at her with a fearful look that said that they would not tolerate such behavior of the girl. They would force her to do their bidding by any means necessary. The woman approached Han Saran. She crouched down on one knee and looked at her daughter still lying on the floor. The woman felt absolutely no guilt for what she had done, except that the woman's face had changed, and for a moment it could seem that a loving mother was looking at the girl. It turned out that the reason for all their actions was a very strong love for the girl. Hearing those words, Han Saran shuddered. Tears flowed from her eyes. Her cheek was painfully sore, and a trickle of blood came out of her nose. The girl didn't understand what kind of love this was. For several years, Han Saran was unable to end her career as a singer, and when the income completely dried up, her parents resorted to even worse things. Her father walked into the girl's room. There was an argument between them where her teddy bear was hurt. Her mother and father finally crossed the line when they brought unknown men to her room. The 3 stood behind their backs. They grinned sinisterly as they counted out the money. There was just a horrible aura emanating from the girl's father. He was smiling at her, but it was not a kind smile at all. It was as if he was mad with lust for money. Han Saran was the only child in the family, and the people who called themselves her parents had crossed the line completely when they made the decision to sell her. On hearing this, the girl had flipped out. She realized that from that second on, her every wrong move could cost her her life. The men didn't expect her to be so fast, and for Han Saran, a miracle happened. Han Saran ran. She wiped her bare feet on the ground, but she did not stop. She was in pain, but her heartache and fear for her own life were far greater, and that didn't give her the right to stop. The place where the girl ran away to was a police station. Without a second thought, she rushed to the first office that came her way. With bitter tears, she burst into the police station. The police were horrified by the girl's story and immediately rallied to help her. This was how Saran was able to free herself from the hell that had haunted her for years. The case went to court, and the girl's parents were stripped of their parental rights. The gavel of the court thumped loudly on the table as a final point in this hard case. Her parents were furious. They were going to appeal the verdict. But fortunately for Saran, they were unsuccessful. Thanks to the law, the girl was completely freed from her horrible parents. It was a high-profile case. Her parents tried some more to settle something, but it was all in vain. Unfortunately, young Saran was already too traumatized mentally. Even after being released from the custody of such spawns, the girl could no longer smile and enjoy life as a normal child should. What happened to her was too serious and painful a trauma. She would never be able to forget that lie of love for her and the abuse that was perpetrated from those closest to her. It was all because of the vile lies. Saran was traumatized. Her heart was shattered to pieces. Her beloved mom and dad turned out to be terrible people. The girl never left her room again. That day after the trial turned her life upside down. She was no longer a happy child. Shutting herself away from the world, Saran escaped from the real world into online games. She spent days and nights in front of her computer in a dark room, and only in the game felt at least a little better. The girl's eyesight was severely affected by sitting at the monitor for hours on end. Eventually, she was prescribed glasses. Because of the memories of those days, she became anxious when she took them off. One day in a game, another player approached the girl. She said hello to the girl, and that was the first step leading Saran out of the dark world. But how that happened, we'll find out later. And so after all the horror that the girl had gone through, her parents stood before her once again. They had somehow managed to find her in this game. Love was terrified, her whole body beginning to cowardly from the excitement that filled her mind. She didn't understand how they could just show up in front of her like that. After all, there was a restraining order. Her parents smirked. They thought they weren't breaking the law since they weren't in the real world, but in the virtual world. Since they saw an article about Saran playing this game, they decided to take the chance to meet the girl. Lav still didn't understand how her parents were able to find her. Then they looked at Habak, for it was thanks to him that they were lucky enough to find the girl. The boy chuckled, but would have preferred that the girl's parents talk less about him. The guy decided to give them a chance to talk in private, so he hastily decided to leave. In a second, his character vanished into thin air, leaving behind a slight glow of blue. The girl was left alone with the scariest and most frightening people in her life. The woman smiled sweetly, talking about how the girl had grown up to be very beautiful. After all, she and the father only got to see their daughter on the television screen. Love stood still, afraid to move. And the woman kept talking, thinking that the real world was cruel because it separated parents from their own child. Love gathered all her strength and her hands were no longer shaking. She clenched her fists and wanted to find out what purpose these people had in mind. If she didn't hear a reasonable answer, she would immediately leave the game. Her mother's mouth opened and words came out of it. She and the girl's father were asking for forgiveness for all that they had once done to this poor girl. Saran looked at this woman and was shocked at how easily these words were spoken. After all, these people had once caused her irreparable harm. She went on to say that they had only sought her out to ask for forgiveness. Also, these people realized that they had been too cruel to her. They seemed too kind, too nice, and seemed genuinely remorseful for what they had done. The man was silent. Only the woman spoke. She wanted the girl to forgive them, and they would go back to the happy times when everything was fine with them. Saran didn't answer anything. The girl looked at them and didn't understand what was happening now. Why, after so many years, these two people are standing in front of her again. Habak stepped out of the hidden tower. He threw off his robe from one shoulder and felt the warm, warming rays of the sun on his body. The Gryphon was also resting beside him, the beast resting cozily on the green lawn with its eyes covered. The Gryphon raised its head sharply as it sensed the stranger approaching. His eyes glittered dangerously. He looked in the direction the danger was coming from. The kidnapper exhaled with annoyance, as he hadn't expected to see the newcomer so soon. It seemed to him that it would take the guy a little longer to find this place. Ji-woo was able to reach this place quite quickly. The guy slung his wooden club on his shoulder. Urus perched on top of it like a parrot. Habak immediately realized that Urus had pointed out the way to this place to Ji Woo, since the regular players didn't know anything about it. The kidnapper wanted to say something else, but Ji Woo wasn't interested. Completely unapologetically, the guy interrupted Habak's speech and ordered him to shut his mouth. The Griffon was all tense, waiting for a signal from its master. Ji Woo was skewered with rage. He had come here to challenge the kidnapper. He bluntly stated that he could use any methods he wanted in a fight, but Ji Woo would not rest until his revenge was accomplished. Habak raised his hand, preparing his fingers for the next move. He realized that he had no choice and would have to accept this challenge. This all seemed like fun to him, so he was even interested in making a concession to Ji Woo. His fingers reproduced a loud snap. The Griffon immediately raised its head up and made a loud guttural sound. Its eyes immediately sparkled, the power of the beast surging within it. The Griffon flapped its wings. They flapped wide open and lifted its body into the air. Ji Woo was completely focused on the griffin that had sprung into action. He removed his baton from his shoulder and prepared to fight. Ji Woo's eyes opened sharply and wide when he saw something unusual in front of him. There was now not just one griffin in the sky, but two. They were identical, as if two twins had soared into the air. Only Ji Woo was sure that there was only one griffin here until now. Ji Woo wiped his eyes as the picture in front of him changed drastically. He began to look even more closely at the sky, assuming that his vision was beginning to fail. Incredibly, there were no longer two griffins in the sky, but dozens. They came out of nowhere and hovered in the air, waiting for a signal from their master. It began to dawn on the boy that all these griffins were just a copy of the one he had originally seen near Habak. The guy extended his hand forward, showing 4 fingers. It was one of his techniques called photocopy. He was satisfied that he was able to take Ji Woo by surprise. The monstrous birds all screamed at once and came into action. Although they were copies created from just one version, each one carried an equally terrifying danger. These griffins were all hostile towards Ji Woo and directed their anger towards him. The guy, clearly not expecting such a setup, was shocked by what was happening. Ji Woo saw no other way out. He had to exterminate all the griffins. The guy grinned and used his weapon to summon a stream of energy. The power from the wooden club was released and burst upwards in a wide beam. The bulk of the griffins were hit by the merciless blow and were melted by the powerful impact. When the energy disappeared, only traces of ash from the formidable birds remained in the sky. He had managed to wipe out a significant number of enemies. But no one expected that those griffins that had been destroyed by the previous strike would reappear on the horizon. It was as if the birds hadn't received the terrible damage and soared back into the sky. Ji Woo stared in horror at the monsters that could so easily appear in front of him. The boy wondered how on earth this could have happened. Urus was just as shocked, but the spirit realized that this was Habak's power. The photocopy did not fail its master. Urus was very concerned that his master was facing such a not-so-simple foe. The spirit felt it necessary to warn his master to be as cautious as possible. Habak had the power of 8 mirrors, and each mirror had its own abilities and power. Up to this point, they had learned about 2 skills that the enemy used. The first was reflection, and the second was photocopying. When Ji Woo started to resent the fact that the enemy was incredibly strong and the balance of the game was too disrupted because of such characters, Urus gave him a disgruntled look. It was strange for him to hear such complaints from Ji Woo, who had exorbitant strength himself. As the griffin soared through the sky and Habak stood back, waiting for the player's next move, Urus continued to speak. The spirit reminded Ji Woo that Habak was not a player, but a boss that needed to be defeated. Habak knew he had a few more surprises stashed away for his enemy. The guy looked at Ji Woo with a slight smirk. To him, this fight was very interesting and intriguing. Ji Woo sighed heavily. He didn't understand the politics of the game, when such a boss could walk around the vastness of the game world and pretend to be a human. And just when he wanted to know who had thought of such a thing, a griffin suddenly appeared behind him. The beast mercilessly attacked the guy, digging into GW's back with its huge claws. No one was going to wait for him and Urus to have enough to talk. On the other side, a flock of griffins opened their beaks. They began to build up their attack power. Each one gathered a scarlet blazing ball of energy. A loud cry sounded. But before they could attack Ji Woo, the guy faster gave them an anticipatory strike. Under the incredible blazing power, the griffins were wiped out of the game space. But just a few seconds later, as if by magic, the monsters reappeared in the same spot. They shouted and clawed with their beaks, wanting to reach their prey. Ji-woo already realized that this would happen every time. He destroys them, but the monsters appear in the same place and carry the same danger. So the player decided to attack them continuously. Relentlessly swinging his baton, slash-like streaks of power attacked them. Ji-woo recreated many uninterrupted slashes that pierced through space. From the planet, beams of force flew out swiftly into the open universe, obliterating everything in their path. Habak heard that terrible sound again, which made him lift his mirror and look at it anxiously. Cracks like spiderwebs stretched across the panorama. It could not withstand such tremendous energy. After the first crack, the mirror could still function, but the second crack rendered the object practically powerless. Such a circumstance stressed him out too much. Ji-woo pointed his baton at his enemy's face. He laughed as he realized that Habako's mirror had given a crack, which meant that he had a good chance of defeating the enemy. The player continued to laugh. He remembered Urus's words that he and boss Habako were of the same origin. Ji-woo concluded that this guy was also as weak as Urus. Habak wasn't embarrassed by his words, instead deciding that it was Ji-woo who was abnormal for this game. Holding his broken mirror in his hand, the guy only now realized that he needed to take his enemy more seriously since he was too jumpy. Ji-woo glanced at Habak and noticed that his smile was just as disgusting as Luna's, nicknamed Cockroach. Ono immediately remembered the girl and pictured her as a real cockroach. The jokes were put aside and Ji-woo returned to a serious tone. He still didn't know the reason why Habak kidnapped Boss Love and what god particles they kept stuttering about, but didn't give more information. The boy became even more confused. The baton held against him inspired fear, but he realized that until the guy found out the reasons, it wouldn't do anything to him. That's why Habak was in no hurry to tell what happened, as everything was confusing. Ji-woo was angry, realizing that the enemy was unwilling to tell him the details. The guy threatened to stay where he was, and he himself wanted to find the girl and find out everything. Habak lowered his gaze to the panorama of 8 mirrors. With deep tenderness, he assessed its condition and decided that he could use it one more time. As if sensing his master's words, the mirror shimmered in response. Ji-woo heard footsteps approaching him from behind. He immediately jerked to turn towards the unknown person. He was under the assumption that Habak had summoned more griffins, but when he saw the one in front of him, his eyes widened. The boy couldn't even think that such a thing was possible. Not far away from him stood a complete copy of Ji-woo. The only difference between the two was that the doppelganger was illuminated with a blue glow. The most terrifying thing was that the doppelganger was holding the exact same wooden baton as the main player. Even the underpants were the same, and not a bit different from the ones Ji-woo himself wore. The guy looked at his doppelganger with horror. He was even sweating from the tension in such an unexpected turn. The doppelganger stood opposite and did not take any action yet. But for the main player was still not clear how it could happen that his copy was standing against him. The doppelganger opened his eyes and looked with his sharp gaze at the one whose copy he had become. The whites of his eyes were filled with blackness, while the irises themselves shimmered with a blue cast, giving the copy a more sinister appearance. The 8 mirror panorama skill recreated an identical copy of the enemy, putting the copied skills into it, only the appearance was a reflection of the real person. The copy spoke, and the words were completely incomprehensible, and only if one read backwards could one understand what he said. A continuous slash immediately burst out from the baton and swept towards the real Ji-woo at an incredible speed. The color of the force was just as different from the true color, and was as blue as the copy itself. Ji-woo was so stunned by what was about to happen that he didn't even try to dodge the copy's attack. He was still in a complete stupor and only watched as the force came as close to him as possible. The attack had as much power as the original had. GWU's face immediately felt the full spectrum of incredible strength of his own, and this strike was enough to completely crush the guy. His life force rapidly crept down until it disappeared altogether. Ji-woo was dead. A pillar of smoke and dust immediately rose into the sky after the impact. Habak stood back and watched as the copy was able to easily deal with the hero of the game. He hadn't even realized he could create a copy of a character. Now Habak was pleased that he had decided to give it a try, and reflected on the fact that it should have been done sooner. He continued to hold his panorama carefully. Behind Habak, Urus arose. The spirit turned to him. His visage was angry, and he wanted to know the reason the boss of the game was doing such a thing. It was as if Habak had only just now seen Urus. The boss greeted him cheerfully, as if they were old and good friends. The guy couldn't help but remark that Urus looked much nicer now than when he was in his true form. This infuriated the spirit even more. Even though Habak tried to avoid answering, Urus persistently brought him back to the topic. He wasn't going to back down, and once again asked the question forcefully. Then Urus suggested that it might have been an order from a mysterious person whose name he never gave. The boss's face changed, as if the spirit had hit the right target. And then, a moment later, Hubak started messing around again. A mocking grimace appeared on his face, and he really wanted to caress Urus's cheeks. A strange phenomenon began to happen near them. From the grass, something began to appear without shape. This something made a strange sound. Habak and Urus's attention immediately shifted. The lump that appeared out of nowhere began to pulsate and grow in size. Urus stared at this unknown substance with fear and amazement. Habak was also completely confused and didn't understand what it was or what was going on. He stared at this something and his voice trembled. But Urus had already guessed what it was and what was happening. He had seen something like this once before. The spirit knew that his master had some interesting abilities. The substance began to take shape, and it was already clearer that someone was being reborn. The still smeared but already clearer form of a leg appeared and stepped onto the ground. The skill healing factor was activated, and GW's vitals began to return to their original values. The guy's body still hadn't taken its original form. It was as if it was trying to remember what Ji-Woo looked like. Habak was startled by this frightening sight, and the player's body continued to wriggle in a strange and disgusting way. For some reason, the guy's head couldn't regain its former appearance as the transformation was still going on. But instead of the head, a long arm appeared in the palm of his hand with eyes opening. Ji-Woo gave his copy a stern look, and Habak gave a twitch at the same time. The arm began to swell, giving a more recognizable head shape. Despite his unfinished look, Ji-Woo smiled as he was able to find his opponent. Photocopy stood still in anticipation. He had absolutely no humor at all, hence his gaze was constantly serious. Urus watched his master and picked up on the fact that the fake was more like Ji-Woo himself at this moment. The guy extended his middle finger, ordering the spirit to shut up. The copy didn't wait for the guy to fully recover, because as soon as he realized that the enemy was in front of him, he immediately swung his baton and spoke the words for a new attack. They sounded backwards, which made it hard to understand what he was saying. But saying the words backwards didn't prevent him from using the full power that the original had. A powerful energy piercing through space rushed towards GWU's erupted body. At the very last moment, as the destructive force approached the guy, his body fully recovered. A wooden baton appeared in his hand. His cloak also developed on his back, and his snow-white underpants sat on his butt. GWU's hand gripped the baton tightly. He wasn't going to lose to his own copy anymore. Therefore, he was already serious. At the last second, Ji-Woo became completely serious and prepared to repel the doppelganger's attack. He shouted the name of his attack loudly. The blue glow was already as close as possible. When the doppelganger's attack got as close to him as possible, the guy swung his baton, releasing the power of the weapon. A thin streak of energy burst out and met with his opponent's energy. Urus froze in utter amazement at what was happening on the battlefield. Habak himself stood with the same expression on his face. The boss hadn't expected things to go this far. The two forces, bright red and mighty blue, intertwined with each other. Like flames, they burst out from the game planet and rose far into the universe. After the attack disappeared, leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke, two identical guys rushed towards each other. Their facial expressions were identical. Both of them were going to put maximum power into their attacks to crush each other. Their eyes were burning with rage, their mouths open in a scream. It wasn't long before the crushing smash was over. The original baton and the copy baton crashed into each other. Such a collision was too dangerous and crushing. The power of their impact was colossal. An unimaginable energy ringed the original and the copy. The shockwave was only growing in strength. No one could guess how this strike would end. Ji-Woo was determined to put as much of his strength into this strike as possible to finish off the pitiful copy for sure. But his copy was absolutely not lagging behind in the same intentions and looked identical to him. The photocopy also made its decisive strike. The tension between them was incredible. The boys' clubs slipped off each other, and they completed their furious blows. Blue and red mixed and made contact. This kind of power simply couldn't exist, but it was indeed real now. They continued to swing the baton and summon its power. This kind of energy summoned by Ji-Woo and his copy was simply world-shattering. Habak covered his face with his hand in horror and still tried to see what was happening there. The force covered them. Urus was in a panic. Eventually, their strength was so equal that they crushed each other at the same time. Two substances appeared on the grass where the dub had already dissipated, rapidly pulsing and increasing in size. The healing factor skill activated not only for Ji-woo, but also for his photocopy. They began to stretch upwards like worms, making nasty howling sounds. Habak watched their recovery in utter horror, while Urus was much more restrained as he had witnessed such a nasty recovery many times before. A short while later, Ji-woo and his photocopy were already standing against each other. Only some parts of their bodies had not yet fully acquired their true form and were hovering around them. Not much time had passed, and when they finally recovered, they attacked each other again. Their batons made contact, the shockwave immediately raising the energy around them. The space around them split into two colors, blue and red. While a fierce battle was going on nearby, Habak bowed his head and decided to still dispel a few misunderstandings that Urus had. According to him, the boss had no interest in Mr. Hero, and Habak's target was only a god particle. Hearing those words, Urus immediately twitched. He immediately assumed that it was about boss love, and that made him even more suspicious. Except that this assumption only caused Habak to laugh uncontrollably. There was no way boss love could be a god particle. Now Urus was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. Habak quieted his laughter and glanced at Urus. According to him, there was no way the girl could be something so worthy, but Han Saran was the owner of a god particle. The girl's parents had told her time and time again that they were asking for forgiveness for all the sins they had done in the distant past. The girl's mother hoped that she could accept their sincere apology, but here was love herself, standing aghast at the words she had heard. A dark shadow fell over the girl's eyes. Unable to bear her daughter's detachment, the woman approached her abruptly and grasped her hand firmly. The girl looked at her fearfully, not knowing what to expect from this scary woman. Her voice was so sweet and gentle, but her hand was squeezing the girl too tightly. Such strength was enough to realize that the mother's intentions were not good at all. And so the woman's face transformed and her true nature came out. Han Saran's mother wished to know where the girl had taken her knuckles. Lav looked at her in utter incomprehension, horrified at this sight. When Urus learned that Lav's knuckles were a god particle, he was stunned by what he heard. This information surprised him too much. Habak nodded, for the girl's knuckles were indeed a god particle, and it had nothing to do with the price. Urus pondered his words but still didn't understand the connection. The items in Chrono Life were divided into different classes. The first, the most ordinary class, having no special manifestations. So was the second class, items that were slightly better than the first, but still not good enough for this world. The third class was unique. Already starting from it, items had a high price and considerable prestige. Any self-respecting player aspired to this class. But there was also a fourth class, the divine class, the most valuable thing this game had in it. Love's knuckles were of this class. The guy also noticed that there was also a superior class, but he had never met it in this game. Urus, on the other hand, reflected on the fact that he had seen weapons of this class. It was when Ji-woo destroyed the god of supremacy and took away all of his weapons. Luna was sitting on the lawn, not far from where the fight between Ji-woo and his doppelganger had unfolded. She was watching with interest. With a grudging smack of her lips, she noted that Habak had told too many things that would have been better kept secret. Still, her gaze was impossible to take away from the battle. Taking a sandwich, she prepared to gobble it down. Luna turned her head to the person sitting beside her. It was the creator that Ji-woo had once met when he was able to destroy the game planet. He was now watching the scene together with the girl and chewing on a sandwich the same way. The man put the tip of the sandwich in his mouth and picked up on the fact that many players had already guessed that divine particles were valued in the game. Luna was no exception and was just as eager to collect them. The day the Halasan Guild was destroyed by Ji-woo, she had come to them for a reason. It was then that the guild had to fulfill her order and obtain the god particle knuckles for Luna. Since for gods in the form of her, this kind of weapon was valued the most. Only Master King ruined her plans by refusing the task and breaking their agreement. We all remember how that evening ended. The girl giggled. She knew there was no hiding moments like this from her maker. He knew everything that went on in the game world. Then the creator recalled the moment when Urakan unexpectedly absorbed the god particle. Luna clearly hadn't expected it to happen that way. Urakan was then delighted with the taste he had gotten from love. After all, that was when he absorbed the knuckles that had the god particle in them. The girl at that moment had a completely calm face, but in her heart, she was furious. for she did not expect the monster to do such a thing, and the result was different from what she expected. At the same time, the fight between Ji-woo and his photocopy continued. The guys were equal in strength and were not inferior to each other. This fight could have been eternal, especially when they both had the property of healing. Suddenly, their baton fight went awry. The photocopy's baton slid down sharply. The real Ji-woo didn't have time to intercept this blow. His eyes widened as the realization of what was about to happen came to him lightning fast. And the guy's fears were not in vain, as just a moment later, the doppelganger was able to give him a dissecting blow, the force of which traveled across GW's body. The power of this blow was very strong, as the released energy did not stop as soon as it touched the guy's body but traveled far away. Although Urus knew about the guy's abilities, he was worried about him every time as if it was the first time. The spirit called out to its master in terror, wanting to make sure he wasn't completely dead. Suddenly, Habak approached him and noticed with a slight smirk that although the characteristics between the original and the copy were the same, they still had a difference. The difference was that the copy was only a bot of the game, and it didn't have fatigue, which meant that it didn't make the mistakes that a tired Ji-woo could make, like what had just happened. Urus realized that Habak was telling the truth, and this realization changed the situation dramatically, since the copy didn't have the fatigue and error factors that a mere human had. And sooner or later, Ji-woo would simply get tired and make a fatal mistake. After coming to this conclusion, the spirit immediately snapped out of his seat and flew towards his master. If he hadn't been so worried before, now the anxiety was overwhelming his body. Habak exhaled indulgently, resting a hand on his side. He didn't enjoy it much himself, but he had no other choice right now. Dark blood was dripping from Ji-woo's body. The boy was sitting on one bent knee, his chest gaping with the dissection that had occurred when he had been hit by the photocopy. Urus was already very close by and anxiously shouted to Ji-woo for some sort of response. It was definitely clear from his appearance that the guy was really tired and might not even be able to do battle. GW's wound immediately began to heal. His body, as if woven from plasticine, began to stretch towards each other, covering the deep wound. As the wound healed, Ji-woo raised his head to the sky, his eyes rolled back, and he began to laugh uncontrollably. His whole body shook with laughter. He was taking immense pleasure from this battle. Urus, who was just trembling with excitement, froze in place and looked at his master in a complete daze. This was not the reaction he had expected from him. With the same face, Habak also stared at the guy. After all, he really thought that the guy had already lost faith in victory, tired of fighting, and would start to suffer because he couldn't defeat the enemy. Except Ji-woo had completely different thoughts on this matter. He was not mentally excited about this battle because before all his enemies were killed by just one swing of the baton, but here he met a really worthy opponent with whom he wants to continue to play. Then Urus decided to find out what the guy was thinking about because his situation was just terrible. Ji-woo got to his feet and didn't think he was in a terrible position at all. His photocopy was already approaching him at full speed. The fake Ji-woo jumped up and hovered high for a moment, preparing to attack the original. The guy gripped his baton tighter and prepared for this imminent clash. Ji-woo's eyes gleamed ominously, and his mouth stretched into a wide smile. He had as many as 2 surefire ways to destroy his enemy. Urus was so stunned by these words that he looked at his master with wide eyes. The spirit had no idea that in this time, the boy had already thought of 2 plans to destroy his enemy. Habak himself looked at him with the same astonishment, as he was sure that Ji-woo didn't have long to live. The guy's words caused his soul to be filled with dread. The creator and Luna, who were nearby and watching the battle from the picnic table, also stared in their direction, stunned by such a statement. GW's baton clashed with the photocopy's baton. Their swings were very strong, so the shockwave would be just as powerful. The explosion immediately occurred and was once again visible from the game universe. The shockwave was so strong that Urus was swept aside. He covered his eyes with his paw. Splinters flew into his body, and the bright light was blinding. Luna and the creator also felt the force of the blow. The girl thoughtfully grabbed her hair, as she was worried about her hair. Her heart was overflowing with excitement. When everything had calmed down, Habak looked at Ji-woo with eyes full of curiosity. He had said there were 2 ways to win, and he was very curious as to how he would be able to destroy him. Luna wasn't worried about it at all, thinking that Ji-woo had decided to bluff. The girl continued to eat her sandwich as if nothing had happened. She was certain that Habak was on a completely different level compared to the other game bosses, After all, his 8-pan skill was invincible. The girl opened her eyes and confidently declared that a boss like Habak was impossible to pass alone, and no amount of GWU's tricks would help in this matter. It was then that Ji Woo, as if he heard the girl's mockery, voiced his first option to win. The guy clenched his baton tightly, and with a cheerful note, he proposed to destroy the game planet again. Luna froze when she heard this statement because once he had already done it and was really able to destroy the planet. This option the girl did not even consider, and then she realized that it was for nothing. While the battle and confrontation of power continued between Ji-woo and his copy, the guy kept talking. He was sure that if he erased the planet, Boss Love would be transported to the village, and the fake panties would disappear. Such a plan appealed to Ji-woo, but he smirked at his own words, thinking that such a plan was too boring, and he wanted to experience something new. Luna immediately exhaled a sigh of relief, as she really didn't want the planet to be torn apart again. The creator also exhaled with the same relief because last time he had too much work to do to get the game back to the way it was. And the most worried person was Doc Bay, the director of the game company. He was terrified that this player might once again create huge problems that Doc Bay would then have to solve. He was just begging for the guy to choose the second option. Han Saren's mother continued to clutch the girl's hand tightly. She really wanted to know where her daughter had hidden them to take them away. Boss Love absolutely did not expect this woman to reappear in her life and lie to her again. Just a moment ago, she was asking for forgiveness, and a second later, she was demanding an expensive game item from the girl. The woman kept insisting that the girl hand over the knuckles. She hoped that Habak would pay them decently for the brass knuckles. The man still stood to the side and silently watched the scene. Han Saran's mother was not relenting. His face looked mad. She even managed to remind the girl that they were her birth parents, and she could do such a small thing for them. Boss Love tried to pull her hand out of her mother's tenacious grip, but she continued to squeeze her fingers tightly. The girl admitted that she had no idea where they were now, as she had recently lost them. At that moment, the girl's father became active. He slowly began to approach them, which made the tension rise even more. Up until this point, there had been no action from him. Then the man approached his daughter as close as possible. Hovering over her, the man's eyes bulged. His face was just as distraught. He wanted to know where Love had hidden them. Since the story of their loss, they didn't believe it one bit. Han Saran was very scared. Tears flowed from her eyes. It was as if she was back in the distant past when these two had power over her. She spoke honestly about not knowing where her knuckles were, but no one gave her a chance to finish. The man immediately punched the girl in the face. He was furious and didn't want to hear anything about the fact that she might have lost them. Love's head spun from the blow, her cheek throbbing painfully as if it had been doused with fire. The man's calmness was over. He raised his palm again and delivered multiple blows to the girl's face. The room was filled with the slamming sound and screaming of this terrifying man. The girl's father continued to scream and give her many blows on her face. Love didn't even try to pull away. For some reason unknown to her, she was powerless to the influence of these men. At the same time, something began to happen on the battlefield between Ji-woo and his photocopy. A magic circle appeared under their feet. A strong wind caused by this power blew. Everything around them was colored with a bright purple glow. Urus covered his eyes with his paw, trying to guess what that light was. Even he didn't know what his master was up to and was utterly bewildered. Hubak stood with the same surprised face. The bright light was blinding his eyes, but the boss still continued to stubbornly stare at what was happening. It was the purple aura of Uricon, the lost head of Urus. The stronger the power released, the better the dragon's presence was felt. Ji-woo smiled. He had not yet had the chance to use the skill he had acquired, so he was in full anticipation and found a great opportunity to test his new skills. It was the rather disgusting gluttony skill that he had gotten the day his and Araken's cages reunited, and the guy got his power. A tentacle came out of Ji-woo's mouth. It was covered in saliva and looked disgusting. Urus froze in a daze. He assumed something like this would happen, but Urkan had these tentacles coming out of his back, while Ji-woo's came out of his mouth for some unknown reason. While the guy's batons were crossed, Ji-woo's tentacle immediately moved behind his back to his copy and sucked into the doppelganger. The photocopy immediately froze in place. After a moment, the effect of the skill came into effect, and his life force began to be absorbed from the photocopy. Habak exhaled in relief when he saw GWU's plan. After all, the photocopy he had recreated completely copied all of the original skills and could use the skill Gluttony just as itself. As soon as these words were said, the doppelganger's mouth immediately opened and the same tentacle emerged from it. He attached his tentacle to GW's chest. The guy was immediately taken aback, emitting a strange slurping sound. They were now siphoning energy from each other, and this action might never end. That was why Habak's excitement receded. He was certain that Jiwoo wouldn't be able to defeat the doppelganger in this way, as they had completely equal skills and strength. A dark shadow fell on Jiwoo's face, because according to his opponent, the tactic he chose was a complete failure. Except there was something Habak didn't know about the player's spare battery. The boss raised his head in surprise and looked at what was happening. He hadn't realized yet that this wasn't GWU's entire plan. Suddenly, Jiwoo's tentacle slammed into Habak's body. The boss opened his eyes wide and froze in place. This was a twist that no one had expected. The boss's eyes bulged and became like two saucers. A clot of blood escaped from his mouth. The tentacle firmly sucked on his body and completely immobilized the enemy. Something unreal happened, as a second tentacle like this was released from GW's mouth. The guy stood still, and Habak raised his head to see what was happening. Jiwoo slanted his eyes towards his main enemy. Although his mouth was open, it was obvious that he was smiling and enjoying catching Habak off guard. When Jiwoo started sucking out Habak's life force, he immediately felt it and was shocked at the pain and how quickly his energy was gone. The guy tensed up and completely disbelieved that this was the enemy's plan. Within seconds, Habak's body had dried up, his skin tight around his bones, his face too gaunt, his mouth open in a mute scream. Strange things began to happen to the photocopy that Habak had created as well. The fake began to distort like static on a television set. Eventually, due to Habak's poor condition, the photocopy could no longer exist and simply disappeared. Jiwoo guessed this, which was why he made the decision to make a double attack. Now all of Jiwoo's attention was on Habak. The guy couldn't resist thanking his boss for such a fun time, but it was already time to say goodbye to him. There was nothing Habak could do. His body was weathered, and all he could do was make strange howling noises. He had too little life force left. The boss was on the verge of death. Yet he was no ordinary monster, but a very strong boss. Gathering the last of his strength that Jiwoo had not yet managed to take away, the guy exerted himself. It was enough for him to use his hand to cut off the tentacle that was embedded in his body. The boss was furious that he was still able to be brought to such a state. Jiwoo didn't expect that he would be able to pull off such a move on his last vital strength. The guy immediately jerked towards the enemy. Habak raised his 8-panorama mirror. His hand was trembling and the mirror was stained in his blood. Although the boss had managed to free himself from GW's power, he still lost most of his energy. Holding the mirror beside him and breathing with great difficulty, he raised an angry gaze at Jiwoo. The creator was so intensely interested in what had happened that he even forgot that he had now brought his sandwich to his mouth. After all, Habak had decided to back off and end the hunt for Love's Knuckles. But the reason for the surprise was more because the creator and Luna knew that Hansaran's knuckles had been absorbed by Urakan. How could Habak not know that? The girl only smirked. And then Luna just laughed, for she herself hadn't told Habak about it. She thought it would be funny that way. The creator looked at the scheming girl in surprise. Habak rose into the air, his entire body lit up with a slight bluish cast. Jiwoo was still looking at the boss with his tentacle outstretched. Habak was going to run away and bid him farewell. Jiwoo wasn't going to let this boss go that easily. He immediately made it clear, and the guy's hand gripped the baton tighter, preparing to attack. Habak was completely without strength and realized that one blow from Jiwoo would be enough to completely destroy him. He breathed heavily, still determined to interest the guy in not committing this. His octagonal mirror was thrown towards Jiwoo. The player caught it with a deft movement, not fully understanding what it all meant. The boss's main weapon was in GW's hands. The guy took another look at the mirror in his hands. Urus was shocked that Habak had given such a valuable artifact to Jiwoo. Habak smiled tiredly. He wanted to provide a reward to Jiwoo for being able to handle him, and thus the boss was admitting his defeat. He also sincerely hoped that the player would let him live for it. But Jiwoo himself was not very enthusiastic about such an offer, since he knew that for killing a boss like Habak, he would receive much more valuable items for killing him. Habak understood the player's intentions. That's why he started to fade away already and his body rattled. He warned Jiwoo that the mirror would only have power if he stayed alive. Realizing this, Jiwoo didn't take any action and let the boss leave the battlefield. Habak glowed with a bright blue light and disappeared. Jiwoo saw the notification from the game in front of his eyes that the owner of the mirror had been changed and he was now the full owner of it. Since this battle was over and the enemy had lost and disappeared, Ji-woo turned his head towards the hidden tower. He originally had another target, and that was Boss Love. In the tower, the rampage was still going on. The girl's father couldn't restrain his anger and continued to beat her up. He was sure that she was ungrateful and should do them a favor and help them with the money. A tattered teddy bear, Han Saran's favorite toy, was lying on the floor. Then, in a fit of anger, her father had torn it apart when she had first protested. Swinging it around once again, he ordered the girl to obediently obey her parents and not try to rebel. They really thought they had the right to demand money from her. As the blows whipped across the girl's face, images from the distant past flashed before her eyes. The feelings she had felt when her parents showed their true faces. Love didn't resist the blows. Eventually, it got to the point where she just fell to the cold floor of the hidden tower. The girl had no strength at all to resist these people. She was too mentally traumatized. Her father was breathing heavily. If he was a dragon, he would definitely emit fire. Even he was slightly exhausted while beating his daughter. Her father and mother stood back and just watched as the girl collapsed to the floor. They didn't care at all about her suffering. They had only come to see her for their own gain. Then the father and mother's eyes lit up, their faces twisted with temptation. They decided that some brass knuckles didn't matter anymore. After all, Han Saran was rich enough to just start giving them money. The girl lifted her head, her cheeks flaming from all the blows her father had taken. She heard every word he said, but did not seek to respond. Han Saran was too tired to fight them. If there was an injunction on these people in real life, it made no sense in the game. They believed that Han Saran wouldn't be able to escape from them. Their faces blurred into a smile, because according to them, they would now always be together. The girl could no longer hold back her tears. Hot tracks ran down her cheeks. All she could think of was that someone would come and help her get out of this horror. It was as if Ji-woo heard her friend's prayer and came to her. The guy stuck his finger up his nose and looked at the people standing around the girl with a look of disapproval. He reminded them that Love could leave the game at any moment. Her parents immediately turned their heads toward the boy, their faces twisted with anger at the guy interrupting the conversation. The woman wanted to know who he thought he was that he was doing this. The girl looked up just as much and was unsure of the fact that someone had actually come to her aid. And it was none other than Pansy. The man immediately joined the conversation and remembered that he had seen the guy standing in front of them before. There were videos of him circulating on the internet. Ji-woo didn't want to listen to this man anymore, so he swung his wooden baton towards him. A bright light pierced the man's head, thus covering his mouth. The man could no longer stand on his feet, but Ji-woo didn't kill him. He had just performed a non-lethal strike. The woman jerked towards him, and Han Saran was still unable to get to his feet. Ji-woo was too angry. He respected older people, but such selfish freaks, the guy couldn't tolerate. The veins on his face even swelled because of the anger that was bubbling up in his body. Such words seemed very strange to us, as Ji-woo addressed all elders informally. The girl's father came to his senses and started yelling at Ji-woo, and after that, he decided to inform the guy that he dared to attack the girl's parents. Ji-woo got even angrier. He didn't even want to believe that these people were her parents. Since the guy did not have it in his head that native people could behave like this with a child, beat him up and extort money, the girl's mother entered their conversation. She realized that Ji-woo had enough power to kill them. Because of that, the woman excitedly started to prove that they were indeed her parents. The player squirmed even more. He was furious that real problems from the real world were being transferred into the game. In that case, the point of the game was lost. GW's face relaxed, and he turned to his friend in a calm voice. The guy only wanted to know one thing. Why did Boss Love continue to sit still when she had just been hit? The girl only managed to look at Ji-woo with a confused look. She didn't know the answer to his question. She really didn't know if she could do such a thing. Ji-woo smiled. He wanted Boss Love to raise her head and become confident in her abilities again. In addition, the player noticed that Love had a higher level here. Ji-woo's words managed to touch the girl's heart. She looked at him with huge eyes and couldn't believe that he was telling her the truth. That this was the man who wanted to help her and lift her from her knees. But then something happened again and Love turned away. After all, in front of her really stood her real parents, who for so many years had not lost their power over the girl. Ji-woo immediately grimaced and returned his finger to his nose. The guy didn't understand why the girl wanted to behave the same way in the game as she did in life. He understood perfectly well the atmosphere the girl lived in. And yet he tried to prove to her that in the game, It was not worth behaving the same way as in real life. That was the game for that, and no one would be able to sue Love for her actions. Boss Love was infuriated by the guy's words. She rose to her feet abruptly, for he had no idea what he was talking about. The woman saw her daughter with a different face, and it stressed her out a little. Love was crying, but her rage came up to her throat. The girl started yelling at Ji-woo, for he didn't know how she had lived with this trauma for all the years. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, Hansaran's mother immediately flew up to her and slapped her again. The bulging eyes of the woman did not relent. She considered herself and her husband as victims, and her daughter was too brazen and presented everything as if they were at fault. Hansaran grinned and clenched her jaws tightly. She couldn't hear this anymore. Her parents were horrible people who would never admit their mistakes. Ji-woo escalated the situation even more. The guy slung his baton over his shoulders and grinned. He noted that the woman had once again raised her hand against the girl. Knowing his friend, the guy immediately said goodbye to Hansaran's mother. The girl had good strength scores, so she would easily get rid of them. Boss Love raised her fist. She could no longer let these people continue to bully her. The woman stared at the girl fearfully. She didn't even realize that Hansaran would dare to make such a move. All the horrible memories her parents had given her flashed before the girl's eyes. How much pain and moral trauma they had brought her. Absorbing all those memories, her strength and her thirst to free herself from the oppression of those people, Hansaran was ready to end it all. She would never allow herself to be bullied again, whether in real life or in a game. The girl's fist, even without a weapon, was very heavy. She punched her mother right in the face. The woman felt a furious pain and was certain that the bones of her nose had been shattered. The girl's punch was so powerful that her mother was lifted off the ground, twisted in the air, and flew to the ground. It was a farewell from Boss Love. After that day, the shooting of the show took place in the studio. Hansaran was invited for a solo interview. The girl with a bright smile on her face confessed that she really loved playing Chrono Life. The host was really amazed that the girl liked to play these kinds of games. After all, he thought that she wouldn't hurt a fly either. Hansaran laughed and replied in a very sweet voice that killing monsters in the game helped her relieve stress after a hard day's work. After the incident in the Hidden Tower, Hansaran had conquered many of her fears. Since then, her anxiety had receded and she no longer needed glasses. The host couldn't help but notice the fact that in real life and in the game, the girl was very different in personality. Hansaran laughed at the question and honestly admitted that it was probably in the game that her true nature was revealed. This answer stunned the presenter so much that he was speechless for a while. His eyes widened and his cheeks visibly flushed. Everyone in the hall froze and listened to the girl's every answer with awe. All of them were crazy about Hansaran, and even the fact that she was playing Chrono Life didn't worsen her reputation, but even improved it. As the girl continued talking, she still had the same radiant smile and remembered her friend's words. Deciding to quote him, Hansaran said that there is no point in playing if you transfer reality into the game. This solo interview was also watched by Ji-woo himself. The guy was in his apartment and watched the girl from a wide-angle TV. He was pleased that she was able to get over her problems and was now glowing. He was also pleased that Hansaran had quoted him. Satisfied with how things turned out for Hansaran, Ji-woo slipped his virtual glasses over his head. He laid down on the couch and pressed the connect button. In the game, he was met by Boss Love, who was furious that the guy was late again. He had made the girl wait for him again. And such outrageous behavior will definitely be punished. Even though the girl already knew how much strength Ji-woo possessed, she still started beating him up. Ji-woo tried to defend himself, but he didn't use his strength. He was giving her a chance to blow off steam. He confessed to watching the very music show in which Hansaran was being interviewed. The guy was sure that the girl was supposed to be live on air. But then Boss Love teared up even more. She grinned, and through clenched teeth informed him that the broadcast was pre-recorded. The girl abruptly turned away from the guy and reminded him that they were already out of time. They were in a hurry somewhere, and Ji-woo didn't even know it. She suddenly turned to him abruptly and gave him an annoyed look. She didn't like that he was trying to get to the bottom of every little thing. Feeling guilty and not sure what was wrong, Ji-woo awkwardly scratched the back of his head, but already without question, he simply agreed to follow her. She once again turned away from the guy and put her hands at her sides and said that she forgave him. Ji-woo twitched at this sudden change of conversation. Then she spoke with a conspiratorial voice. The girl asked to be taught, but after saying that, she fell silent. Ji-woo didn't understand what she was saying and looked at her in surprise, repeating her words with a questioning tone. But after that, he remembered something. And he remembered how he had followed the girl when he first met her not too long ago. He'd been determined to get Love to teach him how to play. That day, the guy had pretended to be a weakling who wanted to be as strong as the girl and asked to be his sensei. Lav was surprised at the time, but eventually, for some reason, decided that she would do it. And that was the beginning of their game together. And so she abruptly turned to GW. She would now ask him to be her sensei. The guy was in a stupor. The girl was too close to him. Boss Love smiled. The girl was in a great mood and their adventure was just beginning. The world's best game, Chrono Life, had so many players because of which there were a large number of guilds. There were the top 5 guilds in the game. Their reputation was brilliant. They had enough resources and excellent qualities. However, one of these guilds took a different path. A player stood on top of a cliff and watched as a house burned. The bright flames were mercilessly destroying everything that was there. The Robin Hood Guild was collecting valuable data. Their comprehensive information network covered the entire continent. This guild only contained players who belonged to the thief class. And this guild was smashed by someone. The members were destroyed. Their headquarters still continued to burn. Someone had gone to great lengths to destroy such a place. The player continued to stand on the mountain and watched as the guild fell. The fire had already gone out, but bodies still covered the ground. Guild member Robin Hood couldn't believe that an entire guild had been destroyed in just one night. Seeing no point in staying in this place, guild member Robin Hood jumped up from his seat, leaving the mountain alone. Gaining speed, he rushed downwards, pushing off the cliff. A great anxiety filled the player's soul, for now he had to find out what had happened. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the player. He smirked evilly, for there was still one player left that he had missed. The Robin Hood Guild member stopped abruptly, and with a sharp lunge, he was able to chop the enemy's body into 2 pieces. This move was honed and true. The enemy flew apart. Even so, the enemy smiled, a bluish glow shimmering around him. He picked up on the fact that the player was different from those in the guild. The enemy's body disappeared, and in its place, a blue glow that looked like a star appeared. The guild player jumped aside as he didn't expect such a turn. The masked man raised his head in utter confusion. He had never encountered such a skill until now, and now the player didn't know what to expect from the enemy. Suddenly, the enemy appeared unexpectedly behind the masked man's back. His long sword immediately pierced through the player's body. The force was powerful that the player felt his feet lifted off the ground. The stranger was somehow miraculously able to survive the deadly attack and land his blow on the player. A smirk appeared on his lips as he noted that the player's level was too weak for him. As long as the player remained conscious, he wanted to know who this villain was and why he was killing all the members of the Robin Hood Guild. The enemy's laughter resounded as loudly as if he was everywhere. And the answer was too scary, for he was only doing it all for fun. As he approached the player, his face began to display the same mask worn by all the members from the Robin Hood Guild. Blood flowed from the player's mouth and the enemy swung his sword, bringing more pain to the player. Despite having the mask on his face, the man smiled. He was happy that he had enough power to do such things. Under the not loud squeak of the wheels, a cart was driving. The man held the reins and hummed a cheerful tune to himself. The weather was just fine, the sun was shining, it was warm, a real grace. A demonic cat was harnessed to the wagon. It was large in size, had purple-colored fur, and a small sharp horn on its forehead. The old man turned to his passengers who were seated inside the wagon, warning them that they had almost arrived at their destination. The travelers were heading towards the Stone Mountain Dungeon. The first passenger of the wagon was Ji Woo. The guy was surprised, for this journey seemed very fast to him. Meanwhile, he continued to eat his ham without stopping. The second passenger in the wagon was his friend Love. She held a map in her hand and convincingly stated that the place they were going to was actually not that far away. Ji Woo was riding along with Boss Love on a rather popular means of transportation in the game. The demon cat had been transported from the demon world and tamed in this world, and then trained to pull the cart. The man who founded such a service was a regular monster tamer. The Meow Wagon became a very popular means of transportation in the game world and became a good business. The girl looked in the distance and saw the place they were heading to. She was still holding the map in her hand and the guy was still eating his juicy ham. Her eyes lit up when she saw that very spot. The Stone Mountain was very tall. Its peak was so high that from behind the clouds, it looked like it was going into space. It was a dungeon that was inhabited by many different monsters. They were all around the 30th level, and many newcomers came to this place to increase their level. Ji Woo thought about it and realized that everything he knew about Stone Mountain was only from the stories of other players. After all, he had never been here since he had only been at level 7 for a long time before becoming super strong. Boss Love's eyes were burning, and she was in anticipation as her training was about to begin. They headed to this place so that the girl could increase her level as well as her combat skills. Just recently, the girl had asked to become Ji-woo as her sensei, and she wasn't kidding. Love took the matter very seriously and was full of determination. That day, she looked at the guy with her big, shining blue eyes and smiled as if she were an angel descended from heaven. Meanwhile, while the girl trembled in excitement, the lad in his spirit Urus could not tear himself away from the ham. He thought about the fact that he could easily take Love to the strongest monsters and pump her up there. The girl fixed her hair as Ji-woo suddenly remembered something. The guy informed her that he had been planning to give her a gift for a long time now. Love stared at her friend in surprise. Ji-woo smiled, spreading his hands. A bright glow appeared between them. The girl watched the player's actions with a mesmerized look. A weapon appeared in front of them. Ji-woo summoned excellent knuckles, the very ones he was able to obtain from the god of excellence. They shimmered beautifully in the sunlight, had gemstones, and were also decorated with wings. Ji-woo remembered that he wanted to give the girl a gift back on the day he returned her scarf. She had lost her knuckles due to being consumed by Uraken. Therefore, the guy came up with the idea of giving her the ones he had. Taking the new brass knuckles in her hands, Love immediately blushed. Her eyes glistened and her heart fluttered in her chest. This was a very expensive gift. Boss Love suddenly began to cry. The girl clutched her knuckles to her chest, and through her tears, she confessed that it was her first gift. Ji-woo twitched at such an unexpected reaction from the girl. The wagon continued on its way, getting closer to their destination with each passing minute. There was really not much more left for them to do. At this time, the girl continued to admire the gift. Ji-woo was surprised since the girl in the real world was quite famous and surely her fans showered her with gifts. She, on the other hand, admitted that fans weren't like Ji-woo and got even more embarrassed. To Boss Love, this guy was completely different, not like everyone else. Wiping away her tears of joy, she definitely realized this and was insanely glad that she had once met him. The girl looked at Ji-woo, the former sparkle returning to her eyes. She thanked him for this gift. And then, the girl remembered that she never recognized his character nickname. Ji-woo was surprised as he thought she had known it for a long time. Even when they were creating a group together, she had only glimpsed the nickname but didn't pay attention properly. And just as he was about to inform her of it, something happened. The wagon came to an abrupt stop as the demon cat stood up on his hind legs. He meowed loudly and longingly. Something very seriously startled him. The old man looked at the cat in surprise, not realizing what could have caused such a reaction. The old man heard a rumble behind him, realizing that his passengers had sensed this abrupt stop. He worried whether all was well there. At the same time, the cat continued to meow longingly. When the wagon stopped so abruptly, the boys were jolted. They fell from their seats, and the girl ended up on top of Ji-woo. The boy hit his head painfully against the boards of the wagon and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to realize what had happened. He could hear the demon cat screaming, but what he was most worried about was the girl's safety. Lav was just like that with her eyes closed. She didn't feel any pain in her body as she managed to land on something soft. And when their eyes opened, the guys looked at each other and realized what a racy position they were in. To top it all off, the girl's hand was right in the area of G.W. quote, Ace White Briefs. The guy realized that he felt her hand on his, and she realized what she felt under her hand. Urus, who was on the sidelines, silently watched this picture. He was even afraid to comment anything about what had happened. The old man pulled the reins, trying to calm the demonic cat. The cat continued to hiss, its furrowed. And all this happened because of the strange man who was blocking their way. The man raised his eyes and looked straight ahead, as if he only now noticed that there was someone present on the road. A player from the Robin Hood Guild was standing on the road. He was wearing a mask on his face, with a trace of dried blood on it. Also, this player was covering his wound with his hand in the chest area. This character spoke and asked for help. When the guys heard these words, they immediately forgot about the awkwardness that happened between them. Their heads turned sharply towards the road, and now they were curious to know what had happened. The player climbed into the cart with the boys and sat down beside them. He recounted what had happened to his guild. He also didn't know what level that assassin was or what class he was. Ji-woo and Love listened very attentively. The player also told about that person's terrifying ability. He could copy objects. since he definitely saw that the assassin had copied their guild's mask. The player leant forward a bit. At this point, his voice was too mysterious, for he gave the name of the villain who had wreaked havoc in the guild. His name was Trophy Guy. Boss Love was puzzled. She had gone through many names in her head, but this was the first time she had heard such a name. She had never met a player with such a name before. Urus had imagined something incomprehensible. He had no idea who could have given himself such a strange nickname. Ji-woo turned to the stranger from Robin Hood's guild. He wanted to ask him one question. The player immediately turned his attention to the guy. Sticking his finger up his nose, Ji-woo looked away and decided to find out who the player in front of them was. He had no idea who this person was, but from Urus and Lav's exclamations, it wasn't hard to guess that they were aware of it. Lav immediately leaned over to the guy and began to quickly tell him that the person in front of them was Hong, who is a member of Robin Hood's guild. And even the newcomers knew about it. After listening to everything there was to know about Hong, Ji-woo tiredly exhaled. He understood that the player was resentful of his guild, but he didn't see it as a big deal. Even more so, he didn't see why he should help anyone. The player brought his hand to the mask and slowly began to remove it. He apologized for his insolence, because he had not even introduced himself to them and was already asking for help. The face hidden under the mask was very attractive. After all, underneath the hood and mask was a very pretty girl. She introduced herself by the name Hong, and also said that she was a Robin Hood guildmaster. GWU's face changed lightning fast. The guy put out his thumb and was also willing to help such a pretty girl with any problem she might have. Boss Love's facial expression petrified when she saw Ji-woo's reaction. The girl was shocked at how quickly he changed his behavior when he saw the girl. Hong put the mask back on her face and hid her hair under the hood. She was very grateful that Ji-woo had agreed to help her after all. Ji-woo froze in place when the girl addressed him, saying that this matter concerned him directly. He looked at her in surprise. At Chrono Life's headquarters, the workday was over. The people who were in the office were the server support team. Everyone exhaled a sigh of relief when the boss ordered everyone to pack up and go home. Two of the employees reminded the boss that they needed to stay longer today to finish things up. The girl wasn't very happy about the overtime. Seo Seungwon smiled full mouth and ordered the two to drop their cases and go home, since he planned to stay late so he could finish their work. The girl was overjoyed but confused because the boss had already stayed late last night. But the other guy assumed that Seo Seungwon just didn't have time to make up with his wife yet, which is why he decided to stay for overtime shifts. But in the end, the guys couldn't pass up the opportunity and left their boss alone in the office. The man stood and looked at the empty workstations. Left alone, the man immediately showed his true face. A sinister smile stretched his lips. After all, those who had just left the office had no idea what things were really going on in this place. Satisfied that he was alone in the office, Seo Seungwon opened his desk drawer. There lay the virtual reality goggles. Feeling an all-encompassing power, he put the virtual reality goggles on his eyes. The man had always felt the potential for a better life, and so he found a great way to achieve the desired one. After passing all the verification stages, Trophy Guy entered the game. In addition, he was given the rights of a manager. He hovered in the air watching the city. Raising his hand, a glowing orb appeared in it. The man performed the summoning technique, and in a second the desired object would appear in his hand. The glowing orb turned into an elongated sword. It was still glowing with a bright light. It was an executioner's sword that had a unique class. But most importantly, this weapon had a 99th level. Also, its power was incredibly destructive. The Trophy Guy grinned. He had entered this game to make some good money. He had no good intentions, no honor, and no morals. This man only wanted easy profit and did everything to achieve his goal. But the worst thing was that he hacked the game and created an invincible character, having pumped him up to the maximum level and maximized his skills. If you remember the interview, which was taken from the pro player, you can realize that to pump up to the maximum level in this game was not possible. At the master level, you could get the best superior class weapons. These were on so many mysterious items as no one in the game had ever seen them before, due to the fact that no one could reach the maximum level. And so, Boss Love was lucky enough to be the first player to see and hold a superior class weapon. The girl looked at her new knuckles with bated breath. It was something unrealistically precious, a dream weapon. The girl continued to hold the brass knuckles in her hands. She still couldn't believe that she was holding such valuable objects. The knuckles shimmered beautifully. Ji-woo sat opposite and continued to eat his ham. Boss Love was even beginning to doubt that these brass knuckles were indeed of superior grade. since she couldn't even believe that such items existed. After Ji Woo assured her that these were indeed those weapons, she decided to put them on her hands. As soon as Love put them on, the knuckles immediately glowed with a bright light, and she also received notifications that a superior grade weapon was now connected to her. She was in great delight. Love immediately thought about the fact that with such a weapon, she would become incredibly strong. Her joy was not betrayed, except that when the lights went out, the knuckles appeared on her hand, but not in the same way she wore them. The gauntlet no longer looked so beautiful, and from the outside you couldn't tell that it was a weapon of superior class. The girl raised her hand in a puzzled manner and looked at the knuckles, which had drastically changed their appearance and no longer shone so presentably. Urus and Ji Woo were just as equally surprised. Since the girl had an insufficient level for such a weapon, some of the power of these knuckles had been sealed away. She arched an eyebrow, for she realized that these knuckles were now less effective because of the sealing. She lowered her hand, but didn't even pay attention to the fact that there was a very slight thud. And at that very moment, the girl's knuckles showed their sealed power. The ground beneath them was pierced by a shockwave. One such insignificant touch was enough to shatter the landscape around them. Boss Love darted her eyes out in fright. The girl had so much not expected that something like this could happen, that now her heart couldn't quell the wild pounding in her chest. She had barely touched the stone, and it had produced such a devastating force. From the impact, Ji Woo flew up in the air and found herself upside down with her legs behind her. Even though the weapon was sealed, it still had a very destructive power. Urus chided the girl over her recent words that the weapon was too weak. Ji Woo thought the superior weapon would be stronger and was slightly even upset. Urus then asked a question to the guy that concerned help for Hong. Ji Woo, holding his ham and his zabu, thought about it for a moment. He didn't know what he was going to do yet. His thoughts went back to the very moment when they were moving on the wagon. The guys had already met Hong and learned about what had happened. The guy poked his finger at himself incredulously and didn't understand what he had to do with Trophy Guy, and why the girl even thought that they were somehow related. This caused anger in Ji Woo, as he believed that nothing connected him to Trophy Guy, since he had never even seen him in person once. Love and Urus were equally surprised at such a statement. The girl remembered the night that Trophy Guy had destroyed the guild and attacked the guild. Back then, the villain had claimed all of his actions were about having fun, except she knew it was a brazen lie. Turning her thoughts back to the guys, Hong firmly stated that this Trophy Guy's goal was money. He would copy items and then sell them. For this, he was receiving a not insignificant amount of money. The girl knew that Ji Woo was also involved in trading. Their guild specialized in information, so it was no secret that Ji Woo had recently sold many items from Urus's nest. Except that what he was doing was legal, unlike the Trophy Guy. Ji Woo only heard the information that the items were starting to depreciate in value. And when he asked a question about it, the girl wouldn't answer him since it wasn't their business right now. Ji Woo didn't see a problem with the game's economy collapsing. In fact, he believed that it would be possible to contact tech support and resolve the issue very quickly and efficiently. He continued to lead his thought and was sure that tech support would immediately block his account. Hong silently listened to the guy, holding his wound with his hand. Except that when the girl informed him that he was too stupid if he really thought that, Ji Woo tensed up and was shocked. Hong rose to her feet. She knew there was nothing tech support could do. After all, they would only get a formulaic automated response there. According to the girl, only Ji Woo could stand up to Trophy Guy. Ji Woo frowned at the girl. She in turn reminded him of how the guy had crushed the 5 Guilds alliance. She didn't say anything else and just jumped out of the cart, leaving the guys time to think. She was counting on him after all. Trophy Guy could destroy this game. Although one couldn't tell from GW's face that this problem bothered him, the guy still pondered over the girl's words. Abruptly rising to his feet, he started pacing back and forth. Ji Woo was annoyed about the situation. After all, if everything was left as it was, he himself would have a hard time selling in the game. Lav and Urus looked at him in surprise. Boss Love was surprised that Ji Woo was still concerned about this matter. She wanted to know if he had any idea where they could look for him. After all, they couldn't wander around the entire game and hope to meet Trophy Guy along the way. He turned sharply to his friend, and a cocky smile appeared on Ji Woo's face. He realized that if tech support was unable to figure out this issue, then it was a conspiracy by upper management. Such an inference surprised her and Urus too much. The girl had no idea what Ji Woo might do in such a matter. But judging from his cheerful voice, he already had some sort of plan. Ji-woo returned to the real world. The first thing he did was grab his golden phone and quickly started dialing the number of the person he wanted to call. The guy put the phone to his ear, and when the other end picked up, he spoke ominously. Ji-woo was threatening the president of the gaming company to destroy the server if he didn't come to the cafe to talk to him. Doc Bay was so stunned by such a statement that he was even speechless for the first few seconds. His eyes bulged and a raging anger began to rise in his soul. Ji-woo decided not to wait for an answer, so he quickly hung up the phone. He was confident in his plan, and because of that, he kept chuckling conspiratorially. And after that, he immediately decided to turn off his phone so that the president would have no chance at all to contact him and find out what was wrong. When he heard that the caller was out of range, Doc Bay threw his phone in anger. He was very angry because how dare some brat threaten him and make appointments like that. And Ji-woo was overjoyed that he had come up with such an ingenious plan. If tech support wasn't going to solve this issue, he would just contact the director of this game company. The guy headed with a flying gait to the exit of his apartment. He was already looking forward to their meeting with Doc Bay, so he even planned to charge him a double portion of soup for such valuable information. With a smile on his face, Ji-woo started to open the door to leave the apartment. He froze in place when he saw a silhouette in the common hallway. The guy totally didn't expect to meet a girl here. In front of him in all her glory stood the real Han-saran, aka Boss Love in the game. Han-saran had her hair in a high ponytail and was dressed in a cute outfit. Placing her hands behind her back, the girl slightly shyly admitted that she wanted to go to this meeting too. Ji-woo was surprised by this turn. She didn't care if someone recognized her on the street. Besides, it was already late in the evening, so she wasn't worried much. The girl also asked Ji-woo to call her Han-saran in the real world. Ji-woo felt his cheeks flush with a slight blush. They had never walked together in the real world before, and it could be said that this was their first time meeting when they knew about each other. Manager Han-saran had just gotten out of the shower at this time, and not finding the girl in the apartment, she opened her phone. The latter left her one text saying that she would go for a walk with her friend. Doc Bay quickly arrived at the cafe where they had once sat and talked about the future of Ji-woo's character. He swung the doors so hard that they rattled against the wall. The man was filled with rage. As soon as his foot stepped on the threshold of the cafe, he immediately shouted the guy's full name. This was followed by a string of foul words describing his anger. Doc Bay fell silent as he glanced at the table in front of him. There were two people sitting at it, a girl and a guy. He clearly hadn't expected that Ji-woo wouldn't come alone. Han-saran and Ji-woo stared in surprise at the man who had entered and was full of anger. The guys had already ordered their food, so they were quietly eating and waiting for the president to appear. Even though Ji-woo wasn't alone, the president of the company still rushed towards him and started choking the guy. He wanted to teach him to be more polite to people who were older than him. Ji-woo was lurching with helplessness, and it was as if Doc Bay now remembered that there was someone else sitting at that table. He turned his head toward the girl, and as he continued to strangle Ji-woo, he wanted to find out who she was. The man assumed that Han-saran was Ji-woo's girlfriend. Han-saran stared at the president in surprise, and her cheeks turned slightly pink at such a direct assumption. Unexpectedly, even to herself, Han-saran thought about Doc Bay's words more seriously. Her hand automatically reached for her hair, and the girl coquettishly prepared to confess something. But suddenly, Ji-woo was able to speak and interrupted her. The guy couldn't even think of such a thing since this was celebrity Han-saran, whose fans could curse them just for suggesting such a thing. The girl froze, slightly dumbfounded at such words. Unable to look at this ugliness any longer, Han-saran forcefully banged her fist on the table. This sound immediately attracted the attention of Ji-woo and the company president. They flinched at this suddenness. With a strained smile, the girl decided that it was high time for them to get down to business instead of bullshitting. Ji-woo was only happy, for the president would stop strangling him. The man looked at the girl with a mysterious glint in his eyes. He liked this kind of strength Han-saran had. After a while, the guys fully told Doc Bay about what had happened. The man stared at the guys in surprise, frozen in place. His mouth opened in surprise, for this was the first time he had heard of someone daring to copy objects. Despite the whole story, the man couldn't believe such nonsense. They had the most advanced technology and the best experts who wouldn't be able to allow such incidents to happen. Ji-woo gained a mouthful of food and looked at the president unhappily. After all, Hong had seen this fact with her own eyes. The man glared angrily at the guy, unwilling to trust the words of incomprehensible people. After all, such a thing was impossible. A new quarrel started between them. Ji-woo tried to prove his point, but any statement he made was quickly refuted by the facts that the president himself knew. Until then, Han Saran had been silently listening to them and came to some conclusion. The girl realized that external hacking of the game really wasn't possible. Then she speculated that it could have happened from within the company. This little assumption caused a storm of emotions inside the director. He looked at the girl with a stern look, but he didn't say anything. Such an assumption was too serious. There was complete silence at the table for a while. Eventually, the president firmly stated that even such a thing was impossible. Doc Bay no longer saw the point of staying, and so rising from his seat he said goodbye to the boys, wishing them to enjoy their date alone. Hearing for the reunion, the girl's cheeks flamed up again. She cheerfully said goodbye to the man, and the heart in her chest fluttered excitedly. Ji-woo, on the other hand, didn't even pay attention to it. The man walked out into the fresh air. He stopped and thought about everything he'd just heard. There were people standing around him, employees of his firm. Everyone was patiently waiting for his next move. Without further ado, Doc Bay clamped a cigar to his lips and lit it. All this time the man was silent, trying to decide what he should do with the information he had received. After he had lit the cigar, the burdensome thoughts receded into the background. He put his hands in his pockets and enjoyed a second of calm, since very soon the quiet time would be over for him. Doc Bay called one of the employees over to him. The man immediately jerked in his direction and was ready to follow any order at that second. Even though Doc Bay had informed the boys that the internal break-in was impossible, something not good crept into his thoughts. The president had given orders to find 5 people who knew how to keep secrets. The boys were in a game near a stone mountain. Love exhaled heavily since they hadn't made any progress at all. Ji-woo wasn't very tense, just like Urus. These guys weren't opening up from their juicy hams. But still, it pissed Ji-woo off that all the attention was now going to this obscure trophy guy. He was already burning with the desire to destroy him. The girl folded her arms and lowered her chin onto them. With a glow in her eyes, she looked at the guy and assured him that his impulse was very masculine. Her cheeks lightly flushed with a blush. After that, she raised her eyes to the sky and pondered over Trophy Guy's true purpose. Ji-woo glanced in her direction, wondering why the girl was thinking about it. There were still some facts that didn't fit in her head. Why would Trophy Guy attack Robin Hood's guild when he was already able to copy various valuable items and just sell them? Ji-woo didn't really give it much thought. She continued to ponder on the matter, and Ji-woo felt as if she had been electrocuted, for there was indeed truth in the girl's words. They didn't know what Trophy Guy's true purpose was. The guy even broke away from his meat and looked at Love. He realized that he really didn't know about the reason behind all these attacks, and it was hardly just about money. Boss Love sighed heavily again, for Pansy had not helped her at all in this case. He honestly admitted that he wasn't very smart, so she would have to think about these things alone. Suddenly there was a very large explosion. The fire rose almost to the sky. Love jumped up from her seat in fright, and Ji-woo only raised his head in surprise. Boss Love got up and started rubbing her head, which she had managed to hit when she jumped up from her seat in fright. The girl looked in the direction where the explosion had occurred and was puzzled at what could have happened there. The guys looked in that direction. The fire was gone, but only a thick column of smoke rising upwards. Boss Love stared at the magnitude of what had happened. She looked there with big eyes and confidently stated that it reminded her of GW's attacks. The guy even forgot about his meat and looked at that place with the same eyes. He realized that his friend was absolutely right. This kind of explosion was very similar to his technique. His gaze became very serious in a moment. And Ji-woo, without explanation, simply snapped out of his seat and ran towards the direction where the column of smoke was still rising to the sky. The girl didn't even have time to react. Since he didn't explain anything to her, she just shouted. But Ji-woo was already completely absorbed in his thoughts and just ran without thinking about anything. Habak fell to his knees. He was tightly clutching a part of his arm from which thick blood was dripping down. He was breathing heavily and had almost no strength. Across from Habak stood the very same trophy guy. He held a sword in his hand and also dared to mock the boss's strength, since before this encounter he believed that the latter was much stronger. The man looked at the boss with triumph. After all, one of the strongest bosses in this game was kneeling before him. It was already hard for Habak to speak. He had spent a lot of strength and lost blood. Raising his head, he wanted to know what Trophy Guy was doing all this for, and he knew for sure that the man in front of him was a manager in the company. and the other employees wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye. Those words triggered a fit of anger in Trophy Guy, and he immediately grabbed his boss's neck with his hand. Habak flinched. The grip was quite strong. Trophy Guy was furious because a bunch of game code was too brazen to say such things. How dare he look down on him? A dark shadow fell across his eyes. The man knew for sure that unique bosses like Habak were not amenable to recovery. Therefore, in order for him not to destroy it, the guy needed to give an answer that worried Trophy Guy very much. The man wished to know where Master Habak was. The boss trembled with his whole body and tried to remove the villain's hand. He wasn't going to answer him even if he killed him. Realizing that he would definitely not be able to get an answer to his question, Trophy Guy raised his high-level sword. He would destroy Habak, and this boss would no longer exist in the game. Behind them, someone appeared. A firm and commanding tone made the man freeze in place and slowly turn his head towards whoever came to them. The Trophy Guy immediately realized who had approached them. He smirked. As this was the girl he was just as likely to come by. And what luck it was that she had come to him on her own. As the smoke cleared, the goddess of life, Luna, appeared before him. The girl looked formidable and was in her full armor. Even though Trophy Guy realized who was now around him and what power the goddess of life had, he still dared to turn his back on her. The man wanted to finish off Habak first and foremost, and only then take care of the girl. The girl only laughed at such a statement. She thought Trophy Guy was an idiot who logged into an account on behalf of the manager and did such things in this game. Such words caused this man to have a new bout of anger, for his ego had been hurt. He immediately grinned and pulsating veins appeared on his face. Luna lowered her head and looked at the man with the most disdainful gaze. She didn't hesitate with her expressions and called him names, provoking him even more. The Trophy Guy immediately released Habak's throat and threw the boss off of him as if he was nothing but trash in his hands. The exhausted Habak slumped to the ground. He didn't need to waste any more time, because since the girl herself had come to him and provoked him, he would accept her challenge. The Trophy Guy smirked and turned his full attention to the goddess of life. Very slowly, he began to approach her. At this moment, it seemed like time in the game world had stopped, and only two people existed in this reality. The Trophy Guy was a head taller than the girl and larger in build. He came as close to her as possible and asked the same question he had asked Habak about his master. For some reason, he was looking for him. He didn't rush the girl for an answer, as he was counting on being able to mess with her properly. The Trophy Guy had a vivid imagination. Therefore, he shared it with Luna excitedly. Her look turned grim when she heard how he wished to cut off her limbs and hang her from the trees. Then his fantasy continued, and each word sounded scarier than the last. He was a terrible villain. Luna answered him nothing, silently listening to Trophy Boy's painful words. Her one look was more eloquent than all the words in the world. The girl was still silent, listening to the vile words of a grown man who dared to behave in such a repulsive manner. For some reason, she remembered Jiwoo. It wasn't that long ago that they stood like this and looked at each other. Only that time, the girl was bullying the guy, and he was just silently listening to her. Luna couldn't help but notice the fact that Jiwoo and Trophy Guy were similar, but at the same time, they were complete opposites in personality. Trophy Boy stared at him in complete incomprehension. He didn't know why she was saying all this. Suddenly, a dramatically huge paw came down sharply near the girl. It came down right where Trophy Boy was standing, and Luna herself found herself between the huge fingers. The goddess of life looked disdainfully at the spot where only a wet, bloody stain remained. Even the fact that she had blood splattered on her face did not excite her in any way. That huge paw had torn the sky and burst into this game world from some other universe. This monster completely obeyed Luna. Considering that the deed was done, the girl turned away and walked away. The man she had recently spoken to was simply repulsive and was not worthy of a better death. With a sense of accomplishment, the girl was sure that this was the end of their matter. Only now did she feel a kind of peace of mind. The man appeared behind the girl's back, tapping his finger on the monster's body. He only now remembered that Luna had such a gimmick in her arsenal. The Trophy Guy smirked. He absolutely hated this kind of self-confidence of the girl. After all, it would make it a bit troublesome for him to finish her off. Exhaling heavily, Luna turned around. She was truly surprised that this guy was still alive. A monster's face appeared in the sky from the hole that had been punched. It was intently watching what was happening below. Luna contemptuously spoke to the Trophy Guy, promising that she would definitely kill him. After all, in her opinion, trash like him couldn't live in this game. The girl's words only agitated the man even more. He laughed, drowning in his own power. Since he was confident in his powers, the man continued to smile, and something strange began to appear behind him. A red wall formed simply out of thin air and began to shield them from the outside world. Luna watched what was happening with suspicion. Her gaze tensed as she began to realize she was trapped. Everything around them was colored red. Textures, landscape, and sky were gone. All space was scarlet in color. Only Trophy Guy and the Goddess of Life, Luna, remained. The man called out a call to the GM, a place used for maintenance or testing. Luna looked around. She didn't expect the man to go to such extreme measures. He, however, stood behind her and sat up with the confusion that the girl had. His face contorted. The Trophy Guy was full of anger and was going to do anything to make the girl regret her earlier words. Luna turned around and gave the man her contemptuous look. If he thought he would scare her with such a prank, he was sorely mistaken. Ji-woo and Boss Love ran faster than the wind. They were in a great hurry to get to the place where the explosion came from. Their footsteps were wide and the world around them blurred. Love didn't immediately think that this explosion could have been caused by the trophy boy, but when Ji-woo took off so abruptly, she still guessed it. Ji-woo looked at the girl and nodded. He immediately suspected that this explosion was too similar to the ones he himself had created. That meant that the one who set it off was unrealistically strong. The player immediately recalled the girl's suggestion that the trophy guy might have been someone from the company's circle. Ji-woo couldn't forget the moment with what expression the president looked at the girl and generally reacted to such a statement. Even though the man replied that it couldn't have happened, his face said otherwise. They continued to run, and Ji-woo shared his guesses with the girl. The Robin Hood Guild had only been destroyed by one person. In Ji-woo's opinion, this only meant that the player had created a super account with an unrealistically strong character and was now playing as him. This news alarmed not only Boss Love but also the guy himself. At one point, Love turned to the guy, asking him to run just a little faster. Ji-woo apologized to the girl because it was the maximum he could squeeze out of his character. After all, he had pumped all the experience points into only one skill, and he hadn't even developed agility. The guys approached the strange place. They had never seen such a phenomenon in the game. Some kind of red wall was blocking their way. Boss Love and Ji-woo looked at the bright scarlet wall with wide-open eyes. They had absolutely no idea what it could be. Very suddenly, someone spoke near the guys. They stopped abruptly and looked in that direction. Habak was sitting by a tree, holding on to his torn-off part of his arm. The boss was in a very bad state. It was hard for him to speak. He anxiously looked at the guys running by, but one thing he knew for sure: Ji-woo had enough strength to crush the trophy guy. Ji-woo immediately stopped and looked at Habak. His presence raised many questions, but the most important one was the one that touched his hand. The girl squinted at the boss and immediately wondered if this was the same person who had kidnapped her. Habak didn't hide the fact that he had been attacked by Trophy Guy. Then he revealed that that villain had moved Luna to the GM zone in order to fight her at full strength. The fact that Trophy Guy had created the GM zone only confirmed their guess that he was someone in control. But what excited Ji-woo the most was who Luna was. After all, Habak had assured him that the guy had to know about her. The girl had talked about him often. This information made Love not a little angry. The girl looked at her friend with bulging eyes. Habak immediately began to describe Luna. It was a certain girl with long black hair and bangs. Ji-woo thought about it for a moment, pondering who it could be, and just a moment later the guy's eyes brightened, for he immediately remembered Roach. Now he knew her real name. Boss Love looked as if she had lost her mind as she stood back and giggled. She was uncomfortable when Habak told her that Luna had said that Ji-woo was hopelessly in love with her. The player himself didn't confirm it and was saddened by such news. He had no interest in Luna, as the resentment that this girl had insulted his parents was still firmly held in his heart. He had absolutely no interest in her at all. Boss Love immediately calmed down and looked at the guy in a puzzled manner. She didn't even know what had happened between them that could have caused Ji-woo to have such a dislike for Luna. In the end, they decided to forget the topic because it was completely unimportant right now. Urus appeared between them and nodded his head like a connoisseur. Habak began to cough. A clot of blood escaped from his mouth. He tried to cover his mouth with his hand, but it was useless. The guy and the girl looked at the boss anxiously. Ji-woo suspected that Habak wasn't just hurt, but seriously injured. Guy immediately speculated that the boss's weakness might have caused his imminent demise. Habak turned pale, dark circles forming under his eyes. He raised his head, looking at Ji-woo. The boss asked him hopefully to restore his health. Suddenly, the guys' faces contorted with the desire to destroy the boss. After all, they would be able to extract valuable items from him and then divide amongst themselves. Habak didn't even react to their words. It was hard for him to do so as well. He could hardly speak, so he decided to remind the guy in advance that the mirror of 8 panoramas would disappear after his death. And it was quite a valuable artifact. Ji-woo stared at the boss in front of him. He really had already managed to forget about how Habak had given him such a valuable item. It would really be a pity if it disappeared along with the boss. Ji-woo's face immediately changed. He crouched down beside the boss, placing his hand on his shoulder. The guy vowed to heal him. The girl looked at Ji-woo in surprise, as she had no idea how they would be able to deal with this problem. After all, she hadn't brought any health-boosting potions with her. Ji-woo was confident in his own strength, so he didn't look confused. In just a second, a golden light shone around the guy. His cloak shook in the wind. The girl looked at him in surprise. Habak also couldn't look away. Ji-woo began to activate the healing master skill he had obtained from the god of supremacy that day. The pebble lit up. It was the spirit of a sacred minister. Extending his hand towards Habak, Ji-woo summoned his power and activated the healing skill. He was so confident in his abilities that he did everything accurately and quickly. Love stood to the side and watched as a strong energy swirled around Ji-woo and Habak. The golden light flooded everything around them with its radiance. The boss looked at the guy's hand, which continued to glow brightly, except he wasn't getting any better at all. Ji-woo also realized that everything he did was tantamount to futile actions. Habak was no longer confident that the guy would be able to help him in any way. The player felt embarrassed because he hadn't pumped intelligence, which was important for this skill. Ji-woo wondered what would become of the lost hand of the boss. After all, if one used the healing skill, the scars could heal. But that was whether the lost limb would reappear. Habak covered his eyes. Players could safely regenerate their body parts, but monsters could only do so by being reborn. Hearing this, Ji-woo was about to quickly kill Habak so that he wouldn't suffer anymore and could be reborn with a regenerated body. The guy even swung his baton, but the boss quickly stopped him. Opening his eyes, Habak reminded the player that he was a unique boss who would disappear from the game after his death. He wouldn't be able to recover. Ji-woo froze in place. He was convinced for some reason that all bosses were supposed to reappear sometime after their death. The logic of this game seemed rather strange to him. Holding up his mangled arm, Habak exhaled heavily. He saw fit to lightly inform the player of the realities of this game. There were unique bosses that did not revive after death. There weren't many of them, so it didn't affect the game itself. Habak also brought up the fact that Urus was such a unique boss. Ji-woo immediately shifted his gaze to the little Urus, who confirmed these words with a nod. He immediately recalled the day when Ji-woo had come to him and wanted to destroy him. Back then, Urus had been so reluctant to die and leave this game that he had made a deal with the guy and turned into a spirit, which had settled into his weapon and made the wooden club infinitely strong. When Habak saw Ji-woo's epiphany, he continued his story. The man decided that the player should have known that Luna was also such a unique boss. Ji-woo immediately remembered the girl, back in the guise in which she had met him. The guy couldn't believe that she was a unique boss. It just didn't fit in his head. There was a massive explosion in the GM area, except that in the game world, no one knew about it or even heard it. This zone was completely isolated, and anything could happen in it. The trophy guy armed himself with his sword and carried towards the girl. He only wished for one thing, for her to die right now. His muscles were tense and his eyes blazed with hatred. With each passing second, he picked up his speed and came closer to the girl. The tip of his sword was aimed at her. Luna, on the other hand, stood and looked at the man with a defiant look. She had no fear of him at all, as she was confident in her strength. Her words stirred him even more, and he definitely couldn't make a mistake now. The trophy guy was burning with rage. He intercepted his sword, taking it in 2 hands to make the strongest possible strike. The release power rushed towards the girl. It was one of the most powerful attacks this madman could make. But despite such a powerful attack, there wasn't even a scratch on Luna. Wide and beautiful wings appeared behind the girl's back. Luna was a goddess of life, and such pathetic tricks couldn't harm her at all. The girl started to speak her pattern phrase, and it came out that she and Trophy Guy ended her phrase the same way. Only in his manner, it came out very crooked. Luna furrowed her eyebrows as she really didn't like it. He knew her phrases too well, and it alerted the girl. The man put a hand to his face and mocked the girl's phrases with a sneer. They seemed too childish to him, and certainly the girl didn't look cool saying it. The trophy guy couldn't help himself and told the girl that he had seen the footage from Ji-woo and Luna's fight. How she was able to impress upon him that day that he couldn't reach her with his strength, as if such attacks wouldn't work against the goddess. The man looked at the girl through the slits in his fingers. He smirked as he knew what skill the goddess of Life Moon possessed, and the name of it was creating things. The man jumped up from his seat and raced towards Luna again. He knew that all the attacks worked on the girl, except that she was able to recreate herself each time she died. Lowering his sword, Trophy Boy unleashed his attack. A fire wave of unrealistically powerful energy flew towards the girl. Luna immediately activated her Creature of Essence skill, and as soon as the energy disappeared from the attack, she appeared in front of Trophy Guy as if he hadn't even injured her. He laughed as he knew about this skill, and it was indeed so powerful that it had once caused a storm of controversy. The Trophy Guy swung his sword again to make another attack on the girl. He also realized that Luna was able to create a Uraken from the head that was severed from Uru's body thanks to her skill. The man was talking too much, and Luna didn't like it. The girl didn't want to hear his voice anymore, so with a swing of her staff, she was able to chop her enemy's body into 2 pieces. She looked at her opponent and smirked. There was no point in his knowledge if he couldn't kill her anyway. The man's shattered body flew by. At the same moment, he wasn't worried about it at all, and was even more thrilled when he found out that the girl had attacked him. And at the same moment, the girl's staff immediately began to change its appearance. The weapon took on a different shape and began to look like what it once looked like. Luna stared at her staff with horror in her eyes. Something had happened that made the girl's heart freeze with excitement. By this time, Trophy Guy was able to transform his body. A bright glow passed over his figure. He regained his former appearance and could stand firmly on his feet. He wondered if the girl had guessed the reason why he had transported her to GM space. Just as Luna's staff began to change, so did her equipment. The same glow traveled over the life god's body, and she regained her former appearance. Even her hair had changed from black to a lighter shade. Such a turnaround took the girl by surprise. At this moment, she actually experienced a sense of fear and was completely unaware of what was going to await her. Trophy Guy's face approached her. He looked at Luna appraisingly, picking up on the fact that she was very even pretty. The girl looked at him fearfully. And at that very moment, Trophy Guy pierced through Luna's body with his sword. The goddess of life bent over in sharp pain, and blood immediately gushed out of her body. He was so pleased that he had come up with this whole plan. After all, now that he would kill this girl, Master Hibeka would definitely appear in front of him. Luna was unable to answer anything. Blood spurted from the girl's mouth. This was the first time she was in a situation where she could no longer influence the circumstances. There were too many elite drinks on the table. It was all expensive alcohol. Seo Seung-won tipped 1 glass, a strong alcohol with great pleasure. The aroma and flavor filled his body. With a cheerful note in his voice, the man put his glass down abruptly. He loved to have a drink after a hard day's work. He had good company next to him in the form of a girl for his amusement, as well as his companion with another similar young lady. The man with glasses raised his glass. He looked at Seo Seung-won and praised him for a job well done. He also decided to make it clear that he had one more step left to fulfill. The girl sitting next to him only smiled sweetly, not daring to interfere with the business conversation. The man shook his head as this was not the last stage. Habak didn't want to call his master, and that was interfering greatly with the man's plans. The girl brought a piece of appetizer on a skewer to his mouth. The man smiled as he reminded Seo Seung-won that he had managed to kill the goddess of Life Moon, and that could definitely provoke Master Habek to appear in front of him. And when Seo Seung-won confessed that he had failed to kill Luna, the guy immediately froze with anxiety on his face. He hadn't expected such a turn. Waving his hand at the matter, the man didn't want to go into details. He put another glass to his lips and began to drink the contents. The man in glasses was very puzzled by the whole plan of his comrade. He still didn't understand why Seo Seung-won needed to meet Master Habak. The trophy guy looked at his fellow employee with anger. He was angry that the latter didn't know about such obvious things. After all, they had worked together, and he still appeared to be out of the loop. The man in glasses was not upset by the words of his boss. After all, he trusted him completely and didn't even want to go into such details. Seo Seung-won exhaled tiredly. He liked this kind of trust, of course, and he was proud of his employee. Opening his lighter, the man popped a cigarette into his mouth and lit it. The girl continued to smile sweetly. not taking in their conversation. Seo Seung-wan, on the other hand, revealed that it was the kind of boss that related to the storyline in Chrono Life. It turned out that this boss was the Sloth, Riot Boss Merchant. The man hearing about it thought about it. He felt like he had heard that somewhere before. That Urakan had a gluttony skill, and it seemed like a very similar skill to him. Seo Seung-wan was furious that his employee didn't know about this as well. The man immediately talked about the 7 deadly sins that were very often reproduced in movies, books, and even games. The girl continued to woo their partners. Pride, greed, envy, anger, lust, gluttony, and sloth. These were the very sins that started all the others. The employee immediately took umbrage at the fact that he thought Chrono Life had plagiarized. He also added that there were idiots working there. But Seo Seung-wan didn't agree with that opinion because he thought that there was only one idiot who was sitting in front of him right now. The trophy guy continued his story about the peculiarity of this game. Each of these sins belonged to a certain boss. Pride was Urus, gluttony was Urakan, and riot was laziness. Luna, on the other hand, also had her own sin, and that was lust. The man put his arm around the girl's shoulder. Despite the fact that there was a serious conversation between them, he did not let the girl get bored. She took one of the expensive bottles and filled her master's glass. Something was interesting about Luna. Though the girl was the boss, she was not considered an NPS. The man knocked over his glass and his friend stared at him in surprise. He couldn't understand how an ordinary user could become a boss. Even his friend looked at the man in surprise. Seo Seung-wan placed his empty glass on the table with a clinking sound. There was a lot of freedom in this game. Therefore, it was not surprising that a boss could become a merchant and an ordinary user could become a boss. Ji-woo was clearly nervous, causing him to pick his finger on his nose even more actively. This way, as just now, his head had exploded from all the information he had learned. He and Boss Love sat down near Hayback and listened intently to his account of the whole situation. The guy couldn't understand how Cockroach could be both a boss and a regular user. The girl didn't even try to get into this conversation. Hayback bowed his head and sighed. Such intricacies were beyond his ability to tell, as he didn't have all the information. But it was certain that Trophy Guy knew it all since he was the manager. Ji-woo was furious. He had a huge desire to destroy the Trophy Guy once and for all. He absolutely hated that someone in this game could do such atrocities and go unpunished. Boss Love suddenly spoke up. She raised her eyes to his and thought hard about all the facts they had managed to find out during this time. It wasn't clear to her why Trophy Boy was so eager to meet with Rayot, as well as the reason why he had attacked Robin Hood's guild. Habak didn't see the point in hiding any more secrets, so he honestly admitted that he had a hunch about it. The guys twitched when he said that, and all eyes turned to him. Ji-woo arched his eyebrows. He had already heard somewhere about the god particles that the boss had just talked about. It seemed to him that it was all too complicated. Urus intervened in the conversation. He immediately whispered in the guy's ear about what Habak had already said about god particles. That was the name for divine-grade items. Ji-woo listened to the spirit carefully. Hong's sudden appearance surprised everyone. She had snuck up on them so quietly that no one had been able to notice her before until the girl spoke. The player was interested in the conversation they were having. All heads turned sharply in her direction. Hong took off her mask and apologized for disappearing so suddenly. She needed to get away on the business of her own investigation. Her green eyes gleamed in the sunlight. She looked at everyone gathered in front of her and suggested they take a little walk. The girl had something to show these guys. Ji-woo looked at Hong with interest. He didn't mind following her. A while later, the guys came to a small house. According to Hong, it was Trophy Guy's hideout. This made the guys even more interested in exploring the place. Boss Love looked around. She didn't think that this could be Trophy Guy's hideout since the view of this house was unremarkable. Ji-woo just silently observed, refraining from commenting. Hong was certain that this house was Trophy Guy's property. She put her hand on it and released her power. The magic ability immediately showed her who the owners were. Since they weren't the owners, there was never a way to break into this house and see what was inside, except that someone didn't care at all. Before Hong could add anything else, an explosion sounded near her. Ji-woo wasn't going to stand around this house and think about how they could break into it. The guy was just going to take it and do whatever his soul wanted. With just one swing of his baton, he was able to break through the wall. Boss Love bounced aside and Hong shockingly froze in place. There was now a sufficient passage in the house for them to be able to enter it and check what was in there. The boys stood at the hole and resolutely got ready to go in there. Love's eyes opened wide in genuine surprise. What the girl saw in front of her was stirring her mind beyond belief. They entered the house, and in the very corner of the house, they found a mountain of treasures. Valuable objects and a mountain of gold were just lying on the floor. Everyone froze, for such a sight seemed unreal. Boss Love put her hand to her open mouth. She speculated that these items might be copies, but Hong nodded her head in advance, since all of these precious items were originals. She looked at all these items and was able to confirm their uniqueness. They were all divine grade. In total, this mountain was worth approximately 5 billion won. The girl walked closer to the treasures and reached out her hand towards them. Many items were stolen from her guild. Also, Trophy Guy had left them in this place due to insufficient space in his inventory. Hong now confirmed definitively that the Trophy Guy was only interested in divine items. To Ji Woo, this was strange because with such strength, Trophy Guy could just go to Urus's lair and obtain the items like he did. Guildmaster Robin Hood waved his head. The divine items were different, and the company would have noticed it immediately, and Trophy Guy would have gotten pennies. And these particular items were being bought up by someone without end. It immediately began to reach GWU's mind. The guy thought for a while, and then suspected the person who could be endlessly buying up divine items. It was Master Habak, the best merchant of Riot, the one that Trophy Guy was so eager to find. Behind Habak's back stood someone very powerful. Habak closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly in agreement with this speculation. After all, he was also thinking the same thing. Hong was confident that she was able to catch the Trophy Guy. She was going to take a screenshot that would prove the company manager's involvement in the case. Then she was going to send that to tech support, and she was sure it would help the case move forward. The girl took off her mask and turned to the guys with a smile on her face. She was very grateful to them for their support and help. The only one who was very unhappy with this outcome was Ji Woo. The guy with bulging eyes and a finger up his nose wasn't going to accept thanks. He didn't like Hong's plan at all, and demonstrated it with his whole appearance. Hong was puzzled, as she saw no other way out of this situation. The girl looked at Ji Woo questioningly. She had to know if the guy had another plan. Ji Woo had a plan, and wished to teach Trophy Guy a good lesson. A while later, Ji Woo slung his baton on his shoulder and walked through a street of the city. On his face was the mask he had borrowed from Hong. In front of him, he could see the angry face of Trophy Guy. The man was also in the city and was too much annoyed. There were players scurrying around who didn't even realize what was going on here. Ji Woo stopped, and so did the Trophy Guy. There was still a small distance between them. Love was surprised at who Trophy Guy appeared in this place, just as Pansy said. The girl felt excitement for their plan, but Ji Woo looked confident enough. The man grinned. He didn't understand why Ji Woo put a mask on his face. He was already too famous, and there was no point in hiding his identity. Ji Woo pulled the mask with his hand and slightly revealed his face. He smirked evilly, satisfied with how he was able to take out the Trophy Guy. He had to take the mask since he was very popular and didn't want to attract everyone's attention. Not far away, Hong and his men had positioned themselves on the rooftops of a house. They were keeping a close eye on the situation that was going on below. One of her guild members assumed that Trophy Guy was there. The girl was focused and didn't believe that the enemy had come to them, just as Ji Woo had said. The girl only knew part of the plan and was excited. Back at Trophy Guy's house, Ji Woo didn't want to reveal the details of his plan, considering it a tedious endeavor. The guy only said that he needed to take all these treasures, and no one could worry about the rest since he had thought of everything. He then turned to the girl, and with a strange expression on his face, he asked her to borrow the mask. When Boss Love heard this, she couldn't hold back any longer and rushed towards Ji Woo with sparks in her eyes. Then she kicked him in the ass with her foot. Hong watched the strange couple in bewilderment. Someone had teleported over to Trophy Boy's hut. The house was already in a mangled state, and it was clear to the naked eye that something had happened. That man turned out to be Trophy Guy himself. His face immediately twisted with anger, his eyes bulged, and nervous drops of sweat rolled down his face. He didn't understand how this could have happened. In utter rage and desperation, he ran into the shelter that was supposed to be protected by the system. He was very nervous for his divine items. Inside the house, no one was there, and not far away from him lay some scrap of paper. Realizing that all the items from the shelter had been stolen, the man grabbed the piece of paper. It turned out to be a letter in which Ji Woo had left an invitation for tomorrow night at the front village. Trophy Guy's rage knew no bounds. He was ready to destroy this game. Taking out his sword, the man began to slowly thrust towards the guy. Ji Woo raised his hand warningly, forcing his enemy to stay put. The guy kept his attention on the trophy guy, pulling his hand towards Boss Love. He asked for something to give him. The girl immediately reacted and started opening the bag she had with her. And just a moment later, there was a divine item in the guy's hand. It was a fire dragon dagger. Ji-woo abruptly turned to the NPC who was standing beside him. He threatened Trophy Guy that he would sell this item to the NPS if he came even one step closer to him. Realizing that this madman wasn't kidding, Trophy Guy stopped and grinned even harder. The man was shocked at such foolish behavior from the player. He jabbed his finger at him and shouted that this dagger was worth 200 million, and if he thoughtlessly sold it to the NPS, he wouldn't earn 300 coins. Tension was rising, and the man could hardly contain himself. He turned to his enemy in an attempt to find out what he was up to. Ji-woo seemed to have been waiting for this question as he lightningly threw off his mask and with a mad laughter, licked the divine dagger. He loved seeing Trophy Guy nervous and unable to do anything about the problem. Boss Love, standing to the side, gingerly looked at Ji-woo. The girl had never seen this side of him before, because Ji-woo looked like a real villain at this moment. Putting the mask back on his face, the guy showed Trophy Boy the middle finger. Ji-woo continued to provoke him with words and gestures. The guy was really having fun right now. He wasn't modest in his expressions as he continued to provoke the enemy. The Trophy Guy did something, as he vaporized into thin air in 1 second, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. Ji-woo didn't even have time to blink before his enemy was at his back with incredible speed. Trophy Boy's eyes were blazing with hatred and anger. A second later, the villain activated the GM zone, which caused an explosion in the center of the village, and a stream of energy rose into the sky. Everyone in the vicinity couldn't understand what happened. Players coughed and covered their heads with their hands. The bright and sudden flash blinded them. Lav similarly covered herself with her hands, scared for her friend. She raised her head sharply and looked at the spot where Pansy had just been. The girl was stunned when she saw that there was no one else standing near the NPS. Ji-woo and Trophy Boy had disappeared without a trace. And in the GM zone, there was a real confrontation between two forces, beyond reason. Trophy Guy immediately attacked Ji-woo with his sword. They clashed and confronted each other. The man was blazing with anger. He didn't understand how someone like Ji-woo dared to challenge him. His eyes were bulging. Pulsating veins swelled on his face. His mouth was open in a furious scream. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Ji-woo was forced to rebound. The enemy's sword split the air and managed to catch the guy's naked body. Blood immediately spurted from his chest, causing him to feel a sharp pain. This was followed by another blow. A bright flash that resembled GWU's strength slammed into him and threw him backwards. The guy reacted quickly and drove his wooden club into the floor, trying to slow himself down. Sparks flew from underneath his weapon. The guy held on tightly to the wooden club with his hands. From the impact, the mask on his face cracked. Splitting in half, it flew off the guy's face. Ji-woo had a serious face. He could hardly stop his flight by resting his hands on the baton and braking with his feet. The cut on his chest began to heal immediately. His skin was like plasticine that stretched against each other, covering the hole. Trophy Boy wasn't going to end at this point. His rage knew no bounds. In front of him was a pathetic pig who dared to defy him, and he would do anything to destroy him. Snapping out of his seat, the man flew towards Ji-woo. Ji-woo put his baton out in front of him, repelling another blow. The Trophy Guy continued to attack him, while still calling him all sorts of foul words. The series of non-stop blows sent a strong blast wave. Since the fight was in the GM zone, the explosion did not go beyond its boundaries. No one even suspected what was going on here right now. Since Ji-woo was as strong as he was, he countered his enemy in every way possible. Their weapons once again clashed cross to cross. The guy smirked and assumed that Trophy Guy was having a midlife crisis, which made his enemy even angrier. The man suddenly and incredibly quickly disappeared from GW's sight, leaving behind only a beam of light that stretched far upwards. Ji-woo raised his head puzzledly. He was trying to find the Trophy Guy and was expecting an attack to come from above. He stretched out his hands with his baton, preparing to fend off the blow. The first attack came where the guy didn't expect it all. His back felt a strong cutting pain. It was too sudden, but after that, a series of new attacks followed, and each one was stronger than the previous one. Ji-woo felt like his body was being torn from all sides. Lightning bolts sparked from Trophy Guy's eyes, and he ran around Ji-woo as he continued to attack him. He wished for the insolent man to fall to his knees and beg for mercy. The Trophy Guy was angry not only at the participants of the game, but also at the company itself. His efforts were never appreciated by anyone. 7 years ago, as soon as Seo Sung-wan joined the company, he was burning with desire to work. He was a developer who had not yet lost his naivety. After so many blows, Ji-woo was able to catch the trophy guy and thrust his wooden club forward and smashed it into the man's head. The man seemed to freeze in midair, stopped by the guy's strength. Ji-woo looked at him with an angry look. He wasn't going to listen to Trophy Guy's pathetic excuses and his reasons for starting to destroy the game from within. After such a blow, Trophy Guy's face was torn to shreds. Ji-woo had brazenly interrupted him, and this humiliation made the man even angrier. He would definitely not stop now. Clenching his jaws, Trophy Guy drew his sword and inflicted another slashing wound on GW's body. The guy tried to bounce back in time, but his agility wasn't enough to do so. The force like tongues of flame traveled across his chest. Ji-woo didn't expect that his enemy possessed a hidden skill like the healing factor. Many thoughts ran through his mind, and it was too bad that he hadn't thought about it beforehand, since the person in front of him wasn't an ordinary player, but a manager. The trophy guy whispered another skill that struck terror into GWU's mind. The manager had more than one hidden ability, and now he was summoning a hidden power. The skill was Titan Spirit. A bright blue energy burst out from the trophy guy's body and colored the GM area a different color. The stunned Ji-woo stared at the man. His eyes widened in surprise. The guy watched as the energy poured out of the enemy's body. He was frightened by the fact that this skill could be very powerful. An enormous-sized titan burst out from Trophy Guy's body. It was bright blue in color, had a bald head, and resembled a god of supremacy in some ways. It required no small amount of one's own strength to release such powerful energy. The Trophy Guy screamed. His eyes lit up with a bright light. All the power coursed through his body. Unknown power continued to burst out from the man's chest. He was tense with his entire body. Beams were rushing through the GM zone and whipping in different directions. It seemed like this power was unbridled. Ji-woo bounced to the side. The strong wind pulled up his cloak, and the bright light was cutting his eyes. He covered himself with his hand and tried to figure out what those special effects were whipping around. He didn't like what was starting to happen here at all. The Spirit of Titan skill had been activated. The damage and attack range increased by 1,000% for the duration of the skill. The trophy guy was still glowing a bright blue color, but the rays had disappeared. His gaze was fixed on Ji-woo. Without uttering another word, the man simply made a single swing of his sword. A streak of bright light immediately erupted from the blade. This force immediately flew towards Ji-woo. The guy realized that such a strike was too serious. The bright light grew bigger and closer. His eyes were surprised and scared at the same time. The sword swing was seemingly insignificant, but the power that burst out from it was all-consuming. Ji-woo was covered by this force. An explosion that was unfathomable in size occurred. Thanks to the healing factor skill, Ji-woo was able to stay on his feet. His entire body was affected by the impact, but the skill activated very quickly and began to revive the lost pieces of his body. After such a blow, the guy smirked wickedly. He really liked this kind of power, and of course he wanted to get it. Because of that, he didn't even hide his desire, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. The trophy guy stared at Ji-woo in bewilderment, and he was also troubled by the fact that even after such a blow, his opponent was still standing on his feet. After a moment, Ji-Yu's tentacle flew towards the man. It immediately slammed into his body. The trophy guy's eyes opened wide and froze in place. There was a tentacle sticking out of GWU's mouth. The guy laughed as he thought his plan was simply brilliant. He would steal all of the enemy's skills and gain his power. It was his hidden skill, Gluttony, that he was able to get from Huracan. The trophy guy blurred, as if he had become a technical interference on the monitor screen. The tentacle guy, on the other hand, stayed in place, no longer feeling his physical body. The man had a hidden agility skill that helped him move behind GW's back in a second. The guy glanced back in surprise, but it was too late. The man swung his weapon. The speedlight skill pierced GW's body from all sides. A multitude of dissecting blows rained down on the guy, giving him searing pain. Ji-woo tensed up even more. His entire body was pierced. He clearly didn't expect that the trophy guy would still have hidden skills. For some stupid reason, Ji-woo had really underestimated this enemy. Blood spurted from Soren's mouth through clenched teeth. A hard fist slammed into GW's body. The outcome of the battle in the game was decided by the strength of skills as well as strategy. Trophy Guy had all of his skills pumped to their maximum values. This blow was the most painful for Ji-woo. The guy's eyes rolled back and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. After that, there was a flash, and everything around him was once again colored with fire. The trophy guy slung his sword on his shoulders. He smiled as he felt that he was in control of the situation. He was stronger, and no matter how skillful Ji-woo was, he wouldn't be able to handle his strength. Ji-woo was on his knee, leaning on his wooden club. His enemy continued to hurl insults, but the guy didn't pay any attention to it right now. His body recovered quickly after such a blow, but there were still traces of the fight. Ji-woo noticed that Trophy Guy had only become so strong because he wasn't a good manager. The man jumped with laughter. He saw that the guy was envious and proceeded to ridicule him, calling him names and insulting him in every way possible, belittling Ji-woo's dignity. The player snapped out of his seat, no longer able to tolerate the smug manager. The guy flew at his enemy with his head and crashed into his face with all his might. The man flew back dozens of meters, his face writhing in pain, his nose bleeding. Putting his hand on the sore spot, he looked at the player with a puzzled look, not understanding how he had gotten so much speed when his agility was low. Ji-woo was lying flat on the floor. The guy lifted his head and laughed at catching his enemy off guard. His speed came from keeping control of his character. This fact infuriated Trophy Guy, and he immediately jumped to his feet, calling Ji-woo a pig. The man prepared for his next attack. A second later, he was already flying towards the guy to teach him a good lesson. He knew no amount of character control could match his speed skill. Ji-woo rose to his feet and raised his baton. What he had just pulled off was no skill at all. The guy smirked. After all, he was just using the game system. Ji-woo started to unwind and ended up turning his back on his enemy. This guy was clearly up to something. The trophy guy stared at the enemy in flight with a puzzled look because Ji-woo's movements were strange, and he couldn't understand why he had turned his back on him. Tensing all his muscles, the guy slowly began to turn around. He was about to perform a recoil control. The baton was tightly clenched in his hands, and he continued to grin sinisterly. After swinging, a huge energy burst out from his weapon. It rushed towards the trophy boy. Following that, Ji-woo immediately jumped up from his seat and raced toward the enemy. The guy was blazing with his plan and the idea he was about to implement now. The trophy guy, clearly not expecting such a turn, stared at the enemy with a look of horror on his face, who was already too close for him to dodge. Ji-woo swung his wooden club at the manager's head. A wave of vibrations from the impact began to emanate from the point of contact. The opponent only had time to notice the fact that Ji-woo was too fast. After the impact, his body was carried somewhere far away. A satisfied Ji-woo landed on his feet. He liked the fact that he was able to take the enemy by surprise. He couldn't stop smiling as this fight wouldn't be the end of him. The trophy guy appeared out of the smoke that was slowly dissipating. He had just felt the full impact of GWU's devastating attack, but he only laughed. According to the trophy guy, the player's control was too bad. He wouldn't be able to defeat him with such tricks. Ji-woo, throwing his baton on his shoulders, smiled. Unlike the trophy guy, he was going to get this matter over with and stop fooling around. The man at this time had already risen to his feet. He continued to mock GW's words. He was also not at all pleased that this little guy had gotten too proud from one successful attack. His face contorted. Ji-woo had too much confidence in Ji-woo, and the trophy kid was going to destroy it. In his opinion, the guy didn't have a single chance of winning. No methods would be able to destroy him. But Ji-woo didn't think so at all. The guy warned the enemy that he had one method that could end him once and for all. The player extended his arm forward. Trophy Guy didn't yet understand what his enemy was going to do, but he knew for sure that nothing would help him. Ji-woo's hand lit up with a purple glow. He smirked evilly. The player said goodbye to the villain, recognizing the fact that they hadn't had a bad time. Such self-assurance puzzled the trophy guy a little too much. He watched warily to see what his enemy was going to do. After all, he couldn't bluff. At this time, Boss Love, resting her chin on her hands, looked up thoughtfully. She exhaled heavily as she was completely unaware of what was going on. Lav was sitting on a bench, and beside her was a bag of treasure. Hong stood next to her, folding her arms across her chest. Neither of them were privy to the guy's plan. The girl doubted whether Ji-woo would have enough strength to defeat the manager. Hong was puzzled as she learned that even his girlfriend Love was unaware of his plan. This caused no small amount of worry. Lav immediately blushed when Hong assumed that she was his date. The girl looked at Guildmaster Robin Hood and added about how Ji-woo had only said that he would provoke the manager to pull them into the GM zone. The girls were lost in speculation. All they knew was that Ji-woo had intentionally left a note, and the meeting had been postponed for one day. Such actions were clearly not spontaneous. The girls were in the center of the square, and other players were scurrying around, not even aware of what was happening. Violet energy spread around Ji-woo. A strong windy stream rushed around him, whipping up the guy's cloak. The trophy guy was watching him, standing to the side. The villain was in full tension. He couldn't even imagine what this player was up to. A grain of doubt was born in his soul. The man kept his gaze on him and saw the enemy's nasty, confident face. A magic circle appeared under GWU's feet, and behold, he was already using the summoning skill. The guy did all of this with full confidence, and the skill itself was a basic skill. When Trophy Guy heard and realized that Ji-woo was only summoning something, he couldn't hold back his laughter. After all, before this moment, he had already started to doubt his strength and was expecting Ji-woo to use some super powerful skill. The man continued to watch as Ji-woo summoned someone and continued to criticize his actions. Since the guy had very low skill stats, this ability in his hands was useless. He wouldn't be able to summon something very powerful that could defeat him. Except that when he started to see what the guy had summoned, Trophy Guy's laughter immediately stopped. His face froze in the realization that he was about to feel very bad. After all, the one that Ji-woo had summoned was the president of the game company himself, Doc Bay. The man appeared in the GM area. He was dressed in his favorite suit, and he was holding a cigar in his hand. Of course, the manager knew what the director looked like, and he had no doubts. Trophy Boy's eyes popped out of his eye sockets, and his mouth opened so wide his skin could have cracked. The villain's heart was ready to jump out of his chest. This was definitely not the turn he had expected. Ji-woo was delighted at Trophy Boy's reaction. He couldn't stop his laughter as the villain simply froze in place and stopped reacting. The man was confused and couldn't gather his own thoughts. Last night, Seo Seung-won was ready to leave early from the party. His partner had whined pitifully because the manager had decided to leave so early. But the man was unbowed. He wanted to still get in the game to make the final calculations. His subordinate looked at the manager with delight and gave a thumbs up. He couldn't get enough of Seo Seung-won's unbridled zeal for work. After saying goodbye, Seo Seung-won and his girlfriend went for a walk in the night city. He gently put his arm around the girl's shoulders, suggesting that they hang out somewhere else and have a drink. They continued walking until two pumped-up men appeared in their path. The two blocked the guy and girl's path. He looked at them puzzled, and a second later, the president of the company appeared, and from his face, you could tell right away that things were bad. Doc Bay looked intimidating, veins swelling on his face. A short time later, an education took place in a dark alley. The man begged for mercy and also told everything he knew about Seo Seung-won's plans. His face was swollen from the blows, his glasses were broken, and he was also missing one tooth. Having heard enough, the president turned away from the scumbag. One of the thugs wanted to know what they were going to do next with this guy. The guy was sobbing in fear and kept begging for mercy. Only Doc Bay didn't tolerate such treachery and ordered to get rid of him. Shouting and crying resounded in the alley, and the president silently walked away. Ji-woo watched from around the corner. He was uncomfortable with the president's actions. Seeing a familiar face, Doc Bay smiled at Ji-woo and thanked him for helping them find and catch the criminal. If the case went any further, it would affect the game a lot. Ji-woo was shocked by the president's methods, even thinking that he was definitely in the mafia. The man, on the other hand, revealed with a spark in his eyes that if this case was fake, he would be willing to finish off Ji-woo as well. Noticing how the guy's face turned pale, the man immediately said that he was joking. He closed his eyes and took a drag on his cigar. The only person he wasn't going to spare was Trophy Guy. That's when Ji-woo decided to ask the president if he had plans for tomorrow night. The man twitched and glared at the guy. That's how they agreed on how they could teach the villain a lesson and show him his real power. And just like that, the president of the company found himself in the GM zone created by the manager. The Trophy Guy was still in shock and couldn't figure out what to do. The first thing that came to his mind was to get out of the game as soon as possible. He stuck his head up and started calling the system to leave the game sooner. His heart was pounding frantically in his chest, and the throbbing echoed in his temples. The game system immediately sent him a notification that he couldn't leave the game during the battle. This fact alarmed him even more. He clenched his teeth tightly, sweat dripping off him. The man had never been as nervous as he was at this minute. Since Trophy Guy couldn't think of anything better to do, he decided to cancel his GM zone. Ji-woo was concerned about this since he could easily escape this way, except that the president wasn't worried about it at all. Just a single phrase of his interrupted the closing of the GM zone and opened up a completely different zone, which had the name Presidential Zone. The entire space was flooded with green color. Ji-woo watched with interest, while their enemy was in even greater confusion. The Trophy Guy realized that he had fallen into a trap that he wouldn't be able to get out of. He was scared and confused. His gaze darted from side to side, looking for a loophole to escape, only there was none. Realizing that Trophy Guy had no other choice, he decided to take a desperate step. The man realized that he would be fired from the company, but at least now he could defend his position. Rushing from his seat, he flew towards the director. Doc Bay didn't even move from his seat. The Trophy Guy flew up and unleashed his punch on the principal, except it couldn't even reach his opponent's body. The principal continued to clasp his cigar between his lips. The blow from the Trophy Guy couldn't touch him. Even the wind didn't touch his clothes. Realizing that his blow had absolutely no effect on the president, the man stunned in shock. He had expected anything but such a result. Ji-woo was equally surprised. He realized that the president of the game was standing in front of him, but he didn't think that he would have prepared so much for this meeting. The director's sharp gaze pierced the rascal who thought too much of himself. A dark shadow fell across Doc Bay's face. He was furious that the villain and traitor to the company had decided to try to attack him. The level and skills of the president in this game universe were equal to infinity. Trying to attack him was simply pointless, as no strength could compare to the strength this person had. Doc Bay clenched his fist. He didn't need any weapons or special items to punish the intruders. The dismissal was spelled out in blood. The headmaster's fist fit into Trophy Guy's face. His bones immediately shattered. His teeth flew out, and everything flooded with blood. To disarm the Trophy Guy, director Doc Bay only needed one punch. His strength, even in the presidential zone, was beyond reasonable. Ji-woo had been watching from the sidelines the entire time. He realized that the president had such a powerful strength that he could take out anyone. Even the healing factor skill couldn't work in this fight. On that note, the Trophy Boy case had come to an end. All of the divine items had been returned to their rightful owners. It was only now that it was revealed that other guilds had also been affected by this madman. Trophy Guy was kicked out of his position and company on the same day. Even in the real world, the president couldn't help himself and gave Seo Seung-wan a good beating. The former employee didn't even dare to fight back, as Doc Bay's men were standing on all sides. Seo Seung-wan was going to sue the president for a small amount of compensation for the beating, but it only worsened his already precarious position in society. The company's legal team made it so that the thug now had to pay the company compensation for the damages. Ji-woo was able to return to his old life. As soon as he left the presidential zone, he immediately went in search of love with Hong. The girls raised their heads when they saw the guy. Hong took off her face mask and smiled welcomingly at the guy who was still able to defeat the Trophy Guy and return to the game. Boss Love was also very happy to see Ji-woo, although the girl didn't show it, but she was very worried about her friend. Ji-woo stopped in front of the girls, a slight curve of his lips on his face. He was able to deal with this problem, and the Trophy Guy story was over. The guys' lives went on as usual. Tired of playing the game, Ji-woo removed the virtual reality goggles from his eyes. The guy exhaled with relief. Although the game was fun, he was a little tired. There was longing and a bit of sadness in the young man's eyes. There was something that discouraged him, for he never got to ask the desired question. Back in the forest, when he met Habak, Ji-woo still couldn't figure out whether the cockroach was an NPS or an ordinary user. Why it had become a boss and how he could even figure it out. Hubek then assumed that Trophy Guy knew all about the girl since he was a manager in this game. And these assumptions caused Ji-woo to have no small amount of new desire to destroy Trophy Guy to find out more about Cockroach. There was still one unsolved question. Was Rochin a human or an NPS? Ji-woo sat on his couch and opened his eyes. For the first few seconds, he didn't see anything suspicious, except that the guy couldn't understand how some girl unknown to him ended up on his couch. He kept looking at the girl and couldn't understand at all what was going on. It was his fantasy. Maybe he fell asleep during the game and it was just a dream. The guy narrowed his eyes and continued to stare with a petrified face. The beautiful girl turned her head to him and smiled slightly. She was glad that the guy was finally out of the game. After all, it had been so long since they had seen each other. There was steamed spicy ramen on the table. Its aroma immediately hit her nose, causing her mouth to drool profusely. Luna looked at her ramen and exclaimed with delight. The girl's eyes shone. It was as if she had never eaten food like this before. She was just happy to have a good and delicious meal right now. But Ji-woo was not in the same mood. The guy sat with his head down, still trying to figure out how come this girl was in his house. Luna acted as if nothing strange was going on. She picked up the noodles with her chopsticks and lifted them slightly, smelling the flavor of the dish. Ji-woo in turn did the same, except his gaze never left the girl's face. He still couldn't believe that she was his guest. The girl took the first taste and moaned with pleasure. The sharp taste of the noodles spilled over her taste buds. Luna's cheeks immediately turned pink. She even squeezed her eyes shut in pleasure. Ji-woo sat in complete tension. There were too many thoughts swirling around in his head. One of them was the answer to his recent thoughts. The cockroach was unequivocally a human, not an NPS. The girl paid no attention to the guy, continuing to eat with gusto, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Now it seemed to him that she was very beautiful and attractive. Feeling his gaze on her, Luna raised her eyes and looked at Ji-woo. Her cheeks turned even more pink. She didn't understand why the guy was staring at her like that. Because the girl was looking at him so suddenly, Ji-woo staggered, his face immediately turned crimson, and he instantly felt embarrassed. The girl was curious as to why Ji-woo was looking at her so intently. She immediately assumed that it was because of her unearthly beauty. Such ego reminded Ji-woo of who was sitting in front of him. He immediately grinned, reminding the girl to eat her ramen in silence. Silence ensued. For some reason, she was very obedient. Immediately, she lowered her head and continued to suck in the long, curly noodles. Only the sounds of smacking filled Ji-woo's apartment. The guy was so embarrassed that he lowered his head over his portion of noodles and proceeded to eat it. At this moment, he was completely oblivious to the taste, immersed in his thoughts. His cheeks continued to blaze, and he didn't know what to do about it. For a moment, the very memory of when he first met the girl flashed before his eyes, and how cruelly she had treated him that very day. He felt as if he had been electrocuted as he remembered who was really sitting in front of him right now. It was the conniving girl. She had even dared to mock his parents that same day, calling them beggars. Such words really hurt Ji-woo. These memories were enough for him to remember who Luna really was. The boy abruptly and loudly placed his wands on the table. Ji-woo gathered his thoughts, and those memories helped him to do so, for he almost floated from the much tantalizing beauty of Luna. A dark shadow fell over the guy's eyes. He looked at the girl with a stern look. GWU's voice was cold. He wanted to know who she was, and what she was even doing in his house. Luna stood up from the table, turning away from Ji-woo. She stretched, taking her time to give him answers. Ji-woo kept his gaze on her. Since the guy had very good-naturedly prepared ramen for the girl, she didn't mind answering his questions. Turning to him, Luna smiled and waited for his questions. This kind of response from the girl alerted the guy. He looked her over from head to toe with a frown. There were a lot of questions swirling around in his head. Folding his hands on his chest, Ji-woo still decided to ask one of his questions, but he started with the simplest one. The girl didn't even expect him to ask about her hair color. Out of surprise, she jerked her head in his direction. A playful smile played on her lips. The guy had asked her that question before, and she hadn't expected to hear it again. After all, on the first day they met, the girl had a light pink shade of hair. On Judgment Day, the goddess of life appeared in front of Ji-woo with black hair color. But until this moment, he knew for sure that she had a different shade. Luna smoothed a strand of her hair. It was indeed her true color. She liked this kind of question. It seemed that Ji-woo was interested in her as a girl. She reminded him of what happened on Doomsday. Ji-woo cringed in bewilderment as he had already forgotten that he had ever asked her about it. Luna looked at the guy and offered to change his hair color if he liked the light pink shade so much. There was no problem in her words. It seemed that if he agreed to it, the girl would fulfill his wish. Ji-woo squirmed even more and immediately decided to change the topic. There was a not insignificant matter that he was very concerned about. Ji-woo leaned his arm on the table and gave in forward. He knew that Trophy Guy had killed the goddess of life, who was a unique boss. Ji-woo wanted to know if her character had been removed from the game. The girl sat back down on the chair. Luna revealed that the GM Zone Divine Power had disappeared, which it didn't know until now. Because of that, Trophy Guy had only managed to destroy her human form, but the character had not been removed. Luna was very glad that it came out that way. Otherwise, the villain would have actually been able to destroy the unique boss, and then her character wouldn't be able to revive. At this moment, something came to GW's attention. His face once again distorted with anger at the thought that the girl would need to massacre again to become a life goddess. She looked at him in surprise. The girl fixed her hair and was slightly embarrassed that Ji-woo thought becoming a life goddess was so easy. Until the moment to kill 1,000 players, she needed to complete additional tasks that were not simple. The girl was also able to switch between a normal character and a goddess of life. It turns out that Luna had two looks. The first, where her hair color was light pink. In this guise, she was able to easily finish off Master Kim of the Halasan Guild. And also Luna had the appearance of the goddess of life, where her hair color changed to black, and also changed the appearance of her clothes. After telling all this, Luna smiled sweetly. She wondered what other questions Ji-woo would come up with. She liked telling him the details of her character for some reason. The guy tensed up, contemplating his next question. Ji-woo exhaled heavily. He had heard the answers to his questions, but the girl had missed the very first questions he asked. Ji-woo could still put up with Luna appearing in the game in the same place as he was, but when it happened in reality, it made him too wary. He wanted to know who she was and how she got into his apartment. If the girl didn't answer that, Ji-woo would be forced to call the police. Luna didn't feel threatened. She smiled gently at the guy, understanding his feelings. Suddenly, Luna stood up from her chair again and announced that she wanted to propose to Ji-woo. He looked at her in surprise. The girl once again left him with unanswered important questions and drastically changed the topic. After making sure that all of Ji-woo's attention was on her, Luna put her hand to her chest. Her words sounded ambiguous as she asked the guy to be only hers. Ji-woo's face petrified. He jabbed his gaze at the girl, completely unaware of what the girl meant. For a moment, he felt like his brain had rebooted, as all his thoughts had abruptly vanished somewhere. For some time, the guys stared at each other in complete silence. The girl didn't utter another word, and Ji-woo completely lost the ability to think and speak. The sudden sound of the doorbell rang throughout the guy's apartment. The girl was surprised that someone had come to visit him so late. Ji-woo figured it was a life-saving signal. Except Ji-woo couldn't even guess that Han Saran would want to visit him at this time. The girl kept pressing the call button, and through the intercom, she informed him who it was that had come. Ji-woo was in complete shock. He looked at the intercom screen and couldn't understand why Han Saran decided to come to his place so late, and at a time when there was another girl in his apartment. Panic began to rise in the guy's chest. Han Saran poked her finger at the peephole. She had something to discuss with the guy. That's why she came to his place so late. Ji-woo glanced to his back, realizing that this was a very big problem. He didn't know how Han Saran would react to Luna in his apartment, and even this late. But she certainly wouldn't be happy to see a stranger. So Ji-woo let the persistent Han Saran into his apartment at his own risk. The girl immediately scolded him for being too slow. She had her hands at her sides and was indignant. After calming down, Han Saran looked around Ji-woo's apartment. This was the first time the girl had gotten into his apartment, and she was curious to take a look at how the guy lived. Han Saran was surprised that the guy's apartment was quite clean and nice. She also noticed the late-night snack on Ji-woo's table. The guy's face twitched as he didn't realize that there was only one serving of ramen. While the guys were discussing who would be logging in at what time tomorrow, Luna was standing around the corner with her ramen in hand. She had made sure to take her portion of ramen in advance so that she could hide her presence completely. Han Saran was counting on Ji-woo to pump her up in the game. Before leaving his apartment, the girl threatened him with her fist to not dare to be late. Ji-woo saluted her, ready to fulfill her every whim. Han Saran seemed to remember something, stopped abruptly and turned around. She asked Ji-woo to give his phone number so that the girl could write down his phone number. It's not like she can't run around looking for him every time. A second later, the girl held the golden phone in her hand and quickly entered his phone number. Ji-woo was slightly tense since Han Saran was a celebrity. He was worried if everything would be all right because she was giving him her number. This didn't bother the girl at all. As soon as she finished, she threw the phone to the owner and quickly slipped out of his apartment. Before closing the door, Han Saran said goodbye to Ji-woo. The guy looked confused. Then the girl's face changed from cute to intimidating. She put her fist in front of him and threatened him. If Ji-woo didn't respond to her messages, he would definitely be in trouble. The door slammed shut. The girl left the apartment. Her presence reminded the guy of a veritable whirlwind. He scratched the back of his head, still in shock. Too much stress he'd gotten in such a short time. Hansarin stood leaning against the front doors of Ji-woo. The heart in the girl's chest was pounding frantically, and she tried to keep her condition at bay. Even though she was behaving casually, there was a hurricane of emotions going on in her soul. After calming down her feelings and the panic that had overtaken her, the girl, satisfied that she had taken Ji-woo's phone number, raced to her home. She was already wishing she could write him her first message. Ji-woo sat back down at the table. The guy was squeezed like a lemon. He felt very weak and didn't understand why this all came down on him in the middle of the night. Luna went back to her seat. The girl watched him with interest, and she was curious as to the reason why Ji-woo had ordered her to hide. She didn't see anything criminal about being in his apartment. But Ji-woo had a very different opinion on the matter. The very presence of a girl in his apartment was strange. He was so tired that he didn't want anything else, so he asked Luna to leave him. Luna decided to finish him off and asked him to sleep over at Ji-woo's place. The guy's eyes widened. He couldn't think of anything else. He just wanted to die so that the day would be over. Luna immediately giggled since she was joking. She still wanted to hear the answer to her proposal. Ji-woo abruptly raised his head. He was too angry. The girl's proposal sounded incomprehensible to him. She didn't even bother to give an answer to his main question and was stating strange things. She realized that her request sounded too ambiguous. Squaring her shoulders and lifting her chin, the girl suggested that Ji-woo team up in the game. This was how her proposal was originally supposed to sound. Habak bowed his knee, pressed his hand to his chest, and saluted his grandmaster. The very act of meeting such a great master was an unimaginable honor for him. Habak was in Master Riot's throne room. In front of the boss were huge steps that led up to a majestic throne. That one was in the shadows, making it impossible to see the person sitting on it. Riot, Sloth, the unique boss of the 7 deadly sins, as well as a great merchant. He opened his eyes, and those eyes looked at Habak in surprise. The latter was missing one arm, and this made Rayoth very excited. Habak had indeed lost an arm in his last fight, which had happened with Trophy Boy. He had been lucky enough to survive then, due to the sudden appearance of the goddess of life. Habak felt guilty for getting hurt in the last fight. He bowed his head, apologizing for not being able to save the body Master Riot had bestowed upon him. The unique boss's hand rose up and swung towards Habak. A greenish glow appeared around it, and the hall itself was filled with powerful energy. Habak sensed this power and raised his surprised gaze. His body lit up with the same green and soul-warming glow. A moment later, a new limb appeared in the place where his arm had not been. A scar appeared between the junction of his body and the new arm, the same scar that appeared all over the boss's body. Habak looked at his arm in puzzlement. Rayoth's gaze flared, his pupil filled with fire. He wanted to know who had been able to inflict such a wound on Habak. He even assumed it was the same hero that Habak had told him about not too long ago. Habak covered his eyes and shook his head with a slight smile. After all, that hero he had previously told him about was the one who had saved his life. As he continued to kneel before the majestic throne, Habak assumed that his master would have liked that hero. Habak didn't hide his interest and honestly admitted that Ji-woo was the best candidate to be one of the 7 deadly sins. The sun shone brightly and warmed the air of the paradise place. A paradise on earth, the Silver Coast, where the sea licked the shore and green palm trees grew all around. It was a farming place for level 30s. A lot of slime monsters could be found on the shore. These monsters were very popular among newcomers. However, there was a monster in this place that a beginner wouldn't be able to handle. A huge level 85 kraken. It was frightening and terrifying. It was huge in size and had a very scary appearance. The monster roared fiercely when it sensed its victim in the vicinity. Its thick skin could only be scratched by even the sharpest sword. This monster's character was ferocious, so it immediately rushed to attack. This boss would leave newcomers with irreparable injuries. Ji-woo flew towards the kraken's head and cracked it with his wooden club. The monster immediately felt an incredible force. Its muzzle bent inwards, and some of its eyes fell out of its eye sockets. Ji-woo smirked. He had performed a skill that demolished the life force, leaving only a small portion of it behind, so that the monster would stay alive but couldn't do anything anymore. The exhausted monster with an overly injured body flew down. It made terrifyingly frightening sounds, tentacles flailing from side to side, trying to grab its victim. The boy turned his head and called out to his friend. Now it was her turn to get in on the action. Boss Love immediately rushed towards the monster. She was ready to make the final strike. The girl jumped up and flew over the kraken's head. The monster only had time to follow the girl's gaze, but could no longer defend itself. Love immediately used her dragon diving skill. Energy burst out from the girl, and the real dragon flew towards the monster. This strike was enough to finish off the Kraken. Ji-woo was waiting for the girl on the shore. He was delighted by her clean and precise strike. Boss Love landed nearby. The guy wanted to know if she had gained more experience after killing such a strong boss. The girl's face was puzzled as she didn't get any experience at all for killing this boss. She looked disappointed as time had been wasted. Urus appeared beside Ji-woo. He immediately informed the guy that due to such a difference in their levels, the girl would not be able to get the desired experience. The game had thought of such moments, preventing stronger characters from pulling weaker newbies. The girl stood right in the center of the defeated monster's eye. Ji-woo noticed that her dragon skill had become many times stronger. Boss Love immediately raised her hand, which flaunted the sealed superior knuckles that Ji-woo had given her. She was sure it was because of the new weapons. Even though they were sealed, their strength was still unimaginable. Realizing that the girl was stronger with the new weapons, Ji-woo suggested that she do the pumping on her own. She looked at him in surprise as she didn't expect such an offer. And then the realization came to her that if she pumped alone, she wouldn't be able to spend so much time with Pansy anymore. It was like a blow to her. She immediately started protesting against such a suggestion. The goddess of life was watching everything that was happening from the side. Her look was arrogant. The girl felt a physical dislike for Love. There was no way she could forget their nighttime conversation when she asked Ji-woo to join her in the game. Ji-woo was too adamant. He didn't want to get involved with the girl in the game and gave a negative response to her offer. Folding his hands on his chest, he reminded her how she had treated him. That was one of the reasons for his refusal. Also, he was now playing together with Love, and she would definitely mind if Luna joined them. Lest Ji-woo stutter anymore about how she could handle this alone, Love quickly grabbed the guy by his cloak and dragged him behind her. She was going to find another place to pump. Ji-woo couldn't resist her. Luna turned away from the guys, but before disappearing, she glanced in their direction once more. She really wanted to destroy the girl so that she would no longer be able to hang around Ji-woo, but the goddess of life had her own plan, in which the guy himself would destroy Love and go to the moon's side, and all of this would be done in the happy ending of Chrono Life. Urus's muzzle was in anger. He was telling Ji-woo for the umpteenth time that the guy wouldn't be able to pump the girl because of the big difference in levels. Their attempts were bringing out the spirit's emotions. While the girl was pulling Ji-woo along, Urus was trying to get the point across to the guy. He was too much annoyed about it. Boss Love looked at the guy curiously. She didn't understand yet what was going on and why Ji-woo sometimes acted strange. The girl stopped and let go of Ji-woo. She wanted to understand why the guy talked to himself so often. The thought crept into her head that there was someone beside him, invisible to the girl's eyes. Ji-woo poked a finger at Urus' cheek and was certain that the girl had seen the pseudo-dragon. Love immediately scooted behind him, dumbfounded that there was a dragon somewhere nearby. She didn't see anyone else around. Urus then decided to remind the foolish Ji-woo that only the master of the weapon could see him, as Urus himself was only a spirit. Ji-woo was completely oblivious to this. Then Urus told him that if Ji-woo shared his mana with him, he could become visible to the people around him. Ji-woo was determined to do so, and after a moment, his power ignited, bursting out a pillar of bright light from his body. Love stared at the guy in surprise, covering her eyes from such a bright light. The player was worried that his skills might not be enough for this, but the materialization of Urus's soul was successful. Ji-woo smiled when he saw the transforming spirit in front of him. Love held her breath as she watched what was happening. A bright dot of light began to gather in one place, and then, after a couple more seconds, a real little dragon Urus appeared in the air. Urus's soul had been materialized. Now it could be seen by everyone. The girl's squeal made Ji-woo immediately plugged his ears with his fingers. Love's nose bled as soon as the girl saw Urus in front of her. She was so excited that she just couldn't contain herself and wanted to pet the dragon very badly. Such a reaction from the girl immediately brought out his former nature in Urus. He spoke to her in a voice from the underworld, reminding the pitiful mortal of who he was. Except the girl didn't care about that at all. Without waiting for permission, she immediately rushed towards the dragon and began to hug him tightly. Urus was shocked by the girl's affection and couldn't get out of her tight embrace. While the girl was squeezing Urus, someone appeared near them. Ji-woo immediately turned his head in his direction. He was surprised to see him in this place. Habak himself came to Ji Woo's side. He was standing next to his griffin, which obediently stood still and didn't intend to attack the guy like the last time they met. Habak was excited and was looking for Ji Woo for a reason. Somehow, out of all of this, the guy only cared about how the boss managed to find him. That's when Habak picked up his mirror and shrugged his shoulders and told him that it was one of his mirror skills. The seventh panorama was research. The mirror indicated with an arrow the location of the enemy that Hubak had been searching for and had once met. Hubak had come to see him on another matter. He needed to quickly inform the guy of important information. He couldn't waste time on idle chatter, except it was as if Ji Woo didn't hear him. He immediately noticed that Hubak was able to recover his arm. The guy took his hand and congratulated him on it. Hubak felt a little embarrassed. He admitted that it was his master who restored it. Just as Habak wanted to talk about the serious problem that was brewing, just as suddenly everything around him shook. It was just an incredible force, reminiscent of a 9-ball earthquake. Ji Woo and Habak could barely stay on their feet. Ji Woo immediately became serious and tried to understand what was going on. The strong pressure came down in waves on their bodies, and the ground continued to vibrate. Boss Love, clasping Urus to her side, fearfully began to look around. She also didn't understand what was happening. It was only Habak's downcast gaze that said he knew what was happening. It was as if he was embarrassed that he hadn't had time to warn the boys about it. A bright light shimmered in the sky from which a huge throne appeared. Around it flew angels in shining armor. All of them were armed. It was the appearance of the master of the great throne, Sloth. Riot had arrived. Lav, Urus, and Ji Woo raised their heads and watched the approach of the huge throne surrounded by angels with all eyes on them. The guys had never seen such a thing before and were simply shocked at what was happening. The throne looked just incredible size. The guys on its background seemed to be just dust in this game world. Slowly but surely the throne was approaching the ground. Saddling his griffin, Habak rose into the air, saluting his master. The angels did not hinder him. He also apologized for not having time to tell Ji Woo in detail about what was happening now. Riot saw no problem with that, still in the shadow of his throne. He was going to go down and tell him everything himself. Habak was more than a little surprised by such a statement. He even felt a little sick to his stomach, as his master had never done such a thing from now on. It excited him too much. But who was he to cross his master? A new wave of strongest energy hit the Paradise Coast. The throne, as if destroying space, continued to descend lower and lower. When the throne touched the coast, the guys were hit by a wind of incredible power that they could barely stand on their feet. The girl's hair was painfully whipping her face. Even Ji Woo found it hard to stand steady. A moment later, everything calmed down. The guys leveled up and saw a huge throne in front of them, but they still couldn't see the master of this majestic structure. A voice sounded out to greet Ji Woo. It wasn't an ordinary voice, but a tone full of strength and authority. Ji Woo immediately tensed up as he sensed the power of this boss. In front of him was Len, Riot. At this time, the goddess of life was wandering around the ancient ruins that were in the game world. The girl was purposefully walking somewhere. She raised her gaze and looked at what was in front of her. A joyful emotion was reflected on her face as Luna found what she wanted. In front of her was an elevated area on which a small throne sat. A ray of sunlight shone directly on it. On the throne sat the strongest man for the moment of his life. But at the moment, it was just a skeleton clad in armor. The first hero, Mr. Yopi at the moment, was a shrunken skeleton that had died 100 years ago. A star mark shone on the skull's forehead. The girl exhaled. That was what the game said about this hero. It sounded too formulaic in her opinion. It was as if the skeleton sensed the girl's presence, as the very same symbol lit up on its skull. The girl twitched and looked at Yopi. Luna immediately got into position. She smiled as she sensed that something like this was about to happen. She thrust her staff forward, preparing to use it. A bright glow lit up the staff. The power of the goddess of life began to take effect. Magic erupted around the girl, tongues of energy developing and rising upwards, heading towards the strongest man in Jopi's time. Riot was one of the deadly sins and displayed laziness. His cronies were the strongest of the angel tribe. He was also called the Great Merchant, and he also occupied the most enormous throne made of pure gold. The golden throne stood on the coast and shimmered majestically in the sunlight. Ji Woo and his girlfriend Love were at its foot waiting. When the sun illuminated the throne, the boys saw Rajath himself on it, except that he was in the guise of a child, which did not greatly inspire the fear that had been inspired by the stories about him. The boss had a halo over his head. His red shirt was unbuttoned and hung off his body more than he was wearing it. The guys looked at this exorbitantly huge throne, and they couldn't get their heads around the fact that its master was too small for it. Jiwoo and Love looked at it all with their faces stretched out and were at a loss for words. They thought that the throne would have someone to match him, not a boss in a child's body. Rayoth's little wings brought his body closer to Jiwoo and Boss Love. The boy looked at the boss warily, and the girl was still cradling Urus just as tightly. Riot introduced himself and looked at the guy with his bloodshot gaze. He wanted to see if the hero Huback had told him about was standing before him. Jiwoo raised his head to him and mumbled inaudibly that it was probably him. He had a strange feeling like he was being mocked. The boss bulged his eyes at him in anger. His voice rattled with anger. Since he thought that the people in this game were too weak, and how could someone like Jiwoo be called a hero? Such words strained Jiwoo even more. He immediately frowned and wanted to understand what was even going on and what this meeting was about. But instead of answering, Riot gave the hero a leading leg kick. The force rained down on Jiwoo's head, and his feet left the ground. The guy couldn't react in time as he didn't expect an attack from a child at all. Love stepped aside in shock. The girl was too scared and realized that with her abilities, she shouldn't even try to interfere in this matter. Then, without any explanation, Riot continued his attack. He spun around to the guy's face and struck him with his leg once again. Jiwoo's head spun the other way. The guy felt a sharp pain in his jaw area. Huback was equally surprised by this behavior of his master. With bulging eyes, the boss jerked forward. He wanted to know why Riot had attacked Mr. Hero. The angels hovered around closely monitoring the situation. Riot was furious at such stupid questions from Huback. Then he decided to remind them that they only existed to oppose humans, and Huback dared to get close to a human. Huback had not expected such a turn from his master. It seemed to him that they had only come here to talk, but not to destroy Jiwoo in any way. Worry for the guy rose greatly in the boss's body. By this time, Jiwoo was already able to get to his feet. The guy wiped the blood that appeared after the blows with his hand. He liked Rayot's approach, after all. Jiwoo himself understood very well that a player could not be a friend to the boss. He looked at Rayot's angry yet cute face. Now that this boss started the fight first, then Jiwoo would have no problem if he attacked him like this. Rayoth had other thoughts on this matter. He believed that it was Jiwoo who made the first move. The player couldn't understand what the kid was talking about. But he didn't have time to think anymore. Riot raised his foot and stomped it forcefully. Magic power immediately burst out from under his foot, destroying the landscape. Rayoth's gaze was too crazy and angry. He picked up the stone he knocked out of the ground, and also spoke of Jiwoo committing the murder of Urus, thus hastening the coming of everything. Riot threw the stone towards Jiwoo without a second thought. His small body held incredible power as the stone flew at the speed of light into the guy standing across from him. Enough time had passed since Jiwoo had killed Urus, and he couldn't understand why it was only now that it started to mean something. With a deft move, the guy was able to repel the stone's attack with his baton. It shattered in the same second. Riot approached Jiwoo in an instant. His anger could be felt in the air. The boss reminded the player that Urus was considered one of the strongest bosses in this game. Such a sudden appearance of Rayoth nearby surprised the guy. Taking advantage of the moment, Rayoth dealt the player a new blow in the chest area. Jiwoo immediately felt the blow, his mouth open in a mute scream, his feet off the ground. Meanwhile, Riot continued to talk about how Urus was the key link in setting up the ending, and Jiwoo ruined everything the moment he came and killed him. The boss's eyes were blazing with rage. The boss continued to unceasingly deliver strong blows to the hero's body, and at the same time, he kept talking about how Jiwoo was ruining everything. Uraken the Gluttony also shouldn't have been consumed so soon. The plan was for these bosses to be defeated only after 10 years. Boss Love couldn't stand by and shouted in Jiwoo's defense about how Uraken attacked first, and the guy was only protecting her. All the while, Riot was throwing his punches at the player's body. Riot turned to the girl with a disheartened look and ordered her to shut up in the most intimidating voice. She wasn't supposed to get involved in this. Love felt unrestrained anxiety. She had made a big mistake. The girl's eyes were frightened, and at the same time, she couldn't take her eyes off Rayoth. Even though he was in the body of a small child, his power and aura were too terrifying. A dark shadow covered his body. All attention shifted to the girl. Boss didn't give her the right to speak, much less interrupt him. Boss Love settled on the ground. Her whole body was trembling. She was in a very depressed state and couldn't understand where the pressure was coming from. She hadn't felt this bad even when she met Uraken. Urus hovered in the air and watched as Love became ill. Urus didn't say anything, but he gave Rajath a look full of anger. The man didn't hold back and looked at him just as angrily. Rayoth exhaled heavily. Since Urus had been killed, that was what had triggered Arakan's appearance. And they were back to the fact that it was all the fault of only one person. It also triggered the start of a new problem that would soon destroy them all. The girl continued to unleash her power near the body of the strongest person in the Chrono Life game world. A spark appeared in the eye socket of the skull, as if there, somewhere inside, was the beginnings of life. The entire body of the skeleton shimmered with light. A strong pressure appeared from what was happening. Powerful energy was pouring around the place. The girl looked at the skeleton that was responding to her power with a smile. She was very pleased with what was happening now. Luna knew that it was not yet time for Yopi to awaken, but she had come to him to share her own power. From the beginning, there was a skeleton, but after the magic stirred in his bones and the bright light enveloped his warmth, something began to change. The skeleton's arm was covered in golden armor. When it did, it transformed back to its original form. The skeleton rose to his feet. His armor had completely regained its original appearance and was no longer wholly and tattered. The metal gleamed, the cloak was perfectly smooth, and all the stones glistened in the sunlight. Ji-Woo clamped one nostril and blew out the blood clot from the other, preventing him from breathing properly. The guy couldn't understand what the problem was if Yopi was reborn. After all, he was human, so he was on the side of humans. Riot grimaced as if he was talking to the dumbest person in the universe, who needed to chew on every word. But Ji-Woo still didn't understand anything yet. Then the boss had to open his eyes to the truth. His voice was filled with a serious tone, for the matter was too scary. Yopi would not be reborn as a human, but as one of the deadly sins, and his goal would be to destroy all humans, since humans had once betrayed him. The skeleton in armor stood still. A magic circle of golden color appeared between them, illuminating the whole space with its radiance. The girl watched, mesmerized by everything that was happening. There was a nasty cracking, scraping, and creaking sound, and then a skeleton burst out of the ground. It screamed shrilly as soon as it came out of the ground. And this skeleton was followed by thousands of similar skeletons. Their bones cracked, they clanked their jaws. It was the most terrifying sound. The dead army rose up. Luna was overjoyed that she was able to perform this ritual. Everything was working out exactly as she had planned. In addition to the army of the dead, a huge dragon appeared in the game. It was also created from a skeleton and was of enormous size. In his chest blazed flames that rose to his throat. The eyes of the monster burned with fire, and leading this entire army was the resurrected strongest man, Yopi. He had completely regained his primary appearance. His cloak developed in the wind. He felt his strength and thirst, his thirst for revenge against the humans. He was Yopi's first hero, and from that moment on, he became one of the deadly sins, wrath. One of his pupils was a beautiful azure color, a reminder that he had once been a kind man. The other was colored red and had a star symbol. In the game, there was a continent that existed since ancient times, and it was called Chrono, a map full of interesting places and vast expanses. It was a place where war and hostility did not arise, a blessed world full of peace and tranquility. But one day, the world suffered an evil fate. Devils appeared in it, who brought suffering, destruction, and annihilation to people. They were terrible monsters who knew no mercy and no mercy, eager for the total destruction of mankind. The devils brought chaos with them. They killed people mercilessly, and no one could resist them. Much blood was spilled. Houses, stores, streets, whole villages, towns were burning. Many dead were abandoned in the blazing city streets. There was only horror and death, and it seemed that there was no hope for salvation. And yet at that time, a light broke through this hell of despair. People were able to rise up and fight back against the terrible monsters. The hero raised his sword, ready to confront the evil force. Ji-Woo slung his baton on his shoulders. He could no longer listen to the local stories that the boss was now telling him. The guy diligently wanted to skip all that and move on to more important business. The player reminded Riot about being able to defeat Urus with only one blow. It was strange to him that this boss was so worried about reviving the first hero. Riot listened to him attentively, not even interrupting him. The boss's hands were placed in his pockets. In all the time he had spent with Ji-Woo, he had never taken them out yet. The boss looked at the player sternly. He didn't like that the latter was being so careless about it. Riot was confident that Yopi would be able to destroy all of humanity, and Ji-Woo would fall, including him. Quite suddenly, Riot stopped talking, turned away and walked in the opposite direction. Ji-woo looked at him in surprise. There was no way to shut him up, but now, he had just cut off the conversation and was about to leave. Ji-woo still couldn't understand what had happened. He was sure that Riot had come to him to carry out the fight between them. Ji-woo wanted to look into the matter. Riot lost his interest in Ji-woo. He admitted that he wanted to take a look at the current hero, but he was disappointed. Ji-woo continued to stubbornly stare at the boss's back. Also, Riot added that he once fought side by side with Yopi, and he was the only person he respected. When Ji-woo heard that he couldn't defeat Yopi, it sounded like a challenge to him. The guy swung his baton. He wasn't going to let the boss go so easily. Therefore, he wished to continue their battle. Suddenly, Habak jumped out from behind the guy. He abruptly grabbed Ji-woo's arm and asked him to stop. Ji-woo looked at him in surprise. Habak looked worried. This behavior of the boss didn't please Ji-woo at all, and he glared at Habak, threatening a quick retaliation if he didn't let him go. Habak grinned, but his eyes were sad. He really didn't want this fight and the animosity between them to grow even worse. The boss tried his best to calm down the rampaging player. Ji-woo did not stop. His hands wanted to use his strength and teach the little boss a lesson. After all, he had hit him hard enough on his beard. Even here, Habak tried to calm him down by saying that the wound from the punch had already healed. Then Habak found another tactic to calm Ji-woo down. He talked about the earnings that Ji-woo was making by selling valuable items. The boy was surprised that the Mirror Master knew about it, and this information had been shared with him by Riot himself. Looking at the back of the small boss, who was not small at all, Ji-woo learned that all the items he received 15 billion won for were bought by Master Riot himself. The bone dragon roared and rattled its bones. Flames flared within it, and it also craved death to all living things in this game world. Luna approached the strongest man, the first hero, Yopi. They were surrounded by an army of dead people. They all stood obediently waiting for orders. The girl told Yopi what had happened over the years while he languished waiting for his awakening. Luna was cheerful. She had to take this step and resurrect the hero sooner. The story changed too quickly. Because of this, things took a different course. During the resurrection, the girl shared the missing energy with him. Yopi walked past her, promising to thank the girl when he had the chance. She gave the hero a glance with a frown. Luna then reverted to her favorite manner of speaking, and with a smile on her face, inquired about Yopi's future plans. Yopi was surprised at such a silly question from a girl. She was one of the 7 sins, lust, and should have known about his further plans. The dragon behind the army raised its wings, and its roar could be heard in the farthest reaches. Yopi had but one path, one for which he had risen, and whether he had done so in his own time or before, his cloak billowed spectacularly in the wind. The bone dragon spread its wings and soared into the air. It hovered fearfully in the sky, surveying the ground beneath it. Then it let out another roar that could drown out everything in the world and strike uncontrollable fear into those who would see and hear it. A fiery power vibrated in the dragon's throat, ready to erupt into this game world. The dead men who heard the dragon's battle cry immediately rushed forward. They had all been reborn for one purpose, and they would fulfill it until the end came. Yopi turned his head and looked at the girl. He had once protected this world, and now he would destroy it. There was hatred in that look and in that voice. Luna stood behind him and watched his actions. The first hero used the teleportation skill, and his entire body was colored with a blue glow. A pillar of light rose into the sky, and after a moment he disappeared with his army, leaving behind only a cloud of haze. The girl was left alone. Luna raised her head to him and with a smile on her face mouthed that her job was done for now. She had accomplished her purpose in this game story. She continued to look up into the sky, and it was as if she was talking to someone. Doubts crept into her soul as to whether or not she had done the right thing. A voice sounded around her. She couldn't see the speaker, but she could hear it well. The voice didn't understand why the girl was sorry. The girl exhaled with annoyance. The voice reminded her of the story with Irakan. At that moment, she had no regrets. But something was really bothering her now. There was a man hovering over the game planet in the universe. He was the creator, and the very voice that Luna was now speaking to. The man was watching the game from the side and told the girl not to worry and just enjoy the moment. He himself wouldn't mind enjoying this moment once this game world was cleansed of humans. Behind the creator, a huge planet resembling a sun was burning. Ji-woo stared at Rayoth with his eyes wide open. The realization that this boss had bought up all the valuable items the guy was selling couldn't settle in his mind. Rayoth stood back and looked at the calm sea, while Habak continued to hold the guy tightly so that he wouldn't do another stupid thing. Riot turned his head to Ji Woo and more accurately voiced the amount he paid for those valuable items. With a nod of his head, he confirmed the fact that he had bought up all of his items. After that, he turned his head back to the sea and revealed that after about a month, he was able to resell all those items and earn many times more from them. Ji Woo still looked at the boss with the same rounded eyes. After a moment, Ji Woo walked over to Rayoth, took his hand, and bowed his head. The lad was so imbued with the boss's ability in business that he was willing to go to him as an apprentice. Their conversation was interrupted by a great roar that made the earth shake. Everyone turned their heads in the direction from which the terrifying and frightening sound was coming. Riot realized that they had no more time. His eyebrows furrowed and his gaze became serious. What he was so anxious about had already begun. Boss Love, still sitting on the ground, experienced a new attack of fear. The girl looked towards the sky and couldn't believe what she just saw. Urus himself was shocked. His little mouth opened in surprise. A huge bone dragon had appeared in the sky. It was of incredible size, completely devoid of flesh. Through the bones, you could see the fire bubbling in its chest and throat. The boys looked up and shuddered in fear of the future ahead. What broke out into their game world was very frightening. Just like that, all of a sudden, the war began. The front village was enveloped in scarlet flames. All the buildings in the village were burning, reminiscent of the beginning of the apocalypse. The skeleton drew his sword and unleashed its crushing power on the first player he came across. The man, in complete shock, didn't even have time to realize it. His body was slashed by the sword. He felt a sharp pain, and blood spurted out in different directions. The army of the dead had already entered the city and began to crush any players that got in their way. The people were caught off guard from such a sudden attack in a place where they should have been protected. The players watched as other people fell at the hands of the skeletons. They didn't understand what was happening and why the village was being taken over so easily. Suddenly, notification windows popped up in front of the players. They were immediately distracted from what was happening around them and started reading the notification. The notification said that the main quest had begun, in which each player needed to take part and protect the world from Hero Yopi. As the player carefully read the words, he didn't even pay attention to the blood spilling out of his body. The skeletons didn't care about the notices the players were reading. They had only one goal, and that was the complete destruction of humanity. Approaching from the back, the dead man stabbed a player with his sword. The other players watched in horror as the players fell from the terrible monsters that were everywhere. They realized that there was no time for distractions and they needed to defend themselves. People looked around. The players were getting fewer and fewer, but the monsters were too many. They filled the streets of the village and were looking for their new victims. Those few players were surrounded by the dead. The rage of the skeletons was not fake. They opened their terrifying jaws and made oppressive sounds. The clanking of bones could be heard from all sides. The players looked at their enemies with panic, realizing that this was a fight they wouldn't be able to withstand. Although they held weapons in their hands, but would it be enough to withstand such a crowd of dead men? The bald player was overcome with despair. He remembered the words of the notice and didn't understand why Hero Yopi had started the battle against the humans. After all, the hero was supposed to be on the side of humanity. The army of dead men broke loose and rushed towards the remaining players with a battle cry. They shook their swords, creating even more cracking sound. Suddenly, a girl who had more abilities to face these monsters appeared. She pulled her staff forward and it lit up with a bright glow. She summoned her skill. A fiery tornado whirled towards the skeletons. They were all lifted into the air and the fire split their bony bodies. The girl's magical power was able to destroy many dead people at once. Their bodies began to disintegrate, their bones no longer held together, and flew apart in different directions. The players abruptly turned around to look at their savior. Standing before them was the strongest royal mage, Abracadabra. The girl immediately stepped forward and tapped her staff on the ground. She had come to this place on orders from the kingdom to stand in defense and help the players. Behind her were other mages who were members of her sacred land guild. The people raised their heads with hope and looked at the heroes who had come to their rescue. Hope was born in the souls of the players that they would be able to fight back against the army of the dead. After Urakan attacked the village, they had learned a lesson from that incident. Since there was no quick reaction to the situation that time, things had gone too badly. Now, however, they had reacted quickly, and would not make the same mistake as in the past again. Abracadabra was determined to fight back against the monsters that ruthlessly attacked the front village. They would be able to protect the players who were weaker. But suddenly a thunderous roar resounded somewhere in the sky. Abracadabra raised his head towards it and was horrified at what he saw there, a huge dragon towering above them and preparing to attack. High in the sky, the dragon opened its maw and spewed its all-consuming hot fire at the village. The fiery attack covered most of the town. The players knew defeat for one simple reason. They were not ready. The players could not resist the dragon's attack, and their bodies collapsed to the ground of the village. This quest was originally supposed to start years later. Players had no chance against such a force with the current levels and items. Someone teleported to the hero's mount. A blue flash appeared suddenly with someone inside it. The first hero, Yopi, arrived at the mountain. He had unfinished business here, and before plunging the world into agony, there was something he had to do. The hero stood before 3 graves. There rested his friends. On each grave lay an object that symbolized the deceased. He immediately plunged into memories. In front of him stood a girl bard who was happy to play an instrument. The second girl was also his friend and always prayed for the health of all people. She strived to protect Yopi. The last was a mage for whom the world came second, and his best friend Yopi, with whom he happily spent time with, came first. Looking at the graves of his friends made Yopi's chest ache. Scarlet tears flowed from his eyes, from the grief he was feeling now. After all, his loyal friends, the ones he trusted so much, had once betrayed him cruelly. Their hands had been stained with Yopi's blood. Letting go of that emotion, his power surged around Yopi. Energy surged out from under the lad and illuminated with its bright glow. The first hero stretched his arm forward, pointing at the graves. Through the pain that scraped at his chest, he summoned the dead to rise. Obeying his strength and will, the ground immediately trembled. The bodies of the boy's dead friends burst out of it. All of them were dressed in their former clothes, but their bodies no longer had skin. Only the bones crackled in response to the call. Yopi's team had been assembled. All of them were of the maximum level. He would lead these men down a different path, and eventually end the endless story with the annihilation of mankind. After summoning the dead, the level of the task immediately increased and became catastrophic in difficulty. Ji-woo was already anticipating the upcoming fight with the first hero. He stuck his finger up his nose and started picking at it, and a silly smile shone on the guy's face, which didn't suit the current situation at all. He didn't see the point of lingering in this place any longer, so he walked past Rajat's boss, kneading his arm for an intercontinental strike. Rayuth exhaled tiredly. He was worried that innocent users of the game might get hurt. The boss reminded Ji-woo that just like that, there was also still an army of dead people that couldn't be crushed without using holy powers. Ji-woo listened attentively, but continued to knead his shoulder. Riot also warned that destroying the planet wouldn't help him in this case, since Yopi's army wasn't going anywhere. He couldn't handle this task alone. At that time, Ji-woo turned his head with a cocky grin. He still wanted to take a chance and try to tackle it alone. The guy swung his baton, a beam of energy erupted. He also turned off the recoil control. Ji-woo was anticipating an interesting battle, and he also had no doubts about his own strength. A second later, a beam of energy erupted from where he was standing and pierced through space. Taking advantage of his power, the player broke away from his seat and rushed to meet the fun and interesting game. He was eager to find out what his opponent was and would try his best to stop this war. He was like a rocket that was launched from the ground. With his power, he would be able to get to the right place in a matter of minutes. Lav, Riot, and Habak stayed on the Paradise Coast and watched as the guy spectacularly flew to save the world. Love didn't immediately realize what had happened and was shocked that the guy was no longer there. Habak was in awe of the lad's ingenuity and couldn't hold back his emotions. One Riot refrained from commenting. He watched the beam of light moving away from them. This guy liked the indifference to Ji-woo's problems. The front village was the beginning of any player's journey. It was where the journey into the great and open game world began, and right now, it was blazing with a fire that was greedily consuming it. Beneath the golden statue that had been created in GW's honor lay many dead players. Their bodies covered the ground. After the dragon's fiery strike, no one could survive. The dragon sat on the rooftops and peered out at his enemies. After its attack, the once peaceful place was plunged into hell and became a place of death. The dead scurried through the streets of the city, looking for survivors to end their torment and destroy them in one fell swoop. The pods in the arcade began to open. The players were too annoyed by what was happening in the game right now. They didn't understand how it could be that they were constantly getting killed in the safe zone. The administrator didn't know what to say. He could hear the players voicing their outrage and realized that their anger would soon be transferred to him. The man raised his hands and with a smile on his face recommended that players log back into the game if they happened to be thrown out of the server. He didn't yet know what had actually happened and assumed there was a glitch. One of the disgruntled players immediately lashed out at the admin for his stupid advice. In the city, there was a terrible dragon that was destroying everyone alive. If he comes into the game, he will find himself back in the same village and immediately died. The disgruntled guy took his glasses off his face and placed them at his feet. He was furious, folding his arms across his chest and spoke about how it was time to change the game. The girl next to him looked at him in surprise. She was of a different opinion, so she spoke enthusiastically with a smile on her face. It seemed to her that this way the game was much more interesting than just stupidly doing daily tasks, which mostly turned into a chore rather than fun. Hearing the beautiful voice, the guy looked out of his pod and looked at the girl. He liked her immediately, his cheeks inflamed, and he began to offer her to play together. The girl paid no attention to him and pulled out her phone to check the news. Realizing that the beauty thus rejected his proposal, the guy immediately snickered, but the girl herself stared at her phone in surprise. As the notification from the game came, she began to read the title and her face immediately changed. There were notes of anxiety and not understanding what was going on. Players could not calm down. Everyone immediately began to discuss the notice, which the company officially published on its page. Chronolife's headquarters building wasn't all smooth sailing either. An employee was shocked at what was happening and was adamantly against the situation. He couldn't hold back any longer and turned to shouting. All of this was happening in the office of the director of the company. Doc Bay sat in his seat. He listened to his employee, and on the table cooled a fragrant plate with soup. The man realized that players with the current level simply wouldn't be able to resist Yopi and his army. He demanded action from the president and suggested that he go in and deal with the first hero, letting the players continue to enjoy the game. Doc Bay popped a spoonful of soup into his mouth and looked up at the staff member. He wasn't going to interfere with the gameplay as it was completely against company policy. And the case of Trophy Boy was an exception. The employee immediately snickered. He couldn't believe that the president was willing to let go of this situation that could lead to the complete destruction of the game. The eyes of the players were fixed on their phones. Everyone was reading the notifications in suspense, and they couldn't believe that the fate of the game now depended on passing this mission. The skeletons roamed the city. They were still searching for their prey. If a single player appeared in this village, he would immediately be attacked by an army of dead people. A powerful force flew into the village like it was a comet. There was a loud explosion. It was Ji Woo arriving, using his power. His landing was quite rough and he kicked his ass. The guy grudgingly gritted his teeth, but it was the fastest way to get to the epicenter of events at the moment, sitting down in the small hole that had formed from the landing. The guy looked around. From all sides came out dead people who were making nasty groans and clanking bones. They had him in a ring and were slowly approaching him. He happily looked at the skeletons, convinced that he had hit the right place. The arrogance in the player's soul only grew. He was ready to kick the monsters. The skeletons aggressively raised their swords and rushed toward the guy. There was finally a living person in this village that they could quickly destroy and quench their thirst at least a little bit. Ji Woo irritatedly cracked the nearest skeleton with his club, and it immediately shattered. Small bones flew in different directions, and the dead man was scattered. Behind him, another skeleton jumped out and stabbed him with his sword with all his might. Blood spilled out, and Ji Woo felt a sharp pain. Surrounding him from all sides, the sinister skeletons started piercing him with their swords. They wished for his death and were doing everything to bring it about, except there was one nuance they didn't know about. After stabbing the guy with their swords, his vitals didn't shift at all. He looked around with an indifferent face at the army of dead people who couldn't harm him. The player immediately began crushing the dead, banging on their skulls with his club. Blow after blow, each skull received a blow from Ji Woo. Those who pierced him with their weapons he neutralized. There were several destroyed skeletons lying near him, but there were still enough enemies around him. Ji Woo lamented that because he had put everything into stamina, his agility was suffering, and he couldn't even dodge them. Ji Woo decided that now would be a good time to open the skill window and see what interesting things he had in there. At the same moment, One of the dead men made an attack on him, but the player didn't care about this attack at all. The sword slashed his hand, but the guy hardly felt it. After a series of blows, the skeleton stepped back as it was tired of swinging its sword. The monster couldn't comprehend what was even happening and stood back trembling, leaning on his sword. Ji-woo continued to examine his skills. His eyes saw the gluttony skill, and he immediately glowed with joy. It was exactly what he needed right now. He started laughing sinisterly, causing the skeleton to not be able to figure out why the man wasn't trembling in fear of him at all. A moment later, a tentacle came out of the guy's mouth. He continued to laugh as he realized that the fun was just beginning. The guy's tentacle flew at the first skeleton he saw. The dead man, though he didn't have a face, looked very surprised. He could no longer move or resist this attack in any way. A moment after the tentacle touched the dead man's bones, the guy sucked all the energy out of him. The skeleton immediately crumbled into ashes. Ji-woo was so happy because after absorbing the skeleton, his level and skills had increased. The guy laughed, for the dead people turned out to be calcium nutrients for him. Since Ji-woo had the maximum player level, all the experience from the dead man was transferred into his skill level. Upon learning that his skill level had increased, Ji-woo was ecstatic, and he was the one who had only absorbed one dead person. There were so many of them around, the guy wouldn't have a bad time leveling up in this place. The skeletons began to doubt their ability to destroy this scary man. They looked panicked at how relaxed and overly sinister he was looking at them. Ji-woo looked at the army of dead, realizing that the more of them he absorbed, the stronger his character would become. The realization of this stirred his mind. Skeletons that were neither alive nor dead, who had lost everything in their lives. But there was one thing they had not lost. The strongest army was not afraid of death, but their instincts made them leave the battlefield and flee. The skeletons abruptly turned around and rushed to flee from the madman. They realized that this terrifying man would devour them, and they wouldn't even be able to harm him. Ji-woo was inflicting an all-consuming fear on the army of dead people. The guy's eyes were insane, hungry for more power, his tentacle thrashing in different directions, ready to suck the life force out of anyone who got in his way. One by one, he began to catch the skeletons with his power and devour them, leaving not even a trace of their existence. The remaining skeletons tried to escape from him. The guy continued to absorb the dead one by one until there were none left in his path. His tentacle darted from side to side, filling his master with strength and energy. The 2,000 skeletons simply turned into dust. The skeleton dragon opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Its fury knew no bounds. It was the strongest undead. The one who was feared the most was attacked by GW's tentacle. It traveled a long way and still attached itself to the dragon's muzzle. A moment later, even that terrifying monster fell after the player was able to absorb it. The bony body began to crumble, turning into piles of dust. During this time, Ji-woo was able to raise his skill level to its maximum level. The guy was very satisfied with the extended work. He slung his baton on his shoulders with a smirk on his face. Urus immediately appeared and began to dash from side to side, happy for his master. Hearing a rustle behind his back, the guy reacted quickly and turned his head. His tentacle immediately appeared, ready to sink into its new victim and bestow its master with even more power. But what stood before him was not a dead man, but Luna, the goddess of life. The girl stopped and looked at Ji-woo. The guy couldn't help but notice that she had become too frequent in his life. She missed his expression and gave a command that removed her goddess mode. The girl's body shimmered with a bluish glow, and after a moment she completely took on a different appearance, light pink hair and dark clothes. It was in this form that Luna had once appeared before Ji-woo. Ji-woo frowned. He wanted to know why she changed her mode and became a mortal character. His face immediately changed, for the girl had informed him that she didn't want anyone watching them. This caused Ji-woo to have too many questions, but he couldn't finish speaking. His eyes opened wide as Luna began to approach him too rapidly. And a second later, Ji-woo felt wet lips on his own lips. Luna pounced on him for unknown reasons, hugged her thin arms around him and kissed the guy. Ji-woo was so shocked by the girl's behavior that he couldn't do anything about it. Urus once again became an unwilling witness to the racy scene. The dragon silently watched what was happening, not daring to interfere in the affairs of his master. The boy's cheeks turned pink, his whole body tensed, and yet he froze, unable to push the girl away from him. Their kiss continued. Luna savored this moment, and like a wild cat sagged back, and her legs slid between the guy's legs. Coming to his senses, Ji-woo bounced the girl aside. He was in shock, his face flaming. The guy immediately started wiping his swollen lips with his hand. The girl took a step towards him but froze in place. The player's eyes were frightened. He was so much agitated by what had happened that he just couldn't find the words to express himself. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when Ji-woo blurted out that it was his first kiss. She had no idea that her actions would hurt his feelings so much. She immediately turned away from him and stooped down to pick up her heart staff. The girl said in a hollow voice that it was an accident. Ji-woo continued to rub his lips. Still in a crouch, Luna turned her head to the guy and with a grin on her face, lied about just slipping. Except Ji-woo didn't even think to believe that nonsense. The guy raised his index finger and jabbed it towards the girl. She even hugged him while kissing him. What kind of accident was this nonsense about? The girl laughed because the guy's agility and speed were already pumped to the max, and if he didn't want this kiss, he could have easily dodged it. Indeed, after clearing the village of the army of the dead, Ji-woo was able to pump each of his skill levels to their maximum value. According to this, it was ridiculous for the girl to hear about him blaming only her. Ji-woo had the opportunity to dodge, but for some reason he didn't. She slowly began to move towards him, which agitated the already dazed Ji-woo even more. The guy started to back up and tried to justify his inaction. The girl stopped, running her hand very gently through her hair. She tucked a strand behind her ear. Luna saw fit to confess to him that this, and for her, was the first kiss. The girl's eyes burned with excitement and her voice was languid and drawn out. The boy's cheeks were still burning. He leaned further away, his lips tightened, and too many thoughts were swirling in his head. The more assertively the girl approached him, the more diligently he tried to pull away from her. Putting his hand out in front of him, it was as if he were recreating an invisible wall that Luna couldn't get past. At some point, Luna stopped, remembering why she had come here in the first place. The girl wanted to give something to GW. One of her hands reached into the sleeve of her clothes. She held out a small glowing orb to her. Ji-woo immediately forgot about what had happened between them, and his gaze curiously examined the unknown object. It was a god-grade gemstone. The girl handed it to Ji-woo and warned him that no one should know that she had it and that she had given it to the guy. This was the reason why the girl had canceled her Goddess of Life mode. Ji-woo scratched the back of his head with irritation. He didn't understand what it all meant, but the girl's serious voice made it clear that it was indeed important. Clutching the gemstone tightly in his hand, Ji-woo immediately switched to another topic. He still wanted to find out the reason why the girl kissed him. She laughed again, assuring him that she had just slipped. It gave her pleasure to see him so flustered. The girl emphasized on the gemstone. She wanted Ji-woo to take care of it and was sure he would need it. Ji-woo abruptly turned his head when he heard some noise behind him. Boss Love was rapidly approaching Ji-woo. She was very happy to see him, and she also didn't understand how he dared to abandon her and go to this place by himself. She had to run here. When Love saw that Ji-woo wasn't standing alone, she immediately had a change in her face. It expressed complete surprise. Ji-woo looked equally surprised as he didn't even think about the fact that Love could appear here so suddenly. Luna was standing next to him. The girl was not happy to see Ji-woo's friend. Love braked very abruptly. Smoke billowed from under her shoes. The girl was in no way prepared for the fact that she would meet Ji-woo here with some other girl. She looked at them, and she was very tensed by the fact that the two were very close to each other. This distance was very indecent in Love's opinion. Various thoughts immediately swirled in her head. Her intuition told her that something was going on here, and it was something she would not like very much. Love's face was impenetrable at this moment. Ji-woo immediately grabbed his head, realizing that he had left Lav all alone. He had been in such a hurry and excited that he had completely not thought of her. At this time, the girl began to walk toward them swiftly. Her footsteps were too wide to get to Ji-woo faster. Boss Love's face immediately changed. She took hold of GDU's cloak with her hand and began to tug it lightly. The girl's face brightened as she looked at the guy. She wanted him to tell her who the girl next to him was and introduce them. Ji-woo talked about how they had already met her. At the same time, Luna's frown lowered to where Love was tugging the guy by his cloak. The girl couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she stepped back a bit and immediately activated her power and started transforming back into the Goddess of Life. Light surrounded the girl. Love and Ji-woo watched the change in appearance. Boss Love stared in horror at the girl who had already changed her appearance. She had transformed into the Goddess of Life, and now Love could recognize her. Luna had regained her former appearance. Her eye color, her hair, her clothes had changed. She had become someone Lav remembered well. The goddess of life grinned. Boss Love, on the other hand, immediately remembered all the not good things that had happened to her through the vein of this ugly girl. For reasons unknown to her, she couldn't stand her, and was glad when Urakan destroyed her. The girl wasn't going to pay attention to Love, so she switched her attention entirely to Ji-woo. She wanted to find out if the latter would fight the first hero Yopi. The girl's voice softened. She wanted to warn Ji-woo that the battle would not be easy, since Yopi had reached the maximum level because of the energy the girl had given him. She said that Yopi had gone to the heart of the demon world, the castle of the Demon King. This place was drenched in darkness, with lightning flashing in the sky. The whole appearance of this place was highly intimidating. Yopi and his team made their way to the castle itself. Against the backdrop of the dark place, he and his cronies glittered from the energy that emanated from them. In the center of the hall, someone was located. This unknown person greeted Yopi. Next to him, the first hero could see a sword stuck in the floor. A small spirit dressed in a robe hovered in the air. It was the great Demon King's assistant, Death. He was happy to see the first hero in front of him, who had once fallen at the hands of the Demon King. Yopi was surprised that Death was still alive, but the same joy the boy didn't feel when he saw him. The great Demon King's assistant shrugged his shoulders. He was an immortal, so it was no wonder he had lived so long. He was curious about the reason why the first hero had come to the Demon King's castle. The first hero thought this question was very stupid, as the answer was too obvious. Yopi left behind his men and walked down the hall, heading towards the sword. His footsteps echoed in the hall. Yopi approached the sword and looked at it. He had only come here for one purpose, to take this sword. It was a two-handed sword of a god-class hero, the strongest sword that only a hero could handle. Death smiled. He was worried about the guy who was going to pick up this sword. After all, the Demon King's energy was sealed into this weapon. The Demon King's assistant decided to politely warn the first hero that if he picked up this sword, something might happen to him. And judging from the fact that Yopi didn't hesitate in his actions, he knew exactly what would happen to him. There was doubt in him for only 1 second, but it quickly passed. Yopi lowered his hand to the hilt of the weapon, feeling the hard material. He knew full well what was going to happen to him, and it didn't scare him in the slightest. At the same moment, a bright flash of power burst from beneath him, filling the hall with green light. Death looked on with rapt attention at what was happening. The first hero had a change in his hidden class work. The sword no longer had a red cast. It changed its color to green. Even Yopi himself changed. From his red eye, green energy began to flow out. The guy gripped the sword tightly, feeling its strength and power. Death was happy. He was smiling and laughing. In those seconds, a new Demon King was born before his eyes. Yopi had become a Demon King. With that, he felt everything in his body change. He was immediately presented with the privileges of the Demon King's profession. All of his skills increased in level tenfold. He also mastered the skill Demon King Authority. With it, he could easily rule the demon race. The Demon King held his sword in his hand. He turned to Death and was ready to give his first order. The assistant raised his head, waiting for the order. Yopi wished for Death to summon all the demons and destroy the race of humans. Death's smile stretched the full width of his face. He had been waiting for this order for years and was only too happy to fulfill it. Yopi raised his head, watching as Death began to rise like a puff of smoke toward the ceiling, and then he seeped through the cracks and rose even higher. Death climbed out of the castle and continued to rise up towards the sky. He rapidly increased in size, and a satisfied and sinister smile shone on his smoky face. The determination of the new Demon King was boundless. He no longer doubted his own actions for a second. The guy gave the order for the demons to go on the attack. Death rose to a peak. His mouth began to open, becoming very large in size. Thus the demon was opening a spatial gateway to the world where humans lived. The two completely different worlds had nothing to do with each other. Love looked up to the sky, and her face began to change. The girl's eyes widened in fright, and she squeezed Jiwoo even tighter than she had drawn the guy's attention to herself. He looked at the girl and then shifted his gaze to where she was looking. His eyes also widened at what he saw. He immediately tensed up, for what was in front of them was frightening and too dangerous. Right above them, a huge maw opened in the sky. It was a portal between two worlds. Very few people could have the ability to travel between worlds. The Demon King's assistant had that ability. And now he had opened the gateway to the human world with his action. Many small dots began to appear in the sky, With each second, they were getting closer and closer, and more clearly could be seen wings, long tails, and that they were demons. In the human world, through the portal that death had opened, many terrible demons had entered. All of them were rushing toward the village. Their appearance was too frightening and intimidating. More and more monsters were spewing out from the demon assistant's mouth. They kept flying out of the portal, and there seemed to be no end to them. Riot watched everything that was happening from the paradise shore. The boy only now realized the fullness of the first hero Yopi's anger. The way he tried to exterminate humanity only confirmed his hatred for humans. The sky was dotted with many winged demons. Riot didn't interfere in this matter. Neither did Habak. They stood by and only watched the beginning of the end of the human world. Ji-woo, on the other hand, felt no reason to be upset or afraid. The guy armed himself with his baton and prepared to use it. He had only one desire: to drive the monsters back into their hole. He swung the wooden club. From his action, a bright flash of his power cut through the air. A second later, his energy was released at full power, and a beam of power burst out of the human planet, traveling somewhere in the universe. Satisfied with such a successful strike, Ji-woo smiled and slung his baton to his shoulder. He was confident that it would be enough to destroy the demon army. But when the smoke cleared, Ji-woo stared up at the sky in surprise. His eyes widened at what he saw, and an anxious string vibrated in his body. The portal he had so diligently attacked just now hadn't gone anywhere. On the contrary, it seemed to have gotten wider, and the demons that came out of it were even more numerous. Luna noticed GWU's confusion, so she decided that she should tell him a little more about the enemy he was facing. The demon race was different from ordinary monsters. They were much stronger and more resilient. The horns of the demons contained an endless source of magic. Luna lowered her gaze and added quite quietly that Yopi had endowed his demon army with immortal bodies. These demons were very uneasy opponents. Even a gluttony skill wouldn't be able to handle their uniqueness. The girl turned towards Ji-woo. She wondered what actions he would take, and how he would counter the first hero Yopi, who had become a demon king willingly. Ji-woo looked at the girl. His face was relaxed and expressed no emotion. He didn't answer her anything, only at one point he sucked in air and slowly exhaled. Suddenly, energy erupted around him. The magic circle lit up with a golden light beneath his feet. Love bounced to the side so as not to disturb him. Luna watched him silently and with interest. The wind picked up so swiftly that it pushed the boy's hair up. He still expressed no emotion, but had some plan for action. An energy ignited in the center of his chest. A small pebble appeared beside him. It shone with a golden light. Ji-woo activated a hidden skill, summoning the priest's soul. The guy pointed his hand towards the wooden club and placed his blessing on it. The weapon immediately glowed with a golden color in his hand. Ji-woo was confident that the holy item would be perfect for fighting the undead. Fanfare played around the guy, and he fully embraced the moment. Power burst from his blessed baton and pierced with its holy light all enemies that met its path. The monsters roared, but they could not resist such power, and their bodies began to split apart. The blessed attack burst out of the atmosphere of the game land and absorbed with its energy all the demons that had broken out of the other world. Luna watched what was happening and wished she would never see it again, since the skill that Ji-woo had activated was overly defiant. The demonic tribe were terrifying monsters that knew neither fear nor mercy. This tribe had strong bodies and endless magical power from birth. Thanks to the power of their new demon king, the monsters were given even more power. Yopi also granted his army immortality. The trident that was in the center of the first hero's forehead was filled with incredible power. And so, after one blow of the blessed attack, the demonic tribe that was coming out of the portal turned to dust. Death stared in surprise at the crumbs that remained of the entire demon army. Ji-woo smirked smugly. He mocked the demons that had fallen from just one of his attacks imbued with a blessed skill. Throwing his baton on his shoulder, the guy was already eager to face his main enemy, Yopi. But here was the horror. Those demons he had crushed with his incredible power began to revive. The dust that was left hanging in the air began to magnetically attract to each other and form demonic bodies. Ji-woo immediately noticed this and realized how wrong he had been. It wasn't as simple as he had thought until now. The guy tensed up a lot, realizing that things had gotten much more serious. Ji-woo was indignant after all. He had just attacked the demons with a holy strike. This really shattered his confidence. The moon standing to the side reminded him that Yopi had powerful strength, and this was the result of it. Seeing no other way out, Ji-woo once again began to summon his sacred strike. The animation of this strike was extremely exquisite. The guy decided that he would destroy the demons until Yopi's energy ran out. Luna couldn't watch this, so she abruptly stopped him. The girl very actively began to persuade Ji-woo to stop his empty attempts to destroy demons. She immediately suggested that he seek out Yopi and try to destroy him. Luna actively gesticulated with her hands, and Ji-woo was surprised by her desperation in her words. Ji-woo looked at the girl incredulously. She had recently talked about Yopi being in the demon world, and the guy didn't know how he could teleport to another world. Love intervened in the conversation. She poked her finger into the sky, where there was a mouth from which an army of demons was coming out. The girl suggested using this portal. Ji-woo looked in her direction with interest. They both looked at the portal that was open from the demon's side. Love suggested that if the guy entered it, he would end up in the demon world. Luna immediately whipped her head around and interrupted them. This portal only acted in one direction. Ji-woo looked at the girl, her tone sounding very serious. The goddess of life had warned that if one entered the portal from this side, Ji-woo would simply be torn to pieces. Luna then looked at Love, her eyes narrowed and darkened. She was annoyed that Lav was prying into matters they knew nothing about. Luna's abrupt statement had pissed Lav off too much. The girl grinned. She was completely disgusted that the goddess of life was making her look like a complete fool in front of Ji-woo. Ji-woo stood in the middle of the two lights. The girls were annoyed at each other's presence. Love protested vehemently. She didn't understand how Luna could claim such things when no human had ever been to the demon world before. Luna glanced at Love with a smirk. Pointing her hand at herself, the girl assured them that she could use teleportation to other worlds since she was a goddess. The goddess of life extended her hand towards Ji-woo. She smiled gently at him and promised him that she could guide him through the worlds to the first hero, Yopi. Ji-woo looked at her in surprise. The girl then reminded him that this was the reason why she was looking for him. Ji-woo's eyebrows came together on the bridge of his nose. He was really stressed by Luna's presence around him, so he wasn't too happy about what the girl had just suggested. Luna kept her stubborn gaze on him. It was more eloquent than any words at that moment. It was as if she was telling him to remember what had happened just a short while ago. Ji-woo opened his eyes abruptly. A thought had come to him, and now he realized that he had no other choice. He would have to trust Luna. He remembered the gem that the girl had given him in secret. She had even had to change her appearance to hand over that precious object. No one was supposed to know that she had the gem, and even more so that she had handed it over to Ji-woo. Ji-woo felt that he should just trust her this time. His hand met the girl's hand and they joined hands. Such a sudden union caused a storm of emotion from Love. She opened her mouth in astonishment that Ji-woo was willing to go into the unknown with Luna so easily. Ji-woo smiled and was ready to go to the demon world. Boss Love was in a desperate situation. She didn't understand why Pansy had so abruptly agreed to trust this treacherous girl. The player understood Love's feelings, but saw no other way out of this situation, so he would just have to trust and go with Luna. At this time, the girl's cheeks blushed as their hands were firmly touching. Luna couldn't take her blazing gaze away from the hands that were holding. She could feel his skin and warmth well, and the guy was also squeezing her fingers quite firmly. Love couldn't take away her anxiety and saw how Luna was happy to go with Ji-woo. Her heart was pounding excitedly in her chest. They were about to disappear too. In desperation, Love cried out that she wanted to go with them. She didn't care about the danger. She didn't want to leave Pansy alone with that snake. Luna abruptly activated her power, and the magic circle shone under their feet. The brightness of the skill was so strong that Love had to cover her eyes with her hand. That light was dazzling. The goddess of life announced with a joyful smile on her face that she no longer had the power to teleport several people. She said this with undisguised joy. The girl deliberately walked close to the guy and pressed her cheek against his arm. Ji-woo was uncomfortable with Luna's willfulness, but he didn't dare let go of her hand. After a moment, the place emptied out and the guys disappeared. Only the magic circle remained, which began to fade away. Love was furious at what was happening, but there was nothing she could do about it. Clenching her hands into fists, the girl definitely decided that Luna had become her arch-rival. Ji-woo and the goddess of life teleported straight into the Demon King's castle. The guy immediately looked around, but the raised smoke from the teleportation didn't allow him to fully appreciate the situation. When the smoke disappeared, he looked around the room, guessing that they were in the Demon King's castle. The boy looked the other way and noticed the steps, on top of which was a throne with a man sitting on it. At the bottom stood his retinue. The first hero gave in forward, not expecting any man to be able to infiltrate his castle. He announced in a menacing voice that the hero Yopi that humanity knew no longer existed. Yopi's voice sounded ingratiating and frightening. All that was left in his body was the anger that he was ready to unleash upon all of humanity until it disappeared from the world. He continued to speak his speech, but he was never able to finish it. Jiwoo didn't like long conversations that were programmed by the game. Therefore, unable to find a better way to skip the dialogue, the guy used his power. The energy from the wooden club burst out, and there was an explosion in the Demon King's castle. Beams from the power burst out of the castle walls. A strong wind blew, scattering GW's cloak. The moon stood aside and watched without daring to interfere. Jiwoo grimaced, for he had missed the dialogue again. But this wasn't a problem for him, so the guy wasn't too upset. Thinking that he had completed the task, Jiwoo turned to the goddess of life. The girl looked at him in surprise. Covering her eyes, Luna shook her head with a slight smile on her lips. His punch hadn't solved anything, and their date had just begun. Jiwoo abruptly turned his head when he heard footsteps behind his back. The voice of the person walking was excited, for what had just happened had made him excited. Yopi was able to appreciate the power of GW's strike. Such an attack was very powerful, and the first hero had never seen such a thing before. This caused GW's persona to become very interesting. Jiwoo stared at the Demon King in surprise. He hadn't even been injured by his attack, and that raised a lot of questions for the guy. After all, he was a master with a maximized skill level. Avoiding his attack was simply impossible. Hero Yopi raised his two-handed sword. It looked very dangerous. The swing was strong, and the Demon King's gaze was not reduced to the enemy who had arrived in the demon world. A sickle-shaped blow, soaked with anger and anger of the Demon King, headed towards Jiwoo. In the place where the guy was standing, there was an explosion. Yopi himself continued to talk about how he was able to dodge Jiwoo's punch. He watched the guy closely and saw his every move so that he could calculate the attack and avoid being hit. The smug Jiwoo jumped out from behind the Demon King. He would definitely remember for the future all the instructions that Yopi had just shared. The first hero himself was stunned that the player was able to take him by surprise so cleverly and stealthily. Trying to realize how this guy managed to move so quickly behind his back, the Demon King abruptly spun on the spot and swung his sword to destroy this insolent man. He spun in place, but no one was around anymore. This raised even more questions as to where the insolent player had gone. Hearing GW's mocking voice, the Demon King lowered his head. The player was between his enemy's legs with a mocking smile. The guy liked to bully Yopi, so he was getting back at him to the fullest. Yopi reacted instantly. His sword came down to the place where the enemy's head was, and with his blow, he punched a hole in the floor tiles. The player was too agile to dodge the blow, but he couldn't reach Jiwoo. Laughing, Jiwoo landed not far away from the Demon King as he tried to pull his sword out of the floor tiles. Jiwoo continued to mock the first hero, Yopi. The guy's bold remarks hurt the Demon King's pride too much. He abruptly twisted his head in his direction. Energy flowed out of his green eye violently. The demon roared loudly, opening its terrifying maw. Its teeth seemed as sharp as pikes. Its tongue was out, and its eyes glittered with anger. Love had a problem. Since Pansy had gone to the other world with Luna, the girl was left all alone with an entire army of demons. She swore furiously and kept running, trying to find shelter. After a while, the girl caught her foot on something and kicked the ground with force. Because of her speed, she drove her whole body on the ground for a few more meters. The demon landed next to the girl and began to slowly approach her. It was making scary guttural sounds and was about to devour her. Love was still lying on the ground and was afraid to even lift her head. The girl was in a desperate situation, and unfortunately, she realized that no one would come to her rescue. The dubious thought of just giving up crept into her mind. But suddenly, the very scene when Jiwoo had agreed to the snake's offer to go to the demon world with her flashed before her eyes. That memory gave her strength. Love jumped to her feet, her whole body inflamed with the rage she felt for the goddess of life. She clenched her fist and was determined to fight to her last breath. She remembered again how Luna had gently touched GW's hand with her face. The goddess of life had looked at Love too mockingly then. Infuriated and overflowing with rage, Boss Love made a swing with her hand. Her face grinned and tears spurted from her eyes. The girl let out all her anger on Jiwoo and Luna, destroying the demons. The girl with all her strength cracked the demon that was already too close to her. The demon, sensing the player's strength, immediately roared at the pain Love had inflicted on it. The demon with a hole in its chest collapsed to the ground, no longer able to fight. There was a colossal level difference between him and the girl, but because of the brass knuckles that Lav was equipped with, she was able to cover the difference in those levels. The girl's knuckles had a hidden ability and could realign themselves to the type of attack. They were now infused with sacred power. And what was also important, for the kill that the girl had made on her own, she was given experience points and her level immediately increased by several values. Realizing that the demons give much more experience, Love with rage on her face was ready to continue fighting them. The girl realized that this way she would be able to pump up her level well. A huge shadow fell on the girl, and it seemed that everything around her darkened dramatically. She looked up, and her eyes widened fearfully. Even though she was able to take out the demon with a single blow, it would still be a challenge for her to deal with such an immense number of enemies. They were all watching the girl and were ready to attack her. Realizing the magnitude of her problem, Lav frowned and continued to stare at the demons. And the girl's thoughts were that as soon as Pansy returned to her, she would immediately finish him off. Lav stood still, no longer trying to resist the demons. The huge hoof of one of the monsters was about to trample the girl. It was already too close. In the wall of the castle gaped a huge hole from which opened an enchanting view of the vastness of the demonic world. The player and his enemy stood against each other. The Demon King honestly noticed that Ji-woo was faster and stronger than him. Ji-woo was glad that it had come to Yopi's attention that he was no match for him. With a face of complete indifference, the player suggested that the Demon King lay down his weapons and die from his attack, thus ending this fight. The strength of the enemy did not frighten Yopi at all, because in the past, he had always fought those who were stronger than him. Behind the guy's back, his entourage appeared. They stood beside him. Yopi's first hero straightened his back. With the support of his team, he became more confident and knew that this was the only way he could defeat Ji-woo. Ji-woo stared at the Demon King's team in surprise. The one had just openly declared that they would launch a group attack. Urus couldn't even hold back his laughter, confirming his master's guess. Ji-woo looked at Team Yopi, couldn't help but feel indignant. After all, this kind of behavior did not make the hero look good at all. He thought that they would fight fair one-on-one. The player was approached by the goddess of life. The guy immediately turned to her. She looked worried. The girl should have warned him to become more careful. After all, the Demon King's squad had a 100% success rate in completing missions. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl with shining eyes decided to propose to Ji-woo. She wanted them to become allies that together could defeat Yopi. The girl suggested that he form a team. Love squeezed her eyes tightly shut. She was very scared, but the girl had no other choice. She wouldn't be able to face a whole army of demons alone. But suddenly something happened. Hearing a strange whistling sound and a resounding thud against the ground, Love immediately opened her eyes. Her face stretched in surprise, for she was still alive, and the demon's hoof lay severed on the ground. The pain in what had happened to him reached the demon. Its eyes widened and tears flowed, and a growl that sounded more like a dog's whimper came out of its mouth. The terrifying demon started hopping on one leg, his hoof lying on the ground, and someone was able to chop it up. A second later, using her moon attack skill, Hong landed many dissecting blows all over the demon's body. The girl landed holding 2 daggers in her hands. Love watched in shock at what was happening. The demon's body was chopped into small pieces and body parts flew to the ground. There was nothing more this demon could do or harm Love in any way. After throwing off her hood and removing the mask from her face, Hong greeted Love with a smile and a glowing look. Judging by the position she was in, Hong had arrived on time. Love glowed with joy when she saw her acquaintance. Besides, the girl had just saved her life. This was too joyous an event under the circumstances. But despite the fact that they had met, their problem with demons hadn't gone anywhere. There were still too many monsters, and they were all out to destroy them. The girls were being squeezed into a ring by the scary demons. Love screamed about the demons coming at them again. Hong looked puzzled at the situation, analyzing everything around her. The girl surrendered her blades tighter. She remembered the guy who had resented the fact that he couldn't do well in the game and was killed by demons. That fact had pissed him off too much that he had wanted to quit the game. And she had other thoughts on the matter even back then. Watching the demons getting closer to them with every passing moment, Hong smiled. Her past thoughts were once again confirmed. The girl thought that the game Chrono Life was indeed very interesting. Love couldn't understand what she was just talking about, but she looked at her with interest. She was also surprised that Hong was not at all downhearted, but rather delighted by what was happening. Hong stepped forward and shouted with more air to all the members of the Robin Hood Guild to prepare their weapons for battle. Her voice was commanding and formidable, and she ordered her comrades to remove their invisibility and stand in defense of the front village. Suddenly, players from the Robin Hood Guild began to appear in various places in the city. Some were sitting on rooftops, while others were hidden behind the corners of houses. They needed to use holy water and wash their weapons so that it could work on the demons and crush them. Moments later, dozens of players came out of their hiding places. They did as Master Hong commanded and rushed to attack against the demon army. The goal of this mission was to survive at all costs, and in order to do so, they needed to effectively destroy the demons. The Robin Hood Guild began to attack the demons. They impaled them with their weapons and dealt deadly blows. Love was shocked by what she saw. She had never seen how well the guild team worked together before. Her mouth opened in amazement, and Hong looked at her friends with pride and confidence that they would not let her down. The girl smiled embarrassedly. This was only the second time she had used such a formation, and she looked at it with admiration herself. The first time she had used it was when they had attacked Love's boyfriend. Hearing Hong call Ji-woo her boyfriend, Love immediately blushed. She touched her hot cheeks, being totally embarrassed and happy that this was how the other players saw them. Suddenly, the air was split by a magical arrow that was infused with powerful energy. Behind it, a blue tail of bright glow was dragging behind it. This arrow flew through the demon and managed to snag a few more monsters, piercing through their wings and limbs. Its power was no less devastating. The first demon groaned and splintered in the air. Lav turned sharply in the direction from where the arrow had supposedly come from. She could not believe what had just begun to happen. Her eyes were wide open in genuine surprise. In front of the girl stood the head of the Justice Guild named Falcon Eye. The guy was clutching his bow tightly and had already set his new arrow on it. He couldn't leave the front village unprotected, so he came to protect this place. In addition to coming, Falcon Eye had also brought his guild members. Many players equipped in armor stood behind their head, all these people prepared to attack. The girls were thrilled that not only were they in this battle, but other players were joining in and wanting to destroy the demons attacking them. There were too many demons to be able to relax for even a moment. They roared, bared their teeth, and reached out with their clawed paws to the humans, wanting to destroy all of humanity. But after a while, the players were joined by other guilds. The 5 best guilds were ready to fight back against the demonic force. All of them harmoniously took up their weapons and rushed into battle. The war had begun. The bard on Yopi's team activated his skill. Bonefingers quickly ran across the strings of the instrument to create a beautiful music, the Song of the Seraphim. The Song of the Seraphim was accompanied by a colorful effect. Rainbow rows of notes burst out of the musical instrument and filled the castle hall with their radiance. This skill greatly increased the speed of the entire team. Ji-woo couldn't hold back his excitement and watched mesmerized as the beautiful rows of notes hovered around them. He really liked the effect of this skill. Luna, on the other hand, wasn't as impressed by these skills. The girl, on the contrary, became more serious as she worried about GWU's fate. She knew that the Demon King's team in its entirety was invincible. Therefore, once again, she offered the guy to team up with her. Ji-woo met the girl with an angry look. He pondered her proposal for a while and still decided on something. Extending his middle finger, he poked Luna's face with it defiantly. The guy sent her away, not even wanting to think about forming a joint squad with her. He had already told her he had no intention of forming an alliance. He was unaware of her ulterior motives, but one thing he knew for sure. Ji-woo began to knead his shoulder and shifted his confident gaze to the group of enemies. He would be able to deal with them alone. Gaining more strength, Ji-woo abruptly bent downwards to perform a powerful acceleration. Just from this movement alone, the space around him shrank. Breaking away from his seat, the faster-than-light speed Ji-woo rushed towards his enemies. Sparks flickered from his eyes. He was confident that he could overpower his enemies. Ji-woo had some sort of plan and decided that the first person to target would be the bard. His face approached the enemy so quickly that no one could keep track of his movements. The player prepared to unleash his attack on the one who could heal his team, as well as cast various effects on them. This was a well-thought-out strategy. Ji-woo's eyes were blazing, about to have her weapon destroy the enemy. Just as Ji-woo's baton was about to touch Bard's body, as Yopi was able to successfully intercept that strike and stand up to defend his team member. Their weapons crossed. The player's entire body tensed up and muscles bulged. The Demon King grinned. It was hard for him to resist his enemy. Ji-woo continued to impressively press him with his baton. Suddenly, Yopi twisted his two-handed sword, causing Ji-woo's baton to slip, and he flew in the other direction. The guy's face twisted in surprise, and all the power that was meant for Bard flew in a completely different direction without reaching his enemies. Luna watched silently as Ji-woo had just failed the attack. She didn't want to comment on it in any way. Urus, on the other hand, was surprised by Yopi's abilities, for this was a very cunning maneuver. In an indifferent tone, Luna revealed that Yopi had learned a very strong reflection skill while he was still alive. It was his best skill from the other's arsenal. The bard continued to play her instrument, deftly tapping the strings with her knuckles. The music slightly changed its motif and became slightly faster. Thus, Yopi's speed increased dramatically. The guys once again crossed their weapons and began to push each other hard. Sparks erupted from under their attack. This drastic change was not hidden from GW's eyes. Although Yopi was moving much sharper and faster, he was still not as fast as Ji-woo. Ji-woo's eyes widened dramatically when he saw something that excited him too much. Urus also looked at what was happening with the same astonishment, while Luna's mouth only dropped open. The girl tried to keep her emotions in check. The trident that was on the head of the Demon King suddenly began to increase in size. The three beams released their power and flashed with golden light. Yopi activated another hidden skill, Hero's Glory. His strength decreased, but the other skills doubled in their power. He snapped out of his seat and was overly fast. Yopi flew straight towards Ji-woo, preparing to slash at him with his sword. Many consecutive blows rolled across the player's body. Yopi continued to crowd the guy with his attacks, while Ji-woo tried to defend himself. He was investing in his attacks with no rest, his eyes glittering with anger. Green energy surging out of his sword after every contact with Ji-woo. Ji-woo was in full tension. His opponent's attacks were incessant. Ji-woo could only repel them, but he had no time to counterattack. But even in such a serious situation, the guy still did not perceive this fight as he should have. His imagination was running wild as Ji-woo imagined that he was just playing with a kitty right now. Suddenly, he sensed that something started to happen behind the first hero's back. A magician had entered the game. A magic circle appeared under his feet and illuminated him with a golden glow. Immediately, clouds began to gather above GW's head, circling above him as if a tornado was gathering. He raised his head and watched the strange phenomenon in surprise. A moment later, a meteorite began to rapidly descend on GW's head. Scarlet, large, and incredibly powerful, it was hurtling towards the player. But even such a terrifying attack didn't bother him in the slightest. The guy looked at this skill with delight. He had never seen something like this before, so he was happy to see such power. Of course, Ji-woo could easily dodge this meteor since he had agility high enough for this maneuver. But this way was not to his liking, so he decided to play baseball. Getting into a stance, Ji-woo prepared to bat the meteorite away like a ball. With an upward strike, the player's strength pierced the meteorite flying at him. A violent explosion resounded throughout the surroundings, drowning out all sounds. A confident smile shone on the boy's face. He shouldered his baton and was ready to see more interesting skills that were in the Demon King's team's arsenal. He looked at the team that had regrouped. The guy saw no more point in this game with them and wanted to end this fight as soon as possible. He was becoming no longer interested. The Demon King grinned. Even though he looked tired, his look said otherwise. He wasn't going to end this fight with his loss. They still had something to surprise the enemy with. This attitude immediately alerted Ji-woo. He watched his opponent's every move carefully, not wanting to miss any important moments. The bard called out even more diligently, and a rainbow power surged around Yopi's team. It was the same song of the Seraphim, only Act 2 was being played. The musical notes began to hover around Ji-woo once again. They were like snakes circling in the air. Only this melody sounded in his ears, as if all other sounds had lost their power. He immediately felt the effects of the skill that was placed on him. GWU's eyes widened in surprise as he realized that his skill levels had been halved. Urus stared at his master with obvious concern. Such a turn of events had never been expected. GWU's skills were immediately cut exactly in half, and now he didn't have the strength he had entered the Demon King's castle with. Yopi was pleased with how he was able to surprise Ji-woo because this was the main skill he could use. Also, because of the Demon King's hidden skill, his strength level increased tenfold. The Demon King approached Ji-woo, suggesting that he use the gluttony skill, but he immediately convinced him that the agility he had would not be able to let the guy's tentacle reach his body. Yopi then asked him the same question that Ji-woo himself had asked him recently. What was left for him? Was there anything he could use to continue this battle? The guy poked his finger at himself in surprise, sort of wanting to know if he was being asked. Ji-woo laughed, liking the way the Demon King was speaking confidently now. There was something else in the guy's arsenal that he had never used before. And judging from the situation, this was the perfect chance to try it out. Yopi was immediately alert. He had no idea what the madman was talking about. But judging from the guy's confident look, it could be something very dangerous. Eurus immediately speculated that it could be Trophy Guy's hidden skills, but Luna immediately refuted that idea. The girl carefully looked at Ji-woo. He had yet to fulfill all the conditions to be able to use such skills. Ji-woo didn't pay attention to the others and stuck his hand under his cloak. The boy was actively trying to find something in it. When he pulled out the item he was looking for, Urus's eyes doubled in size. He had completely forgotten that Ji-woo had such a thing in his possession. With a satisfied smirk on his face, Ji-woo took out the 8 panorama mirror that Habak had given him from his cloak. One of the 8 panorama skills was sealed in it. He immediately began to activate it. A blue glow flared up around Ji-woo, which flashed stronger and stronger. Something unimaginable began to happen to Ji-woo. His strength raged and his body began to increase in size. A tremendous pressure could be felt in space, which was shrinking near him. The skill he activated could increase it to the size of how much energy he had. The Demon King couldn't believe his eyes. Something very incredible was happening in front of him. For a moment, he felt signs of fear in his body. The girl along with Eurus were looking at Ji-woo and the girl with the same faces. They definitely didn't expect the guy to pull something like this. The demon world was different from the human world in that its sky was always dark, but this day changed everything. For the sky was colored white. Ji-woo had increased in size so much that his enemies could only see his underpants. In the human world, the brutal battle continued. Love was rushing at full speed to attack the nearest demon. The arrival of the other players had given her courage and strength. She now believed in the chance that they could defeat the enemy army. Jumping upwards, the girl spun around with all her might and slammed into the demon that was trying to catch her in its clawed paws. The monster collapsed to the ground after her blow, and the girl landed lightly on the ground next to it. Another demon was finished. Over the course of the war she had actively participated in, Love had not badly bumped up her level. She was now already at level 74. She looked around and put her hand to her chin and concluded that no matter how many demons they killed, it still seemed like there were only more of them. Even Hong agreed with her words. The girl was just as tense from this battle. She turned to Love and informed her that if these demons were ordinary, they would have dealt with them long ago. But these things were powered by the Demon King's life force, so they could resurrect, and there was no end to them. They looked at the portal that was still letting demons into their world. Every second, dozens of monsters were flying out from there. Their conversation was interrupted as one of the demons decided to attack them. It appeared so suddenly that the girls didn't even notice it in time. Love immediately clenched her fists. She was furious that they weren't even allowed to talk properly. Abracadabra's best mage intervened in the battle. The girl raised her staff upwards and unleashed her mighty power into the monster. In the same second, the beam released from the staff pierced the demon's body. A through-hole appeared in its chest. The demon let out a thunderous roar. Abracadabra heard what the girls were talking about, so she continued the conversation. She knew to destroy all the demons, they had to appease the wrath of Yopi, the Demon King. Love didn't know how they could do that, so she offered to leave the game for a while and wait until Pansy could deal with the problem. Such a suggestion was not to Abracadabra's liking. The girl reminded her in a stern voice that as soon as they left the place, the demons would destroy the village and go on to destroy everything in their path. Such a statement confused the girl, but her optimism didn't want to leave her. She assumed that the game company would have to rectify the situation. But then Hong frowned, lowering her gaze. She reminded Love of the message the company had put up on the game's official page. The future of the game depended solely on the users of the game. This was the first time the game world depended entirely on the players. And now, all the players who wanted to bring peace to the game were fighting against the monsters, defending their home. The director of the company stood in the room where the employees were watching every gameplay. The monitors displayed all the key events that were currently happening in the game. Doc Bay folded his arms across his chest and smoked a cigar. His face was tense, but he had already made the final decision to give the game to the players and shut down Chrono Life's maintenance. After learning about it, Love also folded her arms on her chest and was furious about the whole thing. The girl didn't understand how the company could take such risks and create such tasks. Hong smiled at her. The girl loved this game so much just because of such plot twists. It was very interesting and exciting. Love heard a menacing roar behind her back. Now was not the time for chatter. The other users also needed to know what was going on. Hong snapped out of her seat and ran to meet the demon. Love felt that she should tell the others about this. Abracadabra assured her that those who wanted to were already in the area and standing in a wall against the demon army, and those who chose not to read the notices were unlikely to be able to help them. The girl glanced in the direction where other players were fighting against the demon. She realized that they had to confront this army with their own forces. Even those players who didn't have high levels were joining the battle. They grouped themselves into teams and attacked the demon in a coordinated manner. They knew that their strength wouldn't be enough, but they still continued to fight and attack the demons with all their strength. It was as if Love had now opened her eyes and really noticed that not only the 5 main guilds had joined the fight against the demons, but ordinary users were also trying their best to fight as well. This made the girl very happy. Abracadabra smiled. It was a glorious battle where they players, with all their strength, would fight shoulder to shoulder to protect their favorite place. The weak players attacked the demon from all sides. It was no longer a secret to the players that a lot of experience was given for killing one such demon, and valuable items were also dropped from it. This further excited the players to try harder. Such a rush of excitement surprised the girls. They were shocked by such a bloodthirsty demon beating. Yopi opened his eyes and looked up in horror. He couldn't even see where GWU's body ended. Only the white underpants glistened before his eyes. The Demon King estimated that the guy had increased by thousands of meters. The bard resumed her playing of the instrument once again. She began to do it even more intensely as the situation had changed a lot. The melody coming from the instrument lowered GW's skills by 5 times. Urus was blazing with anger, thinking such a skill was simply unacceptable. He didn't understand why they were able to lower GW's skills so easily. Except there was a small catch to what was happening. Jiwoo was so high that there was no way the bard's melody could reach his ears. Demon King Yopi flinched as a voluminous voice came from all directions at once. The first hero raised his head, trying to make out something in the darkness. A silhouette of a head appeared in the sky somewhere above the dark clouds. GW's glittering eyes gleamed red. He scoffed at Yopi and whether or not he would now be able to repel its attack. The incredibly sized Jiwoo stared at the small enemies that he could swat with his hand as if they were just a fly. The Demon King's soul was filled with fear as he stared at the monster that was about to destroy them. Yopi clenched his sword tighter, hoping that it would help him repel the guy's attack. Jiwoo was so big that he just stood on the planet as if he was standing on a big ball. He swung his wooden baton and began to slowly mouth the name of the attack. The baton flew towards the demon planet with incredible speed. The swing was so strong that the baton was sparkling and glowing. A little more, and it would come into contact with the place where the Demon King's castle was located. A dark shadow fell across Yopi's face. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not repel such a blow, and his dodging skill would not help him either. The only thing left to do was to obey his fate. Standing on top of the planet, Jiwoo gave it his blow. It was simply devastating. The planet immediately lit up with an inner glow through the cracks that were formed by the impact. A moment later, the demon world was simply torn into many small pieces. After the guy made his giant blow, he immediately shrank in size and became again as it was before. Except that he hovered somewhere in the space of the universe, as the demon planet was completely destroyed. There was a cracking sound that he had heard before, and he immediately took hold of Habak's mirror. It had shattered after being used like this. Jiwoo felt a little sad about it. Suddenly, he heard a very familiar voice, and when he turned his head, he saw Urus flying towards him. The dragon was overjoyed that the guy had returned to his previous size. Luna also hovered in the universe. The girl spoke with a note of anger in her voice. She wanted to know how Jiwoo would deal with what he had done now. But instead of answering, Jiwoo only realized with a frustrated look that Luna was also still alive. The girl snorted unhappily. Jiwoo immediately assumed that if they were still alive and Luna was also alive, then it was likely that Yopi himself could be alive somewhere. He, along with Urus, began to look around the dark universe. And indeed, they did not miss a beat. The first hero, Yopi, was indeed still alive, but he looked too bad. Sitting on the flying stone, Yopi was holding his stomach with his hand. Jiwoo appreciated the Demon King's good ability and covered his eyes with a relieved exhale. The girl was silent and bowed her head. a deep, dark shadow looming over her face. Yopi looked bad. He was too tired. His life force was too low, and he had only a short time to live. The rest of his companions had already disappeared from this world. Jiwoo smirked, for this was good news. He was able to defeat the first hero, so the task was complete. The player flew closer to Yopi. He looked down at him. The first hero held onto his stomach and looked at the guy approaching him with his last strength. Jiwoo couldn't miss his chance to mess around with the defeated Demon King. With his wooden club, he loudly proclaimed that he thought this fight would be more interesting and his opponent stronger. Such words pissed Yopi off. But this anger didn't last long. The man exhaled, and with a slight smile on his face, he recognized that Jiwoo was the first person who was the strongest. He was not ashamed to lose to such an opponent. The demons continued to circle over the front village. Everything around them was ablaze with bright fire, and the monster's wide wings made an ominous rustling sound over the streets. Opening its jaws, one of the demons tore at its prey. Its claws of incredible sharpness bulged and were ready to sink into the body of the first enemy it encountered. The players prepared to meet this monster. Fear was written on their faces as they realized that they might not be able to withstand this kind of power. And despite this, they did not run away, but held their positions to the last. The demon immediately swung its clawed paw crushingly and pierced the players with the power that had burst out of it. Those felt a sharp pain in their bodies, their eyes bulging and blood pouring out of them in streams. Falcon Eye did not lower his bow, but continued to shoot at the opponents, who were too many. One of his men, with a look of horror on his face, stated the fact that they were being cornered more and more. Falcon Eye knew that they needed to hold out until Jiwoo crushed Yopi. Love settled to the ground. She was no longer able to stand upright on her feet. The girl had palpably lost her life force and had suffered no small amount of wounds. Her breathing was hitched and tired. Hong called out to her friend with concern in her gaze. She was worried about Lav and had taken her mind off the battle to make sure the girl was safe. Lav looked up with a slight smile. The girl assured Hong that although the blow was hard, she was fine, and she needed some time to rest, and after that, she would continue this fight. Hong was shocked at such a brave answer, for she knew how much the girl must have been in pain. The girl saw the poor condition Love was in, and it worried her a lot. As she shifted her gaze, she saw the many players who could no longer fight in this war. People were quickly becoming exhausted, and at this rate they wouldn't be able to last long. Hong became distracted and lost her guard. Coming up from behind, the girl was able to grab one of the demons that came from another world. Strong fingers tightly squeezed her body, causing Hong's mouth to spurt out a clot of blood. At the moment when she thought it was the end for her, and it was almost impossible to breathe, the demon's hand suddenly loosened its grip. A surprised Hong looked around and realized that somehow, magically, the demon's hand had begun to dissipate into the wind. She landed on the ground and raised her head to the sky, where there were hundreds of other demons began to sound whining sounds. All the monsters that had been hovering in a black cloud over the front village began to crumble into ashes. Love also witnessed this miracle. The girl laughed softly as she realized what it all meant. If the demons began to die, then her friend Pansy was able to cope with the impossible task and destroy the Demon King. Hong looked at the girl with delight, not believing her ears. She knew that Jiwoo was strong, and the player was once again able to save the inhabitants of the Chrono Life game. Jiwoo watched as Yopi's body sitting on the shard from the Demon King's castle began to glow with a dazzling light. Yopi realized that only the last moments of his life in this game world remained. His opponent was very strong, and so he was unable to resist him. A slight smile touched the lips of the first hero. He was going to leave this world with dignity. Jiwoo watched what was happening, but there was one question in his mind that he wanted to ask his opponent. Since Yopi was the one who had destroyed the Demon King, the guy wanted to understand the reason why he started hating humans. Yopi didn't expect such a question. The guy sadly exhaled. His eyes closed, bringing his consciousness back to the old days. His story was old and ordinary. The people who were his friends and adored him, always coming to his aid, supporting him in times of need, couldn't handle the envy. His friends hated Yopi because of his incredible power and united, decided that he should be done away with. It was a cruel betrayal of those the first hero trusted so much. Even though this story was formulaic, GWU's heart trembled. He looked at Yopi, who had tears rolling from his eyes. The first hero who became a Demon King was crying because he loved humans so much. But as it happened in his life, those same humans had cruelly betrayed him. All this time, Luna had been watching them from the sidelines. The girl did not interfere in their conversation. Yet this sad story touched even her soul. In the end, the strongest man was defeated. He disappeared from the story, leaving behind only dust and emptiness in GW's soul. The guy still looked at the empty stone where the Demon King had been a while ago. A notification flashed in front of Ji-woo that he was able to complete a special task, and now he was rewarded for destroying the main boss. The guy looked up and saw a red fancy chest in front of him. The player picked up his chest. He was the one who had contributed the most to the completion of this quest and was rewarded with an extra bonus. A star twinkled in the sky, growing brighter by the second. This caught GW's attention. This star turned out to be the same creator that Ji-woo had seen once before, on the day the game universe was destroyed. The man waved his hand in greeting. He had never imagined that they would be able to meet so soon. The creator floated in the sky just like Ji-woo, but he felt much more confident. He was satisfied that the player had managed to complete the task and defeat the main boss. The long-haired man announced that he would give Ji-woo an additional reward. A window immediately appeared in front of the guy, where he had to make his choice. Ji-woo stared at it in surprise. The creator broke out into a smile. The question was simple. Ji-woo could choose to become one of the deadly sins in this game or remain human. Yopi had once faced the same choice. The first hero's choice was obvious. He chose to remain human, after which he tragically died. But having been reborn, he managed to become the mortal sin Rage. The creator looked carefully at the puzzled Ji-woo, then fell silent, deciding that he had talked too much. He wanted to completely let the guy make his choice without imposing his opinion. The choice had to be made right now, and he didn't have much time to think about it. GW's frown looked at the plaque in front of him once again. The image of Yopi flashed before his eyes, and he also remembered his last words well. The tears that poured from the warrior's eyes were clearly coming from the depths of his soul. For Ji-woo, the choice was too obvious. His hand stretched out, and his index finger was pointed at the button that predetermined his fate in this game. The choice was made, and Luna witnessed it. The girl looked puzzledly at Ji-woo, not believing to the last that he had made that particular choice. Urus shoved the girl with his whole body, as there was nothing visible from where he was. The creator only smiled slightly and did not comment on the guy's actions. The choice had been made, and there was no turning back time. Still, curiosity was very strong, so the creator asked Ji-woo why he had made such a choice. The guy was still holding the red chest in his hand and looked at the man in front of him. Raising his head, Ji-woo smiled. He didn't doubt his choice in the slightest, because the reason why he made it was too obvious. It had been a very hard day of gaming, and when Ji-woo took off the virtual glasses from his face, he simply couldn't move. His entire body was so tired that he couldn't even think about anything. There was a cell phone lying near his head which suddenly activated and started buzzing above his ear. Ji-woo only shifted his gaze in its direction. It was the text messages from Han Saran coming in. The guy took the phone in his hands and carefully read everything the girl wrote. The girl was surprised that Ji-woo had decided to quit. The guy, on the other hand, was still feeling tired and wanted to have a little day off. At some point, the girl texted him that she wouldn't mind going out to dinner with him after school. Ji-woo's eyes darted up, surprised that Han Saran herself was inviting him to eat together. He reread the message several times and was sure that the girl had simply misdirected herself and accidentally texted him. While Ji-woo was trying to figure out why Han Saran wanted to have dinner with him, Luna quietly crept up on him. She lightly put her arm around his waist, and when she saw the messages, she assumed that Han Saran was flirting with him. Ji-woo didn't expect to see the girl in his apartment again. Her sudden appearance almost made his heart stop. He jumped up from the bed in a second and dazedly started to lean backwards. The guy was so stunned that he didn't even notice how his bed ended, and he flew off it with his legs up. This reaction caused the girl to laugh. Ji-woo stood up abruptly and his face twisted with anger. The guy didn't understand what the hell the girl was doing in his apartment again, and also dared to scare him so much. The girl looked at the guy who kept yelling at her in surprise. Ji-woo didn't understand how she could sneak into his apartment, and had done it more than once. Such an attitude made him too angry, and he threatened to go to the police for the umpteenth time. Luna did not take his words seriously. The girl patted her hand on the stack of shirts that were already lying on the bed. She had only come to his apartment for one purpose, to return his clothes. Ji-woo stared at the stack in bewilderment. He couldn't remember such an occasion in which he had lent the girl his shirts. This puzzled him even more. But after a moment, the image of Luna when she had come to his apartment for the first time surfaced before his eyes. The girl had indeed been wearing a white shirt that day, and at the same moment it came to him that she had also taken his shirt then, without permission. But such a realization caused his cheeks to redden with embarrassment. After all, a beautiful girl was wearing his clothes. With his cheeks burning, the guy decided to still clarify the matter. Then Luna's face immediately brightened up. She confirmed that she had indeed borrowed his shirt that night. Luna got up from the bed and walked around the guy's room, leaving the shirt in front of him. He still couldn't come to the realization that the girl was in his house. She then turned to Ji-woo and reminded him about dinner, and afterward, with a smile on her face, she announced that she wouldn't mind going out with him either. Ji-woo sat stone-faced. He couldn't even think that he would be so badly screwed over with dinner. The situation he was in was too life-threatening. They went to a cafe that was not far from his house, and the food there was very good. This place was shown to him by Doc Bae, the director of Chrono Life. Han-saran was simply furious. The girl's face was twisted, and she showed her displeasure. After all, it was the same Luna who was sitting in front of her. The girl with a slight smile and contentment was eating the hot and flavorful food that had already been served to them. She was completely oblivious to Han-saran's mood. It was only at the moment when all three of them sat down at the same table that Ji-woo realized his mistake. He could feel the dark aura that hovered between them. Han-saran addressed him in an ominous voice, causing Ji-woo to almost jump up in his chair in fright. His whole body felt like an electric shock, and he looked at his friend in horror, not knowing what to expect from her. Han-saran wanted to hear an explanation from her friend. Her face was so frightening that Ji-woo was simply speechless. The girl didn't even realize how much fear she could inspire, but this behavior was justified because they had agreed to have dinner just the two of them. Ji-woo was as confused as possible. He couldn't even think that the girl would react so strongly to such a meeting. It seemed to him that if they were playing the same game, they might as well have dinner together. The guy didn't understand what he had done wrong and why he was making excuses now. Yet Ji-woo continued to somehow calm down the furious Han-saran, whose eyes were burning with anger. Luna watched in silence as Ji-woo wiggled around. She was also uncomfortable with Han-saran's presence, but she knew where she was going and why she was doing it. Suddenly, Luna brightened up with a dazzling smile. With a hand on her chest, she denied Ji-woo's words that they had met by chance and told Han-saran that they had recently shared a bed together. This sentence sounded too ambiguous. Ji-woo was numbed by such a statement from Luna. He looked at the girl in shock as she didn't help him at all, but only aggravated his already difficult situation. The guy realized that he shouldn't look back. He had seriously screwed up, and now he was going to get the full brunt of it. The girl behind him was just ready to explode with anger and destroy the place. Luna sighed tiredly, pretending that she didn't understand Han-saran's behavior at all. She turned to Lav to explain the reason for her behavior, since the two of them were not even dating or a couple. Han-saran folded her arms on her chest, shutting herself off from this conversation. The girl felt that if Ji-woo was on her team, she had to take care of him no matter what. Anger came up to Han-saran's throat, and she decided to find out what kind of relationship Luna was in with Ji-woo. She was constantly stalking him in the game, and now in real life as well. Luna deliberately got close to Ji-woo and looked into his face and confessed that even in real life, they were very close. From such a statement, the guy's cheeks immediately flashed with bright color. He looked at the girl with astonishment and didn't understand why she was saying and doing all this. That very sudden and impetuous kiss came back to him. Luna had pounced on him so suddenly then, he felt her soft and plump lips on his own again. Ji-woo's eyes drifted away. He was looking anywhere but at the girls that surrounded him, and with every word they said, his situation worsened. There was no way something that was in the game could cross over with the real world, he thought. That was when Luna raised her glowing gaze to the guy and reminded him that the feelings in the game were almost no different from what they felt in real life. Afterward, she decided to offer Ji-woo to test it out. He once again lost all ability to think straight. Realizing that the girl was now proposing to him, Ji-woo just stared at her with wide-open eyes. Han-saran abruptly intervened in this conversation, forcing the two to keep a distance between each other. The girl absolutely hated what was now starting to happen between them. She was angry and began to utter Luna's words in her voice, shouting over her. Even Han-saran didn't understand what they were talking about between them, and what was it that she wanted to offer to test Ji-woo. After a moment, Han-saran realized what the black-haired girl had said in her head. This realization shocked the girl. Her face immediately changed and sank down, filled with utter disappointment. Luna realized from Han Saran's expression that she had gotten the meaning of all those words. Watching her sad face was a pleasure for Luna. Han Saran couldn't bear to be in this horrible environment anymore. She abruptly rose from her seat, the chair pulled aside with a loud creak. Ji-woo eyed his friend warily, and Luna sat tilted toward the guy. A dark shadow lingered on Han Saran's face. She turned to the guy and gave a warning look as she walked away. It was very hard for her to look at these two and not realize the relationship they were in. The girl left the establishment with a loud slamming of the door. Such a quick departure of the girl caused Luna to laugh. She put her palm to her mouth and continued to giggle. Ji-woo was squeezed like he had been thrown into a juice squeezer. The guy also didn't mind leaving. They left the cafe, and before saying goodbye, Luna whistled. She really liked this place, and she had a good meal. Luna turned her back to Ji-woo as she prepared to leave. Afterward, she nodded her head in his direction and suggested that next time we go to a restaurant that she would suggest. Ji-woo was fine with that suggestion. Standing opposite each other in the setting sunlight, Luna couldn't help but notice that there was an atmosphere around that reminded her of a day. In a similar sunset light, they had once stood the same way, only it was in a game. The doomsday when Ji-woo had wiped out too many players. Ji-woo immediately assumed that the girl didn't want to go home because she was stalling, and remembered the past for some reason. She didn't bother to answer his question, and abruptly changed the topic, talking about the choices he made in the game. Just recently, Ji-woo was faced with a choice where he had to decide his fate in the game world. He could become one of the deadly sins, or he could remain human. The guy didn't answer the question specifically. He was curious as to why she cared so much. She somehow collated all the facts and assumed that he made such a choice because of Han Saran's love. Ji-woo was puzzled by such a statement. The guy scratched his cheek, pondering over the girl's words. Pretending that he didn't understand what the girl was saying, Ji-woo waved his hand at her and headed off in a different direction. He no longer saw the point of lingering and continuing the conversation. Luna remained standing still. Urus was incredibly happy to see his master back in the game. Ji-woo's return always meant an interesting adventure, and he generally liked to have a fun time. Ji-woo hadn't logged into the game for a whole day, and to the little dragon it seemed like an eternity. The player collapsed in the back of one of the alleyways, hidden from other people's eyes. He acted relaxed and at ease. Urus was full of activity. His head was spinning in different directions because the dragon was anticipating new adventures, and he was wondering what they would do this time. The boy was in no hurry with his exploits, so he continued to sit and enjoy the silence. He wanted to get some rest before returning to the full game. Then Urus was curious why he didn't rest in the real world, but Ji-woo didn't even want to think about it, because it was even more difficult there. Quite suddenly, a wooden club fell beside the guy. He looked at it in surprise, not realizing what was happening. Raising his head, he saw the same child in front of him. The baby waved his hand in a friendly manner. While the kid was happily jumping around the wooden baton that Ji-woo had thrown, the kid looked at him in surprise. He knew for sure that it was the same baby in front of him now, jumping joyfully. Doc Bay was in the room where the video surveillance of the entire game was taking place. The man put a cigarette to his mouth and stared at the one screen that interested him the most. The company director was watching Ji-woo's encounter with the very child that had once changed the entire course of the game. One of the employees excitedly turned to the director, wanting to know how he should handle the situation. Doc Bay covered his eyes and folded his arms across his chest. Opening one eye, the man looked at the monitor once more. The thought flashed through his mind that Ji-woo should have met this child by now. Ji-woo broke out into a smile. The guy was incredibly happy to meet this kid again. He greeted him cheerfully. The guy's joy was too much. He grabbed the kid's hand and started waving it in a friendly manner. The baby almost fainted from such shaking. Finished with that, they sat down on the floor with their backs propped up against the wall. The kid still couldn't move away from the guy's greeting. Ji-woo touched his shoulder, still not believing that they had finally met. Ji-woo continued to talk to the kid, and as it turned out, the kid couldn't remember Ji-woo at all. This was where the kid got down, because this kid was the one who influenced his future life. At some point, the kid remembered and even noticed that in the center of the village, there was a statue made of gold, an exact replica of the kid. Suddenly, Urus, who had no idea about the kid, appeared. The dragon was curious to know who the kid was. The kid himself looked at Urus with big eyes. Ji-woo immediately noticed that face and was surprised that the baby had seen it. Then Urus reminded Ji-woo that he had shared his life energy with him, and because of that, everyone could now see Urus. Ji-woo picked up Urus and introduced him to the baby as if he was some kind of kitten. The child happily stretched out his hands towards the dragon, wanting to touch it, and then squeezed it, which was not something Urus himself was very happy about. With a gleam in his eyes, Ji-woo picked up the wooden club that the child had thrown at his feet. He looked at it and stroked it with his hands. It was the same weapon that had once completely changed his life. Then Ji-woo turned to the kid with a smile on his face and offered to listen to the story of all the adventures. All these events had only happened because this little kid had once left the same wooden club in front of him. The kid stared at the kid in surprise and was ready to listen to his story. Urus no longer resisted and sat meekly in the little one's arms. And then when they made themselves comfortable, the player began his story, which was very interesting and exciting. Ji-woo was encouraged that someone was listening to his story. He had never had the chance to tell it before. He talked about everything that had happened to him and how he felt. The kid was intrigued because now Ji-woo was going to talk about his choice that the kid made when he destroyed Yopi. The player put his hands behind his head and calmly confessed that he had chosen to remain human. Those words came off his lips so easily. The kid was stunned and looked at him with rounded eyes. Rising to his feet, Ji-woo was in no hurry to reveal the reasons why he had made such a choice. The guy had one idea and prepared a gift for the little guy. Extending his hand, Ji-woo made a call and a large amount of high-level equipment sprinkled on the ground right in front of the baby. Everything around it sparkled, and the kid himself was amazed at so many valuable items. Ji-woo wanted the kid to take these gifts away, but the kid only shook his head and waved his hand, saying that he didn't need all of this. After a few moments, he took out a small piece of paper and wrote something in it. After a while, the kid held out this piece of paper in GW's hand. The kid took it puzzledly. He was very curious about what was written there. The leaflet the kid gave him had a strange address written on it in the real world. It was a moment that Ji-woo absolutely did not expect to see what he saw. The kid opened the doors to the hospital room. In the ward, there was a child sitting on a bed. His head was bandaged and an oxygen mask was on his face. The only person with whom Ji-woo shared his whole story, his worries, and opened his heart was seriously ill. In 2 weeks, the baby was going to die of an incurable disease. Ji-woo looked at the baby and couldn't believe his eyes. So small and already enduring such suffering. The boy's heart clenched painfully. That baby turned out to be a cute little girl. She patted the bed, inviting Ji-woo to come closer. Such a gesture seemed to bring the guy out of his stupor. He didn't resist and complied with such a small request. Moving a chair to the bed, Ji-woo sat down next to the little girl. The girl took out a notebook and a pen. Because of the machine, she couldn't speak, so she tried to quickly write her words on the paper. With a sad look, the girl picked up her notebook, showing Ji-woo's words. She apologized for inviting the guy into her room and catching him off guard with her look, but she really wanted to meet him in the real world. When she also apologized for not being able to talk to him normally with her voice, Ji-woo became completely embarrassed. He raised his hand and asked her not to apologize for something like that again. The girl quickly started writing a new text on a piece of paper, and when she finished, she turned the notebook towards the guy. Ji-woo quickly ran his eyes over the text and realized that the girl wanted to tell him her story. The girl immediately felt sad because her story couldn't compare to Ji-woo's adventures, but she wanted to share it with anyone. She longed for at least one person to remember her. Ji-woo was happy to listen to her story, assuring her that he enjoyed such things. But the little girl picked up on the fact that Ji-woo always skipped the stories in the game, not wanting to waste her time on it. The guy got embarrassed, asking her not to compare the game to the real world. Getting approval from the guy, the girl turned the notebook to herself and turned the page. She wanted to start from the beginning, just like that, to let Ji-woo know everything about her. In the Chrono Life game universe, you could choose any role you wanted. So the young and cute Luhua became a game merchant. The girl was happy with her role. Because merchants constantly interacted with people, she bought and sold goods. Politely and with a smile, she interacted with other players who reciprocated the same. In the game world, she liked it very much, because in real life, the girl had no friends because of her shyness. And in the game, she was surrounded by a lot of friendly people. Everyone smiled at her and made her happy, so she had a good time in the game. Doc Bay knew about this child and said with sadness in his eyes that she was a very cheerful and bright little girl. He decided to tell the rest of the staff so that they would know Luhua's story. The girl gave out healing potions to newcomers in her spare time, even though she was at a loss. The staff listened attentively to their president. Profit wasn't important to the girl. The girl was loved by everyone in the game. Even the NPS treated her with respect. She didn't literally shine, but she always warmed the hearts of the other players. The man squeezed his eyes shut and took a drag on his cigar. He was sorry to realize that the girl was never coming back to the game again. Players who knew the little girl well often came to her point, except that Luhua was nowhere to be found. They speculated that she might have gone on vacation or was studying, and they all missed that sweet little girl peddler very much. But as time continued to pass, the girl's point became abandoned altogether. Those who started playing at the same time as her had long since left the initial town. New players came into the game, and there were few people left in the town who remembered Luhua. One day, that girl entered the game again. However, she had changed a great deal. Luhua no longer had long and shiny hair and did not look the same as before, and she started communicating through the game emoticons. The girl decided that she wanted to give away all her stuff to the newcomers who came to this game, so she gave her red purse to one girl who had just started playing. She was surprised but gladly accepted the gift. Doc Bay continued to tell the girl's story to her subordinates. She continued to give away her golden things, until the little girl only had the same wooden beginner's baton that was given to everyone at the beginning level. One day, the little girl offered her baton to one of the players. The man took it in his hands and inspected it with annoyance. The girl was glad that he accepted her gift, and she did not expect that the player would just go on and throw the baton on the floor. He considered the baton a useless gift, as it was given to all the players. After she picked up the baton, Luhua heard very strange sounds coming from one alley of the village. She was very intrigued by it. Looking around the corner, the girl saw a guy sitting in just his underpants, with destroyed weapons scattered around him. He was trying so hard to improve his items that he couldn't stop anymore and broke everything. Realizing that he no longer had anything in this game, tears flowed from the stranger's eyes. This was how Luhua saw Ji-woo for the first time. She was surprised, for this player had lost literally everything. It was evident how sad he was that he had completely destroyed all his belongings. It was then that she was determined to help him. Ji-woo sat with his head down. The girl had finished her story, which most likely gave rise to a whole new adventure. Ji-woo's heart clenched with unbearable pain. It was because of this little girl that he was able to pump that very wooden club to level 99 and develop his character and earn money to live on. And here she was, sitting in the hospital, dying. Luhua admitted that when she learned of her diagnosis, she only pretended not to notice the symptoms. She was in unbearable pain and fear. She cried a lot and thought only that everyone in the world would forget about her. And now she had found someone who would remember her. Ji-woo ran at a breakneck pace. He ran as fast as he had never run before in his life. What he learned was too painful. The boy flew into his apartment and swung the bedroom doors open. All his movements were sharp and quick. He wished for only one thing, to accomplish what he had planned as soon as possible. On the bed were virtual reality glasses, and the guy immediately grabbed them tightly. In a few minutes, he had already fallen into a beautiful game world. But his mood was not cheerful at all. A scary and frightening location for all beginners and experienced players. In it, the entire ground was covered with human skulls. The sky was dark, and from time to time, lightning flashes appeared in it. The Valley of the Dead greeted Ji-woo with its ominous appearance. The player's rage had no limit. He swung his wooden club widely and attacked the monsters that came his way with screams. His pain-soaked anger violently penetrated and struck the monsters' bodies. The fire whirlwind knew no mercy and destroyed everyone who was in its path. The guy did not stop. Gritting his teeth, he continued to swing his baton. The monsters were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Ji-woo was burning with fire, and there was only one thought in his head that wouldn't let him go for a second. Urus looked at his master with complete misunderstanding and fear. He had never seen the boy in such a frightening state before. It frightened the dragon, and he didn't even know how he could help him. GW's rage was all-consuming. He ran around the Valley of the Dead and continued to mercilessly destroy all the monsters. Urus only saw bright flashes of explosive energy. Never before had the dragon seen the guy's behavior so brutal. He was destroying monsters as if his soul was being torn apart, and it was really true. Ji-woo had lost a piece of his soul in all of this. His heart was split open. The guy's eyes burned with rage and the injustice of the real world. He had to do at least something. Sitting at Luhua's chamber, he asked a question. GW's voice sounded dull, but he wanted to know if there was no other way out of this situation. The girl looked at him sadly when the guy talked about surgery. She had a very rare disease and intervention cost a lot of money that her family didn't have. There was nothing her parents could do. After reading this on a piece of paper, Ji-woo said he would pay for this surgery. He couldn't let the girl leave this world so easily. Ji-woo didn't care about the price of the operation. He would get as much money out of this game as he needed. Valuable items poured down on the skulls. They were all glowing with a purple color, signifying their value. Ji-woo was breathing heavily. He stood still and took a breather after working so hard. Urus was still trying to reach out to his master, but he was clearly unwilling to talk to anyone. Despite his fatigue, the boy's gaze was focused and sharp. He was not going to stop. He had a goal and he would fulfill it. The guy's words caused only irritation and pain in the girl's soul. She was concentrating on a piece of paper, writing all her thoughts, and at the same time, her heart clenched tightly. Ji-woo was giving her a vain hope. Luhua reported that there was only a 30% chance of success. It was too low. Ji-woo grimaced. He didn't even want to hear that she could give up even such a chance. He irritably scolded her for choosing to give up without even trying to fight. The girl was afraid. Even if there was a 30% success rate, she was very afraid. Luhua laid out all of her fears on paper, quickly moving the marker and showing what she had written to Ji-woo. Her hand was shaking as she wrote all her thoughts. She couldn't let go of the thought that she could have 2 more weeks of life or die on the operating table. Such a mindset puzzled GW. He felt he had to change the girl's mind. She, in his opinion, had to fight. Luhua picked up a piece of paper and showed it to Ji-woo. Hot tears of pain and despair began to flow from the little girl's eyes. She knew the price of life like no one else. Ji-woo was sure that the girl would be able to live happily ever after the operation. No one would forget her, and she would enjoy life. He said everything confidently without an ounce of doubt. But Luhua grew dark. She couldn't understand how he could speak so confidently. He didn't understand her at all, causing the little girl to go into a mute and painful scream. More tears spurted from her eyes. Luhua continued to poke him with the message pad, and the girl's body was showing how hard this whole conversation was for her. He understood her, and it made him feel really hurt. Ji-woo's heart was shattered to pieces, and he didn't know if it would ever recover. The little girl was very scared, and the guy was very aware of that. Urus smelled that someone had appeared in the Valley of the Dead. While Ji-woo was standing in the pile of valuable items and going over in his head everything that had happened, the dragon looked at the one who had come here. It was Luna who had arrived in the Valley of the Dead. The girl looked very disturbed, and it pained her to see the guy suffering. Urus turned to the girl with a question, wanting to know why she came to see his master so often. The girl looked silently towards Ji-woo, who didn't even look at her. Luna sighed heavily. The girl herself was tired of appearing in front of Ji-woo so often, but she could sense when people were lacking something since she was the goddess of life. Luna approached Ji-woo without further ado and lightly touched his body. It was a gentle gesture that she was trying to express her support. Not too long ago, Ji-woo himself had made a request to the girl, and now she had returned to him. The girl informed the guy that she had fulfilled his errand. He showed no emotion despite the fact that Luna kept trying to smile at him. Everything was now ready for the final actions to be taken. GW's gaze was cold, but his attitude burned with determination. Luhua sat lonely in her chamber. She clasped her hands and lowered her head on them. The girl was very sad. The last conversation with GW, she couldn't forget his words and the 30% chance of success. The girl's biggest fear was that when she died, everyone would just forget she existed. This, and much more, she tried to convey to the mind of Ji-woo. And despite all this, the boy was unwavering in his thoughts. Luhua was just a small speck of dust in the midst of the world. In the end, no one would be able to remember that there was once such a merchant in the game who smiled at everyone and loved the world. The girl really didn't want to die. Meeting Ji-woo had touched her little soul too much that now the little girl just couldn't calm her worried heart. As Luhua sat crying bitterly, a visitor entered her room. Ji-woo sat down on the same chair by the bed and gently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. The little girl immediately raised her head, being surprised that Ji-woo had come to see her again. She didn't even hear him enter. Tears continued to flow from the girl's eyes, unable to be stopped, and when her gaze ran around the ward, the girl's eyes opened very wide. She had never seen anything like this before, and was in complete shock at what was happening. The girl looked around and saw that her ward was filled with people. They had all come to her to support their old friend. Ji-woo raised his head and with a twinkle in his eyes assured the girl that no one would be able to forget about her. People started coming up to the little girl, They talked about who they were in the game and what good things Luhua had done for them. They were incredibly happy to see their young merchant, who helped them in a variety of situations, be it even small things. But these players appreciated the girl's help. But most importantly, they came to tell her that they never forgot about her, her laugh, her smile, her kind look. All of these things were very precious in the Chrono Life game. Emotions overwhelmed little Luhua's soul. She could no longer hold back her tears and just started crying, pressing her hands to her eyes. They were tears of joy for the fact that all these people remembered her and came to her to support her. While the guys were trying to support the little girl, Luna stood quietly at the entrance to the room. She folded her arms across her chest and just watched what was happening in the room. She was the one who had dutifully helped track down all the players who knew Luhua. There was only a 30% chance that the little girl would be able to survive the very difficult and serious surgery. And yet the little and fragile girl turned out to be very strong. Despite all the fear that tormented her soul, she still took the risk and trusted the professionalism of the doctors. Jiwoo was in the game and came to the place where the little merchant's point was located. This place now looked abandoned and empty. While the guy was looking at the empty and abandoned counter, someone appeared behind him and stared in his direction. Feeling the stare, Jiwoo abruptly turned his head and his eyes widened in surprise. As if time had stopped between them, he looked at the little girl who was standing across from him. Her long hair was developing in the wind. Jiwoo was so happy to see her that he couldn't hold back tears of joy. It was the most touching moment of his life. Luhua stood before him and smiled her radiant smile. The girl was healthy. She was able to overcome the terrible disease and would now be able to spend a lot of time playing and enjoying this life. Demon World. It was a dimension cut off from the human world. It was dark and full of evil power that was eager to destroy something bright and good. After the battle with the Demon King Yopi, the demon world was destroyed, but after a while it was able to recover. And the resurrected demons started a war between each other. They ruthlessly began to destroy their kin. And all this happened because there was no longer any power of the Demon King over the demons. Death was genuinely concerned about the well-being of the demon world. He looked at what was going on in his world, and it stressed him out a lot. There was only one way that could pacify all the demons in his world. He pulled out a green orb, which turned out to be the essence of a demon king. Death had randomly managed to pick up this green ball after the Demon King Yopi was destroyed. The Demon King's assistant exhaled heavily. The essence was unsealed this time, but Death himself didn't know who he could give this artifact to. He had absolutely no interest in waiting for a suitable candidate. And at the same moment, Death thought about the fact that he could find that candidate himself. He suddenly thought of the very guy who was crazy in his own way and was able to defeat the previous Demon King. And now, with certainty, Death could claim that he had found a new king. Jiwoo smirked. He crouched down and prepared to launch his attack. The guy's mood was determined and his spirits were elevated. Swinging his baton, he executed his lightest strike to destroy the monster. It was one of the weakest monsters that dwelled near the front village. A bright flash colored the hare's face, destroying it. After Jiwoo disposed of the monster, he crouched down next to it and began to extract teeth from the hare's body. He then turned to the pouch that had been by his side the entire time and threw the collected fangs to the rest of the mountain of fangs. Jiwoo slung the pouch to his shoulders. Urus appeared beside him. The player then looked at his companion and suggested that he return to the village. The boy thought that such a pouch would be enough. Turning towards the front village, he headed in that direction. Behind the guy's back lay many slain monsters whose teeth he had collected in his pouch. The front village was still in a crushing state. Its houses had been destroyed the day the demon army descended on the world. Upon entering the village, Jiwoo put his hand to his forehead and carefully began to look into the streets of the village. The guy was expecting to meet someone, but he couldn't find the person he was looking for. As he walked through the crowd of other players, he completely ignored the way they looked at him. Everyone's eyes were shining because many players considered Jiwoo a hero, and to see him so close was something unimaginable. When Jiwoo saw the person he wanted, he waved his hand vigorously, drawing attention to himself. Little Luhua shone with joy when she saw Jiwoo in front of her. The girl folded her arms dignifiedly and smiled with a full mouth. The boys approached each other. They had arranged this meeting. The girl in the game had the nickname Starlight and was at the 47th level. By sheer force of will and the support of her friends, the girl was able to overcome a very serious illness. She had gone through many hardships and troubles, But now that she was surrounded by friends, she was able to shine with new colors. Ji-woo handed the girl a bag of materials she needed. She looked at him with admiration as she didn't expect the guy to collect so many hair teeth. As soon as these materials fell into the girl's hands, her power immediately surged and colored everything in a bright golden light. She was preparing a potion. In just a moment, a whole mountain of vials filled with the magic potion poured near the guys. There were so many of them that the players passing by immediately paid attention to the guys. It was only now that Luhua admitted that she hadn't created all these potions for sale. She had her own plans for all these jars, and from this thought the girl became happier and happier. This unexpected twist surprised Ji-woo. The guy couldn't even think that the little merchant had her own hidden agenda. Gathering all the jars back into the bag, the girl ran towards the builders, who were tirelessly repairing the destroyed village. As soon as the NPS saw the little merchant, immediately rejoiced at her appearance. They were doing their best to rebuild the ruined house as soon as possible. Ji-woo looked at Starlight and was happy to see the girl smile. She was handing out the potion to the NPCs who needed it. Such was her nature, helping everyone, even if it would be at a loss to her. Even though Ji-woo thought that he was collecting teeth for the girl herself, he was not at all upset that the girl had given away all the potions to the construction workers. He decided that he needed to get more teeth. At the same time, Han Saran sat in her room and was sad. She kept thinking about Ji-woo and Luna, who happened to be too close to her friend. She couldn't forget about their conversation at the cafe and how Luna was reaching out to Ji-woo. Even though Luna was speaking in riddles, it was all too obvious hints. Han Saran was caught off guard back then and couldn't react properly to that nasty girl's words. Her face immediately gave away the feelings she had for Ji-woo. Luna, on the other hand, was only enjoying how Han Saran felt. She hinted in every way possible that she and Ji-woo had a relationship both in the game and in the real world. Her manager walked into the girl's room. She was annoyed because of which she was chewing chips too aggressively. The girl immediately guessed that Han Saran's bad mood was because of panties. Han Saran immediately raised her head and spoke negatively. She didn't want to admit that it was because of Ji-woo that she was sad, but the manager only criticized the girl because it was clear. Then, Han Saran decided to approach the matter from a different angle. She told about a close friend who had a problem and that she started liking a guy. The desk manager stood aside and continued to eat her chips, listening intently. Having said that, the girl lowered her head, covering her face with her hair and knees. The manager looked at her mentee skeptically, realizing that she was blatantly lying to her. Han Saran continued with her story, though. She said that from the very beginning, this guy was just an ordinary player that her friend didn't even pay attention to. But after going through many trials and countless time, her friend realized that this player was no longer ordinary. She began to feel different feelings and emotions towards him. It could be anger, it could be joy, it could be worry. And eventually she herself did not realize how he became a dear person to her. The girl suddenly raised her head and assured her manager that her friend was not in love with this guy. She just really wanted to spend more time with him and get to know him. Han Saran's cheeks colored with a blush. The girl suggested with sadness in her voice that this feeling might pass with time. The girl raised her head once more. She repeated several times that these were all her friend's words. The manager didn't even blink an eye. She continued to take out her chips and eat them. The girl raised one eye to her mentee and firmly stated that she shouldn't lie about some fake friend. She knew perfectly well who she was talking about, and that the girl was not going to fool her. It remained to be seen what kind of relationship Han Saran herself wanted. The girl looked at her manager in surprise. She hadn't expected the woman to be so perceptive. After a second, Han Saran lowered her head, becoming sad again. Just then, the manager finished eating her chips and very menacingly rolled up the packaging from them into a tight roll. The woman reminded that the girl was also a star with many fans. As soon as those found out about her relationship, then immediately half of them would turn away from her. She didn't like it very much herself, but that was the law of business. The woman threw the pack behind her back. These words made Han Saran even sadder. She knew it, but she tried not to remind herself of it until the last moment. Still, knowing all the risks, the manager smiled at the girl. She wasn't going to stop her and hinder her relationship. The woman smiled and looked very confident in her words. When Han Saran heard the words of full support, she didn't even believe it for a second. She raised her head and looked at her manager. Tears of joy came to the girl's eyes. At the same moment, the woman wistfully exhaled and warned the girl that when she went broke, she would have to look for another star. Hansaran staggered slightly at such a statement. In the end, the manager was just joking. She wasn't going to leave Hansaran and wanted to help the girl deal with her problems. Hansaran didn't reply anything. The girl sank down. She pondered over what she had heard, and now she could really think about what she really wanted from Ji-woo. Over and over again, she saw Luna pressing her whole body against Ji-woo, her snide smirk, and the way she gently hugged his arm. Then she'd gotten just as close to him at the cafe and very obsessively hinted that there was something between her and Ji-woo, and it was something very intimate. Hansaran didn't know yet what kind of relationship she desired with Ji-woo, but she was sure that she wanted to make him hers. The manager glared, for now she had a very confident girl in front of her who would definitely be able to achieve her goal. And for a moment the woman looked up thoughtfully. One important thought flashed in her head which had to be carefully considered. The woman suddenly realized what was troubling her so much. Ji-woo was an adult, but Hansaran herself was only a 17-year-old girl. The guy could easily go to jail for child molestation. Such a conclusion didn't faze the girl. She hadn't even thought about it. Hansaran was sweating from the realization of this problem. She rolled her eyes and began to think things over very actively. The girl's idea was simple. She wanted Ji-woo to fall in love with her to begin with, and then wait 3 years until she was of age. Eventually, Hansaran pleaded with her manager, asking her to give her feminine advice on the matter. Hansaran herself was not yet in a relationship and did not know how to behave. The manager folded her arms on her chest and smiled at the girl. She was ready to come to the rescue at any moment and give sound advice. Hansaran couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed her virtual glasses and looked forward to seeing Pansy. The woman was ordered to write her sound advice in the in-game chat. The manager was glad that she was able to cheer up her mentee and bring her out of her depressed state. The woman exhaled with relief when the whole situation was clarified and they talked frankly with each other. But there was one small problem that the manager could not admit to her mentee. She also had never had a relationship before, and she started actively scouring the internet for information. Death found himself in the game world of humans. He was floating through the forest and had absolutely no idea where he was going. He had a very important mission to fulfill right now, except he didn't know where to look for that very person. Suddenly there was an explosion of incredible power. Death stopped, and at first he was very frightened. Scarlet light flooded all around. Such a thing in the demonic world he rarely got to see. Only the Demon King had such powerful abilities. Death immediately changed in the face and was incredibly happy. This explosion meant only one thing. The person he was so painstakingly searching for was somewhere very close by. His strength knew no bounds, which meant that he was indeed the right candidate. Smoke fluttered around Ji-woo. He continued to diligently destroy low-level monsters to gather more teeth for Luhua. There were many slain hares lying around Ji-woo. Ji-woo was very satisfied with his catch. He was luckier than ever. He looked approvingly at the bag of teeth. Urus was as pleased as his master. He approved of everything Ji-woo did. The player heard a strange and prolonged scream. He immediately jerked his head in the direction from where the sound came from. The guy noticed a beautiful girl who was currently in battle mode. Boss Lav's hair was developing in the wind. Her body was tense and her gaze was focused. Lav approached one of the monsters and jumped as it brought its fist down sharply on the ground where she had just stood. The hare roared in frustration at not being able to hit its enemy. Then Love performed a circular kick in midair, and her foot swiftly slammed into the monster's muzzle. Her kick sent a blast wave, and the hare received irreparable damage. The player watched his friend's actions in surprise, holding the pouch in his hand. He didn't expect to see a girl here. Love defeated the hare and stopped embarrassed. The girl's cheeks turned slightly pink as her gaze met Ji-woo's. She stepped closer to him and held out her hand. Ji-woo stared at her in surprise, not understanding what that could mean. Then Boss Love opened her palm, and in it were the teeth of a slain monster. The girl decided that it would be right to help the guy in this matter. The player was surprised by this as well. There was an awkward pause between them. Ji-woo was very embarrassed by this. He realized that their last meeting had not gone well at all, and part of the blame lay on him. The guy averted his gaze, his cheeks reddening, and he apologized for the way things had happened. Honestly speaking, Ji-woo didn't even realize that there was such a feud between the two girls. And it was in the cafe when they bumped into each other that he realized how much the girls couldn't stand each other. Ji-woo looked at the girl and asked her to go to dinner again, promising that they would be alone together. Boss Love folded her arms on her chest, pretending that she was extremely busy. But so be it, for a friend like Ji-woo, she would find time. Suddenly, the girl's face was as close to Ji-woo's face as possible. This sudden proximity startled the guy. He sensed something sinister from his friend. Love opened her eyes, and they were of a horrifying hue. It was as if two deep oceans were staring at the guy and were ready to drown him in their abyss. She wished she knew what the two of them had been doing that day. Luna had announced with such enthusiasm that they had spent time in the same bed. There was no way those words could leave Love's soul. Boss Love desperately wanted to know what was so mysterious that day that Luna was talking about. Even though Ji-woo was looking at Love's smiling face, he realized that she was scarier now than when she had an evil face. Ji-woo immediately started waving his head, denying any connection with Luna. But to the girl, his words didn't sound convincing at all, causing her to push him even harder. In the end, because the guy was avoiding the question, the girl jumped on him and started choking him. She wanted to hear a confession, as she felt that he was not telling her the truth. Death happened to be nearby, and after hearing the screams came to the place. He saw the girl strangling Ji-woo. Death's eyes increased in size from what he saw. This situation left the Demon King's assistant in complete shock. After all, the one who he had imagined to be the new Demon King up to this point had been defeated by the girl. She was mercilessly strangling him with her hands. To death, this meant only one thing. Ji-woo had been defeated, which meant the girl was of incredible strength. Death saw the girl's intimidating gaze, the grin of the devil himself. He swam over to them and held out a small, green glowing ball on his hand. Love, distracted from her work, looked at the appearing Death with incomprehension. She didn't realize what the glowing ball was that was presented even closer to her face. Death smiled evasively and insisted that the girl take it in her hands. He made it convincingly clear that she deserved the gift. Love rashly grabbed the orb in her hand and only now began to ask questions. But it was too late for that, for as soon as her hand came into contact with the Demon King's essence, everything around her lit up with a bright light. She looked at herself in utter bewilderment, and many notification windows began to pop up in front of her eyes. The girl's body absorbed the essence of the Demon King. Her profession was changed to Demon Queen. Behind everything that was happening, somewhere in the universe, the Creator was watching. He, as before, hovered in space and was very pleased with what happened. The last point had been accomplished. Even though this person was supposed to be Yoppie himself, but it was not destined to happen. Then Luna shared some of her energy with him, reviving Yoppie. They were doing everything they could to trigger the final stage. Luna raised her head to the sky and informed the Creator that she had fulfilled his task, though she was worried about how everything would be. And the Creator was very pleased with that, for they had launched a complete sweep of the world. Hovering over the game planet, he was only waiting for this day. Luna then decided to offer Ji-woo to team up so that they could work together to defeat the Demon King Yoppie. But Ji-woo refused, doing it alone. The Creator grinned. He didn't know what Luna's plans were, but it didn't matter now. His plan had once again come to fruition. The final chapter of the story began. Meanwhile, the girl's transformation continued. She was still glowing with a strange green glow. Ji-woo was beneath her, and a satisfied Death hovered nearby, watching the rebirth of the new Demon King. The boy covered his eyes with his hand, the bright light blinding him. He couldn't understand what was going on or why the girl was glowing. Suddenly, Love was ripped off the ground and she began to rise into the air. Engulfed by the bright glow, the girl could not resist. Her profession change was complete. She became a Demon King, and also the power of her skills was increased tenfold. Love was furious. Hovering in the air, the girl tried to lower herself back down. She scolded loudly, angry at this sudden change. Ji-woo sat down on the grass, crossing his legs. The guy was completely unaware of what was happening now, and Urus was in the same state. They raised their heads and just continued to watch what was happening. Meanwhile, in front of the girl's eyes, new notifications kept coming in the same way. There were so many that her head was already spinning. She was furious at what was happening to her and did not want to become a Demon King. Suddenly, a demonstration of the girl's power began to launch. She was all lit up, still in the air as she was. Ji-woo and Urus continued to watch her in surprise. Suddenly, the girl's light pink hair began to change its hue, turning white. Her body abruptly and brightly lit up, and after a moment, the extinguished light revealed a view of the girl's completely different costume. Boss Love had completely changed in appearance. Her hair became longer and took on a white color. Her head shimmered with a tiara, and her costume became more revealing. When the transformation was complete, Love examined herself with horror. She couldn't believe that everything was really happening to her. Eurus looked at the girl in all eyes and confidently declared that she had become the Demon King. Ji-woo, on the other hand, didn't think that was the case. The girl did not give her consent, and it was very strange. Death approached Love. He told the girl that she had gained the power of a Demon King and now had the appropriate appearance. She descended to the ground and stared at Death. The girl was not at all frightened by what was happening. Love did not understand at all how her gaming life could turn out this way. Suddenly, a learning system started up in the girl's body. Her head bowed, and her body became uncontrollable. The stones on her equipment lit up with a red flicker. The Demon King's essence was launched, and behind the girl's back, wings resembling the wings of flying mice transformed, and they were scarlet in color. In addition to the wings on the girl's head, appeared long red horns, and her eye color also changed to scarlet. A powerful energy swirled around her. Ji-woo and Urus sat on the grass and watched the girl's transformation with rapt attention. It was as if they were in a movie theater watching a blockbuster, impressed by the special effects. The girl's arms stretched forward. She looked at her body with all her eyes and could not make her own movement. She was now being possessed by the system and was demonstrating her power. A ball of energy began to emerge from the finger on her hand, building up its power and increasing dangerously in size. Eventually, the power surged out, and a destructive wave exploded somewhere far in the air. This explosion resembled the ones that Ji-woo had created with his power. When the demonstration was finished, Love stared shockedly at the place where her demonic power had just erupted. She still couldn't believe that she had gained such a powerful force. That glowing scarlet light disappeared around the girl. The wings behind her back vaporized as the horns disappeared from her head. She sank to the ground, regaining control of her body once again. As the demonstration ended, Ji-woo rose from his seat and enthusiastically praised Boss Love for making her incredibly strong. She slowly turned around to him, but didn't have the same enthusiasm that the guy had. The girl didn't understand what she was supposed to do with this power and how to continue playing. Love was very worried that because she had become a demon queen, she would have to do battle against humans and Ji-woo himself. The player immediately changed in his face because he didn't even think for such a course of events. Discontent poured out of Love's mouth like this. She absolutely did not like that she had changed her appearance, and all this happened without her permission. The girl was embarrassed by such a revealing outfit and worried that she now had a strange appearance. Ji-woo didn't say anything about her appearance. It was as if he was only now paying attention, and his cheeks were treacherously red. Death had been watching the girl all this time and was very pleased with his choice and the fact that she had synchronized so immediately. It all meant that his choice was the right one. Boss Love turned her attention to Death and jumped up to him. She grabbed his cheeks and started pulling them in different directions, screaming for him to give her back her old look. Death immediately warned her that it couldn't be done. Only after her death would she be able to free herself from that status. But since she had become a unique boss, her death in the game meant character deletion. The girl froze in place from shock. Ji-woo was not listening at all to what Death was saying. The guy was completely absorbed in the fact that he wished to squeeze him. The player's eyes lit up with such desire. Urus glanced jealously at his master. The dragon began to squeeze his chubby cheeks, reminding his master that he was no less attractive and soft. The boy felt a strange competitive spirit. Love kept moaning about everything that had happened to her. There was no way she could accept her new image, feeling ashamed of herself for wearing such revealing clothing. Death hummed a cheerful tune as he didn't want to tell the girl the truth about changing her appearance. He liked seeing the Demon King in full form. The girl, on the other hand, was clearly suffering for it. Out of anger, she grabbed Death and started pulling him in different directions, forcing him to return to the way he was. Ji-woo and Urus didn't even try to interfere in these matters. They still had to get back to work and gather more teeth. Arden Castle was one of the 3 largest castles in Chrono Life. It had huge, majestic walls, and lately it had been talked about as the most impregnable fortress. One of the warriors noticed something strange. He was standing on the wall and was on watch. His eyes stared in surprise at the place where something incomprehensible was happening. At high speed, something incomprehensible was approaching the castle walls. Because of the dust around him, the warrior could not see the approaching body at all. The man said in a voice that he saw something strange. At his words, another warrior turned and stared at the wall with the same amazement. They did not yet know what kind of opponent they were dealing with. A terrifying and huge wolf, in a few long jumps, traveled a great distance and was able to claw at the stone to climb the high wall. Only a second passed, and the huge body soared into the air, rising above the terrified soldiers. In the shadows, the scarlet gleam of its eyes became even brighter. The warriors flinched and raised their spears, preparing to defend themselves. A single swing of a clawed paw cut short all their attempts at defense. The claws sliced through the warriors' bodies like a blade, and blood gushed from them. They screamed in pain, and no one could help them. Another warrior remained on the wall with a look of horror on his face. He held his spear, and his body treacherously froze in place. The monster was just around the corner. A huge wolf stood on two hind legs. Its maw was open, and steam was coming out of it. Eyes burning with fire, he looked at his victim and then spoke to him. The warrior was completely dumbfounded when he heard a human speaking. He didn't understand how the monster could be talking to him now, and immediately assumed that the werewolf in front of him was a werewolf. Something happened that no one expected. Two more monsters appeared on the wall. They landed behind the warrior's back with a loud sound. Feeling a terrible force behind his back, the warrior saw the two monsters with horror on his face. They were a huge bear and a lizard. Those looked at the player with one desire: to kill him. The man clenched his teeth tightly with fear so that they would stop clawing at each other. The monsters weren't monsters at all. They called themselves man-beasts. The lizard no longer had the will to hold a conversation, and with one swipe of its paw, it cleaved the warrior's body. The spear immediately flew out of the player's hands, and he lost hope for salvation. A moment later, the stomping of many feet was heard. These were other warriors who had heard about the danger. Soon enough, 100 warriors were standing around the human beasts. All of them pointed their weapons towards the enemies and were ready to defend the castle wall as soon as possible. Among the warriors was Falcon Eye. He noted with a disgruntled tone that the impudent men dared to attack Arden Palace head-on. Folding his arms across his chest, Falcon Eye gave orders to his warriors. He was confident that these monsters would be dealt with quickly and skillfully by his men. The warriors immediately took the command, and with a battle cry, they rushed towards the human beast that stood in the center of the event. While the warriors were attacking the enemy, Falcon Eye turned his head with a smile. He was live streaming at this moment and began addressing his viewers. The guy was having an active discussion about who these bosses might be, since Falcon Eye had never yet encountered talking monsters in the entire game. Even though he didn't know his enemy, he still mocked their attempt to attack Arden Castle. While Falcon Eye was broadcasting live, he didn't even notice how the wall became suspiciously quiet. Smoke covered everything around, and when the wind blew, the guy got a terrible view of what was happening. All the warriors had been defeated. The three monsters, on the other hand, didn't even have a scratch. The terrifying eyes turned towards Falcon Eye, for he was the only one left alive. Falcon Eye's face changed. It was as if he had aged several years in just 1 second. That was how much fear was overwhelming him. His heart began to pound frantically in his chest. Under the terror, the player snapped out of his seat. At that moment, there were many people watching his live stream. The beast roared furiously and victoriously. Even though the viewers were waiting for exciting content, everyone as one shouted for him to run away. Falcon Eye ran. He was writhing in fear and the realization that now this might be his last moment. A dark shadow covered the boy's body, as if night had abruptly descended into a clear day. He raised his head with bated breath and saw the terrible monster that had overtaken him. The huge maw of the wolf opened above him, spewing a terrible and loud growl. The boy realized that he wouldn't be able to stand against those who had just defeated an entire army in a matter of seconds. The monster slammed its jaws shut, and half of Falcon Eye's body was inside the man-beast. Sharp fangs sank into his body, with only his legs remaining on the outside. There were no screams. Everything happened quietly. Falcon Eye's legs shuddered convulsively for a while, and after a few seconds, he collapsed, no longer able to struggle. Just like that, Castle Arden emptied in a matter of seconds. The wolf raised its head and howled triumphantly with its harsh guttural howl. Death smirked evilly. He looked at his demon queen and suggested to her in an ominous voice, "Summon all the demons and destroy the human world." The girl glared sharply at Death and once again declared that she had no intention of doing such a thing. Ji Woo and Eurus still did not interfere with their conversation. Death continued to insist on his point, but Love didn't even want to hear about such a thing. Death, however, reminded the girl that this was the way of the strongest player, to which the girl waved her hand because she was a weakling compared to other stronger players. The Demon King's assistant stared at her in surprise. He was certain that the girl was the strongest person, After all, Yopi had defeated Jiwoo, and Love had defeated him. He had seen it himself recently. Then Death decided to find out what level the Demon Queen was at now. Lav stared pensively at the sky, trying to remember the numbers. She hadn't pumped up badly lately. After a second, she turned to her assistant and showed 2 fingers, and her current level was 92nd. The girl was proud of herself for being able to grow so fast. But Death himself was stunned by this information. He did not understand how it happened and why his Demon Queen had such a low level. Then the excited Death looked at Jiwoo, wanting to know his current level. The player told him without much enthusiasm that he had the maximum level. Still, Death couldn't help but point out the fact that he had seen Jiwoo being defeated by Boss Love. The guy sighed heavily, not knowing how to explain their relationship to him. After all, there was a very long story behind it all, and at that moment, Death realized what a fatal mistake he had made. A depressed look immediately appeared on his face. He got it all wrong and gave the demon essence to a weak player. The guys continued on their way as quite suddenly the sky opened up above their heads. A huge crack opened up a view of a different space. Jiwoo thoughtfully raised his head, examining the crack in the sky. Scratching his chin, he couldn't remember seeing something like this before. A huge and clawed hand squeezed out of the crack with someone standing on top of it. This hand headed towards the boys. They still stood still looking at what was happening. On the palm of an unknown monster that looked out from another dimension stood the goddess of life, Luna. The girl immediately pressed her lips together when she saw something she didn't like at all. All her attention was on Boss Love. She had changed a lot since their last meeting, and that didn't please Luna. The girl jumped off the monster's palm and found herself very close to Love. She couldn't help but notice her outward changes. Love looked warily at the suddenly appearing Luna. She didn't know why she had come here, but she knew that this girl would do no good. They didn't say anything to each other, but just stared at each other stubbornly. Their faces were stern and the spirit of rivalry was obvious. Jiwoo wedged himself between the girls. The guy raised his hand and ordered them to calm down. Love didn't even expect herself to be unable to control her anger, and now it was as if she'd gotten rid of the trance. Guy immediately sensed Luna's mood, and it was not favorable at all. She did not look at him. A dark shadow covered the girl's soul. Luna turned around abruptly, though she wished for Love's death, but now was not the time. The girl even noticed that she had almost been foolish. Love realized that the goddess of life was much stronger than her, and it was extremely dangerous to compete with her. Besides, becoming a unique boss could lose her character forever. Before she left, Luna turned her head, appreciating Love's cute new outfit, and also congratulated her on acquiring the title of Demon King. Jiwoo looked at the girl and completely misunderstood her. She was a real bitch now, and just recently she had helped him with Luhua and was very kind and helpful. All of this did not intersect in the guy's mind. He had no way of knowing if Luna was good or a villain. The girl turned her head to him and ran her fingers seductively over her lips. She wasn't going to give him an answer to that question. When her words that she could pretend to be kind and naive for him personally reached his ears, Jiwoo frowned. He was disgusted by such hypocrisy, and he didn't want to talk to her anymore, so he asked her to leave. The girl bowed her head, still in the shadows. Her eyes could not be seen, but it was clear that she was up to something. She decided to talk about the fact that the last chapter in the game had begun, and the game itself would soon end. Jiwoo stared at the goddess of life skeptically. He couldn't understand where she got this information from, since it was an online game that didn't have its own ending. As long as the company was stable and released updates, there would be no end to it. The girl raised her head and smiled slightly. Luna had been of the same opinion not too long ago, but now it had changed. She was confident that Jiwoo would soon realize it as well. She mentioned about Boss Urus, who had suddenly and unplannedly become a sword spirit not too long ago. Jiwoo glanced over to Urus as it was about them. Riot showed his face when he had never done so before. In addition, there was an early resurrection of Yopi's strongest man. All of these events were designed to take a long time to complete. Players were supposed to reach the task with Yopi after several years and overcome it with difficulty. But because of Jiwoo, Yopi's assassination came too easily and quickly. After that, Death found the essence of the Demon King and gave it to the girl. Thus, a new Demon King appeared in the game too quickly, which also affected the course of the game events. The game was flying at the speed of light, changing plans. Love looked at the girl and still didn't want to realize that she might have been telling the truth. Suddenly, Luna pointed her wing staff in their direction. There was silence between the boys and even the wind stopped blowing. No one knew what was going on in the head of the goddess of life and what action she would take. Love saw energy begin to gather around the girl's staff. It alarmed the girl. She realized that Luna was much stronger than her. And until the last moment, it wasn't clear what she was up to. Ji-woo shaded Boss Love even more. There was a note of irritation in his voice, as he had already told Luna not to touch his friend. But the staff inevitably burned with a bright light.